Qu Meng'er, woke up feeling hungry, my stomach growling. As I drifted out of sleep, I faintly heard someone mention Chu family, though it was too soft to catch the details. Just hearing those words jolted me awake. The hunger vanished as I wondered if I was somehow alive, or maybe I'd been captured by Chu Yaoxiang's people. I remembered the day. I was on my way to seal a big contract for the Chu group, a deal that would secure my position as the future head of the family. But then, while driving, I saw a truck speeding toward me. When I tried to brake, nothing happened. It hit me I'd been sabotaged, likely by Chu Yaoxiang himself, who wouldn't hesitate to kill me to secure his son's power. The crash came hard, and everything went dark. I thought that was the end, but now I found myself here, somehow alive. I expected to be in a hospital if I'd survived, where maybe I could plan an escape or signal for help. But something felt off. I pretended to be asleep as I heard voices nearby. A harsh-sounding woman suggested abandoning me here rather than taking me to an orphanage, fearing the Chu family might find me. They left me, thinking I was just a helpless baby. As soon as they were gone, I stopped crying and began piecing together what had happened. It hit me. I'd been reborn as a baby. Not just felt like one, I actually was one. I wanted to figure out where I was and what had just happened. Suddenly, I heard a young boy's voice. I heard a baby crying just now. Where did it go? His brother brushed it off, saying it was probably nothing and urging him to head home for dinner. Realizing they were about to leave, I knew I couldn't survive the night alone. So, I cried as loudly as I could to get their attention. Once I started, I couldn't stop. All the sadness and pain from my past life poured out in those tears. The younger boy, little Chen, broke free and came closer. His brother followed, and they were surprised to find me here, wrapped in a red blanket. Little Chen was excited, exclaiming, "It's a girl!" I saw his face for the first time, dirty but innocent, with pure, bright eyes that I'd never seen in my previous life. I gave him a small, toothless smile, and he beamed back, asking his brother if they could take me home as their sister. Little Shin's brother hesitated, reminding him of his usual dislike for younger siblings. Little Shin admitted he found other babies annoying, but he thought I was different, cute and quiet. His brother looked at me and agreed. They decided to take me back with them, even if it wasn't certain I'd become their sister. Hearing this, I felt relieved. I was completely helpless in this new life, and without them, I wouldn't last the night. My nerves finally relaxed, and as little Shin's brother held me, I drifted into sleep, feeling safe for the first time since I woke up. I didn't sleep well this time. I dreamed of my accident from my past life, but I also saw a beautiful place, a small bridge over flowing water. I really liked it, but before I could see it clearly, I was woken up by voices. As I was being carried, I heard little Shin shouting excitedly, calling for his parents to see what he'd brought back. A woman's voice came from the house, scolding them for being out so late, but she sounded curious too. When she saw me, she looked shocked and told them to take me back. The woman took me from little Shin's arms, and that's when I woke up, feeling groggy. I opened my eyes, rubbed them, and yawned, which seemed to charm everyone around me. The woman and the boys were mesmerized, calling me cute and pretty. Little Shin proudly announced that he'd found me, but his mother was skeptical. She could tell from my clothes and blanket that I wasn't from an ordinary family, especially not from the countryside. She asked little Shin's older brother, Haogwa, to confirm, and he explained how they found me crying in the wasteland. I looked at the woman holding me. She was dressed simply, in a style I thought was quite old-fashioned, but her face was kind, and she must have been quite pretty when she was younger. As she gazed at me with softened eyes, I could tell she was touched, almost like she'd always wanted a daughter. Little Shin looked proud, asking for praise for finding me, and just as his mother was about to speak, a man's voice called them all inside for dinner. I couldn't see his face, but I knew they were all about to bring me in with them. I was in little Shin's mother's arms when his father finally came over, looking surprised. He asked what was going on, and after hearing the story, he decided they'd take me to the village chief to figure things out. Little Shin's mother seemed to really want a daughter, but they knew they couldn't just keep me without permission. As they discussed, little Shin begged them to let me stay, saying he wanted me as his sister. His father told him to be patient, promising they'd bring me back if no one came to claim me. I could feel that they were already thinking about adopting me, though they had to handle things carefully. They took me to the village chief's house, where an old man with a pipe came out. When they told him about finding me in the wasteland, he looked me over, surprised by the fine clothes and blanket I had, which were unusual for a poor village. Chen Ping, little Shin's father, told the chief that if no one came forward, their family would be willing to adopt me. This surprised the village chief, as it was rare for a family to take in a girl, especially in tough times. Little Shin's mother explained that they'd always wanted a daughter but were afraid of having another boy, so they'd stopped trying for more children. After thinking it over, the village chief agreed that they could take me home for now, and if no one claimed me, I could stay with them. Hearing this, little Shin's mother beamed and took me back with a big smile. I felt relieved. For now, I had a place to stay. Though I didn't expect to find my real parents anytime soon, I was at peace with this new family. Perhaps they would be kinder to me than the family I'd known in my past life. After the village chief decided I could stay with the Chen family, I was so tired that I fell asleep in Lu Wan's arms on the way back. This time, my sleep was deep and peaceful. When we arrived, I heard little Shin's excitement as he jumped and cheered about having a little sister. His mom reminded him not to get too excited, as this wasn't fully decided yet. Then, she sent his older brother Haogwa and little Shin to get goat's milk for me, knowing I'd be hungry when I woke up. In my sleep, I found myself back in the same dream. I'd been having a place I felt deeply attached to. I stood in front of a beautiful bamboo house, marveling at its elegance. I thought it was just another dream, but it felt so real. The bamboo house was perfect, small, with a gentle bamboo fragrance in the air that refreshed me. Inside, I explored the rooms with excitement. The living room was simple but charming, filled with beautiful bamboo furniture. It felt like this place was made just for me. I remembered my old life fighting for power and family, always longing for a peaceful retreat. In that life, I'd only dreamed of a quiet place like this to live with loved ones. Even now, I couldn't believe it was real. Maybe this was just my mind clinging to the life I always wanted. A life of peace I never thought possible. The kitchen surprised Qu Meng'er a little. She thought that the kitchen in this simple bamboo house was definitely the same as in ancient times with an earthen stove. However, when Qu Meng'er pushed open the kitchen door, she knew that it was completely different from what she had thought. The kitchen in this bamboo house was similar to the kitchen in the villa where Qu Meng'er lived before she was reborn. There were all kinds of advanced electrical appliances. Seeing the kitchen, Qu Meng'er was even more certain that she was in a dream. If not in a dream, who would have such advanced electrical appliances in the bamboo house? After confirming that she was in a dream, everything Qu Meng'er saw in her heart showed that she was completely calm. However, her calmness did not last long. When she stepped into the last room on the first floor of the bamboo building, she was shocked by the wall of books in the room. There are so many books here. As she said that, Qu Meng'er walked in with her short legs. Initially, Qu Meng'er thought that this was a study room. However, when she saw the other wall, she realized that she was wrong. This was not a study room. It could be said that this was a pharmacy. The entire wall was filled with small drawers for storing Chinese medicine. In the middle of the room was a large desk. This desk was not made of bamboo. Qu Meng'er took a glance and knew that this desk was made of mahogany. There were brushes, ink, paper, and ink stones on the desk. She was not clear about the quality of the brush, ink, paper, and ink stones on the desk because she did not practice calligraphy. For some reason, Qu Meng'er felt that there was something on the desk that attracted her, and it was attracting her to approach it unconsciously. Qu Meng'er went to the desk. She was too small and could not reach the desk at all. She looked at the chair beside the desk. After thinking for a while, she used all her strength to climb up the chair. Then, she saw that there was a bamboo slip on the desk. Out of curiosity, Qu Meng'er reached out her little hand and picked up the bamboo slip. Qu Meng'er took a look and saw that there were actually words on the bamboo slip. It was written in traditional Chinese characters. Looking at the small script on the bamboo slip, Qu Meng'er could not help but sigh. This person's handwriting was really good. When her writing was compared to this, it was really bad. Qu Meng'er finished studying the words on the bamboo slip before she started studying what was written on the bamboo slip. It would have been fine if she hadn't read it, but when she looked at it, she was shocked. I'm not dreaming, Qu Meng'er said in surprise. This is a portable space. It turned out that this bamboo slip was left behind by the previous owner of this portable space. In the bamboo slip, he gave a rough description of this portable space. He said that when he obtained this portable space, it was like this. It had never changed since his death. This portable space, in addition to this bamboo house, also had more than half an acre of land outside the bamboo house. And a spring as well. That piece of land was not an ordinary world. The quality of its land was not comparable to that of the land outside. In fact, it was used to grow medicinal herbs. All the medicinal herbs that grew out of this piece of land had much better medicinal effects than those that grew out of ordinary land. Of course, you could also grow fruits and vegetables. If you planted these fruits and vegetables, you didn't need to take care of them. They could be harvested very well. Moreover, the growth cycle of these fruits and vegetables was much shorter. The taste of the fruits and vegetables that grew out of this field was also much better than the taste of the outside. Of course, eating many fruits and vegetables that grew out of this field would be good for one's body and skin. And that spring, the spring water was sweet. It was good for brewing wine. If one consumed this spring for a long period of time, it would be extremely beneficial to one's body. When Qu Meng'er saw this, her eyes widened in disbelief. Am I considered to be lucky? To be reborn with such a great benefit like this portable space? At this point, Qu Meng'er already understood that she was not in a dream at all. What she was seeing and touching now were all real and not an illusion. Qu Meng'er sat alone on the chair, her head lowered as she sorted out her thoughts. It took her a long time to digest everything. Only then did she begin her next journey. It had to be said that Qu Meng'er's current mood was completely different from her previous mood. Just now, she thought that she was in a dream, so she followed her heart and walked down. But now, she knew. She was not in a dream, but in her portable space. What she saw and touched now were things that belonged to her. This made her mood become excited. The second floor of the bamboo house had a bedroom, a bathroom, and a storage room. If one were to talk about this bedroom, the interior decoration style was completely the same as the current style. It had a large European-style bed and a smart TV hanging on the wall. This kind of decoration style did not seem out of place at all. It was as if it was supposed to be like this. The bathroom was also purely modern. It had a bathtub and a shower. In any case, it had everything. And on the second floor, what surprised Qu Meng'er the most was the storage room. Qu Meng'er originally thought that this storage room was where the miscellaneous items were placed. However, when she saw the items placed in this storage room, a thought popped up in her mind. So this is what the storage room means. There were boxes of gold and jewelry placed in the storage room. Qu Meng'er could see them clearly. Those boxes were shining brightly, but they were all real gold. Moreover, they were all ingots. This made Qu Meng'er unable to help but guess that these gold ingots were not left behind by the previous owner. Other than the ingots, there were all kinds of jewelry, jade, sapphire, and everything. Qu Meng'er was dazzled by what she saw. Qu Meng'er was sure that the value of the things in this room, when added up, might even be worth all the Qu family's belongings in her previous life. After strolling through the bamboo house, Qu Meng'er thought for a moment. Right now, she really wanted to see how big this space was. She also thought about the bamboo slip left behind by the previous owner, which had the words field and spring written on it. After this thought flashed through Qu Meng'er's mind, she realized that the scenery in front of her changed. She appeared at the edge of the field outside the bamboo house. Qu Meng'er looked at the scenery in front of her and was stunned for a moment. After that, she thought about it carefully. When she had just entered the space, it seemed that she had also thought about looking at the bamboo house, so she had arrived at the bamboo house. Now, she also thought about looking at the scenery outside the bamboo house. In the blink of an eye, she appeared at the edge of the field outside the bamboo house. A thought flashed through Qu Meng'er's mind. In this space, it was as if as long as she thought of where to go, she would instantly appear there. Thinking of this, Qu Meng'er could not help but mutter, "The previous owner of this space is really too much." Such important information is actually not written in the bamboo slip. Qu Meng'er thought that if she had not accidentally learned that she could instantly reach anywhere she wanted in the space, then wouldn't she have to walk slowly to wherever she needed to go? If it was an adult, the space was only so big, so walking around was not a big deal. However, she was still a newborn baby. When Qu Meng'er thought of this, she was stunned again. Speaking of which, she had forgotten that she was still a baby, a newborn baby who could not walk nor talk. But now, what was this situation? Qu Meng'er subconsciously lowered her head and looked at her short legs. She could actually walk. She seemed to be able to speak. Is this because I'm in the space, or am I already a monster? Qu Meng'er asked herself in a low voice. But unfortunately, she could not give herself an answer. This field was filled with all kinds of medicinal herbs. Although Qu Meng'er had dabbled in medicine in her previous life, she had studied Western medicine. She did not know anything about Chinese medicine or medicinal herbs. It was already very good that she knew that the herbs planted in the field were medicinal herbs and not weeds. Qu Meng'er thought that these medicinal herbs should have been left behind by the previous owner of this space. She thought that when she was free one day, she would have the conditions. She would have to find a book on Chinese medicine to see what kind of medicinal herbs were planted in this field and how to deal with them. She did not want to waste them. Not far from the field, there was a spring. Spring water was constantly rising from the spring. Qu Meng'er thought about the bamboo slip that said that the spring water was very sweet. She thought that in her previous life, she had drunk so many different brands of mineral water, but she had never really tasted pure natural spring water. She wanted to know if the taste of the spring water was really as sweet and delicious as the previous owner had written. As she thought about it, Qu Meng'er went over, bent down, and used her small hands to hold a little of the spring water to her mouth. She drank a little, and it was really as sweet and delicious as the bamboo slip left behind by the previous owner. Qu Meng'er thought that in the future, she could save money on buying water. What is that? Qu Meng'er finished drinking the spring water, stood up straight, and subconsciously looked into the distance. She saw that there was actually a building in the right back corner of the bamboo building. It was a building that looked very familiar to Qu Meng'er. Qu Meng'er looked at it carefully. She said in surprise, isn't this the Qu family's shopping mall? This Qu family's shopping mall was developed after Qu Meng'er accepted the Qu family's position as head. The design of this Qu family's shopping mall was confirmed after she personally saw it. Why is there a Qu family shopping mall in this space? Why didn't the bamboo slip left behind by the previous owner mention this matter? Qu Meng'er was puzzled. She thought that if there had been a Qu's shopping mall in this space before, the previous owner would definitely have mentioned it. Moreover, this Qu's shopping mall was personally built by her. Based on the words written by the previous owner, the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone used were not used by people in this era. An idea appeared in Qu Meng'er's mind. This space might be completely different from when the previous owner of this space was around. There are many places that have changed. The more Qu Meng'er thought about it, the more she felt that the possibility of her thinking about it was greater. Moreover, Qu Meng'er felt that her rebirth might also have a lot to do with this portable space. However, Qu Meng'er did not have any clues at the moment. No matter how many doubts she had in her heart, she could not find a place to resolve them. However, it was fortunate that Qu Meng'er was not a person who would not let go of a problem. Since she could not find an answer, she put this problem aside. When there was a chance, she would answer it again. Qu Meng'er's attention was now on the towering Qu's shopping mall. In her previous life, after Qu Meng'er opened the Qu's shopping mall, she would go on a regular inspection tour. However, there would always be a group of people following her. Qu Meng'er also took a quick look at the layout of the Qu's shopping mall. She had not looked at the layout of the Qu's shopping mall in detail. She only had a rough idea of what was placed on which floor. I wonder if the outside looks like the Qu's shopping mall. Is the inside the same as the Qu's shopping mall? Qu Meng'er said, thinking about going to that tall building in her heart. In the blink of an eye, the scenery in front of Qu Meng'er's eyes changed once again. Qu Meng'er arrived at the front door of that tall building. Qu Meng'er walked in and discovered that when she walked in, the lights in the entire building suddenly lit up. It could be said that the lights were brilliant. Qu Meng'er walked in from the front door. With just a glance, Qu Meng'er was sure that this was the Qu's shopping mall that she had founded in her previous life. The Qu's shopping mall had 2 underground floors. bringing it up to a total of 8 floors. The second underground floor was the underground parking lot, and the first underground floor was the supermarket. The first floor was filled with jewelry and cosmetics. The second floor was filled with shoes and bags. The third floor was filled with girls' clothes and sportswear. The fourth floor was filled with women's clothes, and the fifth floor was filled with men's clothes. The sixth floor was filled with all kinds of restaurants. Qu Meng'er did not look at each floor. She touched the few imported cars that were on display on the ground floor and looked around. Her heart had really settled down now. The uneasiness of her rebirth in this unfamiliar environment had completely disappeared. Because at this moment, she was certain that even if no one was willing to raise her, she would still be healthy enough to be able to take care of herself. She had already thought it through. If the Chen couple did not adopt her in the end, she would take the opportunity when no one was paying attention to her to flash into the space. That's not right. I'm in the space now, but I was sleeping in the Chen couple's arms just now. If I enter the space, won't others discover that I'm gone? Qu Meng'er thought with a frown. If there was someone present now, looking at the expression on Qu Meng'er's face, she would be both surprised and amused. Qu Meng'er's heart skipped a beat when she thought of this. She decided that it was better for her to go out and take a look. She thought. Qu Meng'er thought to herself, I want to go out. The next second, when Qu Meng'er opened her eyes, she saw 2 faces in front of her, one big and one small. Qu Meng'er was shocked when she saw the big and small faces in front of her. Fortunately, she was not a real child. Otherwise, she would have cried out loud. Ah, my sister is awake. Mommy, my sister is awake. Chen Haoshuan, who had a small face, saw Qu Meng'er open her eyes and shouted happily at the door. Meanwhile, Chen Haoshuan could not help but look at Qu Meng'er's soft and tender face. He reached out and poked Qu Meng'er's little face. Qu Meng'er looked at Chen Haogua, who was happily poking her little face. She pouted and thought unhappily, Ah, little brat, what are you doing? However, Qu Meng'er could only express her protest by crying and waving her little hand. She did not have the ability to do anything else for the time being. When Lu Wan heard her son's shout, she hurriedly brought in the warm goat's milk. The little darling is awake. As she said this, she apologized to Qu Meng'er. Little darling, you must be hungry. Come and drink your milk to fill our small stomach. As she said this, she used a small spoon to scoop up the goat's milk into Qu Meng'er's small mouth. Qu Meng'er drank the goat's milk that was fed to her mouth while she pondered in her heart. It didn't seem like her body entered the space just now. Otherwise, if her body entered the space, she would have been discovered long ago. But just now, she opened her eyes as if she had just woken up. Early in the morning, Qu Meng'er was woken up by a ringing sound in the room. She opened her eyes, and her jet-black pupils rolled around. Oh, our little Meng'er is awake. Qu Meng'er's name was the same as last night. When Lu Wan took off her little clothes while helping Qu Meng'er take a bath, she saw the 2 words Meng'er on the jade plate hanging around her neck. The Chen couple thought that this Meng'er might be the name Qu Meng'er's parents gave her. The couple discussed it and decided to respect the wishes of Qu Meng'er's biological parents, so they followed the words on the jade plate and called her Meng'er. Qu Meng'er was quite happy that they called her Meng'er. At least she didn't have to get used to other names. Come, let me see if our little Meng'er has wet the bed, Lu Wan said as she reached out to touch the diaper that she had put on Qu Meng'er yesterday. Speaking of which, when Lu Wan was putting on the diaper for Qu Meng'er yesterday, Qu Meng'er was very unwilling. Her small body twisted and turned, wanting to express her unwillingness. However, Lu Wan did not know what a little child like her was thinking. Moreover, even a little child like her had to put a diaper on. Otherwise, if she was not careful, she would wet the bed. Therefore, Qu Meng'er twisted and turned for a long time and resisted for a long time, but she still could not resist Lu Wan's despotic power. In the end, she could only wear this diaper. Speaking of which, Qu Meng'er was still wrapped in this diaper and wandered in the space for a whole night. Qu Meng'er actually wanted to tear off the diaper on her body when she was in the space. However, it was her spiritual sense that entered the space, not her body. Therefore, she could only give up when she could not tear it off after struggling for a long time. Our little Meng'er is so obedient. She did not wet the bed. When Qu Meng'er knew what Lu Wan was doing, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to bury her face. Ah, I don't want to see anyone anymore, Qu Meng'er wailed in her heart. However, Lu Wan did not know that Qu Meng'er was not shy. She was trying her best to shush her, and Qu Meng'er was unable to resist Lu Wan's shushing technique in the end. She peed. Ah, my God, this is really too much. Why did God want me to be reborn as a newborn child? Why didn't you let me be reborn as an older child? At least I would have the ability to take care of myself, no matter how much Qu Meng'er roared in her heart. In any case, she was now a completely helpless baby. She had to accept reality. After washing up, she began to feed Qu Meng'er the goat's milk that she had just heated up. In this era, there were no milk bottles, so Lu Wan could only use a spoon to feed Qu Meng'er. Qu Meng'er was very obedient for the sake of her small stomach. She obediently drank the goat's milk with the spoon that Lu Wan fed her. As Qu Meng'er drank the goat's milk, she had to admit in her heart that Lu Wan's cooking skills were really not bad. The goat's milk did not have a fishy smell at all. Haogua Haoxuan, it's time to get up. Look, your younger sister has already gotten up. The two of you are still not getting up. Lu Wan was feeding Qu Meng'er's milk at the same time. She shouted loudly for her two sons who were still sleeping soundly on the bed. However, Lu Wan's voice was not soft, but anyone who knew the situation knew that her voice today was much softer than before. This was because Lu Wan was afraid that her loud voice would scare Qu Meng'er, this little baby. Chen Haoxuan heard their mother say that their younger sister had already gotten up. In order not to be laughed at by their younger sister, they could only open their eyes valiantly. With their heads drooping, they sat up from the bed. Mom, it's still early. Why did you wake us up so early? Chen Haoxuan rubbed his sleepy eyes and mumbled. Early? It's not early anymore. Your sister, little Meng'er, has already woken up. Besides, me and your father are going out to work later. You two have to stay at home and look after your sister. Lu Wan fed the last bit of goat's milk in the bowl to Qu Meng'er's mouth. Qu Meng'er's small stomach was finally full. Chen Haogua, who was still sleeping, immediately woke up when he heard his mother say that she wanted them to look after his younger sister. The two of them stood up excitedly, put on their clothes, and got out of bed. Haogua, you're the eldest brother. You have to take good care of your younger brother and sister at home. Chen Ping looked at his eldest son who was holding his child and reached out to touch his head. Father, I know. Chen Haogua nudged Qu Meng'er who was in his arms. He smiled and revealed his big white teeth as he said, Haoxuan, you better be obedient too. Help your brother to look after your younger sister too, understand? Lu Wan also urged Chen Haoxuan. Mother, don't worry. I will look after my younger sister together with my brother. As he said this, Chen Haoxuan looked at Qu Meng'er who was in his eldest brother's arms with a little envy. He also wanted to hug his fragrant and soft younger sister. Qu Meng'er, who was in Chen Haoxuan's arms, opened her big round, watery eyes and moved her small mouth. She had an extremely obedient look, but Lu Wan was extremely fond of her. If it weren't for her going to work in the fields, she would really want to bring Qu Meng'er along. Chen Ping looked at his wife's reluctant look and was helpless. He could only stretch out his hand and pull on her clothes. Let's go. If we don't leave now, we'll be late. If we're late, we'll lose our work points. Only then did Lu Wan withdraw her gaze and leave with her husband, Chen Ping. After Chen Ping and his wife left, Chen Haogua carried Qu Meng'er and Chen Haoxuan into the house. The two of them placed Qu Meng'er on the bed. Then, each of them lay on one side of the bed and teased Qu Meng'er. Ah, my younger sister's face is so soft. It's so comfortable to poke it. Chen Haoxuan was the first to make a move and gently poked Qu Meng'er's face. Chen Haoxuan had already felt the touch of Qu Meng'er's face yesterday. This time, he directly leaned over and kissed Qu Meng'er's face. He thought to himself, so fragrant, so soft. However, Chen Haoxuan's kiss also stunned Qu Meng'er. Then, she screamed in her heart, ah, my first kiss in this life. It was just a kiss on the face. There was no need to make such a fuss. Haoxuan, are you at home? A child's voice suddenly sounded outside the door. He saw a soft and clean little child lying on the bed with her small mouth open and closed. She was extremely cute. Haoxuan, your sister is so cute. She's much cuter than my brother. The three children circled Qu Meng'er for a while. After Qu Meng'er closed her eyes and pretended to sleep, the three of them began to play by the side. Qu Meng'er began to sort out her thoughts bit by bit. In the morning, when she was carried out by Lu Wan, she saw a calendar hanging on the wall in the room. On it was clearly written the 12th of July, 1977. Qu Meng'er did not realize at that time what these numbers meant. However, after thinking about it, Qu Meng'er was a little stunned. She did not expect that she would actually be reborn into the 1970s. She went from a post-80s generation to a post-70s generation. And if Qu Meng'er did not remember wrongly, this 1977 year seemed to be the year just after the Cultural Revolution. At that time, Qu Meng'er didn't know whether she had just cried, or whether she should laugh and be glad that God didn't let her be reborn during the Cultural Revolution. Qu Meng'er did not know anything about the situation in the 1970s. In her previous life, the Qu family had lived in England before the 1980s, and most of their businesses were overseas. It was only after the 1980s that the Qu family slowly moved their businesses overseas to China because the head wanted to return to his hometown. The original members of the Qu family also moved back from abroad. It could be said that no one in the Qu family had experienced the life in China before the 1980s. Therefore, Qu Meng'er only had a rough understanding of the standard of living of ordinary people in the 1970s when she was studying modern Chinese history and Chinese economics. The deepest impression Qu Meng'er had of the 1970s in China was poverty, backwardness, and nothing else. Of course, there was also the financial and economic situation. Who asked Qu Meng'er to roll in money in her previous life? Now, Qu Meng'er was personally in the 1970s, and only then did she realize that the standard of living in the 1970s was so poor that she couldn't believe it. Such a standard of living was something Qu Meng'er had never imagined in her previous life. She didn't dare. Qu Meng'er's ability to adapt was pretty good. Since she had come, she would just settle down. Thus, Qu Meng'er ate and slept for a week. Of course, during this week, when Qu Meng'er was asleep, she spent most of the time sending her consciousness into the space. She was in the study room in the space, reading the books on the wall. Initially, Qu Meng'er was thinking of going to the Qu's department store in the space to look for books that introduced medicinal herbs. However, before she could take action, she found a linear book that described medicinal herbs on the wall of the book. What made Qu Meng'er feel a headache coming was that she actually saw many ancient medical books on the bookshelf that she had only heard of but had not seen before. These books were all on the bookshelf. Moreover, Qu Meng'er took them out to take a look and realized that they were actually authentic. At that time, Qu Meng'er had been guessing. These ancient medical books will be lost. Could it be that these ancient medical books were all stored in the space by the previous owner of this space? The more Qu Meng'er thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case. If these ancient medical books were to stay in this portable space, who in this world would be able to find them? Of course, other than her and the previous owner of this space. And now, Qu Meng'er, who was unable to do anything and didn't even have the ability to take care of herself in real life, was holding the most basic medical books in the space to kill time. On this rare day, the people in the village didn't go to work and were all resting at home. Chen and Lu Wan were also at home. They took advantage of this break time to clean the house. During this week, Qu Meng'er also got some general information. The village she was in now was called Chen Family Village. In Chen Family Village, most of the families were surnamed Chen, and a small number of people who were not surnamed Chen came from the city to know about it. And Qu Meng'er's current family head, Chen Ping, was a native of the Chen Family Village. And Lu Wan's mother's home was in the neighboring village. Her mother's home was not far from her husband's home. Originally, Lu Wan's family did not agree to marry Lu Wan to Chen Ping. Because Chen Ping lost his parents early on, it was his elder brother and elder sister who brought him up. And his family conditions were not very good. Lu Wan's parents were afraid that their daughter would suffer if she married into the Chen family. However, Lu Wan liked Chen Ping at first sight and insisted on marrying Chen Ping. In the end, Lu Wan's parents had no choice but to follow their daughter's wishes and let her marry Chen Ping. However, it was a good thing that Chen Ping was a good person. He was willing to endure hardships and was a down-to-earth person. He was also very good to Lu Wan. Only then did Lu Wan's parents feel relieved. "Hey, why are you here?" Qu Meng'er was lying on the bed, tidying up what she knew bit by bit. She heard Chen Ping's voice outside. Qu Meng'er heard Chen Ping say something. Her mind spun for a moment. My brother and sister-in-law, quickly, come in and sit for a while. Lu Wan also stopped what she was doing and called out to her in-law's little Wan. I won't beat around the bush with you. I heard from the villagers that you and little Ping adopted a daughter together. Chen Ping's sister-in-law. Caillou was a straightforward person. Lu Wan did not expect Chen Ping's brother and sister-in-law to come for this matter. Yes, we want to adopt a daughter. However, this matter hasn't been decided yet. We have to wait for the village chief to find the child's parents before we can adopt the child, Lu Wan said. After a pause, she continued, I'll let you take a look at the child. She's very good looking. As she said this, Lu Wan entered the house and carried Qu Meng'er up from the bed. Little Ping, what are you thinking? Your family isn't having an easy time right now. You still have 2 boys at home. You should not adopt another girl. It was obvious. Chen Ping's eldest brother, Chun Tao, did not agree with his younger brother adopting another child. I know what you mean, but if it's possible, little Wan and I still want to adopt this child. You know that little Wan and I have always wanted a daughter. However, the last time little Wan gave birth to little Xian, her body was injured. I don't want little Wan to suffer that kind of pain again. Plus, this child is really good looking. So, little Wan and I thought that if it's possible, we will adopt her. After spending these few days together, Chen Ping had developed paternal feelings for Qu Meng'er. Now, he was really reluctant to send Qu Meng'er away. Qu Meng'er heard the conversation between the adults. She did not expect Chen Ping's elder brother and sister-in-law to come for her. This is the child. She is very good looking and especially obedient. She is very likable. Lu Wan carried the child to Chun Tao and Caillou. Caillou is also a person who liked children. When she saw Qu Meng'er's soft and tender and cute appearance, she immediately liked her. Little Wan, this child is really good looking. She's even more beautiful than the children in our village. Caillou came over and teased Qu Meng'er. Exactly. Our boys love her. Usually, when we go to work, these 2 are responsible for watching their sister. Lu Wan adjusted the posture of holding Qu Meng'er. This made Qu Meng'er feel more comfortable. Little Ping, are you at home? As they were talking in the house, there was a shout from outside. I heard the village chief's voice. Chen Ping said to his brother, I'll go open the door. Go ahead. As Chen Tao said this, he glanced over at Qu Meng'er. He thought to himself, this child is really pretty good looking. Little Wan, the village chief is here. Pour some water for him. Chen Ping shouted to Lu Wan as he walked into the house with the village chief. Okay. Lu Wan handed Qu Meng'er to her sister-in-law, Caillou, to carry. When Qu Meng'er heard Chen Ping say that the village chief was here, she knew that it was time for her to go out from now on. Although Qu Meng'er felt much more at ease because she had a portable space. At least, no matter where she went, she would not starve to death. However, when she was about to make this decision, her heart could not help but rise. She did not know what her future life would be like if the village chief brought news of her biological parents. Village chief, how's the situation? Lu Wan was also nervous. After she poured the water for the village chief, she couldn't wait to ask. Although Chen Ping didn't speak, he looked quite calm. But only he himself knew that his heart was beating wildly. We sent people to inquire about it, and also want to look for the parents. But we didn't find out which family in the surrounding area had lost a child. So, if you want to adopt this child, you can keep her. After the village chief drank a mouthful of water, he said. Hearing the village chief's words, Qu Meng'er heaved a sigh of relief. All right, her future was set in stone. Meanwhile, Chen Ping and Lu Wan both revealed smiles on their faces. Their tense nerves had also relaxed. I came today to tell you about this matter. Also, if you really intend to adopt this child, follow me to complete the formalities later. The village chief was not doing this out of kindness. He was doing this for himself. He was afraid that Chen Ping and his wife would regret it. When that time came, this child would have to be handed over to him to handle. How would he handle such a matter? Good. I'll go through the formalities with you right away. Chen Ping stood up excitedly and said. Just like that, Qu Meng'er, no, she should be called Chen Meng'er now, would officially become a member of the Chen family. She became the daughter of Chen Ping and Lu Wan as well as Chen Haogua's and Chen Haoshuan's sister. Chen Meng'er had a family. In the blink of an eye, Qu Meng'er, no, Chen Meng'er now, was already 3 years old. Time passed quickly. Chen Meng'er still remembered everything clearly from the moment she opened her eyes and came to this unfamiliar environment. She still remembered that she personally heard her parents talking in her ear about the National College Entrance Examinations resumption. And now, she had changed from a child who could not take care of herself to a 3-year-old girl who could speak, walk, and take care of herself. Chen Meng'er sat in their yard, looking at the specks of sunlight through the leaves of the peepal tree. She had a happy and satisfied smile on her face. It was the first time she had felt the warmth of family in the days when she was reborn here and became the daughter of the Chen family. It was the first time that Chen Meng'er knew how good it felt to have her parents unconditionally dote on her. Although the financial situation of the family that she was living in now could not be compared to the Chu family in her previous life, Chen Meng'er felt that the heavens had allowed her to be reborn into such a family, allowing her to feel the warmth of a family. This was the greatest compensation from the higher-ups. Xian, it's too hot outside. I'm not going out. I want to stay at home. The temperature in August was getting higher and higher, and after removing the responsibility from her previous life, Chen Meng'er became more and more lazy. Chen Haoshuan was already 7 years old. Whenever he had the chance, he would run away without a trace. Chen Haoshuan also knew that his sister was the laziest person alive, who didn't like to move. Every time he went out to play, he couldn't bring her along even if he wanted to. However, yesterday, he had made a bet with the children in the village. Today, he would bring his sister along. His sister, Chen Meng'er, was a famous person in this village. The news of Chen Ping and his wife adopting a girl spread throughout the village after they completed the formalities and registered Chen Meng'er. The married women in the village liked to chat about their parents and family matters whenever they were idle. When such a thing happened, it stirred up the gossip in everyone's hearts. As a result, everyone came to Chen Ping's house in groups of 2 or 3 to see the new member of Chen Ping's house. When they saw the baby Chen Meng'er, they were all surprised and said, "This baby is really good looking, just like the babies in the movies." In the next 3 years, Chen Meng'er was always the best child of the village chief of the Chen family. And because Chen Meng'er usually didn't go out to play with her brother, she would usually stay at home, which kept her mysteriousness. They would collectively invite Chen Haoshuan and his sister, Chen Meng'er, to eat popsicles. And Chen Haoshuan wanted this popsicle. That was why he desperately wanted to drag his sister, Chen Meng'er, out with him today. Just as Chen Meng'er was in a dilemma, this savior appeared. "Little Xian, if you want to go out to play, go out alone. Meng'er won't go out with you. What if Meng'er gets sunburned on such a hot day? She's not a naughty kid like you." Chen Haogua, a second-year student, came out to help Chen Meng'er out of the predicament. In fact, in Chen Haogua's understanding, any girl should be like his sister Chen Meng'er, obedient, quiet, and soft and tender. He couldn't let this naughty boy Chen Haoshuan lead his sister astray. "Aya, brother, I'm only taking Meng'er out. I'll send her back in a while. I promise I won't let her get sunburned." Chen Haoshuan wanted to fight for more. Although Chen Haoshuan was only 7 years old, his big brother's prestige was still there. As soon as Chen Haoshuan finished speaking, he saw his big brother glaring at him, and he instantly stopped. He pouted and reluctantly walked out of the door. As he walked, he turned his head and looked at Chen Meng'er and Chen Haogua with resentment. He threatened Chen Haoshuan, "If you don't want to go out and want to stay and learn to read with me, I have no objections." As soon as Chen Haogua said this, Chen Haoshuan ran out of the door. He was afraid that if he was a step late, he would have to stay today and learn to write with his big brother. There was a reason why Chen Haogua had such great prestige in Chen Haoshuan's eyes. At present, the country was still in collective production. As long as there were adults in the village, they would have to work and earn work credits. However, this meant that the adults in the family did not have the time to take care of the children. This formed a pattern of the older children taking care of the younger children. For example, Chen Haoshuan was raised by Chen Haogua. Chen Haogua would bring Chen Haoshuan wherever he went. After Chen Meng'er appeared, she was brought up by Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan. However, in 1978, when Chen Meng'er was 2 years old, she heard her parents discuss that the collective ownership system was going to be abolished. As for the Chen family village, only in 1979, this year, Did they start to abolish the collective ownership system and start to implement the household contract responsibility system? Chen Ping and his wife were now talking about this every night, discussing whether or not to contract the land. When Chen Meng'er heard this, she wanted to express her opinion. She wanted to tell them that there was no need to discuss this. It had to be contracted. If it was not contracted, then they would regret it. However, Chen Meng'er was too young. She knew that even if she said it, her parents would think that she was a child. But fortunately, under Chen Ping's decision, they decided to contract the land with his big brother's family. As usual, Chen Meng'er was thrown at Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan. Haha, look at Xian. It seems like someone is chasing after him. Chen Meng'er laughed at Chen Haoshuan impolitely. Meng'er, let's not be like Xian. It's too embarrassing. When Chen Haogua laughed at Chen Haoshuan with Chen Meng'er, he did not forget to educate Chen Meng'er. I won't be like Xian, Chen Meng'er said, and changed the topic. What are you teaching me today? After this summer vacation, Chen Haoshuan was going to go to the first grade of primary school. When Chen Haoshuan went to school, only Chen Meng'er was left at home. Some time ago, Chen Meng'er overheard her parents talking about what Chen Meng'er would do after Chen Haoshuan went to school. Chen Meng'er had an idea when she heard her parents talking about this. She felt that it was better for her to go to school with her second brother, Chen Haoshuan. This way, her parents wouldn't have to worry about her when they were busy with the work in the fields. With this idea in mind, Chen Meng'er took the initiative to ask her eldest brother to teach her how to read and count after the summer break. Chen Meng'er had already thought it through. At her age, if she were to go to school, people would usually not accept her. She was only 3 years old. However, she thought that if she acted a little more like a genius, she might be able to make an exception and be accepted. As for Chen Meng'er, who had a doctorate from Harvard Business School, the knowledge from elementary school was not difficult for her at all. She could even count the addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division with her eyes closed. However, she had to find someone who could let everyone know where she got the knowledge from. Therefore, she set her mind on her big brother. Chen Haogua saw that his sister wanted to learn, and he was very willing to teach her. He dutifully taught his sister, Chen Meng'er, every day. Chen Haogua did not expect his sister to be so smart. He only needed to teach her once and she would learn everything. This surprised him, but he was full of pride. That was his sister. In the evening, Chen Meng'er slept in the same room as her two brothers. However, she had her own small bed, which her parents had specially hired carpenters to make for her when she asked to sleep alone. This was enough to show how much the Chen couple doted on Chen Meng'er. The living standard of the Chen family was considered average in the entire village. However, even if it was average, they had 2 bungalows. As for the house that Chen Meng'er and his wife were currently sleeping in, it was only because the Chen couple's children were getting older and were not able to squeeze into the same house as their parents. That was how they managed to scrape together the money to build it. In the 3 years that she had been here, Chen Meng'er was really puzzled by the collective ownership system in the 1970s. This was clearly a waste of labor and resources. Fortunately, the collective ownership system was abolished today. This made Chen Meng'er sigh in relief. Otherwise, their family's life would not have changed even after another 10 or 8 years. And because of the collective ownership system, the villagers knew how many things each family had. Therefore, even though Chen Meng'er had a heaven-defying cheating device, it was of no use at all. Chen Meng'er did not dare to take out anything good in this space. She only prepared some pastries for each family member during the new year. At that time, Chen Meng'er would go to the supermarket on the ground floor of the Chu's shopping mall in the space to look for candies in bulk. She would remove the wrapping paper of these candies, put them into a Ziploc bag, and bring them out. Then, when her family was not paying attention, she would mix these candies with the candies at home. It would be a cover. In this era, electricity was a very rare thing. Although every household in the village had electricity, it was still very scarce, and most people did not use it much. At night, when it was dark, everyone went home to sleep. Chen Meng'er did as usual. After washing up, she lay on her small bed. After talking to her 2 brothers for a while, she fell asleep. It was said that she had fallen asleep, but in fact, it was Chen Meng'er's spiritual sense that had entered the space. In these 3 years, the space had not changed much. At first, Chen Meng'er had only been able to enter the space with her spiritual sense. But now, Her body had also been able to enter the space. However, because she was still young, she had no freedom of life at all. In order to prevent others from finding anything unusual, Chen Meng'er usually entered the space with her spiritual sense. After Chen Meng'er entered the space, she looked at the medicinal herbs that had been growing in the ground ever since she discovered the space. She said, "It seems that these medicinal herbs can be used when the time comes. At that time, we can plant some vegetables and fruits." With the living standard of the Chen family now, fruits were a rare thing. However, every time the family had fruits, everyone would give Chen Meng'er a small one first. This made Chen Meng'er very touched every time. Of course, after the event, Chen Meng'er would divide the portion of fruits given to her and give them to everyone to eat. This made her father, mother, and 2 older brothers love her even more. There was a stock of fruits in the supermarket in the portable space. However, no matter how many fruits there would be a day when they would run out without a source of supply. Therefore, Chen Meng'er decided that she would use these herbs and then grow some fruits and vegetables. Chen Meng'er had a good understanding of how to use these herbs over the past 3 years. This was all thanks to the books in the study. Chen Meng'er thought as she went to the kitchen to look for food. She was still a child, and it was time for nutrition. Of course, her parents did not abuse her. She was even the best eater in their family. However, this era was not like the 90s and aughts. There were only a few things that could be taken out. In Chen Meng'er's opinion, these things simply could not provide the nutrition that her body needed. On the other hand, Chen Meng'er really wanted to take out the things in her space to nourish her father, mother, and 2 brothers. But if she took them out, they would be too conspicuous. After Chen Meng'er replenished her nutrition, she went to the study room to look for books as usual. Because most of the books in this study room were related to medicine and Chen Meng'er had nothing to do here to kill time, she treated researching medicine as her daily pastime. But, needless to say, as she researched, she really had a strong interest in medicine, especially in traditional Chinese medicine. As soon as she entered the space, she entered the study room and entered the ocean of traditional Chinese medicine knowledge. As time passed, the summer vacation was about to end. During dinner that night, Chen Ping told Chen Haoshuan that he was about to enter primary school. He told him to calm down and not be so naughty. Chen Ping also said that if Chen Haoshuan did not perform well in school and was called a teacher, he would see how he would be spanked. Chen Haoshuan was so scared that he ran out of his room and went back to his own room. He was afraid that if he ran for a while, he would be caught by his father and spanked. "Little Ping, what do you think Meng'er will do when little Xin starts school? We can't bring Meng'er to the field. I can't bear to let my baby daughter go to the field to be exposed to the wind and rain." After dinner, Lu Wan said to her husband, Chen Ping, as she cleaned up the dishes, "What else can we do? As you can see, we have contracted the land and are very busy. There's no one left at home to look after Meng'er. I don't want Meng'er to go to the fields with us either, but my parents passed early, so there's no one to take our place." When Chen Ping mentioned that his parents passed early, he felt a wave of sadness in his heart and couldn't help but sigh. "Aya, why are you bringing this up? Why don't I send Meng'er to my parents and let them look after her for a while?" Lu Wan thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. It's better not to mess things up for your parents. If you really send Meng'er over, your sister-in-law will probably quarrel again." Chen Ping really didn't dare say anything about Lu Wan's sister-in-law. He never understood why Lu Wan's elder brother married a woman who schemed against everything. When Lu Wan thought of her sister-in-law, she immediately became listless. She could even imagine that she would be able to make a big fuss after sending her child to her parents' house. "Then what do you think we should do?" Lu Wan looked at Chen Ping with a bitter face. "Dad, Mom, why don't you let me go to school with Xian?" Sitting at the side, Chen Meng'er, who had been completely ignored by the couple, couldn't hold it in any longer. She raised her head and stared at them without blinking. "Go to school with Xian?" Chen Ping and his wife were stunned by Chen Meng'er's words. "Yes, I'll go to school with Xian. You don't have to worry about who will take care of me." Chen Meng'er tilted her head and said, "Meng'er, that won't do. You're still young. Even if we agree to let you go to school with your brother, Xian, the teachers won't accept you." Chen Ping looked at his daughter's small figure. He imagined her sitting in the classroom with a group of 7-year-old children. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't match. "Then Dad, You mean that as long as the teachers at the school accept me as a student, you'll agree to let me go to school with Brother Chen? Chen Meng'er said, finding loopholes in Chen Ping's words. That's the theory. Chen Ping looked at his wife, Lu Yun, for help, and then said slowly, Okay, Dad, Mom, when are you going to take me to the principal of this primary school? I'll go talk to him and ask him to accept me. Chen Meng'er continued to throw bombs at Chen Ping and his wife. After Chen Meng'er threw the bombs, she stood up from the small stool and slowly walked to her room. Chen Ping and Lu Wan were left behind. They looked at each other and didn't say a word for a long time. Little Ping about this. Lu Wan squeezed out a few words after a long time. Don't ask me what to do about this. You know that Meng'er is an extremely obedient girl. However, you know her temper as well. It's very difficult to change the things that she has decided on. If we reject her outright, I'm afraid that her young heart will hurt. Fine. In my opinion, we can only do as Meng'er says. When I make time, I'll take her to Principal Chen's house. When that time comes, I'll have Principal Chen tell Meng'er. Chen Ping didn't know how to persuade his precious daughter to give up the idea of her going to school with little Xian. Therefore, he could only entrust this arduous task to Principal Chen. He thought that this Principal Chen was also an intellectual. When it came to persuading people, he was definitely more experienced than the two of them. Okay, then when are you going to bring Meng'er to Principal Chen's place? Lu Wan heard this and felt that Chen Ping's idea was not bad. However, the couple did not know that they had already fallen into the trap that Chen Meng'er had dug for them. Chen Meng'er said all this because she hoped that she could use this opportunity to get her parents to bring her to the school's teacher. Only when she met the school's teacher would she have the chance to enter primary school ahead of time. Chen Ping was also a man of action. Since he had already promised his daughter that he would bring him to Principal Chen, even if he didn't think highly of it, they would still go. As a result, on the third day after he had promised Chen Meng'er, he decided to bring his daughter, Chen Meng'er, to Principal Chen after breakfast. Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan took a few bites of rice from their rice bowls and couldn't wait to go out to play with their companions. It had only been a few days since they left school. The two brothers had to take advantage of this time to play. Chen Meng'er, on the other hand, ate her breakfast slowly, spoonful by spoonful. Ever since Chen Meng'er had the ability to take care of herself, she chose to eat by herself instead of her mother, Chen Meng'er. Chen Ping looked at his daughter. She was small, but she was like an adult. She held a small spoon and scooped her own food. Moreover, she wasn't eating like a normal child. Her elegant little appearance was pleasing to the eye. In her previous life, she had specially learned about etiquette. In Chen Meng'er's previous life, although her father didn't dote on her and her mother didn't love her, she had never missed out on anything that a daughter of an aristocratic family should learn. Although Chen Meng'er's parents in her previous life didn't like the fact that Chen Meng'er was a girl, in those aristocratic families, the girl also had a certain role to play. She could help the family build relationships and enhance the relationship between the families. And in aristocratic families, this rule was very important. Therefore, in order to sell Chen Meng'er for a good price, Chen Meng'er's parents in her previous life spent a lot of effort and hired a famous etiquette teacher from England. This was a teacher who specialized in teaching the etiquette of the British royal family. When Chen Meng'er began to learn etiquette, she was still in a period of ignorance. She still had expectations for the love of her parents. She thought that as long as she performed perfectly, as long as she could learn all the things that her parents wanted her to learn well, then her parents would see how good she was, fall in love with her, and be proud of her as a daughter. And when Chen Meng'er realized that her parents didn't care, it was too late to change. Those things that she had learned were already deeply embedded in her bones. Just like etiquette, no matter how deliberately Chen Meng'er did it, her actions still carried elegance and nobility. Just like how Chen Meng'er became the queen of the underworld, it was not only because of her skills and methods. It was also because of the noble temperament that she exuded from her every move. Chen Ping looked at his daughter's adorable little appearance, and his hand itched. He could not help but pinch his daughter's little face. He said, "Our Meng'er is really good-looking. She even looks so comfortable when eating." After Chen Meng'er heard her father, Chen Ping's words, she swallowed the porridge in her mouth and looked up at her mother, Lu Wan, saying, Mom, look. Dad pinched my face again. It hurts so much." Chen Meng'er knew that in this family, Her father was under her mother's control. After Chen Meng'er got along with this family, only then did she know that this was how couples got along. A husband and wife should not be like those so-called aristocrats who treated each other with basic respect, but should get along with each other in harmony. There was a certain emotional foundation. Only then did she know that husband and wife were equal and respected each other. If they encountered any matter, they would discuss things together before they could solve the problem. It was not those so-called aristocratic couples who only played with each other and had nothing to do with each other. It was only after Chen Meng'er got along with this family that she realized that this was how families got along. Every night, the family would sit around a table, eating and chatting, talking about the interesting things that happened to everyone today. This kind of warmth was what a family was like. They were not like those upper-class families, where they rarely met, let alone spoke a few words. How could such a family have any feelings? Chen Ping, how many times have I told you before? Our daughter's face is tender, so you can't pinch it. It hurts the moment you pinch it. Lu Wan heard her daughter's pitiful voice, threw away the work in her hands, and walked to Chen Meng'er's side. She lowered her head and looked at Chen Meng'er's small face. When she saw the red mark on Chen Meng'er's face, she fiercely glared at her husband. Chen Ping, she said, look, Meng'er's face is red because of your pinching. If Meng'er's face is damaged by your pinching, you'll see what I'll do. After Lu Wan reprimanded her husband, Chen Ping, she lowered her head. When she met Chen Meng'er, her face had a 180-degree change. She looked at the red mark on Chen Meng'er's face with a heartache and said, Meng'er, be good. Mommy will give you kisses. It won't hurt anymore. Okay, Mommy will give me kisses. It won't hurt anymore. Now that Chen Meng'er met Chen Ping and his wife, she would unconsciously act no differently from an ordinary 3-year-old child. This should also be the reason why Chen Meng'er treated the Chen couple as her parents from the bottom of her heart. That was why she didn't have any qualms about acting coquettishly with them. Chen Ping followed the direction of his wife's finger and saw the red mark on his daughter Chen Meng'er's face. Instantly, his heart ached and he regretted it. He regretted how mean he was to pinch his daughter's face. He was a man, so he didn't pinch her lightly. Baby, I'm sorry, Daddy didn't do it on purpose. Daddy won't pinch your face next time. Daddy, it's okay. Mommy gave me a kiss. It won't hurt anymore. Chen Meng'er comforted her father. However, the more she comforted him, the more Chen Ping's heart ached and the more he loved Chen Meng'er. He watched as Chen Meng'er finished her breakfast. Then, he scooped Chen Meng'er up from the chair. He said, Our Meng'er is so obedient. Chen Meng'er didn't say that she said that on purpose. She had planned it well. She wanted to get more love from the Chen couple. Previously, she had told her mother, Lu Wan, about her father, Chen Ping, for fun. Later on, she told her father and mother that her face didn't hurt anymore. It really didn't hurt anymore. That little bit of pain was nothing to Chen Meng'er. In her previous life, when Chen Meng'er had entered the underworld, she had suffered all kinds of injuries. Every time she was injured, she would only go back to bandage herself. No one would care about her at all. What was more serious was that when Chen Meng'er was fighting with someone, she was careless and got a gunshot wound. At that time, in order not to affect her brain, she did not put any anesthetic on the bullet when she took it out. Chen Meng'er still remembered the pain of taking the bullet out. If Chen Meng'er could endure such pain, then the pain of her face being pinched red by her father, Chen Ping, was nothing to her. After cleaning up, Chen Ping held his daughter Chen Meng'er's little hand and walked towards Principal Chen. Chen Ping wanted to hug his daughter, but his daughter, Chen Meng'er, thought that she had grown up and was about to go to primary school, so she rejected him. Chen Meng'er said that the children in primary school were not allowed to be hugged by their parents. If Principal Chen saw her being hugged by her father, then Principal Chen might resolutely disagree and not let her go to primary school. Chen Ping had no room to refute his daughter's logic. Therefore, he could only compromise. Chen Meng'er's house was at the east end of Chen Village, and Principal Chen's house was at the west end of Chen Village. Therefore, if Chen Meng'er and her father, Chen Ping, wanted to go to Principal Chen's house, they had to go through the entire Chen Village. On one side of the Chen Village road was the house they lived in, and on the other side was the land. As Chen Ping brought Chen Meng'er along the way, the people who worked in the land stopped what they were doing when they saw Chen Ping and his parents. They greeted Chen Ping. Yo, little Ping, this is your daughter, Meng'er, right? A person who looked like an ant looked at Chen Meng'er and asked. Chen Meng'er was not like the other children in the village who ran around crazily, so the villagers rarely saw Chen Meng'er. Yeah, it's just my daughter, Chen Ping said with a smile. Chen Meng'er was also a person with good eyesight. She did not wait for Chen Ping to speak before she directly called out to them one by one. Io, little Ping, not only is your daughter good-looking, but her small mouth is also so sweet. She really knows how to be polite. When Chen Ping heard someone praise his daughter, his heart was beating faster and faster, and it made him happy. However, he said humbly, don't say that. Children are all like that. However, Chen Ping could not suppress the smile on his face. Little Ping, what are you doing with your daughter? The ant asked again. I'm going to look for Principal Chen. I have something to talk to him about, Chen Ping replied. The villagers wanted to ask more questions, but Chen Ping picked up Chen Meng'er and said to the crowd, we will be leaving first. If we're late, Principal Chen might not be at home. Chen Meng'er did not know how gossipy the villagers were, especially the aunties. But Chen Ping knew. Looking at the expressions on the aunties' faces, he knew that they were all excited. Moreover, he knew that if he told them what Principal Chen's family was going to do today, they would not have to wait until tomorrow. By today itself, the entire village would know that they were going to Principal Chen's home. Chen Ping was not as big-hearted as other men. He was still quite meticulous. Originally, he had agreed to bring his daughter Chen Meng'er to Principal Chen's home today because he wanted Principal Chen to personally dispel his daughter's unrealistic idea of going to school. It wasn't that Chen Ping was unwilling to part with the tuition fees, but both of them felt that Chen Meng'er was too young. At Chen Meng'er's age, what could she do in school? Would she just cause trouble? Obviously, Chen Ping and his wife felt that their daughter, Chen Meng'er, was smarter and more obedient than the average child. However, in their hearts, Chen Meng'er was just a 3-year-old child after all, and both of them were more rational than the average parents in the village and knew how to protect the little child's young mind. Therefore, they did not say anything excessive to discourage Chen Meng'er's interest. Instead, they wanted to let Principal Chen, a professional, persuade Chen Meng'er. Chen Ping did not want to hear the villagers talking about his daughter. Moreover, they were all saying unpleasant things. Therefore, he picked up Chen Meng'er and left the others. Chen Meng'er looked at her father, Chen Ping, who was carrying her and fleeing the scene in a panic. She couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. She let Herslef hug her father's neck and giggled. Meng'er, why are you laughing so happily? Chen Ping asked as he carried his daughter, Chen Meng'er, on their way. I'm laughing at Daddy. Daddy was so funny just now. Chen Meng'er bluntly told him who she was laughing at. The way you ran away was as if there was a big bad wolf chasing after you. Bad girl, who am I doing this for? You're still laughing at me. Chen Ping heard his daughter Chen Meng'er's words and recalled for a moment. The way he ran away just now was really similar to his daughter's description. His voice unconsciously carried a hint of a smile. They were chatting and laughing. Soon, they arrived at Principal Chen's house. Speaking of Principal Chen, he had a close relationship with Chen Ping's family. Of course, Chen Ping wouldn't tell this brat, Chen Meng'er, about the relationship. Chen Meng'er knew that Principal Chen was related to her father because she had accidentally heard her mother mention it. Meng'er, remember, when you see Principal Chen later, you have to call him grandfather, understand? Chen Ping was at the entrance of Principal Chen's courtyard. Before he knocked on the door, he lowered his head and instructed his daughter, Chen Meng'er, once again. Daddy, I understand. Chen Meng'er said that she understood. But in her heart, she couldn't help but mutter, Daddy is really something. I've already said it a few times today. Do I look like a child who doesn't remember anything? Chen Ping didn't think that Chen Meng'er was a child who didn't remember anything. He was just nervous. Principal Chen's prestige in his heart wasn't necessarily lower than his deceased father's. It's good that you know. As he said this, Chen Ping adjusted his emotions. Only then did he muster the courage to raise his hand and knock on Principal Chen's courtyard door. Chen Meng'er raised her head and looked at her father's nervous expression. She couldn't help but feel curious about Principal Chen. What kind of person could make his father, an adult, so nervous? Just as Chen Meng'er was guessing, the courtyard door opened. Little Ping, it's you. Why are you here? The person who opened the door was obviously surprised to see Chen Ping. Uncle Chen. Chen Ping called out to the person. When Chen Meng'er heard her father address the person, she knew. The old man in a Chinese tunic suit that was a little faded from washing was Principal Chen, whom they were going to visit today. Hello, Grandpa Chen. Chen Meng'er also called out to the person. When Chen Meng'er called out to him, her small eyes never left Principal Chen. She was looking for the reason why her father, Chen Ping, was so afraid and reserved about Principal Chen. However, Chen Meng'er was disappointed. It was obvious that Principal Chen was not a very fierce person, especially when he saw her. He was obviously a kind and amiable old man. Oh, so obedient. Little Ping, is this your little daughter? Principal Chen clearly liked this sweet-mouthed Chen Meng'er. He reached out and touched Chen Meng'er's hair as he said to Chen Ping, Yes, Uncle Chen. This is my little daughter, Chen Meng'er. Chen Ping revealed an extremely stiff smile to Principal Chen. Principal Chen saw the expression on Chen Ping's face and unkindly took Chen Meng'er's little hand from Chen Ping's hand. He said, Little Ping, I don't remember when I lectured you or hit you. Why do you have this expression every time you see me? Following Principal Chen's words, Chen Meng'er raised her head to look at her father's face. When she saw the smile on her father's face that was even uglier than crying, she was quite puzzled. This Principal Chen didn't look fierce. He was quite amiable. Chen Meng'er thought of this and nodded her head in agreement. Hey, Uncle Chen, look at what you're saying. Chen Ping looked at the way Principal Chen looked at him, and then looked at the way his daughter looked at him. All right, don't be shy. Hurry up and come in and have a seat. Otherwise, your aunt will scold me if she sees it later. Principal Chen held Chen Meng'er's hand and took the lead to walk out of the small courtyard. Principal Chen's courtyard was bigger than Chen Meng'er's small courtyard, and the house was built better than Chen Meng'er's house. It could be seen that the life of Principal Chen's house was much better than Chen Meng'er's house, and the small courtyard was filled with flowers and grass. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a stone table and 4 stone stools. The entire layout of this small courtyard made people feel quite comfortable, but it didn't have the aura of a small rural courtyard. Come, let's have a seat. Grandpa Chen will bring you some delicious food. After Principal Chen spoke to Chen Meng'er gently, he raised his head and said to the nervous Chen Ping who was following them, Little Ping, you sit as well? Come to Uncle Chen's house and don't be so reserved. If you're afraid here, I'll kick you out. Uncle Chen, I got it. Chen Ping hurriedly replied. He knew Principal Chen's temper. He would do as he said. Chen Meng'er saw Principal Chen enter the house. She held her father's hand and said with a smile, Dad, Grandpa Chen isn't fierce at all. Why are you so afraid of him? Hearing his daughter's words, Chen Ping coughed with an unnatural expression and said, Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? I respect him, understand? Chen Ping would never tell his daughter that when he was naughty when he was young and his parents couldn't control him, they always used Principal Chen as a means to scare him. After being scared for a long time, he admitted that he had naturally developed fear for Principal Chen in his heart. Oh, so that's what happened. Chen Meng'er knew that his father, Chen Ping, was not telling the truth. However, she also knew that there had to be a limit to this question. If she kept asking, her father, Chen Ping, would probably fly into a rage out of humiliation. Principal Chen walked out with a small bottle of soda, some candy, cookies, and the like. Here, little Meng'er. Grandpa doesn't have any children at home. He only has these. You'll have to make do with them. Principal Chen said as he stuffed the candies into Chen Meng'er's small pocket. Hey, Uncle Chen, you're too polite. Just let me hold them. Chen Ping saw the things in Principal Chen's hands and hurriedly said, Grandpa Chen, Meng'er just needs to take these candies. Also, you can keep them for yourself. Chen Meng'er wasn't just reborn now. She knew that the snacks in Principal Chen's hands were not available in this village. Don't worry, Grandpa Chen and Grandma Chen don't like these. If I don't give them to our little Meng'er, they'll spoil. Principal Chen opened the lid of the soda with a bottle opener and placed it on the table. Then, he poured a cup of tea for Chen Ping. Chen Ping wanted to say something but was stopped by Principal Chen with a look. Little Ping, why did you come to see your Uncle Chen today? Principal Chen didn't beat around the bush with Chen Ping. Chen Ping was at a loss for words when it came to finding Principal Chen. In his opinion, letting a 3-year-old go to primary school was a joke. Therefore, he was afraid that Principal Chen would scold him if he said it out loud. Chen Ping's mouth opened and closed. It was as if the words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't spit them out no matter how hard he tried. Qu Meng'er looked at her father's conflicted expression and sighed in her heart. This matter, it was still her who opened her mouth. If she was counting on her father, she would probably have to wait until the sun set today. Grandpa Chen, my father and I came to look for you today because of my elementary school matter. When Principal Chen heard Qu Meng'er's words, he thought that he had misheard. What? Meng'er, I didn't mishear, right? You said that you came with your father today because of your elementary school matter? Qu Meng'er nodded her head firmly in the face of Principal Chen's gaze that said that he must have misheard. No, Meng'er, how old are you this year? Principal Chen asked. 3 years old. I'm 3 years old today. Qu Meng'er answered with a serious expression. Meng'er, if you are in elementary school, you have to be 7 years old. Principal Chen finished speaking. He raised his head and looked at Chen Ping. Little Ping, is Meng'er talking about the purpose of your visit today? Yes, it's about this matter. Chen Ping nodded and said under Principal Chen's stern gaze. Nonsense, what nonsense? Meng'er is still young, so it's fine if she doesn't know. Principal Chen glared at Chen Ping and criticized. Uncle Chen, I know everything you said, but I told Meng'er, and she still insisted. I'm afraid that we, husband and wife, are stupid. I said something wrong and hurt Meng'er's heart, so I thought of bringing Meng'er to your place and letting you talk to her. Chen Ping told him the purpose of bringing Qu Meng'er here. Is that so? Principal Chen felt that what Chen Ping said was right. Meng'er, it's not mom and dad. It's not that Grandpa Chen doesn't want you to go to school. It's that you're not old enough to go to school yet. When you're old enough, Grandpa Chen will welcome you to school. Principal Chen advised Qu Meng'er earnestly. If it were any other child, Principal Chen would probably have surrendered after saying this. However, the person in front of Principal Chen was not anyone else, but Qu Meng'er, a person who had been reborn. In addition, she was determined to enter primary school today. Grandpa Chen, I know there's a special situation. Qu Meng'er tugged at the corner of Principal Chen's shirt and blinked her eyes as she looked at Principal Chen and said, What special situation? Principal Chen and Chen Ping asked in unison. Aren't students with good grades allowed to skip grades? Then if my grades are good, won't I be able to enter the school earlier? Looking at Qu Meng'er's serious little face, Principal Chen was at a loss for words. Qu Meng'er looked at Principal Chen, who was stumped by her words. She continued, Then Grandpa Chen, you can take my exam. If my grades are good, you can let me go to school with Xian. If my grades aren't good, I won't go to school. I'll wait until I'm old enough to go to school. Qu Meng'er was taking a step back in order to advance. Principal Chen also felt that Qu Meng'er's suggestion was not bad. The reason why Principal Chen felt that it was not bad was because he felt from the bottom of his heart that it was impossible for a 3-year-old brat like Qu Meng'er to pass his assessment. All right, since Meng'er has made such a suggestion, then we'll do as Meng'er says. When Qu Meng'er saw that her suggestion had been accepted, she was so happy that she clenched her fists in her heart. Yeah. Chen Ping was a little stunned as he watched from the side. Why was the development of this matter different from what he had previously thought? It was completely different. However, he did not intend to participate in it. He decided that it was better to watch from the side. Principal Chen entered and took out 2 final examination papers for the first half of the first grade of primary school. Principal Chen had done it on purpose. He had taken out the final exam papers for the first half of the first grade on purpose. As far as he knew, a child Qu Meng'er's age should not have even held a pen before, let alone write. Then there was no need to mention the questions on the papers. Meng'er, come to Grandpa Chen. Principal Chen took the pencil and exam papers and sat on the stone bench. Then, he waved his hand, indicating Qu Meng'er to come over. Qu Meng'er saw the thing in Principal Chen's hand and knew what kind of plan Principal Chen had in mind. However, Principal Chen didn't know that his little tricks had fallen right into Qu Meng'er's trap. This was what Qu Meng'er had been waiting for. Therefore, Qu Meng'er ran to Principal Chen's side eagerly. Meng'er, here, this is the exam paper for the first grade of the primary school. As long as you pass, Grandpa Chen will let you go to school. Principal Chen pointed at the paper and said, Grandpa Chen, what you said is true. You're not lying to me, right? Chen Meng'er was afraid that Principal Chen would go back on his words, so she specially asked again. It's true. Your Grandpa Chen doesn't lie. However, you also must promise Grandpa Chen that if you fail this paper, you will obediently wait until you are 7 years old and can go to school. Okay. And you are not allowed to cry. Principal Chen pinched Chen Meng'er's little face and said. Principal Chen really liked Chen Meng'er very much. He rarely met a child who was not afraid of him and was willing to be close to him. Even his grandson was afraid of his grandfather and did not dare to be close to him. Of course, Meng'er never cries. Chen Meng'er's words. Chen Ping nodded at the side. Chen Meng'er really rarely cried, other than when she was young, when she still couldn't speak, and when she wanted to express herself, she would shout at the top of her voice. Other times, she wouldn't cry. She would only reveal a sweet smile to you. Good. Our Meng'er is really obedient. The more Principal Chen looked at Chen Meng'er, the more he liked her. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Meng'er was really young, Principal Chen really wanted to set a precedent and accept Chen Meng'er. After Chen Meng'er took the pencil from Principal Chen's hand, she looked at the height of the stone bench and the stone table, then looked at her small body. She helplessly turned her head and looked at her father as if asking for help. Chen Ping. Once Chen Ping received the look of his daughter looking at him as if asking for help, he knew what she was going to do. He walked over and carried Chen Meng'er to the stone bench. However, Chen Meng'er was too small, so she couldn't sit and could only kneel on the stone bench. When Chen Ping carried Chen Meng'er to the stone bench, he looked at the pencil in his daughter's hand and asked worriedly, Meng'er, can you write? Chen Meng'er did not answer her father's question. Instead, she gave her father a mysterious smile. Then, she adjusted her posture to make her knowledge on the stone bench more comfortable. She held the pencil, lowered her head, and started to do the test. When Principal Chen saw the way Chen Meng'er held the pencil, his eyebrows raised. If he was not mistaken, the way she held the pencil was very standard. It was even more standard than the posture of a child who had just started writing, for some reason. When he saw Chen Meng'er kneeling on the stone bench, holding the pencil, and looking at the paper with her head lowered, Principal Chen had a voice in his heart telling him that he might be able to look forward to it. He saw a completely unexpected result. Chen Meng'er's attention was focused on the paper on the stone table. It could be said that the questions on the two papers in front of her were so simple that she could solve them with her eyes closed. However, she had overestimated her current body. After all, she was still a 3-year-old child. Moreover, this body of hers had never held a pencil before. It could be said that this was the first time she held a pen. The way she held the pen was correct, but the strength of her hands and wrists was a little out of control. Although she could hold a pencil and write, the words she wrote were crooked and ugly. Fortunately, these words could still be seen. Just like that, Chen Meng'er's writing speed was very slow. While Chen Meng'er was focused on the test paper and struggling with the pencil in her hand, Principal Chen's eyes were fixed on Chen Meng'er without blinking. When he saw her write the first word, although it was just a very simple word, it still surprised him. And as Chen Meng'er wrote one question after another, Principal Chen's heart could not be described as surprised. He looked at Chen Meng'er, who was seriously working on the question, then looked up at Chen Ping, who was drinking tea with his head lowered. His mouth opened and closed, but in the end, he swallowed the question he wanted to ask. An hour and a half later, Chen Meng'er put down the pencil and shook her wrist, which was sore from writing. Then, she looked up again and smiled, revealing her 2 beautiful dimples. She said to Principal Chen, Grandpa Chen, I finished all of them. If it weren't for Chen Meng'er's lack of familiarity with handwriting, she would have finished these 2 papers in half an hour. Principal Chen, who had fallen into his own thoughts after reading Chen Meng'er's answer paper, was pulled back by Chen Meng'er. Then, he picked up Chen Meng'er's paper and began to read it. This was tender handwriting, but it was clear that the answer sheet had not been altered. It made Principal Chen's heart very complicated. What made Principal Chen even more complicated was that there was not a single mistake in the answer sheet. He raised his head and looked straight at Chen Meng'er, not saying a word for a long time, until Chen Ping opened his mouth and asked, Uncle Chen, how is it? Is it because Meng'er didn't do well? If she didn't do well, then? Before Chen Ping could finish his words, Principal Chen suddenly opened his mouth and said, she did very well. Chen Ping thought that he had heard wrong. Meng'er did very well in these 2 papers. She got them all right. As Principal Chen finished speaking, his tone became agitated. Principal Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at Qu Meng'er, as if he had seen a treasure. Meng'er, tell me, how did you know how to do all this? My brother, Haogwa, taught me all this. Qu Meng'er had already started preparing for the day in order to successfully enter primary school together with her second brother, Chen Haoxuan. And she had prepared for such a long time, all for today. Oh, is that so? Principal Chen asked Qu Meng'er, but his gaze turned to Chen Ping. He was obviously trying to get the result he wanted from Chen Ping. Qu Meng'er saw Principal Chen's intention, so she wasn't in a hurry to answer. Instead, she turned her gaze to her father, Chen Ping, who had gone off somewhere. Chen Ping felt the gaze on him and came back to his senses. Meng'er said that she learned all this from her brother, Haogwa. Principal Chen repeated. All right. When summer vacation started this year, Meng'er pestered her brother and asked him to teach her how to read. Chen Ping only knew that his eldest son would hold a book in his hands every day and teach his younger daughter how to read. But as for the specifics, he had no idea what his eldest son taught and what his younger daughter learned. So that's how it is. Headmaster Chen muttered softly, but his heart was not calm at all. He was excited now, the excitement of discovering a treasure. One had to know that Headmaster Chen had taught all his life, and he had practically devoted his entire life to the cause of education. Now, a genius was standing in front of him. Now, whenever he thought about how this genius had become a genius under his education, and how he had learned to serve his country, how could he not be excited? Qu Meng'er looked at Principal Chen, who was so excited, but did not seem like he was going to give her an answer. She could not help but feel nervous in her heart. Qu Meng'er wanted to ask Principal Chen if he would agree to let her enter the school, but she was afraid that she would leave a bad impression on Principal Chen the moment she opened her mouth, and all her efforts would be in vain. So, she could only endure it. Fortunately, Principal Chen didn't let Qu Meng'er wait for too long. Just as Qu Meng'er was about to lose her patience, he finally opened her mouth and said, Meng'er, I promised you that I wouldn't go back on my word. I agree. I'll make an exception and let you and your brother, Haoxuan, enter the 1st grade of primary school together. When Qu Meng'er heard Principal Chen's words, the faint dimples on her face instantly sank. At the same time that Qu Meng'er heaved a sigh of relief, there was a faint excitement in her heart. Her current life was progressing little by little towards the life that she planned out. Thank you, Grandpa Chen. When Chen Ping carried Qu Meng'er out of Principal Chen's house, he still had a look of disbelief on his face. He felt that what he had seen and heard just now was actually what he had dreamed of, and not reality. However, why did he feel that this dream was too realistic? Qu Meng'er looked at her father's silly look from the moment he heard the results. She was a little worried in her heart. Her father had not been provoked and had become silly. Daughter, did your grandfather Chen agree to let you go to school just now? The first thing Chen Ping did when he came back to his senses was to ask his daughter, Qu Meng'er, if he had misheard before, or if he was dreaming. Dad, didn't you hear it just now? Grandfather Chen said that he agreed to make an exception and let me go to the 1st grade. Qu Meng'er looked at her father, Chen Ping, as if something had happened. Chen Ping was a little embarrassed by his daughter's look. He pretended to cough and said, I did hear it. I just thought it was a little unbelievable. Oh, I see. Qu Meng'er understood. Her father had brought her to Principal Chen's house because he wanted Principal Chen to reject her. However, I really didn't expect you to be so amazing that you could even get all the 1st grade papers right. I have to go back now and tell your mother about this. Qu Ping was also very excited. He and his wife did not have high academic qualifications. They both graduated from junior high school, but their minds were still quite aware. They knew that if this child wanted to get ahead, she had to study well. On the way back, the smile on Qu Ping's face did not disappear. Qu Meng'er looked at the silly smile on her father's face. Her heart was very satisfied, and it was always warm. This was something that she had been searching for in her previous life, but had never been able to obtain. Yo, little Ping, you've only just returned from Principal Chen's home? The aunties in the village asked when they saw Qu Ping. That's right, little Ping. You ran so fast just now that you didn't tell us. Why are you carrying your daughter and looking for Principal Chen? These aunties were really persistent. It had already been more than 2 hours, yet they were still struggling with this problem when they saw the father and daughter. At this time, Chen Ping's attitude changed. He answered very frankly, "Yes, my daughter and I just came back from Principal Chen's house. I went there this time because of my daughter's schooling." Chen Ping would not admit that he was showing off. "Your daughter's schooling? Little Ping, are you all right? Shouldn't it be your child, little Xian's schooling?" The middle-aged woman looked at Qu Meng'er, who was in Chen Ping's arms. She did some calculations in her heart. She did not remember incorrectly. Chen Ping's daughter was only 3 years old. It was not only the middle-aged woman who had the same thought. Everyone standing there had the same thought. Chen Ping must have said something wrong. "I didn't say anything wrong. It's about my daughter Meng'er going to school." Chen Ping grinned. He said, "My little Xian is going to primary school today. However, my little Xian is already at the age of the 1st grade of primary school. I don't need to look for Principal Chen. My daughter is still not old enough to go to primary school. That's why I want to look for Principal Chen to discuss it." This was not about being old enough to go to primary school. At Chen Meng'er's age, going to nursery school was a little risky. "How's the situation? Did Principal Chen agree?" Someone asked. They did not think that Principal Chen would be someone who would help you just because you asked him to. He agreed. "Well, Principal Chen took out the grade 1 examination paper and asked my daughter to do it. In the end, my daughter did it all right. Principal Chen agreed to make an exception and let my daughter go to grade 1. Yo, you're really amazing. You can do the elementary school exam at such a young age. Yeah, you did it all right. That child of mine only got 80 marks today." Amidst everyone's discussion, Chen Ping raised his head and grinned. He carried Qu Meng'er and walked home. Qu Meng'er had long become numb to her father's boastful look. However, the corners of Qu Meng'er's mouth curled up, betraying her current mood. For the first time, she knew that the feeling of being the proud child that her parents talked about was so wonderful. Qu Meng'er leaned on her father's shoulder and looked at the people who were discussing in the distance. She said silently in her heart, "Father, thank you. Thank you for letting me know what it feels like to be a child of proud parents. Thank you." When Chen Ping carried Qu Meng'er home, Qu Meng'er was so tired from the morning exam that she had fallen asleep on her father's shoulder. As for Lu Wan, she was like an ant on a hot pan at home, waiting anxiously. She didn't know how things were going. She also began to regret not going with them. Lu Wan saw Qu Meng'er lying on her husband's shoulder. She was shocked. Could it be that Meng'er was ruthlessly rejected by Principal Chen? She was sad and cried all the way. As for Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan, they knew that their sister was going to Principal Chen's house today to talk to him about school. Therefore, the two good brothers who were worried about their sister didn't go out to play either. They were also waiting at home. The two of them did not think as much as Lu Wan did. When the two brothers saw their father and sister coming back, they wanted to run over and ask about the results. However, they were stopped by their quick-witted mother. "Both of you, calm down. Can't you see that your sister is sad?" Lu Wan was certain that Qu Meng'er had been hit hard by Principal Chen. Chen Haogua, who came to his senses, looked at his sister lying on his father's shoulder and asked worriedly, "Mom, is my sister sad? Is she crying?" Chen Ping carried Qu Meng'er and walked in as soon as Chen Haogua's question was asked. Chen Ping also heard Chen Haogua's words. "Who said that? Your sister isn't crying. She's asleep," Chen Ping said softly. After Chen Ping said that, Lu Wan, Chen Haogua, and Chen Haoshuan finally saw Qu Meng'er, who was lying on Chen Ping's shoulder and sleeping soundly with her eyes closed. They then heaved a sigh of relief. "How was it?" Lu Wan looked at her husband and asked. When Chen Ping mentioned this, his eyes lit up. If his daughter, Qu Meng'er, was not sleeping on his shoulder, he would have laughed out loud. "Very good. Principal Chen has agreed to let Meng'er go to school with little Xian." "What? This?" Lu Wan's mouth was slightly agape at her husband's reply. "Very surprised, right?" "I'm quite surprised too." Chen Ping looked at his wife's reaction and smiled as he told his wife, Lu Wan, about what had happened at Principal Chen's house. This made Lu Wan both surprised and happy. Even Chen Haoshuan, who was listening at the side, could not help but say, "Little sister is really amazing." The fact that Qu Meng'er was able to enter primary school with Chen Haoshuan made the Chen family very happy. It also made Chen Ping and Lu Wan very worried. They were worried about money. Their family was not rich to begin with. Their family's money and food were enough to cover the expenses of their family. Now, there were two more children who had to go to school. This tuition fee was not a small sum of money. Chen Ping and Lu Wan had not wronged their children for the sake of money, especially when they knew that Qu Meng'er might be a genius and an amazing student. They would not stop the development of this child because of money. Therefore, when Chen Ping and Lu Wan were discussing how to collect the tuition fees for these two children, no, it should be said that it was for the three children. They did not say a single word to tell Qu Meng'er not to go to school. This made Qu Meng'er, who had been quietly paying attention to her parents' conversation in the dark, have her eyes turn red. There were a few times when tears almost flowed down her cheeks. At that time, Qu Meng'er told herself in her heart that she must cherish her blessings and remember the love that her parents had given her. She must remember to repay them well in the future and let them live a happy and prosperous life. Little Ping, how about this? Tomorrow, I'll bring the children back to my parents' place. I'll go ask them if they have any money on hand. If they do, I'll borrow some from them first. Lu Wan thought. Her eldest brother's family situation was quite good. At least, his family definitely had the money that she wanted to borrow. But when she thought of her sister-in-law and her husband, who was afraid of his wife, her thoughts stopped. Chen Ping really didn't want his wife to go back to his mother-in-law's house to borrow money. Previously, when they had just gotten married and had the most difficult time, he had clenched his teeth and never spoken to his parents-in-law about money. But now, for the sake of the children at home, he took a step back. He nodded and said, "All right, that's all we can do. However, just ask. If Mom and Dad don't have money, then forget it. We'll think of another way." Obviously, Chen Ping also thought of Lu Wan's brother and sister-in-law. "All right, I got it." Early the next morning, Qu Meng'er was pulled out of bed by her mother, Lu Wan. "Meng'er, wake up. We're going to Grandpa and Grandma's house." Qu Meng'er opened her eyes, which felt as if they were glued together, and yawned. Then, with the help of her mother, Lu Wan, she put on her clothes. It was summer now, so it was very simple to just put on a short-sleeved shirt and a pair of shorts. At this time, the clothes and pants were made of coarse cloth. In the beginning, Qu Meng'er, who was used to wearing luxurious clothes, was not used to it. But now, she was used to it very well. And Qu Meng'er was much luckier than the other girls in their village. She was the only girl in their family, and she had two older brothers. In addition, Chen Ping and Lu Wan really loved their daughter, Qu Meng'er. Her clothes were made for her by Lu Wan from the new materials in the village. She was not like the other children in the village, who wore the old clothes worn by their older brothers and sisters. Qu Meng'er did not have any feelings about going to her grandparents' house. Although her grandparents treated her well, Qu Meng'er felt uncomfortable and polite every time she went. She didn't feel like she was their granddaughter at all. Qu Meng'er didn't like it very much. On the other hand, when Chen Haoshuan heard that he was going to his grandparents' house today, he got up early. He didn't even need his mother, Lu Wan, to call him that. At this moment, the two brothers, who had been tidied up, walked over to watch Qu Meng'er, who hadn't opened her eyes yet. "Why are you so slow today? We have been up for quite a while," Chen Haoshuan said as he stretched out his hand and poked Qu Meng'er's soft face. Speaking of which, Chen Haoshuan had formed this bad habit of poking Qu Meng'er's small face since the moment Qu Meng'er came to this house. After Chen Haoshuan was told not to a few times, he even said righteously, "Who asked her face to be so soft and so comfortable to poke?" Chen Haogua was much more reliable than Chen Haoshuan. He saw that his sister was still sleepy and adorable, so he reached out to carry her to the edge of the bed and sat her down. Then, he helped her put on her shoes. "Okay, Meng'er, open your eyes wide and go brush your teeth and wash your face." Lu Wan's family was in the neighboring village, not far away. However, with Qu Meng'er's short legs, who knew how long she would have to walk if she just walked at her pace, she didn't want Lu Wan to carry her either. In the end, Lu Wan pushed a bicycle while Qu Meng'er sat in the back seat, while Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan followed behind. "Father, Mother." When they reached the entrance of the small courtyard, Lu Wan shouted to the courtyard while carrying Qu Meng'er out of the bicycle. Meanwhile, Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan ran into the courtyard when Lu Wan stopped the car. Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu heard the sound and walked out of the house. Grandma Lu saw the person who came and grinned. Oh, Wan is back. Grandpa, Grandma, hello. Chen Haoshuan moved closer to his grandma and said with a lick of his lips. He knew that every time he came to his grandmother's house, there would be delicious food. At this moment, Grandma Lu saw Chen Haoshuan, who had moved closer to her, and pulled him into her arms. After calling him darling, she held Chen Haoshuan's hand and walked towards the house. As they walked, she said, Quick, come in. I will bring you delicious food. Chen Haoshuan had been waiting for this sentence. He followed his grandmother into the house. Qu Meng'er, who was following beside Lu Wan, had a decent smile on her face. She called out to Grandpa Lu, Grandpa. Grandpa Lu smiled kindly and said, Meng'er is here too. Quick, go in. Go to your grandmother's place and get some delicious food. Okay. Qu Meng'er obediently walked into the house. Speaking of which, she really had no interest in those snacks at this time. However, it wasn't good for her to show it. After all, in this era where resources were scarce, which child didn't like those delicious snacks? Lu Wan watched Qu Meng'er enter the house and then said to her father, Father, I came back this time because I want to borrow some money from you. Why? Did you and little Ping encounter any difficulties? Grandpa Lu asked with a frown. He still remembered that when his daughter first married Chen Ping, when the family was in the most difficult time, he wanted to help out with the subsidies, but Chen Ping and his daughter rejected him. Now that he suddenly spoke up, he was worried that they had met with some difficulties, and that they had no choice but to speak up. Yes, we did meet with some difficulties. School is about to start soon. Our family has to send 3 children to school this year, so we need 3 sets of tuition fees. We're a little short on money. Lu Wan was a little conflicted about asking her parents for money. She was also quite conflicted. If it weren't for the children, she wouldn't have asked. 3 children? Besides Haogua and Haoshuan, who else needs to go to school? Grandpa Lu couldn't think of a 3rd child in his daughter's family. He would never think of Qu Meng'er. Yes, Meng'er is going to enter the 1st grade of primary school with Haoshuan today. Whenever Lu Wan thought of her daughter's great feat, she could not help but show a proud expression on her face. Nonsense, Meng'er is only 3 years old. If you let her go to school, isn't it a waste of money? Grandpa Lu reprimanded her with a stern face. Actually, when his daughter and son-in-law wanted to adopt the little girl, he and his wife were not happy about it. Their family was not rich, so how could they have the spare money to help someone else raise a child? However, their daughter had already started a family. Their objections were only a few words of advice. In the end, it was best to let the couple insist. Yes, father is right. You and brother-in-law are just fooling around. You said that you would adopt the child just like that. All you had to do was give her some food and clothes. But now, she's only 3 years old and you want her to go to school. Do you have so much money that you can't put it down? Lu Wan's sister-in-law, Lu Chungying, rushed over with her daughter when she heard that her sister-in-law had returned with the child. She had to watch from the side. Otherwise, her parents-in-law would pass the money to their little daughter, and they would not know. When Lu Chungying brought the child to the door, she heard her sister-in-law asking her father-in-law for money. She pulled her 10-year-old daughter and stood by the door, eavesdropping on the conversation between her sister-in-law, Lu Wan, and her father-in-law. Sister-in-law, Lu Wan looked at the person who came in and called out with a stiff expression. Grandpa Lu looked at his eldest daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law who suddenly appeared. He knew what this eldest daughter-in-law was up to. He glanced at his eldest daughter-in-law coldly. This time, he didn't scold this eldest daughter-in-law because he felt that her words, although not pleasant to hear, expressed the same meaning as his. Your sister-in-law's words are reasonable this time. Father, sister-in-law, we are not joking when we send Meng'er to school. After Principal Chen tested Meng'er's knowledge, he made an exception and agreed to let Meng'er enter the 1st grade. Principal Chen even said that our Meng'er is a genius, Lu Wan said proudly. Lu Wan's words did not resonate with Grandpa Lu nor Lu Chungying. Lu Chungying heard Lu Wan's words and curled her lips. She said to Lu Wan, Genius? Humph. I say, little Wan, I really don't understand you. You say that your family isn't the kind of family with spare money. Yet you adopt children. Now you're torturing her, sending her to school at such a young age. Lu Chungying's words made Lu Wan angry. She was just about to open her mouth to defend herself, Her father, Grandpa Lu, rarely agreed with what the eldest daughter-in-law said, and he tried to persuade her, Lu Wan. Cheng-Ying's words may not sound good, but I think what she said is right. You two, just take care of your own children first. As for Meng'er, you just have to bring her up. Father. Lu Wan looked at her father in disbelief. She didn't expect her father to say such words. Her sister-in-law saying such words were within Lu Wan's expectations. However, her father's attitude made her extremely surprised. I didn't expect you to think like this. Lu Wan was silent for a moment. She raised her head and looked at her father with a determined expression. Father, I always thought that both of you knew the feelings of little Ping and me, that we really loved Meng'er as our own daughter. But I didn't expect that. Sigh, forget it. Just pretend that I didn't come today, Lu Wan said. Then, she walked toward the house. Lu Wan, it's not that I don't want to see you and little Ping work so hard. If you want to borrow money, I'll lend it to you. Grandpa Lu didn't approve of his daughter's and son-in-law's actions. However, his heart still ached for his daughter. Lu Cheng-Ying was secretly happy that her father-in-law was on her side this time. However, at this moment, when she heard that her father-in-law was actually willing to lend the money to Lu Wan, she didn't feel good in her heart. After all, the money that was lent out might not necessarily be returned. Therefore, when Lu Cheng-Ying heard her father-in-law's words, the expression on her face began to distort. She wanted to stop him, but because of her father-in-law's prestige, she could only suppress it in her heart. She thought about how to tell her husband about this matter when she went back. Father, there's no need. Little Ping and I will think of a way to pay for Meng'er's school fees. Lu Wan now somewhat regretted coming back to ask her father to borrow money. Inside the house, Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan followed Grandma Lu to get some delicious food. Meanwhile, Qu Meng'er was leaning against the door, listening to her mother, Lu Wan, and Grandpa Lu, as well as the words of Lu Cheng-Ying who appeared later. Qu Meng'er was not sad at all about Grandpa Lu and Lu Cheng-Ying's words because she already knew what they were thinking. Moreover, Qu Meng'er would choose to ignore the words and thoughts of irrelevant people. And what Qu Meng'er cared about the most was the thoughts of her mother, Lu Wan. When Grandpa Lu and Lu Cheng-Ying said those words to her mother, Lu Wan, her two small hands were at her sides, tightly clenching her fists. She looked calm on the surface, but in her heart, she was very nervous. She was afraid that her mother would be swayed by Grandpa Lu and Lu Cheng-Ying's words. She was afraid that her mother would say something that would disappoint her. Fortunately, her mother, Lu Wan, did not disappoint her. She did not let down the last bit of hope in her heart. When she heard what her mother said, the smile on her small and delicate face grew bigger and bigger. If anyone saw the smile on Qu Meng'er's face now, they would know that the smile on her face now was completely from the bottom of her heart. It was not the usual faint smile on her face. Meng'er, Haogua, little Xian. We should go back, Lu Wan shouted to Qu Meng'er, Chen Haogua, and Chen Haoshuan as she walked into the house. When Qu Meng'er heard what her mother said to them, she immediately moved from the door to the small chair in the house. She pretended not to hear anything. When Grandma Lu heard Lu Wan's words, she brought Chen Haoshuan out of the house. Chen Haoshuan was holding a bag of snacks in his hand. Loi Wan, we just arrived. Why are you going back all of a sudden? Look, it's almost noon. Stay and have lunch before you go back. Grandma Lu did not know what had happened in the yard just now, but when she saw her daughter's ugly expression, she was worried. Yeah, Mom, we just got to Grandma's house. I'm still eating Grandma's dishes at her house. I don't want to go back. Chen Haoshuan finally had the chance to come to Grandma's house to eat and drink. How could he let this opportunity slip by in front of him? You little brat, all you know is to eat. I'm going back now. If you don't want to go back, you can stay here. Lu Wan didn't know how to tell her mother about this. She could only choose to avoid this question. After glaring at Chen Haoshuan, she turned around and picked up her daughter who was sitting on a small chair. She turned to her eldest son, Chen Haogua, and said, Haogua, are you going back with your mother? Or are you going to stay at your grandmother's house and eat delicious food like your brother? I'm going back with my mother and sister. Chen Haoshuan was a few years older than Chen Haoshuan. He knew that his mother's face wasn't looking good right now, and he knew that something must have happened to make his mother feel bad. At this critical moment, it was better for him to be obedient. All right, let's go. As she spoke, Luwan turned to her mother and said, "Mother, I still have some things to do at home, so I'll go back first. I'll come back to see you next time when I'm free." As she spoke, Luwan carried Qu Meng'er and turned to walk out of the house. Chen Haogua followed closely behind. When Chen Haoshuan saw that his mother had really left him behind, he immediately panicked. At this moment, all the delicious food was thrown to the back of his mind. He ran out with her. "Mother, wait for me. I don't want any delicious food. I want to go back with you guys." "Hey, Wanzi, what are you doing? I only said a few words. Do you have to be so angry?" Grandpa Lu looked at his daughter, who was huffing and puffing as she held her child and was about to leave. He frowned and said in a bad tone, "Dad, I have something to do at home. I have to go back. I'll come back to see you and Mom next time." Luwan didn't want to argue with her father in front of Qu Meng'er. She didn't want her daughter, Qu Meng'er, to have a bad shadow in her heart. After saying that, Luwan didn't give her father a chance to speak. She took the 3 young children, pushed the bicycle, and left through the courtyard gate. Lu Chengying, who was still worried about the money, couldn't help but secretly laugh in her heart when she saw the rapid change in the situation and Lu Wan's departing figure. That sum of money was finally saved. She didn't have to worry. At noon, Jinping returned from his work in the field. As he walked back, he thought to himself that his wife and children weren't at home today. He would just make do with some random food for lunch. However, when he pushed open the courtyard door and saw his wife and children talking, he was quite surprised. He quickened his pace and walked into the house. "Little Wan, didn't you go to your parents' house?" "Why?" Jinping remembered that he had personally seen the 4 of them off in the morning. "Yes, we went and came back." Lu Wan was still in a bad mood. She raised her head and answered Jinping's words, then lowered her head and continued with her work. "What's wrong? Did your sister-in-law make you angry?" Jinping walked in and asked. "More or less." Lu Wan really wanted to tell her husband what happened at her mother's house. However, her child was here. Those words were not suitable to be said now. Jinping saw that Lu Wan did not want to say anything. He knew what Lu Wan was worried about, so he did not ask further. Because of Lu Wan's depressed mood, everyone ate in silence. Therefore, the table was silent. Qu Meng'er, who was silently eating the food in her bowl, was lost in her own thoughts. She was thinking about how to solve the financial crisis their family had encountered. In her previous life, Qu Meng'er had never been worried about money. Although she was not liked by the Chu couple, they would not mistreat their only daughter. Therefore, in terms of material goods and money, Qu Meng'er had never been worried. When she grew up, Qu Meng'er was very good at using money to make money. In the end, to Qu Meng'er, this money was just the numbers on her bank account. It had to be said that Qu Meng'er had many ways to make money in her mind. However, none of the ways to make money in her mind worked now that she took them out. The current situation, money was not allowed. Qu Meng'er felt annoyed and helpless. What made Qu Meng'er even more helpless was that she had countless gold, silver, and jewelry in her space. If she took out any of them and sold them, she could solve their family's financial crisis. However, she could not do that. First, she did not know how to explain the sudden appearance of so much gold, silver, and jewelry. Second, even if she could hide it from her parents, how could she hide it from those people outside? As long as their family sold their stuff, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Moreover, she didn't want to cause a lot of trouble for her family just because of the gold, silver, and jewelry that she took out from her space. While Jinping and Lu Wan were worrying about raising the tuition fees for their 3 children, Qu Meng'er was also worrying about this matter. She was so worried that a big chunk of her hair was going to fall off. Qu Meng'er's mood was much more complicated than Jinping and Lu Wan's. Jinping and Lu Wan didn't know who to borrow the money from. They didn't know how to raise the tuition fees for their 3 children. Qu Meng'er was conflicted. She clearly had a huge pile of gold, silver, and jewelry, but she could only watch. It was as if she was starving, and a banquet was right in front of her eyes, but she could only watch and not eat. How could such a feeling be described? At night, Qu Meng'er's spiritual sense entered the space. Today, after Qu Meng'er entered the space, she did not go to the study to read books and study these strange and difficult medical knowledge. Instead, she went into the storage room. Other than the time when she had just discovered the space, she had entered it once, She had not been to the storage room since then. After Qu Meng'er entered the storage room, she sat cross-legged in front of the boxes filled with gold, silver, and jewelry. She held her chin and looked at the gold, silver, and jewelry that would make people swoon. However, it made Qu Meng'er look at the gold, silver, and jewelry that made her feel very uncomfortable. She muttered to herself, "These things are useless at the critical moment. Sigh, it's better not to have them." If she didn't have them, she wouldn't have to be so conflicted. Qu Meng'er held her chin with her hand and touched the string on her neck. She frowned. How could I forget this? Qu Meng'er had long forgotten about the jade pendant hanging around her neck. This jade pendant is worth some money. It shouldn't be a problem for Mom and Dad to exchange it for money. Thinking of this, Qu Meng'er made a decision in her heart. When she woke up in the morning, Qu Meng'er looked listless. She had not slept well last night just because she was annoyed about the money. Fortunately, Chen Ping and Lu Wan were busy resolving the money issue, so they did not notice the abnormal mood Qu Meng'er was in. "Little Wan, don't be so angry. I'll go to my brother's place to ask if he has any money." Chen Ping's heart ached when he saw his wife's angry look. He also secretly blamed himself for being useless and making his wife and children suffer with him. Doesn't his family have 3 children who need to go to school? They also need tuition fees. How can they lend us any money? Lu Wan also knew about her brother-in-law's family's situation, which was similar to their family's situation. "I'll go and ask. Maybe my brother can give me an idea." "Mom, Dad, why don't you sell this?" Qu Meng'er suddenly put down the spoon in her hand while Chen Ping was talking to Lu Wan. She reached out and pulled out the piece of jade in her clothes. "I'll let you sell it," she said to Chen Ping and Lu Wan. Qu Meng'er's words made the Chen family drop their chopsticks and look up at her. Chen Ping and Lu Wan were quite surprised by Qu Meng'er's sudden suggestion. They had no scruples about talking about money because they thought that the children in the family were still young and didn't understand what they were saying. But now, Meng'er had suddenly said something like this. While they were surprised, they thought to themselves that they had to be more careful when they spoke in the future. This shouldn't be heard by the child, so they had to avoid saying it. Chen Ping and Lu Wan looked at each other in surprise. "Meng'er, what are you doing? Quickly put your jade pendant into your clothes." Lu Wan was quite touched when she heard Qu Meng'er's words. She reached out and touched Qu Meng'er's half-long hair. She said, "This is your jade pendant. We can't sell it. You have to take good care of this jade pendant. Mom and Dad will take care of the money." To be honest, if Qu Meng'er had not taken out the jade pendant that she had brought with her today, Chen Ping and Lu Wan would have already forgotten that Qu Meng'er still had a jade pendant around her neck. This also fully proved that Chen Ping and Lu Wan did not have the slightest intention of selling the jade pendant. Although Chen Ping and Lu Wan did not think that Qu Meng'er was relying on this jade pendant to acknowledge her biological parents, they felt that this was the only thing that Qu Meng'er had that was related to her biological parents. "Meng'er, listen to your mother and take care of it. You just need to be a happy little princess. Leave the rest to your parents." As he said that, Chen Ping put down the rice bowl in his hand. "I'm done eating. I'll go to my brother's house now." After Chen Ping left, Lu Wan sighed as she tidied up the bowl and chopsticks. She was starting to regret her impulsive actions yesterday. If her father said a few words to her, she would say a few words. After borrowing the money, paying the tuition fees for the 3 children was the real business. Qu Meng'er was also sitting on her small stool in a low mood, flipping through the first-grade textbooks that her elder brother had given to her. The gloomy atmosphere at home did not affect Chen Haoshuan at all. He could not sit still after eating breakfast. He looked at his mother, Lu Wan, and then looked at his brother, Chen Haoshuan. In the end, he could not hold it in and said to his brother, "Let's go." "Why should we go?" "Stay at home obediently today." Chen Haogua was 2 years older than Chen Haoshuan, but he was much more sensible than Chen Haoshuan. He had felt the unusual atmosphere in the house since he was at his grandfather's house yesterday. Moreover, he could tell from his parents' words that it was all caused by money. Chen Haoshuan felt wronged after being yelled at by his brother, but he still said it at the top of his voice. Qu Meng'er, who was sitting at the side in a daze with a book in her hand, heard her second brother, Chen Haoshuan, mention the back mountain when she came back to her senses. Qu Meng'er's eyes lit up when she heard the words back mountain. A thought appeared in her mind. How could I have forgotten this? Chen Meng'er curled the corners of her mouth and muttered softly. Chen Meng'er's voice was too soft. In addition, Chen Haoshuan was wondering if he wanted to go out and play with his big brother, Chen Haogua. So he didn't notice Chen Meng'er at all. If we don't go, they won't be willing to play with us next time. Chen Haoshuan was still there, unwilling to give up. However, Chen Haogua showed no signs of relenting. Are you guys going to the back mountain? I want to go too. Chen Meng'er lifted her delicate little face and looked at Chen Haogua with anticipation. But Chen Haogua's rejection came out smoothly when he faced Chen Haoshuan. However, when he faced his sister, he couldn't say it out loud no matter how hard he tried. He didn't want to see a disappointed expression on his sister's face. Chen Haoshuan was also a shrewd person. When he saw the expression on Chen Haogua's face, he knew that once his sister made a move, this matter would have a turn for the better. He seized this opportunity and continued, "Look at Meng'er. She usually doesn't go out and stays at home all the time. How boring is that? Could it be that Meng'er wants to go out and play now? How can you not agree?" Chen Haogua looked at his sister, Chen Meng'er. After thinking for a moment, he finally nodded and agreed. "All right, let's go." When Chen Haoshuan heard that his elder brother had agreed, he was so happy that he jumped 3 feet high. He shouted to Lu Wan in the room, "Mom, we're going out to play." When Lu Wan heard that they were going to take Chen Meng'er out, she put down the half-washed bowl and walked out. She warned, "You can go out to play, but how Gua, little Xin, you have to take good care of Meng'er. If you don't take good care of Meng'er, don't go out to play for the next few days. Stay at home." "Mom, I got it. I'll take good care of my sister," Chen Haogua promised. Lu Wan, who had received Chen Haogua's assurance, nodded and said with relief, "Meng'er, remember, don't wander around. Follow your 2 brothers." "Mom, I got it." Chen Meng'er's small hand was held by her eldest brother, and the other hand was held by her second brother. "Mom, don't worry." If it weren't for Chen Haogua holding Chen Meng'er's other hand, Chen Haoshuan would have ignored his mother's nagging and ran out with Chen Meng'er. Mom, don't worry. I'm here. I'll take good care of my sister." Chen Haoshuan patted his chest and said. Chen Haoshuan's words were met with disbelief from the other 3 people in the room. "All right, hurry up and go out to play. Don't let the others wait for too long." As Lu Wan gave the order, Chen Meng'er held the hands of her 2 brothers and walked towards the place where they had agreed to meet. Halfway, Chen Meng'er suddenly stopped. Chen Haogua looked down at Chen Meng'er. "What's wrong, Meng'er? Are you tired from walking?" Chen Haogua acted like a big brother. "No, I'm not tired from walking. I'm just taking something." As she said that, Chen Meng'er took out a clean handkerchief that was wrapping something from her small pocket. She opened it and took out a piece of candy from it. "Open your mouth." Chen Haogua knew his sister's stubborn temper, so he obediently opened his mouth. Chen Meng'er stuffed the candy into her big brother's mouth. When Chen Haoshuan saw his sister give the candy to his eldest brother, he was envious. He reached out to the handkerchief in Chen Meng'er's hand, wanting to take the candy from it himself. However, when his hand was about to touch the handkerchief, it was knocked away by Chen Meng'er. Chen Haoshuan touched the hand that was knocked away by his sister, Chen Meng'er, and looked at Chen Meng'er with a wronged expression. "Meng'er, why are you so biased? You only gave the candy to our older brother, but not to me. Who said I didn't give you candy?" Chen Meng'er was now completely immune to her second brother's wronged expression. Who asked him to watch? If it was her brother, Chen Haogua, who showed her such an expression now, she would have given him all the candy in her hand without a second word. "You didn't say it, but you hit my hand." Chen Haoshuan continued to pretend to be wronged. "Yes, I hit your hand. It's not that I don't want you to eat it. It's just that your hands are too dirty. If you take something to eat with them, your stomach will hurt." As she said this, Chen Meng'er picked up a piece of candy and said to Chen Haoshuan, "Open your mouth." When Chen Haoshuan saw that there was candy to eat, his face did not look like he was hurt. The smile on his face was so wide that his eyes were almost narrowed into a line. Chen Meng'er placed the candies into Chen Haoshuan's mouth. Chen Haoshuan listened to crunch of the sweet candies and narrowed his eyes. He said with a satisfied expression, "It's still best to have a younger sister." That's right, this younger sister of theirs was different from other younger sisters in the village. Other younger sisters would compete with their older brothers and sisters for those few snacks. However, Their younger sister would think of her two older brothers first when there was good food to eat. If there was anything good to eat, they would also leave it for her. How could they not love their precious younger sister even more? The three siblings had puffy mouths and happy smiles on their faces. Chen Meng'er also swept away her previously dispirited appearance. When the three siblings arrived at the gathering place, there were already quite a number of children gathered there, big and small. Chen Meng'er looked at the children gathered together and thought to herself, could it be that all the children in the village who could go out alone had all come out? Just as Chen Meng'er was speculating, the children on the other side discovered the existence of the three siblings. Dog 2 was the first to raise its voice and say, "Little Xian, you're finally here. I thought you weren't coming today." After Dog 2 finished speaking, a boy about the same age as her elder brother, Chen Haogua, walked over and hooked his arm around Chen Haogua's shoulder as he looked at Chen Meng'er. He said to Chen Haogua, "Is this your precious little sister? Why are you two willing to bring her out today?" As the boy spoke, the children present looked curiously at Chen Meng'er, who was being led by Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan. It was normal for these children to be curious. All the children in the village knew each other, except for those little brats who couldn't speak yet. However, the other children had hardly seen Chen Meng'er. "Yes, this is my sister, Chen Meng'er. Meng'er, this is my brother's good friend, Chen Gang." Chen Haoshuan introduced. Chen Meng'er saw that this Chen Gang was a simple-minded boy, so she followed her brother's words and called him sweetly, Gang. Chen Gang was instantly bribed by Chen Meng'er's sweet call. Chen Gang's family were all boys, but he had never envied those companions who had younger sisters, because in his opinion, these younger brothers and sisters were all troublesome existences. Therefore, no matter how much his good friend, Chen Haogua, whispered in his ear about how good his sister was, he would always snort. He had personally witnessed his cousin's insolent behavior when he was annoyed by his sister. However, today, when he saw Chen Meng'er, he realized that his good friend's previous words were not false. "Meng'er, you're so obedient. In the future, if anyone bullies you, tell me and I will help you bully them back." When Chen Meng'er heard Chen Gang's heroic words, the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. This boy was really impulsive. However, she still said sweetly, "Thank you, Gang." Chen Gang looked at little Chen Meng'er and instantly had the thought of going back and asking his mother to give birth to a little sister for him. It was not only Chen Gang who had such thoughts. The other boys around Chen Haogua's age all thought so too. Of course, these thoughts were just thoughts. Once these half-grown boys started playing, all their previous stupid thoughts were thrown to the back of their minds. The goal of these half-grown children in Chen Village today was the mountain behind Chen Village. It could be said that this mountain was a little steep. Generally, the children in the village were only allowed to play in the front mountain, and they were not allowed to go to the back mountain. Even the adults of the village would bring their shotguns and travel together if they wanted to go deep into the mountain. As they walked to the back mountain, Chen Meng'er was pulled by Chen Haogua with one hand. In fact, when the children of the village came to the back mountain to play, apart from playing, they would also pick some wild vegetables and fruits. Of course, this job was usually done by older children or girls. Boys like Chen Haoshuan did not care. They just came to play. And girls were more careful than boys. Those girls who were about the same age as Chen Haoshuan were all holding small wicker baskets. This small wicker basket was used to pick wild grass and wild fruits. Needless to say, the resources at the back of the mountain were quite rich. Chen Meng'er looked at those girls for a while, and their small wicker baskets were already full, and her brother and the others were still empty-handed. Chen Meng'er asked her brother why they didn't pick anything. Her brother's answer was that they would pick things up when they went down the mountain. Chen Meng'er immediately thought about it. That's right, her brother and the others didn't bring anything. They still had to play for a while, so there was no place to put it even if they picked anything up. Chen Meng'er didn't know anything about wild grass or wild fruits. As she walked, she pointed at what the girls were picking with great interest. As for the girls in the village, other than a few girls who were as big as Chen Haoshuan and looked at Chen Meng'er with unkind eyes, the other girls showed great interest in Chen Meng'er. However, none of them came forward to talk to Chen Meng'er. This made Chen Meng'er quite puzzled. However, Chen Meng'er was not a person who liked to join in the fun. She was a reserved person. Therefore, since these girls did not ask her, she would not join in. Finally, they wandered all the way to the place where the children in the village often played games. They were all children. When it came to playing, their eyes lit up. Those girls had long put the small wicker basket in their hands to the side. Chen gang also gathered with the boys around their age. Only Chen Haogua was still by Chen Meng'er's side. Haogua, hurry up. Come over. We're going to start. Chen gang urged when he saw that Chen Haogua did not go over. Chen Haogua also wanted to go and play, but he remembered that his mission today was to accompany his sister. So, he hesitated for a moment, then raised his head and said to Chen gang, you guys go and play. I won't go. I have to accompany my sister. Just as Chen Haogua finished speaking, Chen Meng'er continued, you go and play with gang and the others. I'm tired from walking. I'll sit over there and rest for a while. Don't worry, I won't run around. Chen Meng'er followed him out this time, but she had a mission. She wasn't here to play. If Chen Haogua kept accompanying her, how could she complete it? Chen Haogua looked at his sister, and then looked at his companion who was urging him. In the end, the temptation was too great. He instructed Chen Meng'er, then sit here obediently. If you get bored sitting here later, come and look for me. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Chen Meng'er nodded obediently and said. Chen Haogua walked towards his companion. As he walked towards him, he turned his head to look at Chen Meng'er a few times. He was still worried. Chen Meng'er pretended to be obedient as she sat on the rock under the tree. When her big brother, Chen Haogua, turned his head to look at her, Chen Meng'er would smile and wave at her big brother, Chen Haogua, to signal for him to go play. At the beginning, Chen Haogua played for a while, and would turn to look at Chen Meng'er from time to time. When he saw Chen Meng'er obediently sitting on the rock, he would be relieved and go back to playing. Chen Haogua was still a child. When he was in the mood to play, he had long forgotten about his sister, Chen Meng'er. As for Chen Haoshuan, he had long gone to God knows where. Chen Meng'er saw that Chen Haogua had gone crazy playing with his companions, so he did not turn around to look at her from time to time. The other children around were also having fun. No one noticed the little brat who was sitting under the tree. Only then did Chen Meng'er stand up and turn around to walk into the depths of the forest. Chen Meng'er walked into the depths of the forest for a reason. The place where the village children played did not have the medicinal herbs from her space at all. Therefore, she had to walk deeper into the forest. Chen Meng'er walked deeper into the forest. She did not know if this forest was a forbidden area for children in the back mountain. She only felt that if she said that she found ginseng in this forest, it would be more believable and would not arouse the suspicion of others. Chen Meng'er stopped and looked around. What she saw were lush trees and weeds. Only then did she feel at ease and pull out one of the ginseng roots planted on the ground in the space. Chen Meng'er realized that as she grew older, her control over the space seemed to be getting better and better. Previously, she could only do whatever she wanted in the space, like picking things up. Now, she could silently think of what she wanted outside the space, and the things in the space would appear in front of her. At this moment, a ginseng with fresh soil appeared in Chen Meng'er's hand out of thin air. At this time, if anyone saw it, they would definitely be shocked, thinking that Chen Meng'er was not a human, and some kind of monster instead. And the solution that Chen Meng'er had thought of before to solve her family's financial problems was the ginseng planted in the plot of land in her space from the moment Chen Meng'er discovered it. Chen Meng'er only managed to recognize all the herbs planted in the plot of land after carefully studying the books in the study room in her space. And the ginseng was planted the most among these herbs. Chen Meng'er had pulled out a ginseng root before. She took a look and confirmed that this ginseng was at least 100 years old, if not 1,000 years old. And such ginseng was hard to find in the current era. Although everyone's financial situation wasn't good, wealthy families still had it. Moreover, 100-year-old wild ginseng wasn't hard to come by, but the price wouldn't be low either. Not long after Chen Meng'er left the rock, Chen Haoshuan, who had played around, ran back. He wanted to find his sister, Chen Meng'er, and ask if she still had any candy. But he looked around and saw only his brother, but not his sister. He was anxious now. He pulled his older brother, who was having fun, and said anxiously, "It's bad. Meng'er is gone." "What?" Chen Haogua, who was having fun, turned his head subconsciously to look at the rock under the tree. He saw that it was empty, and there was no sign of his sister. "What should we do? Meng'er is really gone." Chen Haogua was also anxious. His companions, who were playing with Chen Haogua, also stopped playing He comforted Chen Haogua. Haogua, don't worry. Your sister Meng'er will not get lost. Let's split up and look for her. We will definitely find her. Yeah, I think I saw your sister walking that way just now. Someone in the crowd said weakly. What? Chen Xingda, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you warn me just now? Chen Haogua was so worried that his eyes were red. He wasn't worried that his parents would scold him when he went back. What he was worried about now was whether his sister would be afraid when she found out that he was lost. I didn't look carefully just now. I just saw a figure walking that way from the corner of my eye. I don't know if it's your sister, Chen Xingda said weakly. He couldn't be blamed for that. He was also having fun back then. How could he care about that? Chen Haogua didn't have time to blame Chen Xingda at this time. He ran in the direction Chen Xingda said, and Chen Haoshuan followed closely behind his big brother. Hey, Haogua, that's the back of the mountain. Chen Gang wanted to say something to stop Chen Haogua. Chen Haoshuan and Chen Haogua had already passed halfway through the back of the mountain. They had already reached the territory where the adults did not allow them to enter. However, Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan did not have the time to care about these things. The two brothers' hearts were filled with the desire to find their younger sister as soon as possible. They could not lose their younger sister. As for the companions of Chen Haogua, when they saw Chen Haogua's and Chen Haoshuan's figures, no one dared to follow them into the back of the mountain. Everyone looked at each other. In the end, someone suggested that they should go down the mountain and tell the adults in the village that Chen Haoshuan and his siblings had entered the rear half of the mountain. However, they were afraid that the adults would blame them. Someone suggested it, but no one carried it out. Even Chen Gang, who had the best relationship with Chen Haogua, only looked at Chen Haogua. He did not move from the spot where Chen Haoshuan's back disappeared. Meng'er, where are you? After Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan entered the forest, because of the weeds and tall trees in the forest, the two of them had no way to escape. They could only walk forward with difficulty. They shouted as they walked. Qu Meng'er, who was in a dilemma as to whether she should wait for her brother to come and find her or return with the ginseng, vaguely heard someone calling her name. She pricked up her ears and listened carefully. She could tell that it was her eldest brother and second brother's voices. Now, she didn't have to struggle anymore. She shouted in the direction of the voice. I'm here. I think I heard Meng'er's voice. Chen Haoshuan, who was sweating profusely, said excitedly to his big brother, Chen Haogua, after hearing the voice. I also heard Meng'er's voice. Let's go. Chen Haoshuan walked in the direction of the voice and shouted, Meng'er, be good. Don't be afraid. Just stay there. We are coming over. In fact, Qu Meng'er didn't walk far. She was still at the edge of the forest, so she could hear Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan shouting. After a while, Qu Meng'er saw her big brother and second brother were sweating profusely. As for Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan, when they saw Qu Meng'er standing among the weeds, they let out a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the fact that the terrain didn't allow it, the two brothers would have sat down on the ground. Meng'er, what did I tell you? I told you not to run around. Why are you still running around? It was rare for Chen Haogua to put on a straight face and scold his precious sister. I only saw a little white rabbit running towards here just now, so I followed her here. This excuse. It was an excuse that Qu Meng'er had found long ago. At this moment, Qu Meng'er lowered her head and looked pitiful as she held the ginseng in her hands. This made Chen Haogua unable to harden his heart and scold her. Meng'er, what are you holding in your hands? Chen Haoshuan had always paid attention to things that were different from others. However, this was the first time Qu Meng'er thanked her second brother who paid attention to things that were different from others. She was originally thinking of how to bring up this matter. At this moment, her second brother happened to present this opportunity to her. She smiled and raised her head. Then, as if showing off, she raised her hand that was holding onto the ginseng and said, This is ginseng. As she said this, Qu Meng'er blinked her eyes and looked at Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan with an expression that said, You're praising me. However, Chen Haoshuan, this little brat, did not understand what this ginseng was used for. Therefore, he took a glance and lost interest. Chen Haogua, on the other hand, was quite surprised. He didn't expect his sister to be able to find the ginseng even though she was lost. However, he didn't know the value of the ginseng, so he wasn't excited at all. Qu Meng'er didn't care whether her two brothers knew the value of the ginseng or not. She didn't have the time to teach them about it now. After she showed her two brothers the ginseng in her hand, she took out a square cloth bag that she folded in her pocket. Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan could tell from the cloth bag in Qu Meng'er's hands that this was the only cloth bag in their family. Their mother, Lu Wan, was so careful that every time Chen Haoshuan wanted to borrow it to store something, his mother refused. But now, this cloth bag was in the hands of their younger sister, Qu Meng'er. Moreover, their younger sister, Chen Meng'er, actually put the ginseng that was stained with mud directly into the cloth bag. Chen Haogua, Chen Haoshuan, and the others wanted to stop their younger sister Chen Meng'er's movements. But who would have thought that this 3-year-old child's movements would be so nimble? Before the two of them could open their mouths, Chen Meng'er had already put the ginseng into the cloth bag. Meng'er, why is mother's cloth bag with you? Chen Haogua asked. Chen Haoshuan continued his brother's words. He said, Meng'er, how can you put ginseng with soil in this cloth bag? Do you know how much Mom treasures this cloth bag? When we go back, if she sees you, just wait to be scolded. Qu Meng'er put the cloth bag of ginseng in her hands and carried it carefully. At the same time, she answered the questions of her two brothers. I borrowed this bag from Mom to store things. Mom won't scold me. Mom dotes on me the most. Moreover, I've already told Mom before that I want to use this cloth bag to store things. Mom has agreed. What Qu Meng'er didn't say in her heart was that not only would her mother not scold her because she dirtied the cloth bag, she would even praise her. When Chen Haoshuan heard Qu Meng'er's words, he thought of how much his parents doted on his sister and looked at the cloth bag in his sister's hand. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. They were both children of this family. How could their treatment be so bad? He couldn't even borrow this cloth bag. And his sister had easily obtained this cloth bag with just a word. Chen Haogua didn't have as many feelings as Chen Haoshuan. He heard his sister Qu Meng'er say that she had borrowed this bag from their mother. Then there wouldn't be any problems. This matter would end here. Let's go out quickly. It's not very safe in this forest. Chen Haogua looked at the lush forest and said to his brother and sister, Okay, let's go out. Chen Haoshuan also looked around. He thought of what his parents had told them before and nodded in agreement. Then, the two brothers did not wait for Qu Meng'er's consent. They each held Qu Meng'er's hand. When Chen Haogua held Qu Meng'er's hand, he also picked up the cloth bag containing the ginseng in her hand. Qu Meng'er looked at the cloth bag. He threatened, You have to hold on to it. If you drop it, I'll cry. I know. I'll hold on to it tightly. Even if Qu Meng'er didn't say it, Chen Haogua would hold on to it tightly. However, what he valued was different from Qu Meng'er. What he valued was the cloth bag containing the ginseng. That was their only cloth bag, and it was also her mother's baby. Qu Meng'er did not care about what her big brother valued. After she got the answer she wanted, she held her big brother and second brother's hands in satisfaction and walked back. As they walked, Qu Meng'er suddenly said, Can you promise me one thing? As brothers, the two of them had no intention of rejecting their beloved sister's request. Go ahead. When we get out later, if anyone asks you what's in this bag, please help me answer that I picked the wild fruit in the forest. Is that okay? Qu Meng'er looked at Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan expectantly. The two of them couldn't refuse at all. Hey, I thought it was something that would make me nervous. That's it. No problem. Chen Haoshuan let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Meng'er, don't worry. We won't say anything. Chen Haogua didn't know why his sister did this, but he agreed to her request unconditionally. When she got the answer she wanted, Qu Meng'er grinned, revealing her faint dimples. Her smile was extremely sweet. When the three siblings walked out of the forest hand in hand, the children who had followed them up the mountain earlier gathered outside the forest. They all had anxious and worried expressions on their faces. However, there were no adults present. In the end, none of these children mustered their courage and went down the mountain to call for adults. When they saw the three Chen siblings walk out safely, they heaved a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Hey, you're finally out. If you hadn't come out soon, we would have all rushed in. When Changgang saw Chen Haogua, he walked forward with a smile and put his arm around Chen Haogua's shoulder, as if they were brothers. However, the smile in Chen Haogua's eyes didn't reach his eyes when he saw Changgang's intimate action. Although these children weren't old, there was a good saying that the children of poor families were in charge early. and Chen Haogua was more sensible than ordinary children. He had to be steady. Therefore, he knew the truth of Chen Gang's words. After this incident, he had to weigh the friendship between him and Chen Gang in his heart. However, he did not show his emotions on his face. If Qu Meng'er knew the thoughts of her eldest brother, Chen Haogua, perhaps she would guess that her eldest brother had also been reborn. At this moment, Qu Meng'er had the same thoughts as Chen Haoshuan. She felt that Chen Gang was very hypocritical. She even wondered if her ability to observe people had become weaker. To think that her first impression of Chen Gang was not bad. I've made you worry. We're fine. It's just that my sister was a little shocked, so I have to bring her back first to calm her down. Chen Haoshuan looked at the group of people who were standing there. Suddenly, he didn't want to continue playing with them. As for Chen Haoshuan, it was rare for him to be tactful and not make a sound. He remained silent. Oh, is that so? Then you guys should hurry back. Chen Gang looked at Qu Meng'er, who had her head lowered and remained silent. He believed Chen Haogua's words. Just like that, Chen Haogua smoothly brought his younger siblings away from everyone and slowly walked down the mountain. As Qu Meng'er walked, she turned her head to look at the side of her brother's face. For the first time, she realized that her brother was actually quite powerful. When Qu Meng'er and the other two arrived home, their parents, Chen Ping and Lu Wan, were already at home. Chen Ping's mood was relatively low. Today, he went to his brother's house to borrow money. The moment he opened his mouth, his brother took out the money and lent it to him without a second word. At that time, he had borrowed the money and thanked his brother with a heart full of joy. Then, he turned around and left. He thought that the child's tuition fees had finally been settled. However, when he left his brother's house, halfway through, he thought of something that he had forgotten to tell his brother, so he turned back. When he walked to the door of his brother's small courtyard, before he could speak, he heard his sister-in-law talking to his brother. Tao, you've lent all the money to little Ping. What about the tuition fees for Hong Ying and the others? Chen Ping heard his sister-in-law's voice. His brother, Chen Tao, was silent for a while before he said, I'll think of a way to deal with this. Don't worry about it. Little Ping asked me to lend him the money. He must have an urgent need for it. When Chen Ping heard this, he did not care about the matter of him turning back to look for his brother. He turned around and walked home. However, his mood this time was completely different from before. He touched the money in his bag and felt very upset. After Chen Ping returned home, he told Lu Wan what he had heard at his brother's house. Lu Wan also looked at the pile of money and couldn't help but sigh. Father, mother, you are all home. We are back. Once Chen Haoshuan returned home, he revealed his true form. He let go of Qu Meng'er's hand and ran straight into the house. Chen Haoshuan held Qu Meng'er's hand and slowly walked into the house. Why are you back so early? Lu Wan looked at the three siblings who entered the house and asked, Did someone bully Meng'er? No, no one would bully Meng'er. When Qu Meng'er entered the house, she felt the slightly depressing atmosphere in the house. So she let go of her brother's hand and ran straight into her mother's arms. She started to act coquettishly. We came back so early because Meng'er found something good. Qu Meng'er looked proud. Oh? What did Meng'er find? Qu Meng'er's coquettish look and her sweet voice made Lu Wan and Chen Ping's depressed mood rise a little. Quickly bring the thing over. Qu Meng'er turned her head and said to Chen Haogua. Lu Wan and Chen Ping did not think that children would find anything good. They thought that their daughter Qu Meng'er might have found something that she thought was novel and fun. However, in order not to hurt their daughter's young mind, Chen Ping still pretended to be very curious and said, Yo, our Meng'er found something good. Let me see what it is. As Chen Ping said this, he took the cloth bag from his eldest son, Chen Haogua. He had already thought it through. If he didn't randomly see what was inside, the expression on his face would be more than enough. Qu Meng'er had just finished speaking when Chen Ping saw what was inside the bag. His eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly. His face was filled with disbelief. Lu Wan had the same thoughts as her husband, Chen Ping, but when she saw the expression on his face, she knew that he was not faking it. Her heart immediately itched. She pushed Chen Ping. Little Ping, what did Meng'er bring back that surprised you so much? Chen Ping finally recovered from his shock after being pushed by his wife, Lu Wan. He did not directly answer his wife, Lu Wan. Instead, he handed the cloth bag in his hand to Lu Wan and said, Take a look for yourself. Luwan looked at Chen Ping in confusion. Then, she took the cloth bag from Chen Ping and opened it. Her reaction was completely different from Chen Ping's. She looked inside the cloth bag, then she grabbed the cloth bag tightly and raised her head to look at Qu Meng'er. Meng'er, this. She did not say anything after a long time. Chen Ping, who had slowly calmed down, continued to ask his wife, Luwan, where did you get this thing? Qu Meng'er finally answered the question. It's at the back of the mountain. My brothers brought me to the back of the mountain. Following Chen Meng'er's answer, Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan also nodded. The two of them nodded, feeling strange in their hearts. They were curious why their parents would have such a big reaction when they saw the thing in the cloth bag. Meng'er found it in the forest at the back of the mountain, Chen Haogua added. What? You went to the back of the mountain? Luwan heard Chen Haogua say that they found it in the forest at the back of the mountain. Immediately, she couldn't care less about her surprise. She raised her head and reprimanded them with a straight face. What's wrong with the two of you? Don't you know how dangerous the forest at the back of the mountain is? You actually brought your sister to the back of the mountain. You too. Qu Meng'er saw her mother getting angry at her two brothers and felt guilty. She really couldn't blame her two brothers for this matter, especially her eldest brother, Chen Haogua. She hurriedly said, Mom, it's not their fault for this matter. I was too playful and ran in and got lost. They came in to look for me. Qu Meng'er ran over and tugged at the corner of her mother's clothes as she explained coquettishly. As soon as she said that, not only did Luwan's anger not calm down much, even her father, Chen Ping, raised his eyes and glared fiercely at her two brothers. Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan glanced at them. These two brothers were really worrisome. They actually made his younger sister get lost. Qu Meng'er also realized that she seemed to have said something wrong. She rolled her eyes and quickly changed the topic. Otherwise, her two brothers would definitely be reprimanded miserably tonight. Dad, Mom, I know what this is. It's a ginseng root. It can sell for a lot of money. How did you know? Luwan asked curiously. She remembered that there had never been ginseng in her family. I saw this in the picture album. Qu Meng'er cried out in her heart before she rolled her eyes and came up with an excuse. Picture album? This time, other than Qu Meng'er, the rest of the family members asked in unison. Yes, the picture album of the village chief's grandfather's little sister. Last time, I saw this on it. At that time, she told me that this is called ginseng. It's very expensive. Qu Meng'er was obviously lying through her teeth, however. If others believed Qu Meng'er's lies, that was her ability. The little sister of the village chief's grandfather that Qu Meng'er mentioned was an existing granddaughter. The village chief's daughter married a city boy and lived a good life. The year before last, the village chief's daughter brought her husband and daughter back for the spring festival. Chen Ping and the others remembered that after the village chief's granddaughter returned to the village, for some reason, her favorite was their precious daughter, Qu Meng'er. If there was anything delicious or fun, she would give Qu Meng'er a portion. Thinking of this, Chen Ping and the others completely believed Qu Meng'er's words. So that's how it is. Our Meng'er is really smart. She saw it and remembered it. Chen Ping lovingly reached out and rubbed Qu Meng'er's hair as he spoke. Oh right, Haogua, other than the two of you, who else knows that Meng'er found the ginseng? Luwan thought for a moment and asked. No, only little Xian and I went into the forest to look for Meng'er. The others didn't go in. We took the ginseng out in a cloth bag. After we came out, we didn't stop and went home. Fortunately, no matter how mature Chen Haogua was, he was still a child. There were many things that he didn't consider carefully. If he thought carefully, he would find out what role his 3-year-old sister played in this. That's good. That's good. Although everyone in the village usually got along well, sometimes they still had to be careful. Although Chen Ping and Luwan didn't know how much the ginseng was worth, it wouldn't be worth anything if someone without good intentions knew about it and gave them some trouble. Haogua, Haoshuan, you have to remember that Meng'er found the ginseng today. You mustn't tell anyone. Not even your grandparents, understand? Luwan said seriously with a straight face. Mom, we understand. Chen Haogua. Although Chen Haoshuan didn't know why, he still answered seriously when he saw the serious look on their parents' faces. Then Dad, Mom, let's sell this ginseng. If we sell it, we'll have money to pay for my and my brother's tuition fees. The purpose of Qu Meng'er taking out the ginseng was to get her parents to sell the ginseng. It would make life easier for her family. She didn't want her parents to end up collecting this ginseng because it was rare and they couldn't bear to part with it. This wasn't what she wanted. If it was someone else's family, they might collect 100-year-old ginseng after they obtained it. In the future, if anyone in the family had an emergency, they could use it to save a life. However, there were still a lot of them in Qu Meng'er's space. Moreover, even if the things in her space were used up, Qu Meng'er had a heaven-defying artifact that could help her cheat. If she planted it again, she would have more. Lu Wan and Chen Ping did not expect their 3-year-old daughter to remember this matter in her heart for so long. The husband and wife looked at each other. They could see the complicated feelings in each other's eyes. Okay, listen to Meng'er. Tomorrow, I will sell this ginseng and pay the tuition fees for Meng'er and her brothers. Chen Ping's hand that had just been lowered once again landed on Chen Meng'er's head. Daddy, don't keep touching my head. Look, the braids that mommy tied for me are all messed up. Chen Meng'er complained. Then, she said, Daddy, where are you going to sell the ginseng? Chen Meng'er knew that this ginseng was not wild ginseng. This was a ginseng root that was over 100 years old. If this ginseng was sold in their town, it would definitely not be able to fetch a high price. Therefore, Chen Meng'er still did not want others to take advantage of their family. Go to town, Chen Ping replied matter-of-factly. Usually, when their village had something, they would sell it in town. Daddy, let's go to the city. Last time, I heard from the village chief's little sister that this ginseng was sold at a very expensive drugstore in the city. Let's go to the city to sell it. Chen Meng'er did not hesitate to pull out the village chief's granddaughter again. I should go to the city to sell this? Chen Ping hesitated. This city was a distant place to him. He had only been there a few times in his entire life. Dad, go. Meng'er wants to go to the city to take a look. The little sister said that the city is very beautiful. Chen Meng'er pulled on the corner of her father's clothes and used her trump card. Acting coquettishly, Chen Ping had no resistance against his daughter acting coquettishly. Okay, we'll go to the city. Although Chen Ping agreed to his daughter Chen Meng'er's request and said that he was going to the city to sell ginseng, he did not plan to bring his daughter with him. As a father, he was not familiar with the city. He was unfamiliar with the place. Why would he bring his 3-year-old daughter with him? Because he was going to the city, Chen Ping and Lu Wan discussed for a while. They would not return the money they borrowed from Chen Ping's brother, Chen Tao, for the time being. As they were going to be out of town, they had some money on them. So they planned to wait until they sold the ginseng, then return the money to them. Chen Ping and Lu Wan did not tell the 3 children at home when Chen Ping was going to sell the ginseng in the city. Chen Meng'er was also very obedient and did not ask this question because she knew clearly in her heart that even if you asked, you would not get the answer that she thought of. Chen Haoshuan was a typical example of this. Ever since he heard that his father was going to sell ginseng in the city, he had remembered this matter in his heart. He was also tempted and wanted to go with her, so he would ask her parents from time to time, Mom, when is Dad going to sell ginseng in the city? Look, school is about to start soon. There's no rush. I'm quite busy these 2 days. I have to wait for the work in the city to be done before I go to sell ginseng in the city. This was Lu Wan's perfunctory answer to Chen Haoshuan. Chen Haoshuan was a child after all. After asking many questions and getting the same answer, he threw this matter to the back of his mind. Chen Meng'er, on the other hand, had been silently paying attention to her parents' actions. On the 4th night after Chen Meng'er discovered the ginseng, after dinner, Chen Meng'er saw her parents closing the door to their room and packing up something. When she saw this, Chen Meng'er's spirits were lifted. She knew her father should be leaving for the city tomorrow. When she received the news that she wasn't very prepared for, Chen Meng'er was slightly excited. Without batting an eyelid, she returned to the room where the 3 siblings were sleeping. Then, after her 2 brothers had fallen asleep, she closed her eyes, lay on the bed, and used her spiritual sense to enter the space. She began to tidy up. She packed some of the things in the supermarket that were in bulk and some of the pastries that were currently sold on the market into plastic bags. She also packed some candy. Chen Meng'er saw that there was a dazzling array of delicious foods in the space supermarket, and she really wanted to take some out. However, the food was too eye-catching, and people would notice it if she took it out. Therefore, Chen Meng'er could only suppress the impulse in her heart and take some food out of the space. That night, Qu Meng'er had something on her mind. Therefore, she didn't fall asleep the whole night. At 4 a.m., when Qu Meng'er heard the movement in the next room, she sat up from the bed. Then, she quickly picked up the clothes that she had put on the bed and put them on. Then, she put on her shoes and got out of bed. After everything was arranged, Qu Meng'er took the cloth bag of ginseng that her mother had given her as a reward and carried it on her shoulder. She was too small now. If she didn't carry the cloth bag on her back, it would be completely dragged on the ground. Although Qu Meng'er was excited, she also knew that she couldn't wake up her two brothers at this time. Otherwise, let alone her, no one would be able to follow her this time. Qu Meng'er gently opened the door and walked out. Then, she gently closed the door. Qu Meng'er carried the cloth bag and went to the kitchen. At this moment, Lu Wan was preparing breakfast for her husband, Chen Ping, while Chen Ping was washing up. When the couple saw Qu Meng'er standing at the door, their hands paused. Lu Wan looked at Qu Meng'er in surprise. "Meng'er, why are you up?" After all, this daughter of hers usually had to be yelled at to get up in the morning. "Daddy is going to the city, so I got up," Qu Meng'er said matter-of-factly. As she answered her mother's question, she walked into the house and placed the cloth bag on her back on her small chair. Chen Ping saw the cloth bag on Qu Meng'er's back and immediately smiled. This girl, she actually prepared all her luggage. That's right. When father and mother prepared the luggage yesterday, I also went to prepare. Qu Meng'er said with a wide smile. Your father is going to the city to sell ginseng. Your father himself is not familiar with the city. Why are you going with him? Lu Wan did not approve of her husband, Chen Ping, bringing his daughter along. No, I want to go. I want to go to the city with Daddy. Daddy promised before. Qu Meng'er relied on her young age to act coquettishly and shamelessly. She was completely at ease. When did I agree? Chen Ping wanted to retort, but when he saw his daughter looking at him with that aggrieved look, he swallowed the words that were about to reach his mouth. Chen Ping and Lu Wan both loved Qu Meng'er from the bottom of their hearts. This time, Qu Meng'er acted coquettishly and shamelessly. She successfully convinced her parents to agree to bring her to the city. The Chen family village did not have a bus that went straight to the city. When the villagers went to the city, they had to rush to the town first, and then take one of the few buses that went to the city. This was also the reason why Chen Ping had to get up so early. After a few quick bites of breakfast, Chen Ping carried Qu Meng'er's big cloth bag on his back and pushed Qu Meng'er, who was sitting in the back seat, towards the town. There was a distance between Chen village and the town, so Chen Ping could not push his bicycle. He had to ride his bicycle. However, the road from Chen village to the town was muddy. Not only was the road not wide, but it was also uneven. Qu Meng'er, who was sitting in the back seat, was jolted all the way. When they reached the town, Qu Meng'er's little ace was in so much pain that she could hardly feel anything. Obviously, Chen Ping knew what it was like. When he was riding his bike, he had already picked a flat road as fast as he could. However, the result was not much different. When they reached the town, Chen Ping stored the bike and carried Qu Meng'er down from the back seat. How is it? Meng'er, does your ace hurt? I told you not to follow me. Dad, my ace doesn't hurt anymore. Qu Meng'er raised her small face and said. What she didn't say was that she couldn't feel the pain anymore. She was still thinking in her heart that she had to let her parents earn money as soon as possible and buy a car as soon as possible. She didn't want to go to the town or the city in the future and still have to suffer such pain. Speaking of which, Qu Meng'er still didn't understand the current situation. Now wasn't the time to buy a car just because you had money. Chen Ping, Qu Meng'er, and the others had good luck today. When they arrived at the station, there was a train that had just finished driving in the city. It was about to leave. Chen Ping bought the tickets and carried Qu Meng'er out of the bus that had just finished driving in the city. Now, Qu Meng'er was only 3 years old. She was not even old enough to buy a ticket and was not tall enough. Therefore, she could only sit on the lap of her father, Chen Ping. Speaking of which, in her previous life, Qu Meng'er really had never taken a bus. No matter what she went out to do, she would always have a special car to pick her up. Therefore, she was very curious about this bus. Fortunately, Qu Meng'er was only 3 years old, and this was her first time going on a long journey. It was very normal for her to have such a placid expression, so she did not attract anyone's attention. However, Qu Meng'er's small and exquisite little face, made many aunties and uncles who were on the same bus very interested in her. The 40-something-year-old auntie sitting next to Chen Meng'er looked at Chen Meng'er and asked Chen Ping, "Is this your daughter?" "Yes," Chen Ping replied with a smile. "Your daughter is really good-looking. She is even more exquisite than the model in those New Year paintings." If it were not for the fact that everyone was unfamiliar with her and did not dare to touch her, she would have reached out and pinched Chen Meng'er's little face. Hee. Chen Ping was quite proud of others praising his daughter, but he didn't want to show it too obviously, so he could only smile to cover it up. After someone started the conversation, the auntie in the car was already interested in Chen Meng'er, who was as cute as a doll. She went forward and asked one question after another. Not long after, where did Chen Meng'er's family live? How old was she this year? All those miscellaneous questions were asked clearly. Everyone's enthusiasm was very simple, and without any purpose, she would have stopped her father, Chen Ping, long ago. However, Chen Meng'er decided in her heart that if her father, Chen Ping, went out to do business in the future, she would have to give him a good sense of self-defense. As it was not the end of the year, all the seats on the bus were full, but fortunately, no one was standing in the aisle. This also made the air in the bus not smell bad. Chen Meng'er sat on the lap of her father, Chen Ping. At first, she was still excitedly stretching her neck and looking at the scenery outside the window. Since her rebirth, the furthest she had gone was to follow her mother to her grandparents' house. She usually stayed in the village. However, gradually, Chen Meng'er could not resist the drowsiness. She leaned on her father, Chen Ping, and fell asleep. "Meng'er, wake up. We're here." Just as Chen Meng'er was sleeping soundly, her father, Chen Ping, woke her up. "HM?" Chen Meng'er opened her eyes. For a moment, she did not know where she was. The cuteness of Chen Meng'er rubbing her eyes instantly endeared all the ladies in the car. Looking at Chen Meng'er's cuteness, they all had the urge to take her home and spoil her. "Meng'er, wake up. We're in the city. We're about to reach the station." Following Chen Ping's words, Chen Meng'er also slowly woke up. She also saw the big words City Inn bus station. Chen Ping and Chen Meng'er, the father and daughter pair, came out of the bus stop. They looked at the road that could be said to be filled with traffic, and for a moment, they did not know where to go. Chen Meng'er had never been to City Inn in her previous life and this life. Not to mention, it was still the City Inn in the early 1980s. As for Chen Ping, he had been here before a few times only, and every time he came, someone would bring him along. He was someone who followed behind others. He did not pay attention to which road they had taken. Not only was Chen Ping completely ignorant of the city and did not know anything else, he was also conflicted about where to sell the ginseng. Chen Ping carried a cloth bag on his back and held his daughter Chen Meng'er's hand, watching the people and cars coming and going on the road. He just did not move. Chen Meng'er was still thinking about selling the ginseng. She was still waiting to sell the ginseng for a good price and change the life of her family. Chen Meng'er looked at her father, Chen Ping, who was at a loss, and sighed in her heart. It seemed that she could only rely on herself. Chen Meng'er opened her big, watery eyes and looked around. When she saw the middle-aged man standing on the side of the road, holding a newspaper in his hand and constantly asking passers-by if they wanted to buy newspapers, Chen Meng'er broke free from her father's hand and ran towards the man selling newspapers with her short legs. This made Chen Ping, who was holding his daughter's hand, anxious when he saw his daughter running away. He didn't care about anything else and chased after her daughter. Chen Ping shouted as he chased Meng'er, "Where are you going? Don't run around." Chen Meng'er heard her father's shout, but her movements did not stop. Instead, she seemed to be speeding up. When Chen Meng'er ran to the uncle who sold newspapers, she could not even breathe. This made Chen Meng'er alert. Her physical fitness in her first life was really not that good. It seemed that when she went back, she would have to retrain. Chen Meng'er did not dwell on this question for long. When the man who sold newspapers lowered his head and saw the panting little girl standing beside him, he lowered his head and asked, "Little girl, you want to buy newspapers?" "No, uncle, I don't want newspapers. I'm here to ask for directions. I want to ask you, do you know where the biggest pharmacy is in this city?" Chen Meng'er raised her small face. She looked at the uncle who sold newspapers and asked. As soon as Chen Meng'er's question was asked, Chen Ping rushed over. He just happened to hear his daughter Chen Meng'er's question. He wanted to scold his daughter Chen Meng'er for running around, but he forcefully swallowed his words. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the person who sold newspapers, waiting for his answer. The pharmacy. I know where that is. It's at the intersection ahead. Turn right. In that alley, there's a pharmacy. It's pretty big. This uncle who sold newspapers. After seeing Chen Meng'er's tender and cute face, his attitude unconsciously became a lot better as he answered. Thank you, uncle. Uncle, you're really nice. In this life, Chen Meng'er had long grasped the essentials of being liked as a child. That was to be sweet-mouthed. As soon as Chen Meng'er said these words, it was to coax the uncle who sold newspapers to smile. Ah, you little girl, you're so cute. Your words are also so nice. Chen Ping, who was standing behind Chen Meng'er, memorized the address the uncle who sold newspapers said while listening to the person praise his daughter. He said proudly, "Sir, thank you." Then, Chen Ping took Chen Meng'er's hand and walked towards the address of the pharmacy given by the uncle who sold newspapers. As they walked, Chen Ping lectured Chen Meng'er. Meng'er, this is the city, not our village. You can't run around randomly. If you get lost, I won't be able to find you in such a big place. I understand, Dad. I will follow you. I won't run around randomly. Chen Meng'er thought that she wasn't a real child and wouldn't do something shameful like getting lost. However, she knew that if she didn't admit to her mistake, her father, Chen Ping, would keep nagging. Chen Ping's good attitude towards his daughter admitting her mistake made him stop nagging. He even changed the topic and asked Chen Meng'er, "Meng'er, are you tired? Do you want me to carry you?" Chen Meng'er was really a little tired at this time. However, she had already silently decided in her heart that when she went back, she would start to train her skills. Chen Meng'er, who wanted to pick up all the skills from her previous life, gritted her teeth and said, "I'm not tired. I will walk on my own." From the sound of it, the pharmacy did not seem to be very far from the station. However, when she really walked, it was not close. As a result, Chen Meng'er, who insisted on walking on her own, started to sweat. This made Chen Ping's heart ache. In the end, ignoring his daughter's request, he bent down and picked Chen Meng'er up. The pharmacy was a typical ancient building. There was a thick and heavy door. There was also a plaque hanging on the door, all of which showed that this pharmacy had a long history. And this pharmacy was exactly what Chen Meng'er was looking for. If it were the modern pharmacies of later generations, Chen Meng'er would probably turn around and leave with her father without saying a word, because the pharmacies of later generations specialized in selling Western medicine and proprietary Chinese medicine. They also sold traditional Chinese medicine like ginseng. However, they could not understand the quality of ginseng. Even if they could understand it, they would still charge the normal price of ginseng. Chen Ping carried Chen Meng'er into the pharmacy's door, and a strong wave of traditional Chinese medicine greeted him. At this moment, a young man in a large coat walked over. "Hello, are you here to see a doctor or to get medicine?" Chen Ping shook his head when he heard the question from the young man in a lab coat. "Neither. Then why are you here?" The young man in a lab coat looked at Chen Ping and Chen Meng'er, the father and daughter, and asked curiously, "We're here to sell medicine." Chen Meng'er turned around in her father's arms and rushed to answer. "Sell medicine? May I know what medicine you've brought? Can you show it to me?" The young man in a lab coat raised his eyebrows. After sizing up Chen Ping, Chen Meng'er and her father wore a look of realization. "No, we're only showing this medicine to the manager of your pharmacy." Chen Meng'er knew at a glance that the young man in front of her was just a shop assistant. He couldn't make the decision at all. It could be said that he could make the decision for some small things. However, he didn't have the authority to do bigger things. The young man felt a little uncomfortable when Chen Meng'er asked to see the manager, and the smile on his face disappeared. He was about to say something unpleasant when an old man's voice came from behind him. "Oh, what kind of herb did you bring here? How could you ask to see the manager?" An old man with white hair and a cane walked out from the back hall. When the young man saw who it was, he immediately became respectful. "Sir, why are you here?" "I happened to be in the back hall and heard the little girl's voice. I was curious, so I came out to take a look," the old man said and looked at Chen Meng'er with a smile. "Grandpa, when you see it later, you'll know what good stuff we brought. But, Grandpa, can we have a word?" As she spoke, Chen Meng'er looked around the pharmacy and said to the old man. The old man looked at Chen Meng'er's quick-witted look and was in a good mood. He laughed and said, "Okay, listen to the little girl. Come in with me." Chen Ping carried Chen Meng'er and followed behind the old man into the pharmacy. Behind the pharmacy was a different world, a large courtyard house. Once Chen Meng'er walked into the courtyard, she looked around and recognized that the land was filled with herbs. Some were precious and rare, and some were common. Chen Meng'er was able to recognize these herbs at a glance because of the books in her study. The old man noticed the way Chen Meng'er looked at the herbs. He asked, "Why? Little girl, do you know these herbs?" "Yes, a bit." Chen Meng'er didn't dare to give a true answer because her father was there. However, she still surprised Chen Ping. He was surprised when his daughter knew these herbs. The old man was not surprised by Chen Meng'er's answer. He had been secretly observing Chen Meng'er, a 3-year-old girl. When Chen Meng'er saw the yard full of herbs, a hint of understanding and interest flashed in her eyes, which did not escape the old man's eyes. It was obvious that the old man was curious about Chen Meng'er. Chen Meng'er didn't have the time to care about what the old man was thinking. What she was most concerned about now was whether the old man really knew the goods and whether the pharmacy could give this ginseng a reasonable price. The old man brought Chen Meng'er and her father, Chen Ping, to a room in the courtyard. When Chen Meng'er saw the furnishings in the room, she knew that this was the old man's study. "Sit." The old man gestured for Chen Ping and Chen Meng'er to sit down. Then, he turned his head and said to the young man who had followed him, "Xiao Lu, go make some tea." "Oh right, if there's milk at home, give this little girl some milk." "Yes, sir." The person called Xiao Lu replied and left the door. "May I know your name?" The old man turned his head and asked Chen Ping with a smile. "Sir, my name is Chen Ping. This is my daughter, Chen Meng'er." When Chen Ping walked into the study and saw the furnishings inside, he already looked very uncomfortable. When he sat down, his movements were very stiff. When he faced the old man's question, he stood up and answered, "Yes, sir." Chen Meng'er, on the other hand, sat on a mahogany chair with a swagger. She raised her eyes and looked at the furnishings around the study. When she saw something that caught her eye, she nodded her head in praise. If she saw something that she did not like, she would pout her little mouth. She had a displeased look on her face. "Then I'll call you Chen Ping. Don't be nervous. Feel free to call me anything you like, just like your daughter." "Oh right, don't call me Mr. either. Everyone outside calls me Elder Lu. You can call me Elder Lu too." Elder Lu liked Chen Meng'er very much in his heart. In passing, he also found Chen Ping, Chen Meng'er's father, much more pleasing to the eye. "Okay, Elder Lu," Chen Ping said. Chen Meng'er finished observing the furnishings around the study and felt that it was time to get down to business. "Dad, take the thing out and show it to Grandpa Lu." With Chen Meng'er's reminder, Chen Ping remembered what they were here for. "Oh, okay," he agreed and reached out to take out something wrapped in cloth from the cloth bag he carried on his back. Then he handed it to Elder Lu. "Elder Lu, take a look." Elder Lu took the thing wrapped in cloth. He didn't take it to heart at first. It was only because he liked Chen Meng'er that he agreed to bring the father and daughter to the backyard. However, when Elder Lu opened the cloth and saw the ginseng wrapped inside, his eyes suddenly lit up. He couldn't care less about his body that was no longer young. He stood up from his seat. He held the ginseng with a face full of surprise. This. When Chen Meng'er saw Elder Lu's reaction, she knew that he was someone who knew what was good. This made her sigh in relief. Now, she didn't have to worry anymore. Just by looking at Elder Lu's reaction, this ginseng would definitely be sold for a good price. Chen Meng'er felt the pressure in her heart disappear, and she relaxed. At this moment, Xiao Lu walked in with tea and milk. He handed the cup of milk to Chen Meng'er. Chen Meng'er did not stand and bow. She took the milk and brought it to her mouth. Chen Ping did not understand why Elder Lu's reaction was so strong. He did not understand ginseng. He only knew that wild ginseng was a tonic and could be sold for money. As for the age of the ginseng, he, a farmer, did not know. "Elder Lu, what about this ginseng?" Chen Ping had just started. His eyes were shining as he stared at the ginseng. Elder Lu then said, "This is 100-year-old ginseng." "Chen Ping, where did you get this ginseng?" Elder Lu took his magnifying glass and started to observe. "Ah, this ginseng was unearthed not long ago. Initially, Elder Lu thought that this 100-year-old ginseng should have been left behind by Chen Ping's ancestor. However, looking at it now, that was not the case. Yeah, it was not long ago. This ginseng was found by my daughter in the mountains. Chen Ping was an honest person. When Elder Lu asked this question, he answered honestly. Chen Ping's answer made Elder Lu look at Qu Meng'er differently. He was now sure that the little girl in front of him was not simple. Qu Meng'er, who was drinking the milk attentively, felt Elder Lu's burning gaze on her. She raised her head and asked, "Grandpa Lu, why are you looking at me like that?" "How is it, Grandpa Lu? Are you satisfied with this ginseng?" "I'm very satisfied with this ginseng." Elder Lu nodded and said, "However, you guys are really too much. How can you wrap 100-year-old wild ginseng with cloth like this?" Fortunately, when this ginseng was pulled out from the ground, the whiskers didn't break. Hearing Elder Lu's words, the corners of Qu Meng'er's eyes almost twitched. This Elder Lu was really too much. He didn't even open his eyes to take a look. He had the conditions to take good care of this ginseng, but they didn't have such conditions. If they did, they wouldn't have sold it. "Then Grandpa Lu, since you're satisfied, then please give us a price. If the price is reasonable, we'll sell this ginseng to you. Of course, if you don't want it, we can only look for another buyer." Qu Meng'er placed the cup in her hand on the coffee table. She said, "Little girl, don't worry. Your Grandpa Lu is very satisfied with this ginseng. If I want it, I won't cheat you. The price will definitely be reasonable." When Elder Lu said this, he paused for a moment. "However, little girl, I'm very curious. How did you find this 100-year-old wild ginseng?" One had to know that although this ginseng was not from Changbai Mountain, it was still a 100-year-old wild ginseng. However, Elder Lu had used a magnifying glass to observe it. He found that this 100-year-old wild ginseng was not much different from Changbai Mountain's ginseng. It could be said that the appearance of this ginseng and its medicinal effects should be the best he had seen in the past few decades. This was also the reason why he was so excited and determined to get it. "Well, I can only say that I'm lucky." Qu Meng'er did not want to have a deep conversation with Elder Lu on this issue, and there was nothing to talk about. Qu Meng'er couldn't tell Elder Lu that this ginseng was produced by her space. Since that was the case, what was there to talk about? "Grandpa Lu, then give me a price. Let me see if it's reasonable with my father." "Little girl, don't be anxious. It's still early. You can talk to Grandpa Lu. We'll talk about the ginseng later." Obviously, Elder Lu was more interested in Qu Meng'er than the ginseng. For some reason, Elder Lu felt that Qu Meng'er was mysterious. "Grandpa Lu, you're not in a hurry, but we are. We still have to rush home. Otherwise, my mom will be anxious." After Qu Meng'er said that, she turned to look at her father, Chen Ping. "Dad, don't you think so?" "Yes. Elder Lu, we still have to catch the bus back. So, what do you think?" Chen Ping followed his daughter's words and said, "Sir, there's a patient outside. It's a child. He fell down the stairs and hit his head. He's outside now," Xiao Lu said as he ran in while panting. However, before he could finish speaking, Elder Lu stood up from his chair. "Nonsense, he fell on his head. Why are they still sending him to our pharmacy? Why don't they just send the child to the hospital?" As he spoke, Elder Lu couldn't care less about Qu Meng'er and Chen Ping. He put down the ginseng in his hand and walked towards the hall in front. Xiao Lu followed closely behind. Looking at the master who had suddenly left, Chen Ping and Qu Meng'er looked at each other, not knowing how to react. "Meng'er, why don't we go and take a look too?" Since their master was not around, they could not stay here forever. "Okay." Qu Meng'er nodded as she slowly slid down from the chair. "Dad, bring the ginseng with you. We will go and take a look too." Qu Meng'er was very cautious. She would not forget the ginseng that could be said to be their entire fortune. "Oh, okay." Chen Ping carefully wrapped the ginseng with a cloth again. Then, he held his daughter Qu Meng'er's little hand and walked to the hall in front. When Qu Meng'er and Chen Ping arrived at the hall was in a mess. A group of people surrounded the little boy lying on the ground in the middle. Meanwhile, a woman in her 30s was half paralyzed on a chair at the side. "Oh no, it's internal bleeding. We have to send him to the hospital quickly. Otherwise, there's no hope if we're too late." Elder Lu checked the unconscious boy, and his expression changed. He turned around and said to the boy's father, "Oh, I'll send the boy to the hospital right away." The boy's father bent over to hug the unconscious boy lying on the ground. Just as the boy's father bent down to pick up the boy, Qu Meng'er could not help but shout, "Stop!" Qu Meng'er was small, but her voice was not low. She successfully shouted at the boy's father, and Qu Meng'er's voice did not only stop the boy's father's action, it also made everyone's eyes focus on Qu Meng'er. Chen Ping, who was beside Qu Meng'er, saw everyone's gazes and felt a little regretful. Why did he suggest bringing his daughter here? He was just about to ask his daughter not to speak nonsense when the topic was snatched away. "You little child, why are you causing trouble here?" Xiao Lu, who was beside Elder Lu, saw that it was Qu Meng'er, the little girl, and said with some displeasure. However, Qu Meng'er did not care about Xiao Lu. She looked at the boy who was lying on the ground with his eyes closed. It was obvious that he had fallen into a coma. The symptoms of a brain hemorrhage described in the medical books that she had read in the space appeared in her mind unconsciously. "Grandpa Lu, his brain is bleeding. If this uncle moved him like this, he might not be able to save himself, let alone the hospital." Qu Meng'er knew that among the people present, Elder Lu's words carried the most weight. To be honest, Qu Meng'er knew that she shouldn't have opened her mouth to speak at this time. She should have let them handle this on their own, because this matter had nothing to do with her. And if she opened her mouth, not only would she attract attention, she might even get into trouble. However, for Qu Meng'er to watch this little boy's life gradually dissipate in front of her, Qu Meng'er knew that she couldn't do it. Elder Lu wanted to remind the boy's father that it was not suitable for the boy to move. However, he did not expect that someone would say such a thing in front of him. Moreover, it was the little girl that he was interested in. "This girl is right. You can't move him like this. His head can't be moved now." Elder Lu's words made the boy's father freeze. "Then Elder Lu, what should we do now?" Someone who did not know who was the boy looked at Elder Lu anxiously and asked, "Call the hospital's emergency number first." Elder Lu was also helpless. When faced with such an internal bleeding problem, he, who studied Chinese medicine, was a little helpless. Elder Lu could not help but feel a wave of fatigue and powerlessness from the bottom of his heart. He had to admit that this traditional Chinese medicine really could not compare to Western medicine in some aspects. For example, this intracerebral hemorrhage could only be stopped by Western medicine through surgery. However, their traditional Chinese medicine could not achieve the same effect as Western medicine. Therefore, the gradual decline of this traditional Chinese medicine was not without reason. When Qu Meng'er heard Elder Lu's words, she could not help but frown. Based on the boy's expression, the bleeding point in the boy's brain was relatively large. If she waited for the hospital's doctors to come and save him, the chances of survival were not high. Qu Meng'er was conflicted. She did not know if she should make a move. After all, what she said just now was already an unwise move. However, when Qu Meng'er looked at the boy, she subconsciously thought of the boy's symptoms and the way to treat him. At this moment, Qu Meng'er was conflicted about whether she should do anything to treat the boy. However, she had overlooked a very important matter. How could the contents of the spatial medical book that she had read before appear in her mind unconsciously? No matter how good her memory was, such a situation would not happen. However, at this moment, Qu Meng'er completely did not notice this. Qu Meng'er's mind went through a struggle. In the end, her conscience won out over everything. She sighed. She thought to herself, "Forget it. Today's incident may have been arranged by the heavens. And since I've received the favor of the heavens, I've been reborn, and I've obtained the portable space. Whatever, I should pay it forward a little. As for the problems left behind, we'll see." Thinking of this, Qu Meng'er said to Elder Lu, "Grandpa Lu, this little boy's brain has been bleeding. If we let it bleed like this, the situation will get worse and worse." "Sigh, I know this too, but I'm helpless now." Elder Lu sighed, his face gloomy. Elder Lu knew it too, but he couldn't do anything about it. "Grandpa Lu, do you know acupuncture?" Qu Meng'er thought for a moment and asked. "Yes." Elder Lu didn't know why Qu Meng'er suddenly changed the topic. Then, "Grandpa Lu, use acupuncture to help this little boy stop the bleeding." Qu Meng'er let out a sigh of relief when she heard that Elder Lu knew acupuncture. If Elder Lu replied that he did not know acupuncture, then this little boy's case was really hopeless. Although Qu Meng'er knew the method of treatment, because the method of treatment was in her brain. However, She had only studied traditional Chinese medicine on paper previously. She did not know anything about acupuncture. The specific implementation still depended on Elder Lu. Sigh. Little girl, this acupuncture can stop the bleeding, but it's impossible to stop the bleeding in the brain with acupuncture, Elder Lu thought. After all, she was still young. Although she had some contact with Chinese medicine, it was still a short time. Elder Lu was now certain that Qu Meng'er had learned Chinese medicine knowledge from others. But, Grandpa Lu, I know which acupuncture points can stop the internal bleeding at the same time. Qu Meng'er looked at Elder Lu and said seriously. Chen Ping, who had been listening at the side and wanted to say something to stop his daughter several times, couldn't hold it in anymore. He reached out to pull Qu Meng'er and reprimanded her in a low voice. Meng'er, don't mess around. This is a matter of life and death. That's right, little girl. This isn't the time to play house, Xiao Lu also said, looking at Qu Meng'er with dissatisfaction. In his eyes, Qu Meng'er was just a child who came to cause trouble. As for the boy's family, the way they looked at Qu Meng'er wasn't very friendly either. All right, Qu Meng'er could tell with one look that she had been spurned by everyone. And Qu Meng'er felt that she had already done her best. Since everyone didn't believe her, there was nothing she could do. She obediently retreated to her father's side, returning to her previous obedient appearance. However, just as Qu Meng'er was about to give up, Elder Lu suddenly became spirited. He thought that this girl in front of him might have had some kind of opportunity to meet some famous expert and receive the guidance of a famous expert. Therefore, he stared at Qu Meng'er and asked, Girl, what do you think? Can you stop the internal bleeding by stabbing a few acupoints at the same time? Qu Meng'er did not expect Elder Lu to believe her words and even ask her. She thought for a moment and did not speak directly. Instead, she walked over to the boy lying on the ground with her short legs and wanted to reach out and point at the acupuncture points for Elder Lu to see. However, Qu Meng'er squatted down, and just as she reached out her hand, the boy's mother rushed over and pushed her away. Qu Meng'er was careless and was pushed to the ground. The boy's mother was still in the state of a hen protecting her chick. She widened her eyes and looked at Qu Meng'er aggressively. What are you doing? Chen Ping, on the other hand, saw that his daughter had fallen and ran over with an aching heart. He picked up his daughter, Qu Meng'er, and patted the dust off her clothes as he asked Qu Meng'er, Meng'er, does anything hurt? No. Qu Meng'er shook her head. She wasn't bothered by this little bit of pain. Qu Meng'er turned to look at the boy's mother and said, Auntie, I don't want to do anything. I just want to show Grandpa Lu the acupuncture points. If Grandpa Lu thinks that the acupuncture points I'm pointing at are correct and feasible, then it might save your son's life. Of course, if you don't want me to touch your son, then just pretend that I didn't say anything and didn't do anything. Qu Meng'er could understand. When a person's life was at stake, who would believe the words of a 3-year-old girl? Madam, your son's current situation is very dangerous. If this girl's method is feasible, she might be able to save your son's life. Elder Lu also knew in his heart, with the boy's condition, even if he were to go to the hospital, he would be doomed. The boy's family did not believe Qu Meng'er, a 3-year-old girl, at all. However, they were completely convinced by Elder Lu, a famous Chinese medicine doctor in the city. Otherwise, they would not have sent the child here immediately after the child fell down the stairs. The boy's family hesitated. At the most critical moment, the old man who had been holding a walking stick and hadn't made a sound since he came in said, Let's give it a try. Obviously, this old man had a lot of power in this family. After the old man's voice fell, the boy's mother reluctantly retreated to the side. However, from that moment on, her eyes never left Qu Meng'er. Qu Meng'er also pretended not to notice the boy's mother's gaze. She calmly walked forward. She pointed at the acupuncture points on the boy's body and said to Elder Lu, Grandpa Lu, if you stab this side, and a few major acupuncture points on this side at the same time, you can stop the internal bleeding. Elder Lu looked at the major acupoints that Qu Meng'er had pointed out and thought about them carefully. It would have been better if Elder Lu had not thought about them. The moment he thought about them, he remembered that when he was young, he had accidentally read an ancient medical book that introduced the functions of the major acupoints. That book had unfortunately been lost at the beginning of the Cultural Revolution. Because of this, his father had been heartbroken for a long time because this ancient book had just been obtained by his father, and he had not had the time to study it in detail. At that time, Elder Lu had been lucky enough to flip through it and take a general glance. He had some impressions of some of the things inside, but they were only impressions. After Chen Meng'er finished speaking, she returned to her father, Chen Ping's side. Everyone's gaze turned to Elder Lu again, waiting to see Elder Lu's reaction. Elder Lu came back to his senses and said to Xiao Lu, help me get my needle. Sir. When Xiao Lu heard that Elder Lu wanted him to get the needle, he knew that Elder Lu was planning to try the acupuncture points that Qu Meng'er pointed out. He opened his mouth to stop Elder Lu. This was a matter of life and death. He could not joke about it. Xiao Lu, go get the needle. Elder Lu glared at Xiao Lu and interrupted Xiao Lu's words. Xiao Lu was reprimanded by Elder Lu, so he could only lower his head and go to the back room to get the needle. When he left, he didn't forget to glare fiercely at Chen Meng'er. He cursed in his heart, this little troublemaker. If something really happens later, Mister's life will be ruined. Chen Meng'er received Xiao Lu's glare very calmly. On the other hand, her father, Chen Ping, saw Xiao Lu's gaze that seemed as if he wanted to skin Chen Meng'er alive and eat her alive. He subconsciously hid his daughter, Chen Meng'er, behind him. On the boy's family's side, when they heard that Elder Lu was planning to give it a try, their expressions didn't look too good. It made sense. Anyone who heard that their child had become a test subject would not have a good expression. Just now, when Xiao Lu spoke, the boy's mother was about to speak as well. However, she was stopped by the boy's grandfather, so she shut her mouth and stood unwillingly to the side. She looked anxiously at the unconscious boy lying on the ground. She was secretly worried. Why wasn't the hospital's ambulance here yet? Elder Lu, are you confident? The old man on the boy's side asked. Yes, I'm more than 50% sure. Old Lu, if you don't give it a try, your grandson's life will be in danger. It was obvious that Elder Lu knew the boy's grandfather and had a good relationship with him. This could also be explained. The reason why this family didn't go to the hospital after their child fell down the stairs and came directly to Elder Lu. Then let's give it a try. Elder Lu, I'll leave my grandson to you. The boy's grandfather sighed and said, Okay. After Elder Lu finished speaking, Xiao Lu returned with his silver needles. Sir, here are your needles. Xiao Lu handed the needle box to Elder Lu. After Elder Lu took it, he raised his head and said to Chen Meng'er, Little girl, come over and point out the positions of these acupuncture points for me. The positions of acupuncture points could not be wrong at all. If something were to go wrong, it would not just be ineffective. Sometimes, it could even kill someone. Okay. Chen Meng'er walked out from behind her father, Chen Ping. When Chen Meng'er walked out, Chen Ping wanted to hold on to his daughter, Chen Meng'er, for a moment. He did not want her to get involved in this matter. And now, he was a little regretful. He regretted that his daughter acted coquettishly back then, so he agreed to bring her to the city. He was worried that if the boy was not rescued in the end, this family would do something to his daughter. Chen Meng'er didn't know what her father was thinking now. She walked over and squatted down beside Elder Lu. Then she held out her little hand and began to seriously point out to Elder Lu. This point, and this and that. Grandpa Lu, when you put in the needles, you have to expose only the end of one of the needles in these two acupoints, but you have to expose half of the needles in this acupoint. However, this specific method was kept in her mind. Okay. Elder Lu listened carefully to every word Chen Meng'er said. Then, he took out the needles and held his breath. Then, he quickly inserted the 3 silver needles into the acupuncture points according to Chen Meng'er's requirements. The acupuncture that was passed down in Elder Lu's family could be considered a unique skill. And today, Chen Meng'er had also stumbled upon it by accident. Only when she met Elder Lu, who had a unique skill passed down from his family, could she fulfill all of her requirements. Otherwise, if it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to do it at all. When Elder Lu inserted the needles, everyone in the room held their breaths. They stared at Elder Lu without blinking, before staring at the boy lying on the ground. After Elder Lu inserted the needle into the boy's body, a few minutes later, the boy's nostrils began to bleed. First, it dripped down 1 drop at a time, and then it dripped more and more. This made the mother of the boy who first saw this scene turn pale with fright. She cried out in surprise, "Baby!" The next second, she was about to faint. And Elder Lu, When he saw this scene, his face also turned pale. Fortunately, he was calm after all. His hands did not tremble in fear. In the entire room, Qu Meng'er was the most calm person who saw this scene. After Elder Lu's needle was inserted, the page of the needle in her brain had already turned over. Following that, all sorts of reactions would appear after the needle was inserted. Qu Meng'er only felt that this was really a scam when she saw the words that appeared again in her brain. Those 3 acupoints just now were actually not just a simple stop for internal bleeding. It actually had such a miraculous effect. Everyone, don't be anxious. This is a normal phenomenon after the injection. Now, this is to expel the blood from his brain out of his body. Qu Meng'er's words caused everyone to look at her suspiciously. Even Elder Lu looked at Qu Meng'er in disbelief. Everyone, don't look at me like that. You'll know in a while. Following Qu Meng'er's words, the blood that flowed out of the nose became less and less until only a small rivulet of blood was left. No more blood flowed out. This made everyone start to believe Qu Meng'er's words. "All right, Grandpa Lu, you can start with the needle," said Qu Meng'er. "Okay." Elder Lu listened to Qu Meng'er's words and took out the silver needle from the boy's body. Just as Elder Lu took out the silver needle, the sound of a car could be heard from outside the prescription. Then it was followed by, "Where is the patient?" When Qu Meng'er heard the sound, she knew that the ambulance had arrived. Looking at the people in white coats who had suddenly swarmed in, Qu Meng'er could not help but criticize in her heart. These emergency personnel are really the same no matter what era it is. They are all so late. Because of the arrival of the first aid workers, Elder Lu was pushed aside, not to mention Qu Meng'er. It was also because of the sudden appearance of the first aid workers. After Elder Lu took out the silver needles for the boy, he did not have the time to check his pulse to confirm the condition of his injury. Therefore, in the end, no one knew whether the acupuncture on the acupuncture points mentioned by Qu Meng'er would be helpful to the boy's condition. The paramedics came and left in a hurry. Soon, only Elder Lu and Xiao Lu were left in the hall of the prescription. Qu Meng'er and her father, Chen Ping, were also left. The boy's family left with them. "Grandpa Lu, let's go in and talk about what we haven't finished talking about." Qu Meng'er saw that this matter was a waste of time. As for the father and daughter, they still had to catch the afternoon shift and return to the village. "Right, Elder Lu, let's hurry up. After we talk, we still have to rush back." Chen Ping was reminded by his daughter, Qu Meng'er, and was shocked to realize that it was already late. "Okay, then let's go to the study room and continue talking." Elder Lu nodded and said. However, the way he looked at Qu Meng'er now was completely different from before. He was now certain that this little girl had definitely come into contact with traditional Chinese medicine before. Moreover, she had learned quite a bit. This 100-year-old wild ginseng was something that could not be sought after. In addition, Elder Lu had another plan in mind, so this negotiation went very smoothly. Elder Lu was not stingy and gave a very reasonable price. And this price was still low when Qu Meng'er used the values of her previous life to measure it. However, her father, Chen Ping, was completely stunned when he heard the number that Elder Lu said. He didn't react for a long time. 500,000? Chen Ping turned his head to ask his daughter for confirmation after he recovered from his shock. He was afraid that he was hearing things. Yup, 500,000. Dad, let's get money. Qu Meng'er was calmly thinking about how to get the money back. When Chen Ping heard that his daughter, Qu Meng'er, had got them 500,000 yuan, he kept repeating the figure in his mind. 500,000 yuan, how much money was that? Let alone 500,000 yuan, even 50,000 yuan was something Chen Ping had never seen in his entire life. Chen Ping had never thought that the wild ginseng that his daughter had found in the back mountain would fetch such a high price. Before he and his daughter came to the city, the couple had discussed that if the wild ginseng could be sold for money, it would be great if it could cover the tuition fees for the 3 children in the family for an entire year. However, the result was completely different from what he had imagined. Qu Meng'er was not in a hurry. She quietly waited for her father to calm down. Chen Ping was also fine. After a while, he came back to his senses. After swallowing hard, he raised his eyes and looked at Elder Lu seriously. He said, "Elder Lu, why don't you take a closer look? This is just a wild ginseng. Chen Ping almost told Elder Lu that this wild ginseng was not worth the price. They would complain that the price offered by others was too high. Usually, the only way was to constantly raise the price to maximize the benefits. Elder Lu also understood the meaning behind Chen Ping's words. In his heart, his evaluation of Chen Ping suddenly became much higher. I looked very carefully. This ginseng is worth this price. However, you guys are also lucky to have found me, a person who knows the goods. If it were those ordinary pharmacies outside, they might not know the goods, Elder Lu said, but he said it to Qu Meng'er. However, Qu Meng'er said in her heart, if the other party didn't know the goods, I wouldn't have sold this ginseng to him. Although my family is very short of money now, Qu Meng'er thought in her heart, but, she said to Elder Lu in a flattering manner, yes, if we weren't lucky enough to meet you, Grandpa Lu, otherwise, we would definitely be at a disadvantage. Oh right, Grandpa Lu, can we use cash to sell the ginseng? Qu Meng'er's family did not even have a bank account or bank book. Oh okay. Elder Lu probably also thought that given Chen Ping's situation, he definitely did not have an account in the bank. Then you guys sit here for a while. I will get someone to withdraw the money. Okay. Qu Meng'er sat on the chair and shook her legs as she replied. After Elder Lu left, Chen Ping couldn't hold it in any longer. He looked at his daughter, Qu Meng'er, with a serious expression. He said, Meng'er, is that wild ginseng really worth that much? If it's not worth that much, we can't lie to your Grandpa Lu just because of money. We can't do something that goes against our conscience. Chen Ping still felt that this wild ginseng couldn't possibly be worth that much. Dad, don't worry. We didn't lie to Grandpa Lu, and Grandpa Lu didn't suffer a loss either. It can be said that Grandpa Lu even earned a profit. That wild ginseng that didn't look like much had been around for at least 100 years. Grandpa Lu is very knowledgeable. He won't make a loss-making business move. Qu Meng'er comforted her father. That's good. Chen Ping listened to his daughter's explanation and thought about it again. It really was true. This Elder Lu was obviously a knowledgeable and smart person. He would not let himself suffer a loss. Thinking of this, Chen Ping was relieved. After Chen Ping put this matter down, he thought of the 500,000 yuan in the blink of an eye. Until now, he could not imagine how much 500,000 yuan was. Chen Ping thought in his heart and unconsciously said, how much is 500,000 yuan? About that, Dad. Wait until Grandpa Lu brings the money over. You can count it properly, Qu Meng'er teased with a smile. You little girl, you're really mischievous. Chen Ping understood his daughter's teasing and said with a smile, 500,000 in this era was not a small amount. It was equivalent to tens of millions in 10 to 20 years. Therefore, going to the bank to withdraw money was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Qu Meng'er and the others waited for 2 hours, but the person who withdrew the money did not come back. Elder Lu took the opportunity to talk to Chen Ping while Qu Meng'er and her father came down for lunch. As soon as Elder Lu opened his mouth, Chen Ping subconsciously wanted to refuse. Qu Meng'er, on the other hand, graciously agreed. In her opinion, it was just a meal. It was no big deal. And there was a reason why Elder Lu was so happy. Just now, when he went out to get someone to go to the bank to withdraw money, old Lu called. On the phone, he thanked him profusely. He said that the boy was okay, and it was all thanks to him. Otherwise, his little grandson would have been gone. And as for the specific situation, old Lu did not tell him in detail on the phone. He said that he would slowly talk about it later. Although old Lu did not know the details, he knew from old Lu's phone call that the acupuncture points that Qu Meng'er pointed out were correct. They were very useful in stopping internal bleeding. As long as old Lu knew this, he was extremely excited. This made him even more certain that Qu Meng'er had a master with superb medical skills behind her. This made Elder Lu, who couldn't be said to be a doctor, feel like his life depended on it. But it wasn't too far from the truth. He had the intention of befriending Qu Meng'er's master. The lunch was very sumptuous. It could be said to be the most sumptuous meal that Qu Meng'er had ever eaten outside the space since she was reborn. There was fish and meat. Moreover, the taste wasn't bad. After Qu Meng'er sat on the table, she didn't hold back at all. Whenever she saw something she wanted to eat, she would stretch out her chopsticks to pick it up. If she couldn't pick it up herself, she would even ask Elder Lu for help. But that was it. Chen Meng'er's table manners still surprised Elder Lu and Xiao Lu. This wasn't something that a 3-year-old child from the countryside should have. Chen Ping, on the other hand, had the same thoughts as Chen Meng'er. He appeared very reserved and only ate the dishes in front of him. Most of the time, he would just dig into the rice in his bowl. That was because, in his eyes, the rice was already a delicacy. Chen Meng'er, on the other hand, did not forget her father when she buried her head in her food. She would occasionally pick food for her father. Elder Lu did not know whether to laugh or cry. This relationship seemed to have been reversed. When Elder Lu saw that Chen Meng'er had almost finished eating, he asked, "Meng'er, who taught you acupuncture in the morning?" "No one taught me, and I don't know acupuncture." Chen Meng'er put down her bowl and chopsticks and said, "You don't know acupuncture? How is that possible?" Elder Lu obviously didn't believe what Chen Meng'er said. "What I said is true. I don't know acupuncture. I just know acupoints. And I really don't have a master," Chen Meng'er said seriously. She wanted to say something about a master. It would be easier for her to do things this way. However, at her age, she usually had people around her. Even if she made up a master, no one would believe her. "It's true, Elder Lu. I can testify that my daughter doesn't have a master." Chen Ping put down the bowl and said seriously. "Then who taught you those acupuncture points?" Elder Lu asked in surprise. "I learned them by reading books," Chen Meng'er said with her head tilted. Before she said that, she had already thought about it. She would take out the medical skill book from her space when she went back. Moreover, when she answered Elder Lu's question, she was shocked to realize that it was in the morning. She had neglected a very important thing. However, this was not the time for her to think about this matter in detail. Chen Meng'er decided that when she went back, she would carefully study what exactly was going on. "A book? Where did you get such a book?" Elder Lu and Chen Ping asked in unison. Although the meaning of their question was completely different, Chen Ping was surprised. He seemed to remember that their family did not have any books on medicine. Elder Lu was pleasantly surprised. He was guessing. Was the book that Chen Meng'er was talking about the same as the book that was destroyed in their family? It was an ancient book. "I found it at the garbage dump in the village. It's at home now. I'm hiding it," Chen Meng'er replied. "Is that so?" Chen Ping heard his daughter's reply and said, "No wonder I didn't know. You hit it deep enough." As he said that, Chen Ping stretched out his hand and nodded at Chen Meng'er's little head. Chen Meng'er smiled and stuck out her tongue at her father, Chen Ping. Elder Lu looked at Chen Meng'er with a face full of anticipation. Then, he carefully asked, "Can I take a look at that book?" "Yes, of course, no problem," Chen Meng'er said generously. Although Elder Lu appeared to be only a traditional Chinese medicine doctor who had opened a century-old shop, Chen Meng'er had long seen that Elder Lu's identity was not simple, or that the figure behind him was not simple. And now, without any background, it could be said that Chen Meng'er, whose family was penniless, thought that Elder Lu was someone she could befriend. It was not that Chen Meng'er wanted to rely on Elder Lu to achieve any goals. She just knew very clearly that in the future, without connections, without money, it would be difficult for one to move an inch. She just wanted to find connections when something happened to their family. She made some arrangements. "But, Grandpa Lu, I left the book at home." "It's okay. It's okay. I'll go back with you later." With that, Elder Lu, who was unusually emotional, put down the bowl and chopsticks and walked to the living room. He called the bank and urged them to hurry up. He asked them to hurry up. Chen Ping was still worried about Elder Lu, saying that he wanted to go back with them. He thought that if Elder Lu wanted to go back with them, he would also take the bus with them. And his mind was still on the huge sum of 500,000 yuan. That's right. Anyone who was previously a person who couldn't even afford to pay for their child's tuition would have the same reaction if someone told him that he had 500,000 yuan now. Chen Ping's reaction was normal, but Chen Meng'er's reaction was rather abnormal. Chen Meng'er was only 3 years old, but she looked like an old woman. From the beginning, he had been observing Chen Meng'er, whether intentionally or unintentionally. He felt strange. How could Chen Ping, a farmer, raise such a child? Chen Meng'er knew that Xiao Lu had been observing her, and she allowed him to observe her. In any case, she was sure that even if Xiao Lu had sharp eyes, he wouldn't be able to tell that she was reborn. After Elder Lu called the bank, the efficiency of the bank suddenly increased by an unknown number of times. Within half an hour after Elder Lu called, They obtained the money. This made Chen Meng'er even more certain that Elder Lu's identity was not ordinary. Chen Ping watched as someone carried a sack in. Elder Lu, this is 500,000 yuan. The man with a fierce face said respectfully to Elder Lu. Okay, got it. Sorry to trouble you. Elder Lu nodded to the man and then turned to Chen Ping. Chen Meng'er and her father said, this is 500,000 yuan. You can count it. Dad, go count it. Chen Meng'er had no intention of counting money. Chen Ping had not taken his eyes off the sack when the man with a fierce face walked in carrying the sack. Now, he heard his daughter ask him to go up and count it. He had no intention of retreating. He walked up and opened the sack's mouth. Chen Ping opened the sack's mouth and looked inside. He was stunned by what he saw. There were stacks of 10 yuan notes. Although there were already 50 yuan notes, they were not fully implemented in this small city. The largest note that everyone used was still the 10 yuan note. Think about it. The 500,000 stack of 10 yuan notes was a huge amount. A total of 500 stacks. So much money could be packed in that big sack, and it was because these were all new notes that were slightly smaller in size. If it was those old notes, the volume would definitely be much larger than this. Chen Ping would not really count the money one by one. If he were to count them one by one, who knew how long it would take? Chen Ping counted the wads, and it was exactly 500 wads. After counting, Chen Ping started to worry again. He looked at his daughter, Chen Meng'er, and said, Meng'er, how are the two of us going to take back so much money? When Chen Ping asked this question, he did not think too much about it. At his daughter's age, could she answer his question, Dad, why don't we deposit a portion of the money in the bank? Chen Meng'er saw such a big problem with the money and felt a headache coming. She did not expect the 500,000 yuan to be so big. With this amount of money, not to mention that the father and daughter did not have the strength to carry it back home from the city. Even if they did, the father and daughter didn't dare to take the risk. This was all money. If someone stole it, they would only be able to wipe away their tears. Therefore, after much thought, Chen Meng'er only came up with the idea of depositing the money in the bank. All right, Meng'er, this money was only taken out from the bank by me after I pulled some strings. If you deposit the money in the bank now, wouldn't everything that I did before be in vain? Elder Lu paused for a moment, then he said, you don't have to worry about it anymore. I'll be responsible for sending you home safely. After Elder Lu finished speaking, he turned around and instructed Xiao Lu, get them to prepare the car. Oh, okay, Xiao Lu replied. Chen Meng'er understood what Elder Lu meant, so she didn't mention how to deal with the money. As for Chen Ping, he did not quite understand what Elder Lu meant by this. What did he mean by I will be responsible for sending you home safely? It was not until Xiao Lu returned that he said to Elder Lu, everything is ready. Okay, Elder Lu replied. He called over the man who had just come back with the money, aka the man with a fierce face, and asked him to move the money out. Let's go, Elder Lu said to Chen Meng'er, and Chen Ping after giving all the instructions. Chen Meng'er calmly drank all the drink Elder Lu had prepared for her. Chen Ping, on the other hand, wanted to stop her. In the end, he just watched Elder Lu busy himself. Chen Meng'er slowly slid down from her seat and walked to her father, Chen Ping, and held his hand. Dad, let's follow Grandpa Lu. Oh, okay. When Chen Meng'er saw the car parked at the door, she was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Elder Lu's car to actually be an imported car. One had to know how difficult it was to get the word imported on it, not to mention something as big as a car. When Chen Ping saw the black car parked outside the door, he didn't have any reaction. He had never seen such a thing in his life. When Elder Lu opened the door of the passenger seat and said to them, come in, let's go, Chen Ping was stunned. Chen Meng'er, on the other hand, calmly opened the door of the back seat. Dad, go in. Okay, Chen Ping replied. However, the surprised expression on his face didn't fall off. Then, he followed behind Chen Meng'er and got into the car. After the car drove a long distance, Chen Ping slowly came back to his senses. He looked around with his eyes wide open. When Chen Meng'er saw the familiar scenery outside the window, this reincarnated person, who had even taken a bullet train and a plane, could not help but sigh at this moment. After all, it's a private car. The speed is really different. If they had taken a bus to the city in the morning, who knew where they would be now? Chen Ping, who had the same thoughts as Chen Meng'er, was also surprised. How long had it been? They had already reached the town. Where are we going now? When they reached the town, Elder Lu asked, "Turn right and drive straight ahead." After Chen Ping said that, he thought for a moment. He said worriedly, "Elder Lu, why don't you send us here? My bicycle is still stored in the town. Moreover, from this town to our village, there are muddy roads. Your small car probably won't be easy to drive into. It's fine, as long as the road is enough for my car to pass through. As for your bicycle." Elder Lu's trip this time was not purely out of kindness to send Chen Ping and Qu Meng'er back. He was not here to do good. He came for the ancient medical book in Qu Meng'er's hand. Therefore, Elder Lu thought for a moment. He gave Chen Ping a choice. "How about this? You choose. First, you go down and ride your bike back alone. Meng'er will show us the way. Second, you go back with us. When we go back, I will bring you back to town and pick up the bike." Chen Ping really wanted to say that he didn't want to choose either option, although he felt that Elder Lu wasn't a bad person. However, Chen Ping was still worried about leaving his daughter alone with this unfamiliar person. "I'll go back with you guys. I'll pick up this bicycle when I come to town in 2 days." "Okay." Elder Lu instructed the driver to start the car. This rural road was really beyond Elder Lu's expectations. Although the width of this road was wide enough for a small car to pass through, this road was very uneven and bumpy because of the mud. As a result, Elder Lu, who was sitting on the front passenger seat, did not look too good from the jolting. This made the driver so worried that he could not help but ask, "Sir, are you okay? Do you want me to park the car by the side so that you can come down and rest for a while?" "I'm fine. There's no need to stop." Elder Lu indicated that there was no need. He knew that if the car stopped and he was allowed to rest for a period of time, he wouldn't want to sit on it again. However, he was glad that he was a Chinese medicine practitioner. He had been taking good care of his body on a daily basis. Otherwise, just this one round of driving would have caused him to lose more than half of his old life. In fact, even Qu Meng'er, a 3-year-old child, was having a hard time being tossed around, not to mention Elder Lu at his age. Her stomach was churning non-stop. She regretted drinking too much milk today. For the first time, she felt that the bicycle seemed to be a good means of transportation. After a while of bumpy driving, Qu Meng'er finally saw the village entrance. Qu Meng'er let out a sigh of relief and said, "Phew, we're finally here. We're almost there. If this continues, my old bones will break." Elder Lu also let out a sigh of relief when he heard Qu Meng'er's words. However, as soon as Elder Lu said this, Qu Meng'er did not give him any face. She looked at Elder Lu with a serious expression. She said, "Grandpa Lu, don't you think that you're letting out a sigh of relief a little early? By the way, when you go back later, you still have to take this car and take this road." Elder Lu was reminded by Qu Meng'er. Thinking that he would have to ride for such a long time later, he could no longer care about his image. He wailed, "How could I have forgotten about this?" Outside the car, all the children in the village gathered at the village entrance to play. No one knew who it was. They raised their heads unintentionally and saw a small black car driving over from afar. They shouted in surprise, "Everyone, look! What is that?" All the children who were playing with their heads lowered raised their heads and looked out of the village. "Ah, I know this. I saw it when I went to the city with my parents before. It's a small car that can be driven." The boy who spoke was called Chen Kuan. He had a crew cut. The clothes he wore were obviously better than the other children's. His parents were both educated youths who came from the city. "This is a very rich car. Only very rich people can afford it." "Really? But why do I see that this car is driving towards our village? Whose relative is it?" Chen Gang said as he looked at the small car driving over. The children in the village subconsciously shook their heads at Chen Gang's words. They did not know either. "Ah, the car is here. Let's go take a look." A young boy could not help but feel curious as he ran over. The other children were very curious. They were curious about the car that only rich people could ride. They were curious about who was sitting in the car. In fact, not to mention the children in the village, even the adults who saw the car at the village entrance were also curious about who the black car was looking for in the village. However, the adults were not as thick-skinned as the children. Although they were curious, they did not dare to run over to take a look. "Meng'er, where is your home?" Seeing that the car was about to enter the village, Elder Lu turned his head and asked Qu Meng'er, "Drive in. My home is inside." Qu Meng'er ordered him politely. Qu Meng'er wanted to get out of the car at the village entrance, but there was a sack of money in the trunk. If she got out now, it would mean that her father would have to carry the sack of money back. How ostentatious would that be? She would have to keep her family's money tight. It would save her from being coveted. Qu Meng'er was ordering the driver to drive in when the children in the village had already surrounded them. Because of the road, the car was driving very slowly. The children who were tall enough to reach the car window were trying their best to look through the car window. They were looking inside. "Hey, Haogwa, why did I see your sister Meng'er?" Chen Gang looked through the car window and happened to see Qu Meng'er sitting in the back seat, talking to Elder Lu. He turned his head and said to Chen Haogwa in surprise, "Impossible, you must have seen wrongly. My sister went to the city with my father today. How could she appear in the car?" Qu Meng'er rolled down the car window as soon as Chen Haogwa said the word inside. "Hello." Qu Meng'er's head popped out of the car. She greeted her big brother, Chen Haogwa, and second brother, Chen Haoshuan, with a face full of joy. Meng'er, Chen Haogwa, and Chen Haoshuan looked at their sister who was sitting in the car in disbelief and shouted in surprise, "Yes, it's me. It's me. Quick, come on, we're going home." When the children surrounded them, the driver had already stopped the car. At this moment, Qu Meng'er did not have the slightest awareness that this car was not hers, but Elder Lu's. When she saw her two brothers, she happily opened the car door and beckoned for them to get in. When Qu Meng'er beckoned for her two brothers to get in the car, she did not forget to say to the children in the village, "Everyone, don't surround the car. This is very dangerous." When the children in the village heard Qu Meng'er's words, they subconsciously took a few steps back. It was obvious that they were unwilling to leave, but fortunately, this would not hinder the car from moving forward. Chen Ping, who had been silent all along, saw Qu Meng'er's actions and looked at Elder Lu, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, a little uneasily. He opened his mouth and thought of stopping his daughter, Qu Meng'er. This car was a rare thing. Elder Lu was already very polite to send them back. They couldn't be given an inch and take a mile instead. However, just as he opened his mouth to shout Meng'er, the two boys from his family had already impolitely sat in. Qu Meng'er heard her father call her name. She turned her head and saw the disapproving expression on her father's face. She knew what he was thinking. She turned her head and looked at Elder Lu, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. She said, "Grandpa Lu, you don't mind taking my brother and the others for a while, do you?" Elder Lu turned his head and looked at the mischievous girl. He smiled and said, "You mischievous girl. Your brother and the others are already in the car. Why are you asking me this question? You are blatantly making a move first and making a report later." "I'm not making a move first and making a report later. I know that Grandpa Lu is a good person and won't mind these things." Qu Meng'er stuck out her tongue at Elder Lu and pretended to be cute. "Ah, Grandpa Lu, let me introduce you. This is my eldest brother, Chen Haogwa. This is my second brother, Chen Haoshuan." Then, she turned her head and looked at her two curious eyes. She wanted to reach out and touch around to take a look, but she didn't dare to touch Chen Haogwa, Chen Haoshuan. He said, "This is Grandpa Lu." "Hello, Grandpa Lu." Chen Haogwa and Chen Haoshuan still greeted him politely. In fact, the two brothers were so polite because of Qu Meng'er, the younger sister. This should be the effect of teaching by example. Good, good. So obedient. Elder Lu smiled very kindly. "This is Uncle." Qu Meng'er didn't forget to introduce the driver. When the driver heard Qu Meng'er introduce him, he couldn't help but show a surprised expression. "Hello, Uncle." Chen Haogwa and Chen Haoshuan politely greeted the driver. "Hello." The driver greeted Chen Haogwa and Chen Haoshuan from the rearview mirror. This driver, whose face had been taut all year round, suddenly pulled out a smile. It was even more uncomfortable than when he was expressionless. "Uncle, you can drive now. My mother must be waiting anxiously at home," Qu Meng'er said to the driver as she watched more and more people appear outside the car. In this village, gossip was spread very quickly. The news of a black car appearing outside the village spread like lightning in the village. Everyone had nothing to do and rushed over to see what was new. "Hey, who's in the car?" The person who came late asked the person who had been there earlier. "I saw it clearly just now. It's Qu Meng'er from the Chen family," Someone interrupted and answered, "Hey, do you guys think this is the person who found her biological parents?" Wow, these people's imaginations were really rich. This car was actually related to Chen Meng'er's biological parents. If Chen Meng'er heard their conversation, who knew what expression she would have? The car drove directly to the entrance of Chen Meng'er's house. Ever since Chen Ping and Chen Meng'er left, Lu Wan, who had been worried all this while, heard the sound outside and walked out of the house. Mom. Lu Wan had just stepped out of the courtyard when she heard her second son's cheerful voice. "Little Xin, why are you back so early today?" Lu Wan had just finished speaking when she looked up and saw the black car parked in front of their house and her two sons standing beside the car. What's going on? Mom. Chen Meng'er then slowly slid down from the car. "Meng'er, is that you?" When Lu Wan saw her daughter getting out of the car, she was so shocked that she didn't know what to say. The first thought that Lu Wan had when she saw her daughter getting out of the car was actually the same as those people in the village. Her daughter couldn't have gone to the city and found her biological parents. No wonder Lu Wan had such thoughts. When they had just adopted Chen Meng'er, she had discussed with Chen Ping that Chen Meng'er's background was definitely not simple. The clothes that Chen Meng'er was wearing when their two sons picked her up and the small quilt wrapped around her body, as well as the jade pendant hanging around Chen Meng'er's neck, were all high quality. In just a short while, Lu Wan's thoughts had changed 1,000 times. Her expression also changed as she followed her guess. It was not until her husband, Chen Ping, and elder Lu got out of the car that Lu Wan's expression slowly became better. It's fine. Meng'er's biological parents didn't come looking for her," Lu Wan said with a sigh of relief in her heart. "Mom, look, Dad and Meng'er came back in a small car." Chen Haoshuan ran to his mother, Lu Wan, and said happily, "Haogua and I also sat in this small car just now. It was very comfortable." When Chen Haoshuan said this, the expressions of elder Lu, Chen Ping, and Chen Meng'er all changed. They couldn't help but say in their hearts, "That's because you only sat here for a short while. If I let you sit here from the town, let's see if you can still say such words." "Little Wan, this is elder Lu." Chen Ping walked in front of his wife, Lu Wan, and introduced him to her. "Elder Lu is very nice. He specially sent me and Meng'er back." Chen Ping's words made elder Lu's expression a little unnatural. Speaking of which, he wasn't a good person. He came here for the ancient medical book with a purpose. However, only Chen Meng'er, whom he thought, knew of elder Lu's purpose. "Elder Lu, thank you. They have troubled you." Lu Wan heard her husband's words, and her heart was filled with gratitude towards elder Lu. Facing Lu Wan's sincere gratitude, for the first time, elder Lu felt guilty. "You don't have to be so polite. I really like your girl. This girl has helped me a lot today." Chen Meng'er didn't mind watching her parents and elder Lu thanking each other at the side. However, when she saw more and more people around her and that she had become a member of the crowd, she wasn't happy. "Dad, Mom, Grandpa Lu, I think we should talk after we enter the house," Chen Meng'er said as she subconsciously looked around. She followed Chen Meng'er's gaze. Elder Lu, Chen Ping, and Lu Wan realized that the number of people watching the show had increased by so much. "Hey, come in and have some tea." Lu Wan came back to her senses and greeted elder Lu and the others warmly. Chen Ping followed his wife, Lu Wan. He completely forgot about the big sack in the trunk. Chen Meng'er looked at her father like that. Black lines immediately appeared on her forehead. "Uncle, can you open the trunk?" "Okay." The driver quickly opened the trunk. "Dad, go and move the things." "Why did you forget the things?" Chen Meng'er reminded him. Looking at Chen Meng'er, the smile on elder Lu's face deepened. His interest in Chen Meng'er, this little brat, deepened by a lot. Oh. Chen Ping was reminded by his daughter, and only then did he remember that he had forgotten something. He patted his forehead and said, "Aya, look at my memory. How could I forget about this?" As he said that, Chen Ping ran to the trunk to carry the things. The driver was not bad. Seeing that Chen Ping could not carry the things alone, he also helped to carry the sack into the house. Looking at the sack that Chen Ping and the driver carried out from the trunk, the onlookers in the village, including Chen Meng'er's mother, Lu Wan, her eldest brother, Chen Haogua, and her second brother, Chen Haoshuan, were all curious about what was inside the sack. They expressed their curiosity. Chen Meng'er was glad. She was glad that when Elder Lu went to get the money, he had used such a low-key sack to carry the money. If it had been anything else, like a bag, it would definitely be more eye-catching now that it was taken out. And Chen Meng'er was sure that no one in the village would have guessed that the sack was filled with money. Chen Haoshuan could not help it the most. As he looked at the sack that his father and the driver uncle carried into the house, many ideas flashed through his mind. In any case, in his mind, this sack was definitely filled with food. Meng'er, tell me, what's in this sack? When Chen Haoshuan asked this question, Chen Meng'er could feel that the discussion around her had become much quieter. Chen Meng'er guessed that everyone's ears were perked up, waiting for her answer. Chen Meng'er looked at Chen Haoshuan, who was waiting for her answer with his eyes wide open, and a hint of craftiness flashed across her eyes. I won't tell you. After saying that, Chen Meng'er ran to her mother's side and held her mother's hand. Mom, let's go in. After entering the house, Elder Lu looked at the shabby home. He was quite surprised, but after the shock, he could understand. Why else would Chen Meng'er and her father sell the wild ginseng that was at least 100 years old? Elder Lu, please have some tea. Lu Wan took out their best bowl, filled 2 bowls of water, and handed it to Elder Lu and the driver. Thank you. Elder Lu took it and thanked him. Elder Lu, I'm really sorry. Our house is quite simple. We don't have any tea leaves or cups. Chen Ping thought of Elder Lu's yard and rubbed his head awkwardly. It's fine. I think it's quite good. Elder Lu waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind. After Elder Lu drank a mouthful of water, he looked up at Chen Meng'er. Meng'er, where's the book you mentioned? Bring your Grandpa Lu to have a look. Elder Lu was worried about the ancient medical skills. Now that they had reached their destination, he couldn't sit still anymore. Chen Meng'er saw that Elder Lu was here, and her parents were all restless. She went along with Elder Lu's wishes and said, All right, then come with me, Grandpa Lu. Come to my room. I'll bring it to you. All right, all right. When Elder Lu heard this, he excitedly put down the bowl and said to Chen Ping and Lu Wan, You two are busy. I'll go with Meng'er. Yes, all right. Lu Wan was a little confused as she replied. After Elder Lu left with Chen Meng'er, they went to the room where Chen Meng'er and her siblings slept. After the driver found an excuse to leave, Lu Wan asked, Little Ping, what is this book Elder Lu is talking about? When did Meng'er have a book? How come I don't know? I don't know either. I don't know either. Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan also joined in. I'm not very clear about this matter. Let's ask Meng'er later. Chen Ping was excited when he thought about the money in the sack. He wanted someone to share his current mood with him. Little Wan, guess how much the ginseng Meng'er found was sold for? 600? Lu Wan saw her husband's excited expression and guessed that the price was not low. That's not right. Chen Ping shook his head. Then, he extended his hand to his wife. 500? Lu Wan looked at her husband's hand and guessed. Chen Ping still shook his head. Little Wan, open that sack. Go and see what's inside. Chen Ping still kept her guessing. And when Chen Ping said this, his son, Chen Haoshuan, moved very quickly. He said, I'll go. He had already rushed to the sack. He had already squatted down to untie the rope tied to the sack. Chen Haoshuan could not hide his curiosity and also went forward. Actually, it was not only the brothers who were curious. Lu Wan was also curious about what was inside the sack. She also walked over. Only Chen Ping was smiling. He crossed his legs and drank the water that his wife had just poured for him. Oh my God, this? Chen Haoshuan untied the rope and opened the sack. When he saw the things inside, he was so shocked that he could not speak. He had seen 10 yuan notes before, but he had only seen them a few times, so his impression was very deep. And now, there were stacks and stacks of 10 yuan notes. How could he not be surprised? Seeing Chen Haoshuan being so surprised, Chen Haogua and Lu Wan were even more curious. The two of them pulled Chen Haoshuan, who was completely stunned, apart and moved closer. And when they saw what was inside clearly, their reactions and expressions were exactly the same as Chen Haoshuan's. Lu Wan calmed down a little and turned to look at her husband, who was crossing his legs and drinking water. She asked, Little Ping, what's going on? Where did you get so much money? When Lu Wan asked this, her tone was serious, and she did not seem to be excited about the huge sum of money. Chen Ping knew his wife very well. When he saw her expression, he knew that she had the wrong idea. He did not want to drink the tea anymore. He quickly stood up and explained to his wife, Little Wan, "You know me. Am I the kind of person who would commit a crime? Don't worry. This money came from a normal source. This money was earned by selling the ginseng that Meng'er dug up in the back mountain. If you don't believe me, you can ask Elder Lu. We sold it to him." "You mean that ginseng sold for so much money?" Lu Wan knew that her husband wouldn't lie to her. However, she never expected that the ginseng would be so valuable. Chen Ping nodded his head honestly. Then he said excitedly, "I didn't expect this ginseng to be so valuable. However, I've already asked Elder Lu, and he said that this ginseng is worth this price. So, Little Wan, we can take this money with ease. Now we don't have to worry about the money for the children to go to school. I can also return the money I borrowed from my older brother's family to him," Chen Ping said. A relaxed smile appeared on his face. Yes, although Chen Ping didn't look any different from usual these few days, only he knew how much pressure he was under. He hadn't slept well these few nights. Yes, we finally don't have to worry about money. We don't have to look at other people's faces for money. Lu Wan also let out a sigh of relief. Just as Chen Ping and Lu Wan were sighing, Chen Haoshuan, this silly kid, looked at the bag full of money and seemed to have just realized something. He turned around and asked his father, "Dad, this much money belongs to our family?" "Yes." Chen Ping nodded. "Then Dad, when our family has money in the future, will I be able to eat an extra popsicle every day?" Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan, these two brothers, were quite sensible. These 2 days, the two of them had foregone buying ice cream so that their parents could save money. Chen Haoshuan had been eyeing that popsicle for a long time, and now he saw that his family had money. He looked at his parents with starry eyes and spoke, "You're really useless." Before Chen Ping could answer, Chen Haogua, who was standing next to Chen Haoshuan, looked at his brother, Chen Haoshuan, the foodie, with disdain. "Yo, how am I useless? I haven't eaten popsicles in the past 2 days. The past few days my friends have been dangling popsicles in front of me and taunting me. Humph. Next time I will have a popsicle in each hand. I'll dangle it in front of them. They'll die of craving for it." Chen Haoshuan was a vengeful person. Your big brother was right. You're useless. Chen Ping and Lu Wan listened to their youngest son's words and were instantly delighted. Chen Ping said, however, "With just this one wish of yours, Father will satisfy you. Tomorrow, I'll let you buy 2 popsicles and let you dangle 1 popsicle in each hand in front of your friends." "Yay, that's great." Chen Haoshuan cheered. Chen Meng'er led Elder Lu to the room where the 3 of them were staying. She pushed the door open. "Grandpa Lu, come in." The room where Chen Meng'er and her siblings were staying was not big. It was a little simple and crude, but it was very clean. There were 2 wooden beds, one big and one small. Chen Ping had bought the wooden beds and had them made. However, these 2 beds had cost the family all their savings. Chen Meng'er moved her small chair over. "Grandpa Lu, sit down for a while. I'll go look for a book for you." Elder Lu looked at this small, short chair and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Speaking of which, after he grew up, no one had ever let him sit on this small chair before. However, he still carefully sat down. "Meng'er, this chair of yours is so small. What if Grandpa Lu breaks it?" Lu La looked at Chen Meng'er, the little adult, and could not help but joke. Chen Meng'er looked at Elder Lu and said without thinking, "Of course, we're going to ask you to compensate us if you do." Moreover, they all smiled and said that it was fine. Chen Meng'er still felt that Elder Lu had suffered less. She looked at Elder Lu and said seriously, "Grandpa Lu, this chair is very precious to me. My father personally made it for me. So, be careful. Don't break it for me." After saying that, Chen Meng'er didn't look at Elder Lu's expression and turned around to find the ancient medical book for him. However, Chen Meng'er didn't look at Elder Lu's expression. She knew that Elder Lu's expression must be very strange now. And when Chen Meng'er said these words, she was only half joking. She really treasured this small chair that her father had personally given her to sit on. Even now, she still remembered the scene of her father staying up all night to make this little chair. This girl is really infuriating. Don't worry, your grandfather Lu will definitely be extremely careful. Otherwise, in the end, he might be ruthlessly beaten up by you. Elder Lu did not know why. The more he interacted with this girl, Chen Meng'er, the more he liked this girl. Chen Meng'er did not continue to joke with Elder Lu. She squatted in front of the bed that she was sleeping on. Then, she bent down and dragged out a cardboard box from under the bed with much effort. Then, she opened the lid of the cardboard box and revealed a stack of neatly arranged books. The books in the cardboard box could be said to be all the books in their house. Most of the books in the box were from Chen Meng'er's eldest brother, Chen Haogua. There were also some miscellaneous books. However, there were definitely no ancient medical books that Elder Lu wanted. After Chen Meng'er opened the lid of the cardboard box, she pretended to look for the books in the cardboard box. While she was looking for the books, Chen Meng'er took advantage of Elder Lu's carelessness to smuggle the ancient medical books into the cardboard box with a thought. She successfully smuggled the ancient medical book in the study room into the cardboard box. Then, Chen Meng'er took the ancient medical book and turned her head. She smiled sweetly at Elder Lu and said, "Grandpa Lu, I found it. It's this one." When Elder Lu heard that Chen Meng'er had found it, he excitedly stood up from the small chair. His movements were very clean and neat. Then, without waiting for Chen Meng'er to come over, he took a few quick steps himself. He went up to greet her. "Meng'er girl, bring the book over and show it to Grandpa Lu." Yes. Since Chen Meng'er had brought Elder Lu home today, she had already made a decision to give this ancient medical book to Elder Lu. It could be considered as a favor to Elder Lu. Moreover, Chen Meng'er could recite the knowledge in this ancient medical book fluently. Moreover, there was still that strange phenomenon. Until now, Chen Meng'er had not had the time to investigate what was going on. Therefore, when Elder Lu reached out, Chen Meng'er handed the ancient medical book in her hand to Elder Lu. Elder Lu took the ancient medical book in Chen Meng'er's hand. But when he looked at the cover of the ancient medical book, his heart began to tremble, because he was sure that this book was very similar to the cover of the book that they had lost previously. He was 80% sure that this was the real ancient medical book. Elder Lu's hands trembled as he opened the first page of the ancient medical book. When he saw some annotations written on the first page, the 20% uncertainty from before also disappeared. He raised his head with excitement and looked at Chen Meng'er. "Meng'er girl, can you lend this ancient medical book to me for a few days?" "Of course, but I was prepared to give this book to you previously. Since Grandpa Lu only wants to borrow it for me to have a look, then I'll lend it to you to have a look," Chen Meng'er said, and showed her neat little white teeth to Elder Lu. Elder Lu did not expect that Chen Meng'er would want to give this ancient medical book to him. However, regardless of whether he had thought about it before or not, since Chen Meng'er mentioned it now, with his temper, how could he let such a good opportunity slip away in front of him? He held the ancient medical book tightly and said to Chen Meng'er, "Since Meng'er is so generous and wants to give this book to me, then I will accept it without hesitation," Elder Lu said, looking at Chen Meng'er, who was as exquisite as a porcelain doll, and thinking about how seriously Chen Meng'er pointed out the acupoints this morning. He suddenly had an idea. "Of course, I am not the kind of villain who likes to take advantage of others. How about this? I'll take you as my god-granddaughter. How about this? You'll learn Chinese medicine from me in the future." This thought also flashed through Elder Lu's mind. At that time, Elder Lu didn't think much and blurted it out. However, after he said it, he felt that his own suggestion was better. "How is it? My suggestion isn't bad, right?" Elder Lu looked at Chen Meng'er and said proudly. Chen Meng'er didn't expect Elder Lu to suddenly come up with such a suggestion. She originally thought that with Elder Lu's temper, he might not take things for free. However, the ancient medical book in her hand was too tempting. Elder Lu would definitely be reluctant to give it up. Perhaps he would give her a sum of money in the end. But she didn't expect Elder Lu to say that he wanted to acknowledge her as his god-granddaughter. Elder Lu's suggestion made Chen Meng'er a little dumbfounded. And the first sentence that Chen Meng'er said also made Elder Lu a little dumbfounded. "Grandpa Lu, since you want me to learn medicine from you, then why not acknowledge me as your disciple, not as your god-granddaughter?" Regarding Chen Meng'er's question, Elder Lu could not help but sigh and said, "Little girl, you still don't know, right? My wife left early and did not have any children or grandchildren. Originally, I did not think that there was anything wrong with me. However, when I see a little girl like you, I can't help but think, if only I had such a cute and smart granddaughter like you." Elder Lu paused for a moment. He asked, "Meng'er, how is it? Are you willing to be Grandpa Lu's granddaughter?" Chen Meng'er looked at Elder Lu. Elder Lu's suggestion was really a little unexpected to Chen Meng'er. Originally, she just wanted to use an ancient medical book to repay Elder Lu. However, she didn't expect Elder Lu to propose this suggestion. She did not answer immediately. Instead, her mind was spinning rapidly as she weighed the pros and cons of becoming Elder Lu's god-granddaughter. Chen Meng'er waited for a moment. It seemed that there was nothing bad about acknowledging Elder Lu as her god-grandfather. Chen Meng'er blinked her eyes and looked at Elder Lu. She replied, "Grandfather Lu, I don't have any objections. I acknowledge you as my god-grandfather because I have an extra grandfather who dotes on me and a teacher who can teach me Chinese medical knowledge. However, this recognition of godparents doesn't seem to be something that a little girl like me can just agree to. Therefore, Grandpa Lu, you should tell my parents about this matter. I'll listen to them." When Elder Lu heard Chen Meng'er say this, he didn't even notice it himself. His heart that was in his mouth finally relaxed. Elder Lu smiled and said to Chen Meng'er, "You little girl, you're a little devil. I've never seen a child as shrewd as you." The doting tone in Elder Lu's words appeared unconsciously. "All right, I won't make things difficult for you. I will go and tell your parents about this matter now." Elder Lu had always been an impatient person. Now that he had obtained the ancient medical book, the next thing he needed to do was to recognize his adopted god-granddaughter. Since he had such thoughts, he thought of quickly recognizing Chen Meng'er as his granddaughter and bringing her home. As Elder Lu spoke, he took the ancient medical book and turned around to leave the room of Chen Meng'er and her siblings. He walked straight to the kitchen. "Sir." The driver saw Elder Lu coming out and immediately asked respectfully, "Sir, have you finished your business?" After all, they still had to rush back to the city from Chen village today. Seeing that it was getting late, the driver saw Elder Lu and asked respectfully, "Yes, I've finished one thing. There's still a very important thing I haven't done yet." As he said that, Elder Lu turned around and walked into the kitchen. After Elder Lu entered the house, Chen Meng'er slowly strolled out of her own room. Elder Lu, Qin Ping, and Lu Wan, who were discussing what to do with the 500,000 yuan in the house, subconsciously stood up from the stool when they saw Elder Lu walk in. Their movements also became cautious. As for Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan, they were not any better. They were still lively just now. When their parents were talking, they were rambling on and on. They were very lively. However, when Elder Lu came in, their little mouths were tightly pursed. Their faces also became nervous. Elder Lu saw the expressions on Chen Ping, Lu Wan, Chen Haogua, and Chen Haoshuan's faces after they came in. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart and said secretly, "It seems that only Meng'er is not afraid of me when she sees me. Others are still the same." Elder Lu was even more determined to acknowledge Chen Meng'er as his god-granddaughter. "Yes, take a seat. Don't be nervous. I have something that I want to get your approval for." Elder Lu sat down on another bench in the room. "What is it? Tell me." When Chen Ping heard Elder Lu say that there was something that needed their consent, he felt a sense of trepidation in his heart. This was because he did not know what matter would make Elder Lu need their consent. Chen Ping was not the only one who had this thought. Lu Wan also had the same thought. She did not understand why this rich old man from the city would need their consent. As for Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan, they didn't have any thoughts in their hearts. However, their little ears pricked up. "It's like this. I like Meng'er very much. Moreover, she has quite the talent to study medicine. Therefore, I want to take her as my god-granddaughter." Elder Lu smiled and said very casually. When Chen Ping and Lu Wan heard Elder Lu's words, their eyes widened in surprise. They never thought that Elder Lu would suggest such a thing. From their point of view, Elder Lu, the old master of the city, would never take a fancy to someone from the poor countryside. Elder Lu about this. Chen Ping was in a bit of a dilemma and didn't know how to answer. Elder Lu's suggestion was too sudden. The husband and wife weren't mentally prepared at all. He didn't know whether he should agree or not. "I know. I was too abrupt in this matter. However, I really like Meng'er and want to acknowledge her as my god-granddaughter. Don't worry. I know that it's not a casual matter to acknowledge her as my god-granddaughter. There's a ceremony, and I will prepare everything." Elder Lu wiped away the smile on his face. He looked at Chen Ping seriously and said. Chen Ping looked at Elder Lu's serious expression and thought about Elder Lu's character. His heart relaxed. He thought that his family was not a wealthy family. With Elder Lu's status, he would not want anything from his family. From the looks of it, Elder Lu really liked his daughter. Elder Lu, it's her fortune that you want to acknowledge our Meng'er as your god-granddaughter. Chen Ping agreed, but Lu Wan was still a little unwilling. It wasn't easy for her to get this daughter of hers, so she couldn't bear to give it to anyone else. However, since her husband had already agreed, no matter how unwilling she was, she could only swallow it down. Then it's settled. I'll go back and prepare later. When I'm ready, I'll come back. Elder Lu knew that there was nothing he couldn't handle personally. However, now that he had personally heard Chen Ping agree to acknowledge Chen Meng'er as his god-granddaughter, the joy in his heart couldn't help but spill out. He didn't know why. Whenever Elder Lu thought of Chen Meng'er's soft and cute voice, and the way she would sweetly call him grandfather made his heart go unbelievably soft. Outside the house, Elder Lu's driver, who was following behind Chen Meng'er and was about to walk in with her, had a surprised expression on his face when he heard what his employer had said inside the house. He had not expected that. His employer would take the initiative to tell people who he wanted to acknowledge as his god-granddaughter. If Elder Lu's driver was so surprised, it was not because Elder Lu's status was so precious, or because Chen Meng'er's family's wealth was too different from Elder Lu's family's. He was so surprised because of what Elder Lu had said. Before this, those people in the capital and abroad had racked their brains, wanting to acknowledge Elder Lu as their godfather or god-grandfather. But every time, these people who came to his door were chased out by Elder Lu. He had said it. He didn't need these people with ulterior motives to take care of him and send him to his death. After seeing those people fail time and time again and get kicked out, the subordinates of Elder Lu once thought that their employer, Elder Lu, would be alone for the rest of his life. He did not expect to hear such explosive news when he went out with his employer this time. When Elder Lu's driver thought of this, he could not help but look at the short, 3-year-old little girl standing in front of him with a complicated gaze. He really could not see what was so special about this little girl that his employer valued her so much that he wanted to acknowledge her as his god-granddaughter. And Elder Lu's driver knew in his heart that if his employer really acknowledged this little girl as his god-granddaughter, then this little girl would be their little master. Chen Meng'er, who was standing in front of Elder Lu's driver, was listening attentively to the conversation between her parents and Elder Lu in the room. She did not notice the expression on the driver's face who was following behind her. Moreover, she was not the least bit surprised that her parents finally agreed to her recognizing Elder Lu as her god-grandfather. She had long known that her parents were no match for Elder Lu. Chen Meng'er let Elder Lu look for her parents because she tacitly agreed to acknowledge Elder Lu as her god-grandfather. She clearly knew that she was not the Qu Meng'er from her previous life. She did not have any prideful status or extraordinary wealth. This also meant that Elder Lu had no hidden motives for acknowledging her as his god-granddaughter. Just as Chen Meng'er and Elder Lu's driver, one in front and one behind, one short and one tall, one cute and one fierce, were standing outside the door, lost in their own thoughts, Elder Lu, who had obtained the answer he had thought of, seemed to be afraid of Chen Ping and Lu Wan. So, Lu Wan reneged and said, in that case, I'll go back and prepare the gifts for my godfather now. Without waiting for Chen Ping's consent, Lu Wan walked out of the house with him. Yeah, what are you two standing here for? Elder Lu noticed the expressions on Chen Ping and Lu Wan's faces. If Chen Ping and Lu Wan wanted to catch up, he would have to speed up if they went back on their word. He couldn't let them catch up. Just like that, Elder Lu was focused on the movement in the house, but he didn't notice the door. He was startled by Chen Meng'er and his driver. Us? Chen Meng'er turned her head and looked behind her. When Chen Meng'er turned her head, Elder Lu's driver, who was usually tense and rarely smiled at Chen Meng'er, which scared Chen Meng'er quite a bit. However, the way Elder Lu's driver looked at Chen Meng'er was completely different now, and the way he treated Chen Meng'er was completely different. How could it be different? Before this, Chen Meng'er was just a little girl that his employer liked. Moreover, he liked this cute little girl quite a lot, but it was only second to this. But now, just now, after he heard the conversation between his employer and Chen Ping, it was completely different. Chen Meng'er might be his little master in the future, and this change in identity meant that many things had changed. This attitude was the first to bear the brunt. Elder Lu did not notice the strange expression on the driver's face. His attention was now on Chen Meng'er. He only needed to look at Chen Meng'er now and think that Chen Meng'er would be his granddaughter in the future. When he was Chen Meng'er's grandfather, the expression on his face unconsciously softened. He looked at Chen Meng'er with indulgent eyes. Now, when Elder Lu's friends saw Elder Lu's expression, they would definitely break their glasses. Speaking of which, Chen Meng'er was also a little uncomfortable with Elder Lu's current expression. Meng'er, I'll go back and prepare the gifts for you now. When I am ready, I'll come to see you. You have to be good. Elder Lu stroked Chen Meng'er's small head, which had 2 braids, with satisfaction. He left. The moment Elder Lu left, Lu Wan could not help but say to her husband, Little Ping, do you really want Meng'er to acknowledge Elder Lu as her god-grandfather? We just met Elder Lu today. We don't even know what kind of person he is. Lu Wan almost said directly, I don't agree. Little Wan, don't worry about Elder Lu's character. He's a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. You know that this doctor's heart isn't bad. Chen Meng'er, who was about to enter through the door, just happened to hear her father say this. This made the corner of Chen Meng'er's mouth twitch involuntarily, and she also stopped in her tracks unconsciously. Chen Meng'er could not help but ridicule in her heart, Dad, you don't know. In another 10 or so years, there will be many black-hearted doctors. Chen Ping had no idea what his daughter, Chen Meng'er, was thinking. He continued, furthermore, I think Elder Lu really likes our Meng'er. Otherwise, with his status, he wouldn't have proposed to treat Meng'er as his god-granddaughter. You also know that we are climbing up the social ladder. After hearing her husband's words, Lu Wan fell silent. This also meant that her heart had wavered. Because of Elder Lu's existence, Chen Haoshuan sat there obediently, not daring to move at all. Now, Elder Lu, who he was afraid of, had left. He immediately couldn't stop. He stood up from the stool and ran to his father. He tugged at the corner of his father's clothes and asked worriedly, What happened? Chen Haoshuan was worried that if his sister was snatched away by Grandpa Lu, whom he was afraid of, he would not be able to see his sister in the future. When Chen Haoshuan thought of this, he was filled with displeasure. Father, don't want my sister to go with that Grandpa Lu. Although Chen Haogua heard his parents and Elder Lu's conversation, he knew that it was not what his brother Chen Haoshuan said. However, he could not help but worry in his heart. Little Xin, be good. Your Grandpa Lu just likes your sister very much and wants to take her as his god-granddaughter. This also means that your sister will have someone to dote on her in the future. It was rare for Chen Ping to treat his son gently as he comforted him. Really? Chen Haoshuan raised his head and looked at his father as he asked. It's true. I promise you that your sister will always be your sister, Chen Ping said in his heart, and she will always be my most precious daughter. Chen Meng'er listened to the conversation of her family. The dimples on the corners of her mouth became deeper and deeper, and her smile became wider and wider. Chen Meng'er felt warm in her heart. From the simple conversation of her family, she could feel their strong love for her. Chen Meng'er did not enter the house. Instead, she turned around and returned to her brother and sister's room. Just now, Chen Meng'er remembered that she had neglected an important matter. She had to quickly return to her room to figure it out. After returning to her room, Chen Meng'er sat on her own small chair and calmed her heart. She began to slowly recall the time when she saw the unconscious boy at Elder Lu's pharmacy, the strange scene that appeared in her mind. As Chen Meng'er recalled, her eyes unconsciously narrowed. The more she recalled, the clearer the scene that appeared from the previous events became. She also clearly remembered the appearance of the scene that appeared in her mind at that time. Actually, to be precise, the scene that appeared in her mind was not an ordinary scene. Instead, it was the ancient medical book that she had previously read and remembered. It had records about this illness, how to diagnose it, and what symptoms it had, how to treat it. What made Chen Meng'er feel strange was that this image was not because she had remembered the knowledge in the ancient medical book before, but because she had remembered it. Instead, the images that appeared were completely based on the format and layout of the ancient medical book that Chen Meng'er had read before. They were listed one by one, as if Chen Meng'er's head was like a projection screen. The contents of the ancient medical books regarding this illness were projected onto it. Chen Meng'er's brows were tightly furrowed as she organized her memories up to this point. She did not open it. She did not know why such a phenomenon would occur. Her memory from her previous life was not bad. It could not be said that she had a photographic memory, but it was not much different. However, there was no such situation. What's going on? Could it be that my brain has mutated? Qu Meng'er muttered softly. After a moment of hesitation, Qu Meng'er suddenly wanted to try and see if her brain had really mutated. She thought of a certain illness that she had read about in the ancient medical book. Then, miraculously, everything about that illness was the same as what she had read about in the ancient medical book. Bit by bit, everything appeared in her mind. How should she put it? Qu Meng'er looked at the things that appeared in her mind and suddenly felt that her brain was equipped with a search function, and it was a specific language search function. It's really advanced, Qu Meng'er teased. After Qu Meng'er tried to search for the applications of Chinese medicine, she suddenly had a strange thought. I don't know if my brain mutation is targeted at the ancient medical books that I read in the space before? Qu Meng'er was still guessing in her mind. She guessed that her brain mutation was actually related to her portable space and the ancient medical books in the space. After Qu Meng'er finished speaking, she began to try. She recalled that she had accompanied her big brother, Chen to recite the contents of the text. Speaking of which, Qu Meng'er's memory was really good. She had accompanied her big brother to recite the text, but when her big brother, Chen had just started school last semester, had recited it. It had been quite some time since then. Even if Chen memorized it now, he might not be able to memorize it all. However, Qu Meng'er remembered the entire text clearly. Not a single word was more or less. But that was all. The image that appeared in Qu Meng'er's mind when she recalled a certain illness did not appear. Sigh, it's really similar to what I thought, said Qu Meng'er as she supported her forehead with one hand. From the looks of it, only the ancient medical books in the space would appear in her mind when she was thinking about it. She didn't know if she should be rejoicing. She was rejoicing that the heavens had treated her so well. Not only had she been reborn and felt the warmth of a family that she had always looked forward to in her previous life, but she had also been given a slightly heaven-defying portable space. Now, God had even given her a slightly mutated brain. She should still sigh. Sighing that God had given her such an arrangement was hinting that God had already arranged for her career in this life. Become an excellent Chinese medicine practitioner. Otherwise, how could God have allowed her brain to mutate? Moreover, it was related to Chinese medicine. Qu Meng'er was not against saving lives and helping the injured. However, if she really had to take this as her responsibility and work for the rest of her life, she really would not be happy. If there was anything that Qu Meng'er wanted to say in this life, it would be about her life and her future career. She really had some thoughts. She wanted to fulfill the promises that she had not fulfilled in her previous life. Now, she had added another condition. She wanted to earn a lot of money. She wanted her parents and 2 older brothers to live a comfortable life and not worry about money. Qu Meng'er had lived in this family and this environment for so many years. Only then did she realize the importance of money in this world. It could be said that money was not omnipotent, but it was absolutely impossible without money. Forget it. Forget it. In any case, I will not give up my persistence because of my guess of God's arrangement. At most, I will learn Chinese medicine well. When I need to help people, I will lend them a hand. Qu Meng'er would never know what she said today would bring her in the future. The next day, Qu took Qu Meng'er to his big brother's house to pay back the money. Qu originally wanted to give more money to his big brother because he knew that his big brother's family's life was not much better than his family's, and he was practically raised by his big brother. The relationship between him and his big brother could be said to be like father and son. However, before he went out, he told his wife, Lu Wan, about this proposal. However, his wife, Lu Wan, rejected it. Initially, Qu was quite unhappy when he heard his wife's answer. His eldest brother's family usually treated their family well. Whenever something happened to their family, his eldest brother would be the first to lend a hand. Now, his wife, Lu Wan, was actually so stingy. However, after Qu heard his wife, Lu Wan's explanation, his anger immediately dissipated. On second thought, he felt that his wife's words were right, especially after he brought his daughter, Qu Meng'er, out of the house. His neighbor, Aunt Chen, walked over. She asked curiously, "Little Ping, Who was the one who sent you back yesterday? He was driving a black car. I heard from my daughter-in-law that the person who can drive this car is not simple. Then, without waiting for Chen Ping's reply, Aunt Chen continued to ask, is he a relative of yours? But it's strange. How come I've never heard of him before? Chen Ping looked at Aunt Chen's enthusiastic gossiping manner. He really couldn't handle it. Moreover, he didn't know how to introduce Elder Lu. Was he talking about the old man he met by chance? Or was he talking about Meng'er's god-grandfather? Therefore, Chen Ping laughed and said to Aunt Chen, I'm in a hurry to go to my big brother's house. I can't talk to you anymore. As he said that, Chen Ping pulled his daughter, Qu Meng'er, and sped up. Fortunately, although Chen Ping was anxious to escape from this gossipy Aunt Chen, he still didn't forget to accommodate his daughter, Qu Meng'er's footsteps. Hey, little Ping, you haven't answered me yet. Why did you leave? Aunt Chen's voice entered Chen Ping's ears, but Chen Ping didn't stop. Hey, Meng'er, your mother has foresight. If I really give money to your uncle today, then perhaps this afternoon, our family's matters will be discussed throughout the village. Chen Ping tilted his face. He said to his daughter, Qu Meng'er, yes, Mom is still the best. Qu Meng'er nodded in agreement, but, she secretly said in her heart, our family will stay at home today and do nothing. What happened yesterday has already become the focus of discussion after dinner. Just as Chen Ping and Qu Meng'er walked into Chen Tao's house, Chen Tao's wife, Chen Ping's sister-in-law, saw Chen Ping and greeted him warmly. Oh, little Ping Meng'er, why are you here? We're here to return the money. Chen Ping smiled embarrassedly and scratched his head. Is that so? Chen Ping's sister-in-law's eyes lit up slightly when she heard Chen Ping say that he was here to return the money. She felt that the things that were said in the village seemed to be true. Chen Ping's family must have found some rich relative. Little Ping, Meng'er, come in quickly. Don't stand at the door. Everyone is in the house. Come in with me. Okay. Chen Ping was quite respectful to his sister-in-law. Although she was a little greedy and valued money more, her heart was still good. It could also be said that she would listen to his big brother Chen Tao for everything. Little Ping, I heard from the villagers that you and Meng'er came back yesterday. Was it an old man who sent you back in a small car? Chen Ping's sister-in-law could not help but ask. Yes, there was such a thing. Chen Ping did not expect his sister-in-law to actually be involved in this matter. If it had to be said, in front of others, Chen Ping could laugh, but in front of his sister-in-law, he could not do so. That old man who sent you back in a small car, is he a relative of your family? Is he a relative of little Wan's family? Chen Ping's sister-in-law continued to ask. This is not a relative of little Wan's family. Chen Ping braced himself and answered. Qu Meng'er, who was beside Chen Ping and holding Chen Ping's large hand, looked at the light of gossip in her aunt's eyes. When she heard her father, Chen Ping, say that he was not a relative of her mother's Lu Wan family, the light of gossip instantly turned into a light of excitement. She immediately nodded helplessly. She knew what her aunt was thinking about. However, she was destined to be disappointed. So, this is a relative of your old Chen family? But I've been married for so long and I've never heard of it? Chen Ping's sister-in-law said excitedly. Chen Ping didn't expect his sister-in-law to think the same as the people in the village. I say, why are you so talkative? If you have the time to ask so many questions, you might as well go to work. Just when Chen Ping didn't know how to answer, his eldest brother, Chen Tao, appeared like a savior. He appeared in front of the father and daughter. Uncle. Qu Meng'er saw Chen Tao and called out sweetly. Aside from her parents, there were also her two brothers. Her eldest uncle, Chen Tao, was the only one who doted on her. Therefore, Qu Meng'er's relationship with her eldest uncle was also very good. Meng'er is here too. Come to uncle quickly. Uncle will find you something delicious. When Chen Tao saw his niece, his originally gloomy face suddenly brightened up. This made his wife feel very uncomfortable watching from the side. She mumbled, Chen Tao, that's all you have. You only dare to give me a look. Also, what's wrong with me asking? Don't tell me I can't ask. Chen Tao's wife spoke in a low voice, and she deliberately did not speak clearly. Therefore, everyone present did not hear what she said clearly. However, Chen Tao's face darkened, and he angrily said, What are you mumbling about? Go and find some food for Meng'er. Chen Tao's wife, Zhao Yanhong, was unwilling to do so, but because of her husband's dignity, she still turned around and went into the inner room. Chen Ping saw his sister-in-law's unwilling look and felt extremely awkward. He also knew that his brother's life was not much better. Sister-in-law, there's no need. I'll return the money and then leave. Little Ping, don't stop her. Let her go and get it. Meng'er came to my house with great difficulty. How can she not even get some snacks? Right, Meng'er? Chun Tao stroked Chun Meng'er's hair and said, Uncle, I'm very full. I can't eat anything. Don't let Annie go and get it. Chun Meng'er did not care about the snacks at all. Not to mention that she had long passed the age of eating snacks in her heart. In addition to that, she had been reborn with her in the shopping mall in her space. She did not want anything good to eat. In addition, Chun Meng'er also understood everyone's current financial situation. And if she took her uncle's food, it was equivalent to her eating the snacks of her uncle's 3 children. Our Meng'er is obedient. She is much more obedient than her big sister, Hongying. Chen Tao listened to Chen Meng'er's words and became more and more fond of this niece. When he compared her with his own daughter, Sai, he really could not look at her. Chen Meng'er should be the daughter that all the parents hoped for. She was obedient, sensible, cute, fragrant, and soft. Chen Ping saw that his eldest brother was comparing his Meng'er with his eldest niece again, so he quickly changed the topic. He knew that there was a very big reason why his eldest niece disliked his daughter so much. It was because his big brother was comparing his Meng'er to his niece whenever he had nothing to do. This is the money I borrowed from you last time. I'm returning it to you now. What are you doing? Didn't you say that Meng'er and the others have not collected their tuition fees? Quickly put the money away. Chen Tao thought that his younger brother had heard something outside and was in a hurry to send the money to him. And Chen Tao's subconscious reaction was that his wife had said something outside. Meng'er and the others have already collected their tuition fees. If I had not collected the money, I would not have sent the money to you. Chen Ping smiled and handed the money to his older brother, Chun Tao. Really? Chen Tao still asked with some disbelief. Really? When have I ever lied to you? Chen Ping looked at his older brother's expression, which clearly showed that he did not believe him. He did not know whether to laugh or cry as he said this. You still said that when you talked to your wife, you lied to me, causing me to constantly worry about your marriage. Chen Tao brought up the old matter again. It made Chen Ping's face turn red from embarrassment. Big brother, when did this happen? Why are you still bringing it up? Meng'er is still here. As Chen Ping spoke, his hands were not idle. He stuffed the money into his big brother's hands. He took a look. His sister-in-law had not come out yet. She was probably dawdling in the house, waiting for them to leave before coming out. Take this. If you are short of money, tell me. My money flow is much more relaxed now. Chen Ping did not dare to directly tell his big brother Chun Tao that they had sold ginseng for 500,000 yuan. It was not that Chen Ping did not believe his big brother Chen Tao, but it was because he felt that if these words were to be spread, his big brother would definitely not believe it. What's wrong, little Ping? Are the rumors in the village true? When Chun Tao heard his brother say that, he remembered what his wife had said previously. What? Chen Ping did not react immediately to the question his big brother asked. I heard from your sister-in-law that there is a rich relative in the village. Yesterday, you and Meng'er came back in his car. Little Ping, is that true? Is it from Little Wan's family? Chen Tao knew his family did not have such a rich relative. Yesterday, his wife asked him excitedly if his family had a rich relative, but he denied it. No, the person who sent us back yesterday was not a relative of Little Wan's family. Chen Ping answered his big brother's question seriously and did not choose to avoid it. Then there really is such a thing. What exactly happened? Chen Tao's interest was piqued as he asked. It's like this. Yesterday, Meng'er and I went to the city to sell a ginseng that Meng'er picked by accident at the back of the mountain. The person who sent us back yesterday was the owner of the pharmacy. He liked Meng'er quite a lot, so he sent a small cart back for us. Speaking of this, Chen Ping paused for a moment before continuing. However, this elder Lu, who was also the one who sent us back yesterday, wants to acknowledge Meng'er as his god-granddaughter. I also agreed to it. He went back to prepare the gift. Chen Tao frowned when he heard his brother's words. He lowered his head and glanced at Chen Meng'er. Little Ping, you've done this too rashly. You're not familiar with Elder Lu, and you know him well. How can you rashly agree to let Ming'er acknowledge him as her god-grandfather? Big brother, I know what you're worried about. However, Elder Lu is really a good person. Moreover, there's nothing in our family that Elder Lu can covet. Chen Ping had a good impression of Elder Lu. Seeing that his younger brother was so insistent, Chen Tao didn't say anything more. After all, his younger brother already had a family. In the end, Qu Meng'er didn't receive the snacks that her first aunt brought. Before leaving, Qu Meng'er's uncle, Chen Tao, looked very embarrassed. He shouted that he wanted to go in and call Qu Meng'er's first aunt, Zhao Yanhong, out, but he was stopped by Chen Ping. The father and daughter pair looked down on Zhao Yanhong's methods, but they could not let the husband and wife fight over such a small matter. Therefore, Qu Meng'er and Chen Ping left Chen Tao's house as if they were escaping. On the way back, Chen Ping turned his head and looked at his daughter, Qu Meng'er. He wanted to say something but hesitated several times. Qu Meng'er was puzzled. What was wrong with her father today? He kept looking at her with a conflicted expression. He always looked like he wanted to say something, but he was conflicted and kept his mouth shut. This made Qu Meng'er also conflicted in the end. She could not hold it in and asked, "Father, do you have something to tell me?" "Yes." When Chen Ping heard his daughter, Qu Meng'er, ask him, his heart suddenly became firm. "Father wants to tell you something, but your mother's meaning is not to tell you now, saying that you are still young." When Qu Meng'er heard her father's words, a thought emerged in her heart. Could it be that her father wanted to tell her about her background? "Father, tell me." Qu Meng'er's expression suddenly became serious. She started to think about what kind of expression she should show and what kind of words she should say when she heard her father tell her about her past. "It's like this. This ginseng sold for such a large sum of money. Your mother and I discussed it last night and said that your mother and I will take out 100,000 yuan from this sum of money. We are prepared to save the remaining 400,000 yuan for you as a dowry. Originally, your mother said that you were still young and that she would tell you about this when you were older. However, I know that my Ming'er is not an ordinary child, so I decided to tell you about this matter." Qu Meng'er had never expected that her father, Chen Ping, would actually want to talk about this after hesitating for a long time. She was even worried and hesitated for a long time. "About this matter. Dad, the money for selling the ginseng belongs to our family. Don't even mention saving any dowry for me. I still need this dowry for a long time. When the time comes, this little bit of money might not be enough. Also, Dad, I will earn a lot of money in the future. I will let you, Mom, and my brothers live a good life," Qu Meng'er said. She nodded her head heavily and looked extremely serious. Qu Meng'er didn't know that her serious and cute look made Chen Ping's heart soft and touched. "Then I will wait for you to earn a lot of money to support Mom and me. As for your two brothers, don't worry about them." In Qu Meng'er's house, Qu Meng'er and her father, Chen Ping, were not the only ones who were questioned by the villagers of the Chen family village. The other members of the family were also more or less questioned by the people around them. For example, when Qu Meng'er's mother, Lu Wan, went out today, she was pulled by those aunties and uncles in the village to ask about the person who drove Chen Ping and Qu Meng'er back yesterday in a small car. What did it have to do with their family? Even the children in the village also crowded around Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan when they saw them today. They asked the two brothers with an envious look whether they were comfortable in the car. And was the person who came to their house yesterday a relative of their family? Anyway, in short, the news of Elder Lu sending Chen Ping and Qu Meng'er back to the village had spread throughout the village, and Qu Meng'er's family had temporarily become the object of the Chen family village's after-dinner conversation. Qu Meng'er could not understand this. On the other hand, the rest of the family seemed to accept it well. Elder Lu, on the other hand, did not know that his trip would cause such a big reaction in the village. After Elder Lu returned, he started to get busy. He asked his employees what gifts he needed to prepare for his god-granddaughter. It was obvious that Elder Lu had asked the wrong people. His employees were all boorish, so how would they know about this? All of them scratched their heads in embarrassment, not knowing how to answer. However, Elder Lu did not see that his employees were in a difficult position. He continued to stare at them, making his employees feel even more pressured. The words that almost came out of their mouths were, "We don't know either." Under Elder Lu's pressuring gaze, they forcefully swallowed their words. "Hey, sir, it seems like you want to give them something more expensive. A middle-aged scholar-like person had no choice but to stand up and say this under everyone's expectant gazes. Right. Mr. Zhuge is right. It's like a golden lock plate or something like that. A fatty standing next to the middle-aged scholar like Zhuge Yu echoed. Fatty, this golden lock is a gift from someone else when their child is 1 month old. You can't give it to them as a gift. A skinny man with the exact opposite body shape to the fatty touched his chin and said to the fatty with a smile, "You only know how to challenge me. Why can't you give them this golden lock? Just give them a heavier one." It was unknown if the fatty and the skinny man were born to be at odds with each other, or something else. In any case, other than their body sizes, their personalities were also very different. This was why the two of them would always bicker whenever they had nothing to do. When Elder Lu heard their conversation, he stroked his chin and said, "I pretty much know what to prepare." When the men present heard Elder Lu's words, all of them revealed expressions of "Are you sure? Do you know what to prepare?" Speaking of which, they didn't even know what they should prepare. Zhuge Yu thought for a moment. He said carefully, "Sir, I think you should go and ask others about this matter. It's best to ask those who have acknowledged their godparents. They should know what to prepare." The others also nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, they didn't dare to bear their employer's anger, especially if they made their employer fail to acknowledge his god-granddaughter because of their suggestion. They couldn't help but tremble at the thought of the punishment awaiting them. "No need. I know what to do. I'll go back now and write down what I need." After saying that, Elder Lu left excitedly. It was only after Elder Lu had left that the people in the hall reacted. "Zhuge, do you know what happened? Why did Sir suddenly want to recognize his relatives? I remember that those people who had delivered themselves to our door were all rejected by Sir without a word." The skinny man looked at Zhuge Yu and asked, "Skinny, how can you ask me how I know what happened to Sir this time? I didn't follow him." As Zhuge Yu said this, an idea flashed through his mind. "Where's Deepening?" Yesterday afternoon, Deepening drove Sir out to do some work. "Deepening is outside. I'll go and call him over." After Zhuge Yu's reminder, this fatty came to his senses. Without Zhuge Yu's instructions, he strode out of the door. As the fatty pulled Deepening into the house, he asked Deepening in a loud voice, "Deepening, where did you drive Sir to yesterday afternoon? Why did Sir just say something about recognizing a god-granddaughter?" Deepening had long known that he would be called by these people in the house to ask about his employer acknowledging a god-granddaughter, and he did not dare to provoke these people in the house, so he obediently told them everything that he knew without missing a single word. After hearing Deepening's words, the house instantly fell into silence, and everyone's hearts were filled with the same puzzlement as Deepening. They did not understand what was so special about that little girl called Qu Meng'er that made their Mr. treat her so differently. It also broke his previous words that he wouldn't acknowledge her as his godfather. Along with the confusion came curiosity. They were itching to see the little girl with their own eyes. The curiosity of the people in the room was only when Elder Lu went to Qu Meng'er's house. Everyone fought to be Elder Lu's driver. Elder Lu's actions were very fast. After he returned to his study, he picked up the brush and began to list out the things that he felt needed to be prepared. Gold jewelry, yes, I need it. Jade is not bad, and garnet is not bad either. All right, I also need to prepare clothes, shoes, and other things. I also need to prepare food. Elder Lu had almost listed out everything. If it were not for the fact that it was a little unrealistic to follow in this line of work, he might have really given everything away. After Elder Lu listed out the list, he handed the list to Xiao Lu and asked him to pass it to Zhuge Yu and the others. Elder Lu also instructed Xiao Lu to make the best preparations when Zhuge Yu and the others were preparing these things. Since she was his god-granddaughter and the only family member he acknowledged, he would not let her down. Zhuge Yu and the others acted very quickly and prepared all the things that Elder Lu had requested on the list the next day. Zhuge Yu and the others brought the things over and showed them to Elder Lu. Elder Lu picked up the heavy golden lock and nodded his head in satisfaction. He then looked at the ice-type jade and frowned slightly. When Zhuge Yu saw Elder Lu's expression, he knew that he was not satisfied. He quickly explained, "Sir, we originally wanted to prepare the imperial jade, but because we were in a hurry, the jade of good quality that you had collected was stored in the Swiss bank. If we want to retrieve it, it would take a lot of time. So, yes, let's just make do with it." There will be plenty of opportunities in the future anyway. Elder Lu's gaze shifted from the jade stones to the Hatian jade bracelet on the side. Yes, this is not bad. Elder Lu looked at it roughly. Overall, he felt that it was not bad. Pack all these into boxes for me and put them in the car. Deepeng, go and bring the car over. We will set off now. Elder Lu looked at everything and said to Deepeng, who was hiding at the back. Deepeng wanted to move, but when he thought of Zhuge and the others' threats before he came, he scratched his head. He didn't know whether to leave or not. Fortunately, the fatty saved him. Sir, Deepeng has something to do today. I'll drive for you on his behalf. As he said that, the fatty was about to turn around and leave, but he was stopped by the thin man. Fatty, wait a moment. I remember you said that you still have things to deal with this afternoon. I think I should go. The fatty heard the skinny man's words and was so angry that his teeth itched. This skinny man only knew how to drag him down. Fatty, skinny, you two don't have to argue. I have nothing to do anyway. I think I should go. Zhuge said slowly. Elder Lu looked at his few capable employees. Seeing how they were fighting with each other, he knew what they were thinking. All right, the three of you don't have to fight here. It's all right, come with me. We can go meet Meng'er. Elder Lu also had his own plans. Since he had acknowledged Chen Meng'er as his god-granddaughter, his employees should go and recognize her. After all, Chen Meng'er could be considered their little master. If that happened, they might be blind and offend his precious granddaughter. It's true, sir. The fatty did not expect Elder Lu to let go so easily and let them go with him. Fatty, why are you talking so much nonsense? Why aren't you going down with Deepeng and driving the car over? Zhuge said as he gave the fatty a look. He told him to hurry up and stop talking nonsense here and not take action. It was rare for their employer to let go. What if their employer went back on his words after being questioned by him? They won't be able to find a place to cry. Oh, I'll go right now. Deepeng, follow me. The fatty received Zhuge gaze. Using his mind that was completely out of sync with his fat body, he turned around and grabbed Deepeng, dragging him out. Don't just stand there. Put all these things in the car and see if you missed anything. All right, I'm warning you guys. When you reach Meng'er's house later, all of you better restrain the murderous aura on your bodies. If you scare my precious god-granddaughter, you will get it. Elder Lu looked at his outstanding employees. He could not help but exhort them. Although Elder Lu thought that Chen Meng'er was not timid, she was still a 3-year-old child. He had seen a child who had come to seek medical treatment before. She would be scared or something. Yes, sir, we understand, Zhuge replied respectfully. Following Elder Lu's instructions, Zhuge and the others were very curious about Chen Meng'er, the little girl who was about to become their master's god-granddaughter. They didn't know what kind of magic power and attraction this little girl had that made their cold-hearted employer think so highly of her. In this era, telephones were not common. It could be said that there was no telephone in Chen Meng'er's village. Therefore, Elder Lu had no way to inform Chen Meng'er's family that he was coming today. Therefore, Chen Meng'er's family had no idea that Elder Lu had brought his employees to the Chen family village. Early in the morning, Chen Ping and Lu Wan went to work in the fields. It was rare that Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan did not go out to play with the other children in the village. Instead, they stayed at home to accompany their younger sister, Chen Meng'er. The two brothers did not go out because Elder Lu had sent their father, Chen Ping, and their younger sister, Chen Meng'er, back 2 days ago. The older children in their village were influenced by their families. They all came to ask the brothers, who was the person driving the car, if he was a relative of their family, and so on. Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan answered honestly that they weren't. However, the influence of this family was huge for the children. If the adults didn't believe it, how could the children believe it? The children usually acted more directly and directly told the brothers that they were liars. Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan wanted to explain to their friends. However, something had really happened in their family recently that they could not tell others. Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan, after being repeatedly exhorted by their parents, were suddenly at a loss for words. This also allowed the two brothers to confirm the fact that they had lied to their friends. Therefore, for the time being, the two brothers, Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan, were excluded by the children in the village. Elder Lu and the others set off this morning, and their group arrived at Chen Meng'er's house before 11 o'clock. When Elder Lu and his 2 cars drove into Chen village was once again in an uproar. Everyone who saw it was guessing who the person in the 2 cars was looking for in the village. Some guessed that it was the village chief's house, while others guessed this house. In any case, they were all people with relatives outside the village. As for Qu Meng'er's house, because of her criminal record, it was also among the guesses of everyone. Someone in the village shouted, "Ah, I know whose car this car is looking for. Isn't the car leading the way the same car that sent Qin Ping and his daughter back last time?" After being said that, the villagers who had seen the car with their own eyes agreed. It's really the same car as the previous one. It looks like it's looking for Chen Ping. I told you that kid wouldn't admit it. Elder Lu and the others drove 2 cars slowly towards Qu Meng'er's house, accompanied by the villagers' gossip. When the villagers saw the cars, they finally reacted. Ah, Chen Ping, Lu Wan and his wife were just working in their fields. I'm afraid that they didn't know that there were guests at home. Then I'll go call them. Aunt Chen, who wanted to get first-hand information, was very fast. She turned around and walked toward Qin Ping's field. 2 cars steadily stopped in front of Qu Meng'er's courtyard. Ah, what kind of road is this? If I continue to sit here, my ace will be split into 2 pieces, the fatty said as he got out of the car and touched his fat ace. Everyone's ace is split into 2 pieces. Fatty, is yours a 1-piece? The skinny man didn't feel good sitting in the car either. However, he still didn't miss this opportunity to strike the fatty. Zhuge Yu didn't participate in the battle between the fatty and the skinny man. He looked at the simple and crude farmyard and felt extremely puzzled in his heart. He really did not know what kind of characteristics a child born in such a rural environment would have to make their teacher look at them in a different light. Qu Meng'er, who was reading and holding a book in the room, seemed to have heard the sound of a car. She put down the book in her hand and she turned to her eldest brother, Chen Haogua, who was teaching her second brother, Chen Haoshuan, how to write his name, and said, "Did you hear any sound outside?" "No." "What noises did you hear?" Chen Haogua put down the pencil in his hand. He stretched out his hand and rubbed Qu Meng'er's hair until it was a mess. He did not know when it began, but Qu Meng'er's family liked to pinch Qu Meng'er's little face and mess up her hair. Qu Meng'er was not used to it at the beginning, but now she could only helplessly comb her hair that was messed up by her eldest brother. While pouting, she said, "You messed up my hair again. I think I heard the sound of a car." "Meng'er, you must have heard wrong. How can there be the sound of a car in our village?" Chen Haoshuan also stopped what he was doing and raised his head to say. However, just as Chen Haoshuan's voice fell, there was a knock on the door. "Is anyone home?" Hearing this voice, the 3 siblings looked at each other. Chen Haoshuan was the first to react. He stood up and opened the door for someone. Qu Meng'er and Chen Haogua put down the things in their hands. They stood up from their chairs and followed Chen Haoshuan to the door. Qu Meng'er already knew who was knocking on their door. Chen Haogua, on the other hand, pulled his sister's hand and walked to the door. He whispered, "Who is it knocking on our door at this time?" The adults in the village usually wouldn't knock on their door at this time, because they knew that none of the adults in their family were at home. As for their friends in the village, they wouldn't knock on the door like this. They were probably shouting outside the door. When Qu Meng'er and Chen Haogua arrived at the door, Chen Haoshuan had just opened the door. 2 strange men, one thin and one fat, stood at the door in front of Chen Haoshuan. They did not have a friendly expression on their faces. He forcefully swallowed the words that he wanted to ask. "Little Xian, who is it?" Chen Haogua asked. When Chen Haoshuan heard his brother's voice, his little heart calmed down a little. He did not make a move to close the door. "I don't know." Just as Chen Haoshuan finished speaking, Elder Lu easily pushed the thin man and the fat man to the side and appeared in front of Chen Haoshuan. "Kid, it's me. Do you still know me?" "Grandpa Lu," Chen Haoshuan shouted with his eyes wide open. Meanwhile, Chen Haoshuan and Qu Meng'er also walked to the door. Through the door, they saw the person standing outside. "Meng'er, you haven't forgotten your grandfather, have you?" Elder Lu's eyes lit up when he saw Qu Meng'er. He didn't care about cultivating his relationship with Chen Haoshuan anymore. He walked quickly to Qu Meng'er and spoke. Following Elder Lu's words, the eyes of Zhuge Yu, the fat man, and the skinny man were like a searchlight, shooting straight at Qu Meng'er. If it were any other child who was similar to Qu Meng'er, If they were stared at by these three men who obviously had extraordinary bearing, they would definitely be so scared that they would cry immediately, but they would not cry. If it was better, they would just find an adult to hide behind. Chen Meng'er smiled and answered Elder Lu's words. How could I forget Grandpa Lu? As Chen Meng'er said this, her eyes also looked at the inquisitive and curious eyes that were shooting at her. When Chen Meng'er saw the faces of the three people standing at the door, she was stunned. Then, she muttered softly, Uncle Yu, Uncle Fatty, Uncle Skinny. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Meng'er was whispering so softly that Elder Lu and the others didn't hear it, they would definitely be extremely surprised. They would be surprised that this little girl, Chen Meng'er, would know Zhuge, Fatty, and Skinny. The three who surprised Chen Meng'er were also observing Chen Meng'er. The first impression they got was not bad. This little girl is really good looking. She looks like a doll. They did not expect that. There was actually such a good-looking little girl in this poor and remote place. Meng'er girl, why are you still calling me Grandpa Lu? Today, Grandpa Lu came with the gift of acknowledging you. Elder Lu expressed his dissatisfaction with Chen Meng'er's way of addressing him. Yes, Grandpa. Chen Meng'er put away the strange feeling in her heart. She didn't expect that at this time, an acquaintance of her past life in this place. That's good. When Elder Lu heard the grandpa that came out of Chen Meng'er's mouth, he was instantly overjoyed. Fatty, Skinny, go and take out the things in the trunk of the car for me. Yes, sir. Chen Meng'er looked at Elder Lu and the others and thought that there were only the three of them at home. She turned to her eldest brother, Chen Hagua, and said, Please go to the fields and call Mom and Dad home. Tell them that Grandpa Lu is here. Oh, okay. Chen Hagua was still a little stunned when he saw the few unfamiliar faces that had suddenly appeared. It was only after his sister, Chen Meng'er, reminded him that he came to his senses. The villagers who had come to join in the fun and ask for first-hand information also heard the conversation between Chen Meng'er and Chen Hagua. They said, Hagua, you don't have to call your parents. Annie Chun from the village has already gone to call them. She should be on her way back now. As he said that, a villager saw Chen Ping and Lu Wan walking over from afar. Little Ping and Little Wan are back. Chen Ping and Lu Wan did not expect Elder Lu to be so quick. He brought his men over in a few days. Chen Ping and Lu Wan jogged all the way back. Although they were villagers, they knew how to treat guests. The guests were already at the door. How could the host not be at home? When Chen Ping arrived at the door, he did not have time to look at the two cars parked at the door. Nor did he have time to observe the unfamiliar faces. He directly went up to Elder Lu and greeted him. Elder Lu, you're here. I'm really sorry. We didn't know that you were here today, so we went to work in the fields. It's okay. We didn't inform you. Come. Elder Lu, come to the house quickly. Take a rest and drink some water. Lu Wan was also busy beckoning Elder Lu and the others into the house. As for the fat man, the skinny man, and Deepening, they had already opened the trunk of the car and started moving things out. Sir, where should we put these things? The skinny man held a few large boxes in his hands and asked. Put them in the house. Elder Lu waved his hand and said, Yes. The fat man, the skinny man, and Deepening, who received the order, held the boxes in their hands and followed Elder Lu's instructions to move them into the house. Elder Lu had prepared quite a lot of things. When he came, he had almost filled the trunk of the two cars. At this moment, the three moved back and forth a few times before they finally finished moving the things in the trunk. Just as the three were moving the things in the trunk to Chen Meng'er's house, the villagers of Chen Family Village stared at the trunk without blinking. If it weren't for their politeness, they would have gone up and opened all the boxes to see what was inside. Some villagers began to discuss in whispers. Chen Ping and his wife said that this old man is not a relative of their family. If he was not a relative of their family, why would he have given them so many things? That's right. Chen Ping and his wife usually look quite heartless. I didn't expect. Chen Ping and Lu Wan didn't know that they were being gossiped about by outsiders. Lu Wan looked at the extra boxes and boxes in the room and couldn't help but say to Elder Lu, aren't these things a little too much? Not much. These are all for Meng'er, Elder Lu said indifferently. He didn't care about these things at all. Elder Lu, you have too many gifts. There's no need for so many, Chen Ping said with a frown as he looked at the pile of things in front of him. He would agree to let his daughter, Chen Meng'er, acknowledge Elder Lu as her god-grandfather. It was not because of Elder Lu's status or the wealth behind him. He just felt that Elder Lu was not bad. And it was also a good thing for someone to dote on his precious daughter. Only then would he agree. Oh, little Ping, these are just a welcome gift from me as a grandfather to Meng'er as a granddaughter. You don't have to stand on ceremony, Elder Lu said. Zhuge Yu, who was standing behind Elder Lu, was standing behind Chen Ping. After Lu Wan and his wife returned, he had been secretly observing the two of them. This was a habit that he had developed over the years. It was also something that he had to pay attention to in his line of work. After observing them for so long, he was quite satisfied with Chen Ping and Lu Wan. Both of them were simple and honest. They were not manipulative. Just as Zhuge Yu was observing Chen Ping and Lu Wan, Chen Meng'er was also secretly observing Zhuge Yu, as well as the other two who were coming in and out. Chen Meng'er looked at the familiar three uncles who were obviously much younger, and her thoughts were complicated. She did not expect that the first people she would meet in this life would be the three of them. Chen Meng'er knew Zhuge Yu, the fat man, and the thin man. It was a coincidence. It should be said that when Qu Meng'er met the three of them, it was a coincidence. The first person Qu Meng'er met was Zhuge Yu, and she only entered the underground kingdom after she got to know Zhuge Yu. At that time, Qu Meng'er had learned kung fu from her master since she was young, and her skills were not bad. However, at that time, in order to win the favor and approval of her parents, she continued to work hard, learning all kinds of etiquette to become a young lady of an aristocratic family, such as zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. And that day was her 15th birthday. She thought that her parents would remember her birthday and come back to celebrate her birthday. However, when she waited until 8 o'clock in the evening, she received 2 calls. Filled with disappointment, she took her wallet and walked out of the house. At that time, she really wanted to indulge herself, so she took her wallet and went to a bar street. However, when she was about to enter a bar, she was stopped and said that she was underage and could not enter the bar. This made Qu Meng'er's mood even more depressed to the extreme. Fortunately, she did not act impulsively and directly clashed with people before rushing into the bar. Qu Meng'er, who was unable to enter the bar, went to the store to buy a can of beer. She sat alone on the flower bed in front of the bar and looked at the people coming and going at the bar's entrance. Qu Meng'er only took the long-finished can of beer and left at midnight. After a few hours, Qu Meng'er's heart gradually calmed down, and she was finally awake. No matter what she did, she would never be able to enter the heart of her parents for the rest of her life. Qu Meng'er thought it through. Although her heart was still very uncomfortable, but she was not one of those rebellious young ladies. She would not change into a rebellious child to attract the attention of her parents when her outstanding self was unable to attract them. Qu Meng'er looked at the time and prepared to go home, even though that home was just an empty big house. But that was her home. Although it was already midnight, the bar street was still quite lively. It could be said that the bar street was much livelier at night than during the day, and the taxis were all parked by the roadside. They were waiting for the customers who had drunk too much in the bar to come out. Qu Meng'er lived not far from the street of the bar, so she did not want to take a taxi. She wanted to walk back slowly by herself. The dim street lights and the sky full of stars made Qu Meng'er's mood, which had been depressed for an entire night, much better. Phew. Qu Meng'er exhaled deeply and said to herself in her heart, "Tomorrow will be a new day, and also a new beginning for me, Qu Meng'er." Just as Qu Meng'er finished sighing, she heard voices coming from the small alley a little distance away from her. Qu Meng'er subconsciously slowed down her footsteps and took a few quick steps forward to listen to the sounds coming from the corner of the wall. "Zhuge Yu, last time, I was beaten to the ground like a dog by you. This time, watch how I take revenge for what happened last time." A very arrogant voice sounded in Qu Meng'er's ear. "Baozi, do you think that I, Zhuge Yu, will give you such a chance? Also, are you sure that you have the ability to beat me down?" Zhuge Yu looked at the dozen or so people with bad backgrounds in front of him. In his heart, he was weighing the odds of winning against the dozen or so people by himself. "Humph, I admit that I, Leopard, am not as good as you. If I were to fight you one-on-one, I would definitely not be a match for you. However, with so many people behind me, do you think you will be able to get out of here alive today?" That man said. He curled his lips and said, Zhuge, don't expect your employees to come and save you. Let me tell you the truth. I was able to successfully block you this time. Your employees have put in a lot of effort. I cannot let them down. Guys, go. If you let Zhuge get out alive today, you know what will happen to us in the future. Although Baozi didn't say everything, his underlings all understood what their boss meant. In fact, even if their boss didn't say it, they knew it in their hearts. If they didn't finish Zhuge today, then when Zhuge returned to the Green Gang, Zhuge would definitely not let them go. Now, it was either you die, or we die. Yes, boss, we understand, Leopard's employees replied in unison. While Leopard was chatting, he was calculating in his heart what the chances were for him to successfully break out of Leopard's encirclement. Taking advantage of the moment when Leopard was distracted by his employees, Zhuge moved. He stretched out his leg and gave a swift kick, sending the unprepared Baozi flying. Zhuge's fist and foot skills were not bad, but he did not have any moves. His kicks and punches were clean and neat, and they hit the opponent's vital points. With just one move, he could make the opponent fall. This made Qu Meng'er, who was hiding in the dark and listening from the corner of the wall, feel her blood boil. She did not expect Zhuge's skills to be so good. Of course, in her opinion, Zhuge's skills were far inferior to her master's. Zhuge's skills were not bad, but the other party had many people. Even if there were a few who were counting on numbers and did not have any foundation, there were still some who had been through hundreds of battles with Baozi. In addition, they knew that in today's battle, if they did not succeed, they would die. So each and every one of them was very ruthless. In addition, were they ambushing from behind? This made Zhuge, who had more than enough strength to deal with them, feel a little powerless. One of Leopard's men even used a stick to hit him on the back. Zhuge staggered forward. Leopard took this opportunity to give Zhuge a fierce kick in the chest. Zhuge was kicked to the ground with one leg. He held his chest and coughed a few times. Hee. Zhuge, how are you? You can't fall so early. My men haven't had enough yet. Leopard looked at Zhuge's sorry state. His heart was at ease, and he almost laughed out loud. Because of her master, Qu Meng'er had a chivalrous heart since she was young. She listened in the corner for a long time. She had long disliked this group of people, and they were actually bullying the weak with numbers. Qu Meng'er was displeased when she saw the smug look on Leopard's face. She found a wooden stick at the corner of the wall and rushed out with it. Meanwhile, Leopard and the others were surrounding Zhuge. Their attention was focused on Zhuge. They had never thought that someone would suddenly appear at this time. They had never thought that this person who had appeared would be so hot-blooded. Ah, what a bunch of scumbags. They actually bully the weak with numbers. How shameless. Qu Meng'er held a stick and came up to hit Baozi fiercely. Baozi was beaten up so violently that he didn't have any ability to fight back. He could only hold his head and shout, "Ah, what are you doing? Stop." Leopard's employees were all stunned and didn't react to the sudden appearance of Qu Meng'er and Qu Meng'er's fierce appearance. Even Zhuge, who was kneeling on one knee and thought that he was doomed, was stunned. He was stunned by the reversal of the situation. Zhuge, what are you still doing? Qu Meng'er took some time to observe Leopard's employees and Zhuge's reaction while she was tidying up Leopard. Qu Meng'er was just like Zhuge, who was in a daze. She gritted her teeth and reminded him. Zhuge was reminded by Qu Meng'er and immediately reacted. He endured the discomfort in his body and stood up. Together with Qu Meng'er, they tidied up Leopard's group of people. Qu Meng'er's strength was something that Zhuge, Leopard, and Leopard's underlings did not expect. Leopard was directly beaten down by Qu Meng'er. Although he did not faint, he had to stand up and join the fight. However, it was impossible. The remaining employees of Baozi had been beaten down by Qu Meng'er and Zhuge. Zhuge, who originally thought that he would have to die here today, never expected that at the crucial moment, a little girl who was obviously underage would suddenly appear. What he did not expect even more was that this little girl who suddenly appeared would actually have such amazing skills. After Zhuge and Baozi's men fell to the ground and could not get up, he picked up his phones and called his men in the gang, telling them that he had just been attacked and where he was now. When Zhuge was making the call, Qu Meng'er saw that the matter had been settled and turned around to leave to go home. "Hey, little girl, wait a minute." Zhuge, who ended the call with a few words, turned around and saw Qu Meng'er preparing to leave. He called out to stop her. Yes? Qu Meng'er heard Zhuge Yu's words and stopped her footsteps. She turned around and looked at Zhuge Yu with a little confusion. Is there anything else? Zhuge Yu clutched his chest, which had been kicked by Leopard just now. He said very sincerely, little girl, thank you for today. If it weren't for you, I might really have to die here today. My name is Zhuge Yu, and I'm from the Green Gang. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come to the Green Gang to look for me. As he said that, Zhuge Yu took out a small bronze token from his pants pocket. Here, take this plate and go to any place with this symbol. Just look for me. Qu Meng'er couldn't either. She reached out and took the Green Gang plate that Zhuge Yu handed over. Then, she studied it over and over again out of curiosity. Then, she said, I've heard of the Green Gang, but I didn't expect you to be a member of the Green Gang. Don't worry. When I'm free one day, I'll take this plate to look for you. At that time, you must take me to take a good look at the Green Gang. Qu Meng'er knew about the Green Gang, and it was her master who had told her. She had learned from the Southern sect and practiced internal martial arts. And her master was the greatest fighter of internal martial arts. She had learned external martial arts from the Northern sect, and according to her master, the greatest fighter of external martial arts was the leader of the Green Gang. After Qu Meng'er had seen the power of her master, she was very curious about the Northern sect, the greatest fighter of external martial arts, and the leader of the Green Gang. However, as the eldest daughter of the Qu family, she had no interaction with the Green Gang at all, so she had no chance to see the Grandmaster of external martial arts. Now that an opportunity was suddenly presented before her, how could Qu Meng'er let it go to waste? Zhuge Yu did not expect this little girl to actually say that she would have the opportunity to visit the Green Gang. The black lines on his forehead were about to pop out. Their Green Gang was a famous underground kingdom, not one of those tourist attractions. However, because the little girl had just saved him, he could not immediately refuse. Okay, when you are free one day, I will take you to visit the Green Gang. Great, then it's a deal. Then, are you okay? Is it okay for me to leave now? Qu Meng'er looked at Zhuge Yu, who was clutching his chest, and asked worriedly. I'm fine. It's already so late. Little girl, you should hurry back. Zhuge Yu looked at the way Qu Meng'er was dressed. One look and he could tell that she was an obedient girl. Although he did not know why this little girl's skills were so amazing, he thought that since it was already so late and this little girl had not returned home, her family would definitely be worried. It's good that you're okay. Then I'll leave first. Qu Meng'er was really a little tired. She did not stand on ceremony with Zhuge Yu and turned around to leave. Qu Meng'er thought that when she met Zhuge Yu again, it was when she went to look for him and requested to visit the Green Gang. However, she never expected that before she could find the time to go to the Green Gang, she would run into Zhuge Yu and the others. That night, she was dragged by her mother to attend the so-called banquet of the upper-class society. At first, she was quite happy, but when she arrived at the banquet hall and learned why her mother had brought her here, it was actually a disguised blind date. She had mixed feelings. She knew that her parents would nurture her in this way. They wanted to use her to form a marriage alliance to strengthen their position in the Qu family. However, she had to wait until she became an adult. She was only a little girl who had just celebrated her 15th birthday. It was also at that time that Qu Meng'er began to resist. The rebellious factor in her heart emerged. Qu Meng'er sneaked out of the banquet hall while her mother was talking to those noble women. Then, she walked aimlessly along the road in the dark until her feet could not stand the pain of the shoes. Only then did she think of finding a chair to rest on. She sat down to rest for a while. However, just as she sat down, she heard the sounds of knives clashing. Qu Meng'er was not in the mood to meddle in other people's business today. She sat on the chair in the small park by the roadside. However, she did not want to meddle in other people's business, so they automatically leaned on her. The sound of knives clashing gradually approached Qu Meng'er from afar, until it appeared in front of Qu Meng'er. Qu Meng'er looked at the two groups of people fighting fiercely. Zhuge Yu's right hand was already injured, and blood had already soaked through his sleeve. When Qu Meng'er saw Zhuge Yu, she sighed in her heart. How could she be so fated to keep meeting this uncle? Every time he fought with others, when he was at a disadvantage, she would coincidentally bump into him. Just as Qu Meng'er was debating whether to help Zhuge Yu, The person on the other side who was at an advantage noticed Qu Meng'er who was sitting there. His tone was not very good as he warned, "Hey, child, quickly leave this place." Qu Meng'er was already in a bad mood. When she heard the other party's threatening tone, her face immediately sank. She scolded, "Who are you calling a kid? You want me to leave? Who said this place is yours? You said you wanted me to leave, so I'm going to leave? I'm not going to leave." Qu Meng'er's words attracted everyone's attention. The people on both sides looked at Qu Meng'er. Zhuge Yu did not expect to see Qu Meng'er here. He was stunned at first. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Little girl, it's getting late. Go home early." Zhuge Yu did not want to drag Qu Meng'er into this. But Qu Meng'er was not a good girl. There was a rebellious factor hidden in her bones. Qu Meng'er did not answer Zhuge Yu's words. Instead, she stood up and directly took off the leather shoes that had a little heel on her feet. Then, she exercised a little and walked over. Among the people present, apart from Zhuge Yu, no one else knew of Qu Meng'er's skills. In fact, even Zhuge Yu did not know Qu Meng'er's true strength. Therefore, the people from both sides continued to fight. No one took Qu Meng'er, who was walking over, seriously. Qu Meng'er, who was not taken seriously, walked directly to the side of the two people closest to her who were fighting intensely. Then, before the two of them could react, Qu Meng'er made her move. She learned internal martial arts, which emphasized using softness to overcome hardness. When Qu Meng'er's punch was thrown out, it seemed to have no strength at all. However, when this punch hit that person's body, that person was directly sent flying because of the strength of Qu Meng'er's punch. This made the person on Zhuge Yu's side, who was holding a knife in the air, look at the opponent who had fallen to the ground and was momentarily stunned. Qu Meng'er did not care about that person's reaction. It just so happened that the anger that she had been suppressing in her heart had turned into a punch. Taking advantage of the moment when the other party was unprepared, she punched one person after another and directly knocked them down. By the time the people on both sides noticed the movements on Qu Meng'er's side, the situation on both sides had already reversed. Zhuge Yu's side, who was originally at a disadvantage, was clearly at an advantage. FCK, where did this brat come from? The leader of the other side cursed as he looked at Qu Meng'er, who was still helping Zhuge Yu's side and dealing with their side. However, no one answered his question, and he did not have the time to ask for clarification. This was not a moment of carelessness, and his arm was slashed. And the leader saw that his side was obviously no match for Zhuge Yu's side. He called out to his men, "Retreat! All of you retreat!" Then, the people on the other side fled dejectedly one by one. And Zhuge Yu and the others still had a mission tonight, so they did not continue to chase after the other party. Twice, it was because of Qu Meng'er that Zhuge Yu managed to avoid danger. Therefore, when he looked at this little girl, Qu Meng'er, he felt that they were quite fated to keep meeting. It could be said that Qu Meng'er was his savior. On that night, Qu Meng'er fulfilled her wish and got the opportunity to visit the Green Gang. However, what made Qu Meng'er feel regretful was that she did not meet the leader of the Green Gang that her master mentioned. Zhuge Yu told Qu Meng'er that their leader was not in the country and usually did not care about the matters of the gang. However, from that time onwards, Qu Meng'er became more and more connected with Zhuge Yu. She also became more and more familiar with the Green Gang, like the fat uncle and skinny uncle who were known as the left and right protectors. The members of the Green Gang also had a good impression of Qu Meng'er, who had saved their military advisor Zhuge Yu from danger. And Qu Meng'er was a sweet-looking little girl. Therefore, the uncles of the Green Gang all treated Qu Meng'er as their own niece and doted on her. This also caused Qu Meng'er to have an unusual feeling towards the Green Gang. Although Qu Meng'er had never really entered the underworld, nor had she joined the Green Gang. But for some reason, rumors started to spread about the princess of the Green Gang. And this princess of the Green Gang was Qu Meng'er. Gradually, as Qu Meng'er grew older, the princess of the Green Gang gradually became the underworld queen who could call the wind and summon the rain in the underworld. Chen Meng'er looked at the young man in front of her, but it couldn't be said that he was young. It was just that compared to Zhuge Yu, who was younger at that time, her emotions were complicated. Chen Meng'er was quite happy to see her old friend, especially Uncle Zhuge, Fat Uncle, and Skinny Uncle, who had taken good care of her in her previous life. But it also reminded Chen Meng'er of everything that had happened in her previous life. Those unhappy things. Meng'er, come here. Come to grandfather. Elder Lu's voice pulled Chen Meng'er back from her thoughts. Yes. Chen Meng'er replied softly and obediently walked in front of Elder Lu. Elder Lu reached out and hugged Chen Meng'er's soft little body tightly in his arms. Then, he said in a rarely heard tone, "My good granddaughter." Elder Lu continued to massage Chen Meng'er's little face until Chen Meng'er's face turned red. Only then did he stop. This made Chen Meng'er's father, Chen Ping, and mother, Lu Wan, who were watching from the side, feel a pang of heartache. They wanted to remind Elder Lu several times to show mercy. However, they were guests. Moreover, it was obvious that Elder Lu really liked their daughter, which was why he was like this. As for Zhuge Yu, and the fat man and the skinny man who had just moved the things in the trunk into the house, they looked at him, who usually didn't have any mood swings. Even if they encountered a big incident, their employer, who did not have any mood swings, actually had such a side to him. It was a little shocking to them. Chen Meng'er had not completely pulled herself out of her thoughts. Her reaction was so slow that she allowed Elder Lu to rub her like this. "Grandpa Lu, be gentle. You've rubbed my sister's face red." Chen Haogua saw the red mark on his sister's face and felt his heart ache. He didn't care about his fear and reminded him. Elder Lu was reminded by Chen Haogua. When he saw the red mark on Chen Meng'er's face, he immediately put down his hand and looked at Chen Meng'er and said, "Meng'er, did I hurt you? Grandpa didn't do it on purpose." Chen Meng'er was reminded by Elder Lu and felt a little pain on her small face. "Grandpa, it's okay. It doesn't hurt." Chen Meng'er was telling the truth. This little pain was nothing to her. However, when Elder Lu heard this, it was completely different. He felt that this little granddaughter was really thoughtful. This made his love for Chen Meng'er rise to another level unconsciously. Actually, there were some rituals for recognizing god relatives, but most of them were for recognizing godfathers and godmothers, and god-grandfathers were usually in passing. Therefore, Chen Ping and Lu Wan were not very clear about the rituals to recognize him. Elder Lu was even more clueless about these. "Elder Lu, what do you think about letting Meng'er recognize you as her god-grandfather?" Chen Ping saw that this had been confirmed, and he had not taken Elder Lu's words to heart before. So, he did not specifically ask the elders in the village. In fact, Chen Ping did not know how to ask. Initially, because Elder Lu had sent them this matter, the village had been in a heated discussion. If he opened his mouth to ask at this time, who knew how the village would spread the news? "Oh, I'm not sure either." "Ah, what kind of ceremony is this?" "In the future, Meng'er will be my direct granddaughter." In fact, Elder Lu did not want any ceremony for acknowledging him. In his heart, since he had treated Chen Meng'er as his granddaughter, then she was his biological granddaughter. No matter how he looked at it, the word biological granddaughter was not pleasing to the eye. "Zhuge Yu, go, bring me the box of things I asked you to prepare." "Yes, sir." Before they left for Chen Meng'er's house, Elder Lu handed Zhuge Yu a small mahogany box and asked him to help keep it. Actually, Zhuge Yu had been holding this mahogany box in his hand the whole time, because he knew that his master had given him something else and had specifically told him to take good care of it. It would definitely be valuable. So, Zhuge Yu held it in his hand all the way. "Sir, here." Zhuge Yu handed the mahogany box in his hand to Elder Lu. Elder Lu nodded, took it, and handed it to Chen Meng'er. "Meng'er, take this with you." "What is this?" Chen Meng'er saw the exquisitely carved mahogany box and asked Elder Lu curiously. And Chen Ping and the others' gazes unconsciously focused on the mahogany box in Chen Meng'er's hand. "Just open it yourself and take a look." Elder Lu smiled and gestured for Chen Meng'er to open the box. Chen Meng'er was not pretentious and directly opened the mahogany box. When she clearly saw what was inside the mahogany box, she was immediately stunned. Chen Meng'er's reaction attracted the curiosity of Chen Ping, Lu Wan, and the others. All of them stretched their necks and looked in Chen Meng'er's direction. Elder Lu was very satisfied with Chen Meng'er's reaction, especially on the face of Chen Meng'er, who was always acting like a little adult. Seeing the adorable look of a child, Elder Lu expressed his satisfaction. "How is it? Little Meng'er, do you like it?" "This, Grandpa, this." Chen Meng'er recognized what it was the first time she saw the item in the mahogany box. It was an emerald green jade plate with exquisite carvings. One look and one could tell that it was expensive. And this was not the reason why Chen Meng'er was shocked. What shocked Chen Meng'er were the exquisite carvings on the jade plate. Wasn't this the green gang pattern that Chen Meng'er knew from her previous life? And this jade plate was very similar to the iron plate that Zhuge Yu had given her in her previous life. However, one look and one could tell that it was much more advanced than the iron plate. Chen Meng'er was not the only one who was surprised when she saw the jade plate with the green gang logo. Even Zhuge Yu, Fatty, Skinny, and Deepening were surprised when they saw the jade plate in the mahogany box. Then, they turned to look at Elder Lu in unison, hoping to get the answer they wanted from his face. Because they knew more about the importance of the jade token in the mahogany box than Chen Meng'er did. Grandpa, I can't accept this. If it was just a jade token with a high price, Chen Meng'er would accept it without a second thought. However, this jade token was obviously not an ordinary jade token. Although Chen Meng'er didn't know what this jade token meant to the Green Gang, she knew that this jade token was definitely not simple. Take it. Grandfather gave it to you. How could you not want it? Elder Lu knew that his granddaughter, Chen Meng'er, was not a simple 3-year-old child. Keep this jade token well. When you are older, I will tell you what this jade token is. As Elder Lu spoke, he saw that Chen Meng'er was about to speak again and return the jade token to him. He immediately put on a careless face. He pretended to be very unhappy as he looked at Chen Meng'er. If you return this jade token to me, I'll be angry. I'll take it as you don't like the greeting gift that I gave you. Elder Lu had already said this. If Chen Meng'er returned the jade token to Elder Lu, it would really be as Elder Lu said. It was his granddaughter who didn't like the greeting gift that grandfather gave her. All right, I'll keep it first. When Grandpa wants it one day, come and ask me for it. Chen Meng'er closed the small mahogany box again. She didn't know what relationship this jade token had with the Green Gang, but she knew that this jade token definitely had something to do with the Green Gang. This wasn't just what Chen Meng'er had deduced from the Green Gang pattern on the jade token. She had noticed the surprise on Zhuge Yu, Fatty, and Skinny's faces when they saw this jade token. You little girl, when I haven't taken back the things that I've given away, you should just keep them properly, Elder Lu said with a smile. As for Zhuge Yu, Fatty, Skinny, and Deepening, the way they looked at Chen Meng'er now was extremely complicated. Before they had come, they had only been curious about what kind of girl had made their Mr. make an exception to take her in as his god-granddaughter. After seeing her, they felt that she was a pretty good child and was quite likable. But now, after seeing their employer's actions, they all understood in their hearts that this little girl in front of them was no longer simply his god-granddaughter. She would also be the young master of their Green Gang. All right, apart from this, I have also prepared other things for you. For example, clothes and delicious food are all there. You can go and take a look yourself later, Elder Lu said. He turned around and saw Chen Haoguo and Chen Haoshuan. He said, "Oh right, Grandpa Lu also prepared gifts for you two brothers." Elder Lu could be considered to love the household. It was rare for him to do so. When he was preparing gifts for his granddaughter, Chen Meng'er, he remembered that his granddaughter had 2 older brothers, so he asked his employees to prepare 2 more gifts for the boys. In the end, Chen Meng'er accepted the jade plate with the Green Gang logo that Elder Lu had given her. However, when she looked at the boss of the Green Gang who had become her god-grandfather, she felt complicated. Chen Meng'er would never have thought that the boss of the Green Gang, whom she had never met in her previous life until she died in a car accident, would actually become her god-grandfather in this life. For some reason, Chen Meng'er suddenly felt that in this life that she had been reborn into, it was as if God was deliberately compensating her. Although when she opened her eyes, she knew that she had become an abandoned baby. However, she was adopted by her current parents, which made her feel the warmth of a family. It let her know that the feeling of having her parents doting on her was so great. In addition to the heaven-defying portable space, she did not have to live too hard in this era where resources were scarce. And now, the boss of the Green Gang, whom she had always yearned to meet in her previous life, had become her god-grandfather. To be honest, Chen Meng'er was looking forward to her future life now. When Elder Lu and the others arrived, it was already close to noon. After such a long time, it was also time for lunch. In the countryside, There were guests at home. Moreover, they were his daughter's new god relatives. No matter what, they had to treat them with good food and wine. Chen Ping and Lu Wan also wanted to treat them with good food and wine. However, the couple didn't know that Elder Lu and the others would come today. Therefore, they thought that they wouldn't be able to bring out good food and wine at this time. Well, Elder Lu, you guys take a seat first. I'll go and cook. After exchanging glances with Chen Ping, Lu Wan said with an embarrassed smile. Although there was no good food and wine at home, they couldn't starve the guests. Well, sorry to trouble you. Elder Lu wasn't polite at all. Qu Meng'er, on the other hand, noticed the exchange of glances between her parents. Qu Meng'er also knew that with the current situation in their house, it was impossible to bring out good things to entertain Elder Lu and the others. Moreover, Qu Meng'er felt that Elder Lu and the others were of high status. They had eaten so many delicacies that they were unfazed. After Qu Meng'er's mother, Lu Wan, entered the kitchen, she ran to the kitchen from the pile of gifts that Elder Lu had given her and her two brothers. Mom Meng'er, why are you here? Lu Wan looked at her daughter who was following behind her and asked in surprise. I'm here to take a look. Mom, don't worry too much. My god-grandfather and the others have eaten too many delicacies, so they might not take these delicacies seriously. Maybe our village's side dishes are to his liking, Qu Meng'er said. Half of her words were from the bottom of her heart, and the other half was to comfort her mother so that her mother would be at ease. A daughter is still the best. A daughter is mom's comfort. Lu Wan looked at her delicate little daughter in front of her, and her heart suddenly became warm and soft. She was very glad. She was glad that the husband and wife had made a firm stand and wanted to keep the baby. If they had listened to other people's words and given the baby away, the husband and wife would definitely regret it now. Of course, I'm your personal comfort. My brothers can't compare. Mom, I'll prepare lunch with you. Qu Meng'er puffed out her small chest and acted like she was a big shot. Qu Meng'er had her own plans for staying. In her previous life, she had learned cooking skills. It could be said that with Qu Meng'er's cooking skills in her previous life, it would be no problem for her to create a banquet. However, the current Qu Meng'er, with her small stature, even if she wanted to put on her chef clothes and cook, her parents would not agree. She did not plan to reveal her culinary skills now. She planned to give her suggestions while her mother cooked. Then, when her mother was not paying attention, she would take out the water from the spring in the space and use it. For example, Qu Meng'er took out a lot of the spring water for her family to use. Of course, in order to not be discovered, Qu Meng'er usually mixed the spring water into the water that her family drank. Not to mention, after drinking the spring water, it really had a certain effect on their family's bodies. At the very least, it could eliminate their fatigue. The water in this space was sweet and refreshing, but Qu Meng'er had never used this water to cook. This was the first time today. It could be considered an experiment. However, Qu Meng'er thought that even if the spring water in this space didn't make the dishes delicious, it wouldn't do any harm. In the kitchen, Qu Meng'er and her mother were busy. The other people in the room, Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan, were excitedly opening presents. The two brothers unceremoniously helped their sister Qu Meng'er open all the presents. The other group of people in the room fell into a short silence after Qu Meng'er left. Zhugeyu, the fat man, and the thin man might look like they were usually quite noisy, but that was only when everyone was familiar with each other. But now, they were at their employer's god-granddaughter's house, and with a stranger like Qu Ping around, they were all very well behaved. Such a silent atmosphere made Qu Ping feel very depressed. However, facing these people who clearly had extraordinary bearing, Qu Ping really didn't know how to speak. Little Ping. In the end, it was Elder Lu who broke the silence and made Qu Ping feel depressed. Yes, Elder Lu. What do you have to say? Please say it. Qu Ping said cautiously. Little Ping, don't be so restrained. Meng'er is my granddaughter in the future. You should stop calling me Elder Lu. It sounds strange. Just call me Uncle Lu. Elder Lu had a good impression of Qu Ping. Lu Wan and his wife had a good impression. He knew that they were honest people. Moreover, in Elder Lu's heart, Qu Ping and his wife, who could raise a girl like Qu Meng'er, were not simple. Elder Lu this. Qu Ping was a little hesitant. Speaking of which, the couple had long seen that Elder Lu's identity was extraordinary. Don't do that. I said, call me Uncle Lu. If you don't change the way you address me, don't blame me for getting angry. Elder Lu looked at Chen Ping and said, Chen Ping was also a straightforward person. Moreover, he did not have the courage to go against Elder Lu's intentions. Then, Uncle Lu. Ah, that's right. Elder Lu was satisfied. Little Ping, I came here today to discuss another matter with you. Uncle Lu, go ahead. Chen Ping said as he guessed what Elder Lu was going to say. I want Meng'er to come to town every Sunday for the weekend. I'll pick her up on Saturday, and I'll send her back on Sunday. Elder Lu said. This was something that he had already thought of before he came. Well, Chen Ping hesitated when he heard Elder Lu. He couldn't bear to part with his precious daughter, so he had to leave their house every week for one day. Little Ping, I know you can't bear to part with Meng'er, but I understand. However, I acknowledge Meng'er as my granddaughter because I want to teach Meng'er the little medical skills I've learned in my life so that she can pass them on. Moreover, I don't have any relatives anymore. Usually, I am alone. Now, with great difficulty, I have a granddaughter. I want to be able to enjoy my time with my granddaughter every week, Elder Lu said, and began to pretend to be pitiful. When his employees heard this, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. Was this the boss that they knew? Was this person in front of them really the omnipotent boss of their green gang? However, Zhuge Yu and the others could not bear to see him pretending to be pitiful. However, due to his prestige in their hearts, they could only lower their heads and keep their eyes out of sight. On the other hand, Chen Ping, who did not understand Elder Lu's character, was moved by Elder Lu's words and had a compassionate heart. Uncle Lu, you can ask Meng'er about this later. If Meng'er agrees, we won't have any objections. Okay. Chen Ping did not know that Elder Lu was waiting for him to say this. Although Chen Meng'er did not have any delicacies at home, nor did she have any good ingredients, they still managed to make a feast. Lu Wan killed a chicken raised at home and turned it into chicken soup. She even took out the cured meat that had previously been pickled at home. Therefore, although most of the dishes on this table were vegetarian dishes, they still managed to fill a table. As for Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan, when they saw the dishes on this table, they were so hungry that they almost drooled. Fortunately, under the influence of Chen Meng'er, they weren't like ordinary children in the countryside. They waited for Elder Lu and the others to sit down before following them to the table. When Elder Lu and the others saw this, they could not help but nod in their hearts. They thought to themselves, although the Chen couple seemed to be from the countryside, they were really good at educating their children. The lunch that Lu Wan prepared for Elder Lu and the others could not be considered high-end in terms of rural standards, but it was certainly on par with the standard of an average family. However, according to the standards of Elder Lu and the others' circle, these dishes were really not up to par. Although Lu Wan did not know what Elder Lu and the others usually ate luxury meals, she was sure that it was better than the home-cooked dishes that she prepared. Lu Wan said to Elder Lu anxiously, Elder Lu, I'm sorry. These are all home-cooked dishes. This is good. It looks very appetizing, Elder Lu said as he picked up the chopsticks in front of him. Then, he called out to everyone. All of you, pick up your chopsticks as well. When the dishes get cold, they won't taste good. Although Elder Lu was the boss of the Green Gang, or in layman's terms, the leader of the underworld, the Green Gang was different from other gangs. Needless to say, Elder Lu's status as the boss was even higher. With Elder Lu's disposition, even if he despised the dishes prepared by Lu Wan, he would not show it. However, Elder Lu still had an appetite for the dishes prepared by Lu Wan. Grandpa, I also helped make these. So, Grandpa and uncles, you must support us and eat more. Chen Meng'er also stood up. She wanted to help her parents resolve the tense atmosphere. Oh, really? Our Meng'er is so capable. She actually knows how to cook, Elder Lu said as he stretched out his chopsticks and took some of the braised potatoes that were closest to him. Zhuge Yu, Fatty, Skinny, and Deepening saw that their employer and their future master had said so. They didn't dare to do anything that would slow down the organization. Ah, then I'll have some too. As they spoke, they also stretched out the chopsticks in their hands and picked up the dish in front of them. Originally, Elder Lu, Zhuge Yu, Fatty, Skinny, and Deepening didn't expect the dishes on this table to taste so good. In their eyes, it was just the taste of ordinary farm food. However, When they picked up the dish in front of them and put it into their mouths, their eyes lit up. Delicious, Elder Lu said after eating the potato. Yes, yes. The others also echoed. Lu Wan knew her own cooking skills. The dishes she made were not terrible, but they were also ordinary home-cooked dishes, so she put on a stiff smile and said, hee. It's good that you like it. Chen Meng'er, on the other hand, listened to Elder Lu's words and began to eat. The chopsticks in her hand never stopped. She understood in her heart. She did not expect the spring water in her space to have the effect of making the dishes taste better. Chen Meng'er thought about it, and also reached out to pick up some vegetables that she liked to eat and put them into her mouth. Then, she tasted them slowly. The taste of this dish has really become much better. Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan were already hungry. If it weren't for the etiquette that their sister had taught them, they would have reached out their chopsticks and directly pulled all the vegetables with meat into their own bowls. The two brothers looked at Fatty's chopsticks and how he was eating so nicely. In the end, the two of them couldn't help but reach out their chopsticks and reach into the bowl of braised chicken. Yes, Mom, the chicken you cooked today is delicious. It's much better than the previous ones. Chen Haogua kept chewing and didn't forget to praise his mother. The other dishes are much better than the previous ones, Chen Haoshuan echoed. Lu Wan and Chen Ping listened to their son's words and reached out their chopsticks with doubt. They picked up the dishes and tasted them. Chen Ping said, Little Wan, you are extraordinary today. Lu Wan was surprised for a moment. Then, she thought for a moment and said, Yes, I really outdid myself today. However, Meng'er played a big role in this. No matter what, everyone was satisfied with the meal. Almost all the dishes on the table had been eaten up. Elder Lu, who had always wanted to be 80% full, ate until he was full because the dishes were too delicious. After dinner, Elder Lu went to the village with Chen Meng'er to walk around and digest his food. In the village, everyone's life was very monotonous. After lunch, the villagers gathered in twos and threes and began to chat about their daily lives before they went to the fields. When Chen Meng'er brought Elder Lu around the village, they heard the voices of the villagers. I really can't tell. Chen Ping and Lu Wan seem to be honest people, but now they're actually playing tricks on us. Previously, they asked them if the old man who drove the small car was a relative of their family, but they insisted that he wasn't. He's just a kind-hearted person they just met. What kind-hearted people? Do they think we're stupid? Or gullible? If they're really not relatives, would they be so kind as to drive us back in a small car? Besides, if they're not relatives, why would they come to our poor place a second time? Chen Meng'er knew the moment she heard it. This voice belonged to their Aunt Chen, who hated to see other people being kind. Elder Lu also heard what Aunt Chen said. After he heard it, he subconsciously lowered his head and looked at Chen Meng'er. Grandfather, why are you looking at me like that? Chen Meng'er noticed the way Elder Lu looked at her and asked, Our Meng'er girl is too good-looking. I couldn't help but look at her twice, Elder Lu said with an embarrassed smile. TSK, I knew they were lying the moment I hear it. As she said that, Chen Meng'er pulled Elder Lu and walked a few steps forward, appearing in front of Aunt Chen and the others. Because Aunt Chen's back was facing Chen Meng'er and the others, when Chen Meng'er pulled Elder Lu over, she did not see her. She was still happily scolding Chen Ping and how Lu Wan and his wife were doing. Meanwhile, the villagers of the Chen family village, who had been listening to the conversation quite well, now saw Chen Meng'er and Elder Lu. Their faces were filled with embarrassment. They wanted the second aunt of the Chen family to stop talking. However, because of Chen Meng'er, Elder Lu was present, so they couldn't say anything. Aunt Chen, my parents didn't lie to you. He wasn't related to my family at all. However, after today, he will be my grandfather, a relative of our family. Chen Meng'er's crisp voice sounded. It came from behind the second aunt of the Chen family. It made her back stiffen. Originally, she wouldn't have taken it to heart at all. However, when she turned around and saw the extraordinary Elder Lu standing beside Chen Meng'er, the arrogance in her body instantly disappeared. Elder Lu also knew that this rumor and gossip were sometimes really powerful things. Therefore, it was rare for him too. He opened his mouth to help Chen Meng'er explain. What little Ping and his wife said before was true. I saw that Meng'er was good-looking and liked her very much, so I tried to curry favor with her and sent the father and daughter back. And this time, I came to acknowledge Meng'er as my god-granddaughter. With Elder Lu's explanation, the people in Chen village who still had some guesses in their hearts suddenly became silent. And Elder Lu is pulling Chen Meng'er to continue to stroll to aid digestion. Chen Meng'er and Elder Lu strolled around leisurely and returned to the entrance of Chen Meng'er's house. When Chen Meng'er saw her first uncle and first aunt standing in front of her, she was astonished. When the communication equipment was so underdeveloped, the news would spread so quickly. Of course, Chen Meng'er did not think that Chen Meng'er's first uncle and first aunt just happened to come to their house to visit their relatives. One had to know that from the moment Chen Meng'er came to this house until now, Chen Meng'er's first uncle and first aunt had come to their house more times than one could count with one hand. One had to know that Chen Meng'er's first uncle and first aunt couldn't see Chen Ping at all. At that time, Chen Meng'er's first uncle and first aunt were prepared to marry Chen Meng'er's mother, Lu Wan, to the town, but Lu Wan refused to cooperate no matter what and chose Chen Ping, the poor boy. When Chen Meng'er and Elder Lu arrived at the door of Chen Meng'er's small courtyard, they heard her aunt's loud voice. Lu Wan, your big brother and I are here. Why don't you hurry up and introduce us to our relatives? Chen Meng'er's aunt, Lu Qingying, had heard about it before she came. The identity of the person who came from the city was not simple. Moreover, many people in the village saw the relative who came to Chen Ping's house. They brought 2 carriages full of things into Chen Ping's house. Lu Qingying had thought about it long ago. This relative of Chen Ping's house was definitely on the side of her husband, the Lu family. If it was a relative of Chen Ping's family, then this relative would definitely not only go to Chen Ping's house. It was after Lu Qingying had thought this through that she could not wait to pull her husband and rush to Chen Meng'er's house. Guys, I've already told you. That person is not a relative of our family. When Elder Lu and Chen Meng'er went out for a walk, the other 4 also found an excuse to go out for a walk. Therefore, only Chen Ping and Lu Wan were left in the house. Lu Wan had already explained everything, but her sister-in-law was sure that they were hiding this rich relative. Don't fool me. He's not a relative of the Lu family. Could he be a relative of the Chen family? If he really is a relative of the Chen family, why didn't he go to Chen Ping's brother's house and come to your house alone? Lu Qingying was getting more and more excited as he shouted. Lu Wan, let me tell you, don't even think about taking all those benefits for yourself. Well, Chen Meng'er finally understood. Her aunt was jealous of the things that Elder Lu had brought. Dad, Mom, I'm back with Grandpa. Chen Meng'er and Elder Lu had heard enough from the corner of the wall. Chen Meng'er pulled Elder Lu's finger and shouted as she walked into the small courtyard. As Chen Meng'er and Elder Lu walked into the small courtyard, the gazes of the people in the courtyard fell on the 2 of them. When Lu Qingying saw Elder Lu beside Chen Meng'er, her eyes lit up. Then, she immediately put away the fierce expression on her face and put on a smiling face. Then, she touched her husband's arm, indicating that he should go with him. Hello, you're from the city. You're a relative of our family, right? I'm the daughter-in-law of the Lu family, Lu Qingying. This is my husband, Lu Neng. Lu Qingying looked at Elder Lu as if she was looking at a god of fortune. Hello, although my surname is Lu, it's a pity that I'm not a relative of your family. Elder Lu was very displeased with Lu Qingying who came over, and the smile on his face disappeared. If it weren't for his little granddaughter being here, he would have exposed his murderous aura long ago. No? How is that possible? As for Lu Wan, my husband is her big brother. Lu Qingying didn't believe Elder Lu's words. She pointed at Lu Wan and said to Elder Lu, Aunt, my grandfather is really not a relative of your family. He is my god-grandfather, so it has nothing to do with you. Chen Meng'er looked at the annoying couple in front of her. She held back the thought of throwing them out and explained, What? Your god-grandfather? How is that possible? Lu Qingying felt like she had heard a big joke. He's from the city. Why would she take a fancy to a little girl like you? How is that not possible? Meng'er is my little granddaughter. Elder Lu said as Zhuge Yu, Fatty, and Skinny walked in through the door. Sir, little miss. After Zhuge Yu and the others entered, they swept a fierce glance at Lu Qingying and his wife, then respectfully greeted Elder Lu and Chen Meng'er. Yes. Elder Lu nodded at Zhuge Yu and the others. Lu Qingying looked at the 4 people who were obviously not easy to bully, and with the 4 of them addressing her, she suddenly became listless. She could no longer say the questions that were on her lips. In the end, under the strong aura of Zhuge Yu and the others, Lu Qingying and Lu Nong were dejected. How did they come? How would they go back? They didn't mention the gift anymore. Uncle Lu, I'm sorry. I've made a fool of myself. Chen Ping felt bad about letting Elder Lu and the others see this farce. In the end, it was Elder Lu and the others who helped solve it. It's okay. Every family has a few top-notch relatives. However, you can't give in too much. The more you give in, the more the other party will take advantage of you. Elder Lu said to Chen Ping and Lu Wan. Yes, we understand. After having lunch, Elder Lu and the others rested for a while before leaving. There was a rejection from the Chen village to the city, so they still had to rush back. Elder Lu was extremely reluctant to part with Qu Meng'er. If he didn't know that Chen Ping and his wife would definitely be reluctant to part, he would have proposed to bring Qu Meng'er back directly. Meng'er, I'm going. Remember to think of me. I know, Grandpa. You've said it so many times. If you say it again, my ears will get calluses. Qu Meng'er said as she made the gesture of digging her ears. You brat, I am reluctant to part with you. All right, next Saturday, Grandpa will ask Deepening to pick you up. Elder Lu looked at Qu Meng'er's actions and thought it was very cute. I know. I'll obediently wait for Uncle Deepening to pick me up. Qu Meng'er never thought that the leader of the Green Gang would look like this. It really subverted her imagination. After receiving Qu Meng'er's repeated assurances, Elder Lu stepped into the car for the return journey. As they watched the car that Elder Lu and the others were sitting in leave the Chen family village bit by bit, Chen Ping and Lu Wan couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Even Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan immediately relaxed. Even if Elder Lu and the others didn't put on airs, Chen Ping and the others were still under a lot of pressure when they faced Elder Lu. Come on, let's go. Let's go and open the rest of the presents to have a look. At noon, Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan only opened 2/3 of the presents. After which they were stopped by their mother, Lu Wan. They were not allowed to open the presents. The two brothers had been holding back for a long time. As soon as Elder Lu left, they started to make trouble. The two brothers were also smart. They remembered that their mother, Lu Wan, had said that these things were given to their sister, Qu Meng'er, by Grandpa Lu. That was why they were not allowed to touch them. Although, in Chen Haogua's and Chen Haoshuan's hearts, these things were their younger sisters, so naturally, they had a share in them. But because of their mother, Lu Wan, they still knew to drag their younger sister, Qu Meng'er, into this and use her as a shield. How could Qu Meng'er not see through the little thoughts of her two brothers? Although she was not very interested in the gifts that Elder Lu had sent, her two brothers were interested, so she did not mind being their shield. Elder Lu had sent a lot of things over. Before this, Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan had only found some food. The food was enough to make them extremely excited. At this moment, the two brothers were holding brocade boxes. Out of curiosity, they opened the boxes. What's this? Chen Haoshuan, who had never seen gold and silver jewelry before, curiously looked at the things in the boxes and asked. Lu Wan, who happened to pass by, only turned her head to take a glance before she lost her composure. Lu Wan snatched the brocade box from her son, Chen Haoshuan. Little Ping, come and take a look. The things that Elder Lu gave us are too precious. Chen Ping and Lu Wan thought that these things were for their children to eat, play, and wear. But they had never thought that these things were mixed with such precious gold jewelry. Qu Meng'er, who was looking through the clothes that Elder Lu had prepared for her, heard her mother's surprised voice and took a rare moment to look up at her mother. When she saw the large size of the gold lock plate in her mother's hand, the corner of her mouth twitched. She could not help but weigh it in her heart. If this thing was hung in her small neck, she would have to lower her head when she walked in the future. She really wanted to tell Elder Lu that he should not talk about her wearing the golden lock piece and just give her gold instead. If it didn't work out, she could just convert it into money. When Chen Ping heard his wife calling him, he put down the work in his hands and walked over. Little Wan, what's wrong? Look this. Lu Wan put the brocade box in her husband's hand. Here. Chen Ping was also shocked by the large amount of gold lock pieces in the brocade box. One had to know that in this era, there was not enough food to eat, let alone have gold and silver jewelry. When Lu Wan and Chen Ping got married, they did not even have a gold ring. Therefore, When Chen Ping saw the gold lock pieces, he was also stunned. As for Chen Haoshuan, the Chen Haoshuan brothers still complained that their parents were not letting them open the presents. They added, "Father, Mother, we still have this. And this." Chen Haoshuan handed the brocade box that they had found to their parents. Chen Ping and Lu Wan took the brocade box from Chen Haoshuan. They looked at the small gold bracelet inside, as well as the Maitreya Buddha's emerald pendant and a very watery jade bracelet. Chen Ping and Lu Wan did not know the value of the Maitreya Buddha's jade pendant and the jade bracelet, but they knew that the small gold bracelet and the heavy gold lock piece were worth a lot. "Little Ping, this is too precious. We can't accept it." Lu Wan was just an ordinary woman. Their family now had a deposit of 500,000 yuan. In this era where cash was rarely seen, they were very rich, and their family could be considered a rich family. But her thoughts were still stuck in the time when their family had no money. And Chen Ping was the same as Lu Wan. They often forgot that they had a huge deposit of 500,000 yuan. "Then let's return these things to Uncle Lu. Next week, when Uncle Lu comes to take Meng'er to the city." Chen Ping also felt that these things were too valuable. Originally, he felt that Elder Lu had spent a lot of money on so many things that he brought. "Okay, let's do that. Then I'll put these things away first," Lu Wan said as she was about to pack up the things and put them into the only box in their house. Qu Meng'er saw her mother's actions and said, "Dad, Mom, you can't return these things to Grandpa. If you return them to him, he will be angry." Qu Meng'er's words made Lu Wan pause. "But these things are too precious. If they weren't precious, Grandpa wouldn't have taken them out. If you return these things to Grandpa, he'll think that we think that his things aren't good. Moreover, these things are really nothing to him." Although Qu Meng'er hadn't known Elder Lu for long, based on her description of Zhuge Fatty, and the boss of the Green Gang from her previous life, she knew Elder Lu's character. Chen Ping and Lu Wan listened to their daughter's words and hesitated. Qu Meng'er's words hit the nail on the head of their worries. "Then, are we just going to keep them?" Chen Ping looked at Qu Meng'er and asked tentatively. "Yes, just keep it for now. Grandpa doesn't lack these things. I'll use other things to return them in the future." Qu Meng'er now knew what was good for Elder Lu. "Then listen to Meng'er. Keep it for now." Chen Ping thought for a moment and said to his wife, Lu Wan. After settling this matter, Qu Meng'er continued to look down at the clothes that Elder Lu had brought for her. Meanwhile, Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan also started to pull the clothes that Elder Lu had casually brought for them. One had to know that in this era, the children did not have any new clothes to wear. Sometimes, even during the new year, there were no new clothes to wear. Moreover, the children in the house were usually the younger ones who wore the clothes that the older one had worn. In this family, Qu Meng'er's treatment was much better than Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan's. Although Qu Meng'er rarely wore new clothes, the clothes she had worn since she was young were all new. They were not the old clothes that other people wore. But Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan were completely different. They usually wore old clothes that other children had worn. Therefore, when Chen Haoshuan and Chen Haoshuan saw the new clothes that Elder Lu had given them, their expressions were even more excited than when they saw the delicious food. "Ah, Grandpa Lu actually brought us new clothes." Chen Haogua couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Yeah. This way, when school starts, I'll have new clothes to wear." Chen Haoshuan was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. As the two brothers spoke, they picked up their clothes and began to gesture at themselves. Qu Meng'er looked at her two brothers. They were so happy because of the new clothes they had for a few years. Her heart was sour and bitter. This made her unable to help but think of the time when she first came to this house. At that time, other than the clothes she was wearing, she had no other clothes to wear. Originally, according to the village's custom, Lu Wan should have taken out the clothes the brothers had worn when they were young and given them to Qu Meng'er to wear. However, Lu Wan's heart ached for this little daughter that she had just picked up, so she did not take out her son's old clothes and give them to Qu Meng'er to wear. Instead, she discussed it with her two sons. She took out the material that was supposed to be used to make clothes for the brothers and gave them to Qu Meng'er to make small clothes. When the two brothers heard that, they hesitated for a moment before nodding their heads in agreement. That autumn, the two brothers did not get any new clothes. Qu Meng'er, who could not speak at that time, lay on the bed and listened to the conversation between her mother and her two brothers. She shed her first tear after her rebirth, a tear that touched her. I will work hard and earn a lot. I will buy you a lot of nice new clothes. Chen Meng'er looked at the two brothers in front of her. Although they were not related by blood in this life, she could not help but say this to her two brothers who really loved her. Yes, I will also work hard to study and then get into university. I will find a good job and buy a lot of nice dresses for you. Chen Haogua showed his two small canine teeth with a rare smile. Yes, me too. When I grow up, I will also work hard to earn money and buy beautiful dresses for you, Chen Haoshuan said, unwilling to be left behind. The three little people in this somewhat shabby room made their own promises when they grew up. When they grew up and became successful, they couldn't help but smile happily when they recalled this moment. Chen Meng'er was already tired after a long day. After dinner, Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan were so excited that they couldn't sleep. Chen Meng'er washed up early, lay on her small bed, and fell asleep. Of course, on the surface, it seemed that Chen Meng'er had gone to sleep. Only she knew that her spiritual sense had entered the space. Ever since Chen Meng'er discovered that her body could enter the space, the number of times her body had entered the space could be counted on one hand. This couldn't be helped. Chen Meng'er was still young, and with the situation in their home, it was simply impossible for her to stay in one room at a time. Therefore, in order not to be discovered, Chen Meng'er could only use her spiritual sense to enter the space every time. This time, Chen Meng'er was so impatient to enter the space because she had thought of the various herbs that had been planted in that piece of land ever since she had entered the space. Previously, Chen Meng'er couldn't even recognize all the herbs, let alone how to make these herbs. In addition, in this era, even if she planted vegetables and fruits in the space, she couldn't use all sorts of excuses to take out the space. Therefore, the matter of collecting herbs and making herbs had been put on hold by her. This time, Chen Meng'er took out the ginseng planted in the space and sold it for a good price, allowing Chen Meng'er to focus her attention back on the herbs on this piece of land. Chen Meng'er felt that it was shameful to waste, especially in this era, when most of the land was still owned by the public. It was such a waste to have a piece of land lying idle. After Chen Meng'er entered the space, she looked at the land that was filled with all kinds of herbs. After thinking for a moment, she was ready to turn around and go to the study room to take out the encyclopedia that specialized in introducing herbs. She still processed these herbs according to the steps in the book. After seeing the value of this ginseng, Chen Meng'er did not dare to look down on the herbs in this land. Based on Chen Meng'er's knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine that she had studied for such a long time, these herbs were at least over 100 years old. And now, these herbs that were over 100 years old were very rare in this world. Therefore, Chen Meng'er felt that it was better for her to be careful. However, after Chen Meng'er turned around and walked a few steps, she turned around and walked back. How could she have forgotten about her mutated brain? This is a good opportunity to try and see what exactly is going on, Chen Meng'er said to herself as she turned around and walked back. The processing methods of each herb were different. The famous Dr. Zhang Zhongjing believed that the herbs needed to be burned, refined, shot, and roasted. The raw and cooked herbs needed to be fixed. Some of the skin needed to be peeled off, some of the skin needed to be kept, some of the roots needed to be peeled off, some of the roots needed to be kept, and some of the roots needed to be chopped finely. The herbs needed to be picked according to the recipe. The treatment and peeling were extremely clean. Therefore, the processing of the herbs played a key role in whether or not the herbs could perform their functions well. There were many herbs in the field. Some were expensive, and some were very common. Chen Meng'er was a newbie, so she did not dare to practice with those expensive herbs. She could only practice with the very common herb licorice. Although licorice was a very common Chinese herb, it played an important role in all kinds of medicinal formulas. It was one of the most widely used Chinese herbs, known as the elder of the nation. After Chen Meng'er carefully pulled the licorice out of the ground, the name of the herb she had encountered, its function, and how to prepare it automatically appeared in her mind. Each and every one of them was clearly listed. It was exactly the same as what Chen Meng'er had written on the encyclopedia of herbs in the study. Chen Meng'er carefully pulled out the licorice in the ground one by one. Then, she took the licorice and ran to the study. She remembered that in the study, there was a small area with some very old tools. Before, she didn't know what these tools were used for. Now, she understood. These were used to make herbs. Qu Meng'er thought that the previous owner of this space was really a fan of traditional Chinese medicine like elder Lu. In Qu Meng'er's view, the process of making this herb was not a simple project. If she was not careful, it might fail. However, when she personally went to prepare the herb, it happened. Things seemed to be completely different from what she had imagined. Preparing the herb was a tedious process. However, these cumbersome procedures were very simple in Qu Meng'er's view. Before she finished one step, her mind would automatically think of how to complete the second step. Therefore, Qu Meng'er only needed to follow the steps that appeared in her mind and complete it step by step. Phew, it's finally done. Qu Meng'er used the back of her hand to gently wipe the sweat on her forehead. After taking a light breath, she said, Qu Meng'er looked at the completed licorice, and a sense of pride involuntarily welled up in her heart. Concocting medicinal herbs was a time-consuming project. In this one night, Qu Meng'er had also completed the concoction of 3 medicinal herbs. However, when Qu Meng'er looked at the piece of land that was previously filled with medicinal herbs, there was already a small piece of land that was now empty. The previous bit of hard work had disappeared in an instant. All that was left was satisfaction. Qu Meng'er planned to wait for the herbs in the field to be cleaned up before planting the entire piece of land. She would focus on vegetables and fruits. Qu Meng'er thought, the taste of the fruits and vegetables produced in this space should not be too bad. Finally, it was the day of registration. Early in the morning, the excited Chen Haoshuan got up from his bed and put on the new clothes that he had prepared last night. Then, he ran to Qu Meng'er's small bed where she was sleeping and harassed her. Meng'er, wake up. It's already morning. Last night, Qu Meng'er, who had just finished preparing the remaining herbs, clearly did not look like she had slept enough. She rubbed her eyes and then opened them a little. She asked, "Oh, what time is it now?" 6 o'clock. Chen Haoshuan looked at the bright sky outside the window and said uncertainly, "It's still early. I'll sleep a little longer." Qu Meng'er was really sleepy. As she said this, she fell into bed and continued to sleep. How could Chen Haoshuan be willing to see Qu Meng'er fall into bed and continue to sleep? He shook Qu Meng'er and said, "Yo, wake up. We have to go to school to register today." "I know, but it's still early. Go and wake our big brother up. I'll sleep for a while more." Qu Meng'er closed her eyes and said this to Chen Haoshuan while pulling the quilt. Her body turned in another direction and continued to sleep. However, Qu Meng'er could not withstand the excitement of Chen Haoshuan. In the end, under the harassment of her second brother who would never give up, Qu Meng'er could only open her sleepy eyes and get up to put on clothes. When Chen Haoshuan saw that Qu Meng'er was looking for clothes with her eyes half open, he hurriedly brought over the new clothes that he and his brother had picked out for Qu Meng'er yesterday and let Qu Meng'er put them on. As Qu Meng'er had not woken up yet, she did not see clearly what clothes her second brother had handed over, so she put on the pink princess dress in a daze. When Qu Meng'er finished washing up and woke up, the black lines on her forehead almost popped out when she saw the pink princess dress she was wearing. This kind of princess dress was something that Qu Meng'er would only wear in her previous life when she still had fantasies about her parents and wanted to be their sweet daughter. Later on, Qu Meng'er came to her senses and stopped expecting things that she couldn't get at all. Her entire style of dress changed. When she went to the company, she would usually wear a suit. It was standard business attire. In life, she would wear comfortable casual clothes. Well, when Qu Meng'er saw the clothes that Elder Lu had brought for her, she deliberately brought those pure-colored, very ordinary dresses to the top. And such princess dresses were stuffed into the bottom layer of all her clothes by Qu Meng'er. However, Qu Meng'er never expected that her two brothers would actually find the clothes that she had hidden at the bottom layer and let her put them on when she was not awake. Just as Qu Meng'er was hesitating whether she should go back and change out of the pink princess dress, her mother, Lu Wan, walked over and picked up a comb. She said, Our Meng'er is really beautiful today, just like a little princess." Okay. When Qu Meng'er heard her mother say this, she immediately stopped planning to go back and change out of her clothes. If she dared to go back and change her clothes in front of her mother, she was sure that her mother would nag at her until her ears grew calluses. In the end, she obediently changed into this princess dress under her mother's supervision. Then, "Mother, am I usually not pretty? Not like a princess?" When Chen Meng'er faced her family, she would subconsciously reveal her little girl nature. Of course not. Our Meng'er is usually very beautiful. However, she looks even more beautiful in this beautiful dress today. Lu Wan tied Chen Meng'er's shoulder-length hair into a ponytail. It's done. Let's go in. Lu Wan held Chen Meng'er's small hand and walked into the kitchen. Inside the house, Chen Ping, who was waiting for Lu Wan and Chen Meng'er and her daughter, sat at the table. He smiled and said, "Aya, our Meng'er is really beautiful today. When we go to the school to register later, those children will definitely be willing to become friends with Meng'er when they see our beautiful Meng'er." Chen Meng'er knelt on the stool with the help of her mother at the same time. She silently said in her heart, "Dad, your train of thought is wrong. Don't you know about envy, jealousy, and hatred? Don't you know that some people will hate each other? Yes, yes. Our sister is so beautiful today. She is the most beautiful girl in the world." Chen Haoshuan did not forget to step in. What he got in return was a warning look from Chen Meng'er. She told him to behave himself today. If something hot happened to her again, Chen Meng'er might not be able to hold back her anger. However, Chen Haoshuan did not notice the warning look in Chen Meng'er's eyes. She was too excited today. As such, Chen Haoshuan could not wait to leave for school after taking a few bites of his food. He saw that Chen Meng'er and the rest were still eating, so he kept urging them, "Come on, eat faster, or we'll be late for school. It's still early. We're just registering today." Haoguo was already a third-grade student, so he was not excited about going to school at all, even though he had the new school bag and stationery box that he had been dreaming about. He also wanted to go to school to show off to his classmates, but this wasn't enough to make him excited. One has to know that the school children will have a little resistance when school starts after a long holiday. They haven't had enough fun and rest, so why is school starting again? But no matter what everyone's mood is like, after the family has finished eating breakfast, they will pack up and go to Chen Village Primary School not far from Chen Village. The students in this Chen Village Primary School were not only the children of Chen Village. The children of the nearby villages all went to this school, and the name of the school was Chen Village because of the Chen family. It was the largest family in the nearby villages. And this primary school was originally proposed by the people of Chen Village. When Chen Meng'er and her family arrived at the school, a large and small group of people gathered at the school gate. Chen Meng'er could tell at a glance that most of the people waiting at the school gate were first-year freshmen. Only freshmen were so passionate about going to school. When Chen Meng'er and her family appeared at the school gate, they instantly attracted everyone's attention, who asked the three children of the Chen family to wear brand-new clothes. Moreover, the style of the clothes was something they had never seen before. It was not available in the town or even in the city. "Mom, I want the dress that she is wearing too." Before Chen Meng'er's family appeared, this girl and her mother were the most eye-catching of all. The mother and daughter's attire could be considered fashionable at this time. One look was enough to tell that their family background was not bad. However, after Chen Meng'er's family came, this comparison was not worth looking at. And this girl's mother was also a person who cared about her looks. Moreover, she was confident that the people in the nearby villages could not compare to them in terms of their family's conditions. Therefore, she was also quite displeased when she saw someone stealing the limelight from her and her daughter. As soon as her daughter opened her mouth, she comforted her. "Wei Wei, be good. Mommy will go and ask them where they bought this dress. When the time comes, Mommy will go and buy it for you." "Okay." The little girl smiled when she heard her mother promise to buy her that beautiful dress. Chen Meng'er heard the conversation between the mother and daughter. She stood beside her parents obediently, acting like a sweet daughter. "Excuse me, where did you buy this dress for your daughter?" The girl's mother sounded polite, but her tone made people feel uncomfortable. Chen Meng'er unconsciously frowned. I don't know where I bought it. This dress was given to me by someone else." Lu Wan looked at the younger woman in front of her, who was more fashionable than her, and looked like a woman with a good family background. She suddenly became nervous. "Oh, is that so? I didn't think you could afford it," the woman said with a disdainful smile. She turned around and was ready to leave. "Auntie, you said that our family can't afford something like this, but do you think we could afford someone like yours?" Chen Meng'er was very protective, especially the person that she had put in her heart. "Little girl, you're really right. Our family can afford it. The woman slightly raised her head and said with a self-satisfied look, "Oh, is that so? I heard from my grandfather that the dress I'm wearing costs 100 yuan. Auntie, since you want it, I can ask my grandfather to help you bring one back from Beijing. You don't have to pay for transportation." Qu Meng'er didn't even blink when she lied. However, Qu Meng'er didn't completely lie. She just changed the origin of the dress. She had seen the logo of the dress before. It was made abroad. As for the price, she didn't know how much it was worth in terms of dollars and RMB. Therefore, she couldn't figure out how much the dress was worth. However, Qu Meng'er knew that saying 100 yuan wasn't much. "Ha, how much do you think this dress costs?" The woman who thought she was superior had an expression that said something was wrong with her ears after she heard Chen Meng'er's words. Not only this woman, but the people around who heard Chen Meng'er say the price of this dress were in complete disbelief. Although Chen Ping and Lu Wan did not have the same expression as the people around them, in their hearts, they thought that Chen Meng'er was the one who said the price of this dress to deceive this woman. 100 renminbi, Chen Meng'er said seriously to the woman. "How is this possible? How can a dress be worth this price? You're so young, yet you're already lying." The woman was a little surprised. Then, she showed an expression that it was wrong for a child to lie. The woman's words made all the parents present nod in agreement. What kind of concept was 100 yuan? That was the salary of a worker for 1 or 2 months. Some families might not even have 100 yuan in their savings. Therefore, they did not dare to imagine what kind of dress 100 yuan dress was. "I'm not lying. This dress costs at least 100 yuan. If you don't believe me, you can go to the friendship store in Beijing and ask." Qu Meng'er didn't know what kind of big shopping malls there were. What she vaguely remembered was the friendship store that was unique to this era. The others didn't know what the friendship store was, but that woman had followed her husband to Beijing. Her husband's friends who talked about the friendship store had also seen it from a distance outside. Only foreigners, diplomats, and government officials could enter the shop. Moreover, buying things inside did not mean that one could have money. The friendship store only accepted foreign exchange vouchers. When the woman heard Chen Meng'er mention the friendship store, she was no longer as aggressive as before. She knew that in their place, very few people knew about the friendship store. And if this little girl in front of her could mention the friendship store, then their family was definitely not as simple as they appear to be. And this woman, a woman from the countryside, was able to travel to the countryside for her lover. Moreover, when her lover could return, she did not ask her husband to abandon her and her daughter. One could imagine how manipulative she was. After Chen Meng'er mentioned the friendship store, she gave up. She did not come to argue with Chen Meng'er's family again. However, the little girl who was obviously spoiled by this woman gave up. "Mom, I want that dress on her." This kind of little girl who had never suffered before did not know what 100 yuan meant. "What are you arguing about? Why do you want everything you see? Be sensible." When her daughter once again clamored for Chen Meng'er's dress, the woman sank down and reprimanded. When the little girl saw her mother's sullen face, she was so afraid that she stopped making noise. However, she gave Chen Meng'er a fierce glare. At this moment, the school gate opened. At the school gate, the attention that had been focused on Chen Meng'er's family and the woman suddenly shifted. Everyone squeezed toward the school gate in 2s and 3s. When Chen Ping saw this crowded scene, he was afraid that he would crush his daughter, Chen Meng'er, so he bent down and picked her up. Lu Wan was holding Chen Haoguo with one hand and Chen Haoshuan with the other. Chen Haoguo looked at the scene and said to Chen Haoshuan, who was on the other side of Lu Wan, "Little Xin, I told you not to come so early. Look, there are more people here." However, Chen Haoshuan was full of curiosity about the school and did not listen to what Chen Haoguo said at all. Chen Meng'er and her family followed the flow of people and entered the school gate. After entering the school gate, the flow of people suddenly dispersed, and there was no longer the feeling of being crowded. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Chen Meng'er also got out of her father's arms. There were quite a lot of people who had signed up. Chen Ping let them stand there and wait. He went to sign up. After Chen Ping left, Lu Wan looked down at Chen Meng'er and asked the question in her heart, "Meng'er, is what you said true?" "What?" Chen Meng'er was stumped by her mother's question. She raised her head and looked at her mother in confusion. "I said, the dress that your grandpa Lu gave you costs 100 yuan? Lu Wan asked. Yes, I saw the price on the tag of the dress. Chen Meng'er nodded and said, so expensive. Lu Wan thought that her daughter, Chen Meng'er, said it just to scare the woman. She didn't expect it to be so expensive. Lu Wan was completely stunned by Elder Lu's generosity. Yes, many of the things Grandpa brought are not domestic. They are all foreign goods, so they are more expensive. Chen Meng'er threw another bomb into Lu Wan's already restless heart. At this time, Lu Wan was already dizzy from the bomb that Chen Meng'er threw out. What kind of incredible person did they meet? Meng'er, your Grandpa Lu loves you so much, and he doesn't have any relatives by his side. Do you know how close you have to be to your Grandpa Lu? Lu Wan thought for a moment and urged Chen Meng'er. Mom, I know. I treat Grandpa Lu as my biological grandfather. Chen Meng'er was telling the truth. Chen Meng'er, who had lived a new life, treated the blood relationship lightly. In her opinion, whether or not there was a blood relationship was not that important. The person who truly loved you was the person who deserved to be cherished the most. She could feel Elder Lu's love for her. It's good that you know, Lu Wan said as she gently stroked Chen Meng'er's head. She was very reassured by her youngest but most sensible daughter. What are you two talking about? Where are the two boys? Chen Ping came back after registering and saw his wife and daughter whispering to each other. As for his two sons, they had long gone off to God knows where. Oh, little Xian said that he went to look for Gang Zi and the others. How is it? Have you all registered? Lu Wan saw her husband, Chen Ping, and asked. All registered. When I was registering just now, Uncle Chen came specially to ask me if the money for registration was enough. If it wasn't enough, he said that he had it. Chen Ping was a little touched. Is that so? Although Uncle Chen looked serious, he had a good heart. He was definitely afraid that our family's 3 children would go to school and the family wouldn't be able to afford it. Fortunately, the heavens opened their eyes and let Meng'er have such a fortuitous encounter, which solved our urgent situation. Lu Wan said, she couldn't help but feel lucky. If it weren't for the ginseng that Chen Meng'er picked up in the back mountain, the husband and wife would have long been worried to the point of losing a big chunk of their hair. Yeah, Meng'er is our baby, Chen Ping said as he pinched Chen Meng'er's cheek. Ah, Dad, you can talk if you want. Why are you pinching my face? Chen Meng'er protested. The school in the village had limited resources. There was only one class in each grade, so it was no surprise that Chen Meng'er was in the same class as her second brother, Chen Haoshuan. Other than Chen Haoshuan, there was also the little girl at the door who was jealous of Chen Meng'er's dress. Lu Chenwei. When Chen Meng'er was held by her second brother, Chen Haoshuan, and walked into the classroom, Lu Chenwei rolled her eyes at Chen Meng'er. Chen Meng'er naturally wouldn't argue with such a brat, so she smiled, turned her face away, and continued to observe the other students in the classroom. Just when Chen Meng'er took her brother Chen Haoshuan's hand and secretly observed the other students in the classroom, they were also watching Chen Meng'er. Many girls are jealous of the dress on Chen Meng'er's body, but fortunately, those girls knew the situation of their own home, so they just silently stewed in their jealousy. And the boys in the class were jealous of the backpack that Chen Haoshuan was carrying. It was different from his old crossbody backpack. It was a backpack they had never seen before. Chen Meng'er, Chen Haogua, and Chen Haoshuan's backpacks were specially sent by Elder Lu after he learned that Chen Meng'er was going to the first grade of elementary school today. Chen Meng'er's was a small pink backpack that had a cartoon on it, while Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan had blue and green backpacks, which were a little bigger than the one that Chen Meng'er carried on her shoulders. Chen Meng'er noticed the slightly jealous eyes from those classmates, but Chen Haoshuan, a rough and nervous person, didn't feel it at all. He excitedly took Chen Meng'er's little hand. Meng'er, where do you say we sit? This way, this way. Chen Haoshuan's voice just fell, and Chen Meng'er didn't have time to answer. Chen Haoshuan's playmate, Fatty, was in the 4th row, standing by the window seat, shaking and shouting for Chen Haoshuan. Chen Meng'er looked at the boy's aura and acted as if they were a part of the military joining forces. Chen Haoshuan was also excited when he saw Fatty and his group of playmates. Fatty. Chen Haoshuan also stretched out his hand and waved it vigorously. Seeing this scene, Chen Meng'er's forehead was about to furrow. They just played together yesterday. Was it necessary to be so excited now? However, Chen Meng'er obediently let her second brother Chen Haogua take her and walked to the place where Fatty and his group were sitting. When Chen Haoshuan dragged Chen Meng'er in, Fatty noticed Chen Meng'er, who was following Chen Haoshuan. Hey, little Xin, does your sister really go to school with you? A tall and thin boy, facing Chen Meng'er, asked with a wink in her direction. And Ban Lequi, who was close to the group of them, looked at Chen Meng'er in surprise after hearing the question from the thin boy, waiting for Chen Haoshuan's answer. Of course, hasn't it been spread all over the village? Hey Z, haven't you heard? It was not Chen Haoshuan who answered this question, but Fatty. He looked at Hazy and rolled his eyes. I heard about it, but I didn't believe it. You see, she is only 3 years old. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like she can go to school with us. Following Hazy's words, everyone subconsciously took a look at Chen Meng'er. She was only a little above her brother's waist. She was really small. Chen Meng'er felt that she didn't care about the eyes that bet on her. When she was thinking about going to school at such a young age, she thought that she would become the object of everyone's attention. Chen Haoshuan was not happy after hearing Hazy's words. Hazy, why are you talking like this? Why doesn't my sister look like she can go to school with me? Let me tell you, my sister is smart. Principal Chen personally allowed her to go to school with me. Heh? Chen Meng'er's family is quite protective. No. When Chen Haoshuan heard his friend talk about his sister, he immediately argued. Chen Haoshuan held Chen Meng'er's little hand and went to the desk next to his. Chen Haoshuan helped Chen Meng'er to take off the backpack that she was carrying on her back. Then, he carried Chen Meng'er and sat her on the bench. Only then did he take off the backpack that he was carrying on his back and put it into the desk. Little Xin, this backpack of yours is really beautiful. Fatty's eyes immediately lit up when he saw the backpack that Chen Haoshuan took off. Little Xin, can you lend me your school bag for a few days? Hazy looked at Chen Haoshuan's new school bag and forgot that he was a little unhappy with Chen Haoshuan just now. He also came over. Little Xin, can you lend me your school bag for a few days too? I can't do that. Chen Haoshuan was usually quite generous. Sometimes, when he took something delicious from his sister, he would give it to his friends to taste. However, for this new school bag, Chen Haoshuan was very precious. You can't borrow the school bag. Little Xin, don't be so stingy. Hazy felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. This isn't a matter of being stingy or rude. This school bag was given to me by my grandpa Lu to store books and school supplies. I have to carry it to school. As Chen Haoshuan said this, he ignored Hazy and the others. Coincidentally, at this time, the teacher walked into the classroom. When this student saw the teacher, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. This description was really fitting. The class was originally noisy, and many children were still running around in the classroom. Now that they saw the teacher enter the classroom, they slipped back to their seats, and they sat properly. Then, they all looked at the teacher standing on the podium with a taut little face. Li Wen looked to be in her early 30s. She had already sent off several batches of graduating students. And this time, because she was pregnant, she had discussed with the principal and transferred to the lower grade. This made it easier for her. When Li Wen took over this class, she learned from Principal Chen that there was a special student in their class, a 3-year-old little girl. When she first heard Principal Chen's words, she was very surprised. At that time, she had almost asked Principal Chen if this little girl was related to him. And apparently, Principal Chen also knew what she was thinking. Principal Chen smiled and took out 2 papers for her. The words on these 2 papers were very neat, but the strokes were tender. With one look, it was obvious that they were written by a child. After she finished reading the entire paper, Li Wen looked up at Principal Chen in surprise, wanting to get the answer she wanted from Principal Chen. Principal Chen nodded at her. She did not expect that a 3-year-old girl could actually achieve such results. From then on, she was deeply curious about this little girl whom she had never met before. After Li Wen walked into the classroom, she looked around the classroom. However, she didn't see the person she wanted to see. When she looked carefully again, she saw Chen Meng'er hiding behind the other students. The moment Li Wen saw Chen Meng'er, she knew that this little girl was not simple. Her big eyes had a lively gaze. If one looked at her seriously, one would be unconsciously drawn into her emotions. For some reason, when Li Wen saw Chen Meng'er, she suddenly felt that it was a matter of course that Chen Meng'er could do those 2 papers. Li Wen smiled at Chen Meng'er and sorted out her emotions. After glancing at all the students in the class, she said, "Welcome to primary school. Become a member of our Chen Village Primary School. My surname is Li, and my name is Li Wan. You can call me Teacher Li. I'm your Chinese teacher. I'm also your form teacher. If you have any problems in the future, you can come and look for me. All right. Now, I'll find a few classmates to help me carry the books over." As soon as Teacher Li finished speaking, all the boys and girls in the class raised their hands enthusiastically. Even Chen Haoshuan raised his hands high. In this class, only Chen Meng'er was the calmest person to sit there. She was a bit like an outsider. However, with Chen Meng'er's height and small physique, she was still self-aware. Teacher Li finally found a few strong boys to carry the books. After all, this was physical labor. After the students carried the books and distributed them, Teacher Li asked all the students in the class to line up in the corridor outside. This was to rearrange the seats. The line was arranged from short to tall, and without any surprise, Chen Meng'er was first in line. This was the first time in her previous life that Chen Meng'er was at the front of the line because of her height. Chen Meng'er looked at the girl behind her who was much taller than her and felt a wave of powerlessness in her heart. Speaking of which, she had thought so much and actually missed out on her height. Li Wan looked at Chen Meng'er who was standing at the front, pouting her little mouth and looking around. Her cute appearance made her unable to resist pinching her pink little cheeks. She didn't know if it was because she was pregnant. Li Wan felt that when she looked at Chen Meng'er, she couldn't help but become maternal. Li Wan looked at Chen Meng'er's height, which was quite different from the students in the class. She thought of the stools in the classroom. She frowned and thought for a moment. Is Chen Meng'er's brother also in this class? I am Chen Meng'er's brother, Chen Haoshuan. After Chen Haoshuan heard Teacher Li's words, he raised his hand and said, "Yes, then Chen Haoshuan, come over. You and Chen Meng'er sit at the first table by the window in the fourth row." With Chen Meng'er's height, she would definitely be at the first table. However, at her age, she still needed someone reliable to take care of her. And Chen Haoshuan was the best candidate. Just like that, Chen Haoshuan, who was not short, began his year at the first table. The first day of school was filled with trivial matters, so there wouldn't be any classes. Speaking of which, in Chen Meng'er's previous life, she really didn't go to school like any other normal child. In her previous life, her IQ was very good. In addition, she had a lot of things to learn, so she only had a name for herself in school. Usually, she would have a tutor at home to tutor her individually according to her learning progress. On the other hand, Chen Meng'er only needed to go to school and take an exam at the end of each semester. Therefore, Chen Meng'er, who had to go through it all over again, felt that it was quite novel to go to school. After Chen Meng'er and her class teacher finished arranging the seats, they gave some instructions and then announced that school was over. When Chen Haoshuan carried his school bag and pulled Chen Meng'er, who was also carrying a school bag, out of the classroom, Chen Haogua had already been waiting for a long time outside the classroom of Chen Meng'er and the other grade 1 students. "Hello." When Chen Meng'er saw Chen Haoshuan, she revealed a sweet smile. "Yes, it's getting late. Let's go home quickly." Chen Haogua walked over and held Chen Meng'er's other hand. The three siblings held hands and walked home. Ever since Lu Wan came back from the Chen family village primary school, she had been worried. She was always careless when she did things. It was almost noon. After she had prepared breakfast early, she began to feel restless. Every once in a while, she would run out to take a look. When she did not see Chen Meng'er and the others, Lu Wan frowned and did not say to Chen Ping, "Why isn't she back yet? Little Ping, do you think Meng'er isn't used to it? Do you think? All right, don't be so nervous. Isn't little Xian still by Meng'er's side? Moreover, our Meng'er is so obedient and cute. When those teachers see our Meng'er, they will definitely take special care of her," Chen Ping said to comfort his wife. In fact, his heart was the same as Lu Wan's. It was a jumble of emotions. With great difficulty, the husband and wife finally had their 3 children back. When the husband and wife saw that their daughter was still intact, they let out a heavy sigh of relief. Then, Chen Ping and Lu Wan pulled Chen Meng'er and asked her a lot of questions. They asked her how she was adapting to school and how the teachers were doing. Anyway, these questions were thrown out one after another. So Chen Meng'er almost didn't have time to answer them. "Mom, I'm hungry. When are we going to eat?" Fortunately, Chen Haoshuan stood up at this time and helped Chen Meng'er out of her predicament. "Mom, I'm hungry too." Chen Meng'er held her small belly in a timely manner, indicating that she was hungry too. Chen Ping and Lu Wan saw that their children were hungry, so they didn't bother to ask anything else. They quickly took her hand and went into the house to eat. Elder Lu lowered his head and didn't look at Zhuge Yu, who was standing in front of him. Instead, he turned the teacup in his hand. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a disdainful smile. Hee, I really underestimated them. They are actually so well informed. I just acknowledged Meng'er as my god-granddaughter, and they already got the news. Elder Lu's tone sounded no different from usual. However, Zhuge Yu, who had been by Elder Lu's side for a few years, could hear the dangerous signals in his employer's tone. He knew that this matter had crossed his employer's bottom line. Sir, don't worry. I will speak to Fatty and Skinny later and get them to properly investigate their employees. I see that the people in the capital are able to get the information so quickly. It must be because we have their insider here. The three of you should help me clean up the mess. Before, I didn't mind. If they wanted to stuff people into my place, they could. But now, I have a granddaughter. I can't let my precious granddaughter be in the slightest bit of danger. It's time to clean up the mess. Elder Lu put down the teacup and touched the jade ring on his hand. The three of you go ahead and do it boldly this time. You'd better give the Green Gang a thorough purge. Yes, sir. I know what to do. I'll go find Fatty and Skinny in a while and discuss the specific plan with them. Speaking of cleaning up the Green Gang, Zhuge Yu was already full of fighting spirit. Speaking of which, he still had Fatty. Skinny's hands had been itching for a long time. If not for their boss saying that there was no need to go through so much trouble, they would have taken action long ago. After the excitement, Zhuge Yu looked at Elder Lu and asked, Then sir, those people from the capital said that they want to meet the little miss? Humph, if they want to come, then let them come. Just right, let them recognize the person. Don't offend my Meng'er when the time comes. Also, you go and tell them later that it's okay if they want to come, but this welcome gift cannot be little. Without a welcome gift, don't step into my pharmacy. Elder Lu didn't really want Chen Meng'er to come into contact with those people in the capital. However, on second thought, if nothing unexpected happened, he would have to hand over the vast property of his Green Gang to his newly acknowledged granddaughter. Moreover, from his many years of experience in recognizing people, it was hard to say who would suffer when their Meng'er faced those people. Elder Lu's mood was exceptionally good when he thought of those people being defeated in front of his precious granddaughter. The low mood he had a moment ago was now completely swept away. Yes, Zhuge Yu sensed the change in his employer's mood and felt that the oppressive atmosphere around him had dissipated. This made him unable to help but reach out to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. Speaking of which, he had been by his teacher's side for so many years. When his teacher was depressed, he still could not help but tremble and break out in cold sweat. Zhuge Yu received the order and was about to go down. It was all those people from the capital and those undercover agents from the Green Gang. This made his little heart tremble a few times. He had also broken out in so much cold sweat, he had to vent his anger on them no matter what. As Zhuge Yu walked out, he clenched his fists and began to calculate in his heart how he was going to take revenge on those people. Wait a minute. Elder Lu called out to Zhuge Yu, who had already stepped out of the door with one foot. Hearing Elder Lu's words, Zhuge Yu retracted his foot that had already stepped out of the door. He turned to look at Elder Lu. Sir, is there anything else? Call the people in the capital later. When they come, it will be on Sunday. Our Meng'er usually has to go to school, so we don't have the spare time to specially take out time to meet them. Moreover, they aren't any extraordinary people. Elder Lu would not admit it. He was deliberately finding fault with those people in the capital. Yes, sir, I understand. I will clearly convey your meaning to them. Zhuge Yu replied seriously. Okay, then you can go back to your work. As he spoke, Elder Lu got up and sat at the desk. He picked up the ancient medical book that Chen Meng'er had given him and began to study it. Now, except when there were patients in the pharmacy, Elder Lu usually stayed in his study to read this ancient medical book. Elder Lu was purely provoked by Chen Meng'er. One Sunday, after he recognized his god-granddaughter, Elder Lu personally took a car to pick up Chen Meng'er to stay in the city for one night. As the grandfather and grandchild gathered together, it was inevitable that they would talk about the knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Elder Lu also wanted to pass on the trump card of the Lu family's Chinese medicine skills to Chen Meng'er. Therefore, on the way back, Elder Lu thought of coming up with some questions to test Qu Meng'er. He wanted to see what kind of foundation Qu Meng'er had. Elder Lu started with the simplest question, and then waited for Qu Meng'er to answer correctly before increasing the difficulty bit by bit. After a series of questions and answers, the situation was completely out of Elder Lu's expectations. Qu Meng'er answered all of Elder Lu's questions word by word. The standard answer was exactly the same as what was written in the book. In the end, Elder Lu, who didn't have any questions to ask, took out the question that he still hadn't figured out from the ancient medical book he was studying and asked Qu Meng'er. Elder Lu originally thought that Qu Meng'er, a 3-year-old child, would definitely not understand the knowledge that he didn't understand. However, when Qu Meng'er fluently answered the question that Elder Lu had asked, the answer that Qu Meng'er said actually solved the difficult problem that had been circling in Elder Lu's heart. From then on, Elder Lu did not dare to rashly ask Qu Meng'er questions. He also began to hold the ancient medical book in his hands and began to study it when he had nothing to do, vowing to thoroughly study the original ancient medical book. He did not want to lose to his precious granddaughter in this aspect. However, not long after, when Elder Lu found out about Qu Meng'er's true strength, the expression on his face would be very interesting. It was imaginable. Qu Meng'er, who was at home, was slowly getting used to the days of school. Speaking of which, Qu Meng'er was not a person who liked to sleep in, but she also did not like to wake up early. At least, she had to get up at 6 o'clock every day. For Qu Meng'er, who had always slept naturally and was only 3 years old on the surface, it was really not a pleasant thing. Every morning, Qu Meng'er was the last person to be dug out of her bed by her mother, Lu Wan. Qu Meng'er, who felt that she didn't get enough sleep every day, didn't know that she was already being missed. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, it was still a one-day weekend. On Saturday afternoon, Qu Meng'er carried her small pink school bag on her back. With one hand, she pulled her eldest brother, Chen Haogua, and with the other hand, she pulled her second brother, Chen Haoshuan, back home. The three of them saw the black car parked in front of their house from afar. Because this car had come to the village many times, the people of the Chen family village were no longer surprised by this car. The rarity of the car had also dissipated a lot. Grandpa Lu has sent someone to pick you up to the city again. Can you tell Grandpa Lu to take me there too? I also want to see what the city looks like. Chen Haoshuan's eyes had been red for a long time. Today, when he saw the familiar car from afar, he couldn't help but look at Qu Meng'er expectantly. As for Chen Haogua, he didn't say anything, but if one looked carefully, his eyes would sparkle with stars. Obviously, Chen Haoshuan was also full of yearning for the city. Yes, okay. When I go to Grandpa Lu's house this time, I'll tell him that I'll bring you guys to the city next week to play. Qu Meng'er understood her eldest brother and second brother's hearts, so she readily agreed. Yeah, that's great. You're the best. When Chen Haoshuan said that his sister was the best, he was so excited that he jumped 3 feet high. The surrounding villagers could not help but look at him inquisitively. There was even a villager who directly asked, "Little Xian, what's so exciting?" "Uncle, next week, I want to go to the city to play with my sister," Chen Haoshuan replied with a bright smile on his face. The moment Chen Haoshuan said this, Qu Meng'er heard a woman's sour voice. I don't know what kind of dumb luck this little girl from Chen Ping's family had to actually gain the favor of the master of the city and acknowledge her as an adopted granddaughter. She's now flying up to become a phoenix. All right, you don't have to be sour anymore. It's not her fault for being so good-looking. Look, which child in our village is better looking than her? Qu Meng'er did not take the sour words of the villagers to heart at all. If they wanted to say something, she ignored them. Little miss, sir has something on, so he asked me to pick you up. Deepeng saw that Qu Meng'er had returned and quickly got out of the car. I understand. I'll go and tell my parents, then we'll set off. Qu Meng'er looked at the sky and saw that it was not early. She did not want the sky to get dark, and she was still on the road. Okay. Qu Meng'er's meaning was the same as what Deepeng was thinking. Qu Meng'er carried her small school bag and went in to inform her parents. After that, she prepared to go out for a ride. However, before Qu Meng'er got into the car, Chen Haoshuan did not forget to remind her, Meng'er, don't forget to tell Grandpa Lu. Yes, I got it. I won't forget. When Qu Meng'er heard her second brother, Chen Haoshuan's words, black lines appeared on her forehead. She did not realize that her second brother was so concerned about going to the city. See you tomorrow night. As Chen Meng'er said this, she opened the car door and got into the car. After the car started and set off, Lu Wan asked Little Xin, "What did you ask your sister to tell your grandpa Lu?" "I asked my sister to tell Grandpa Lu that I'm going to the city with my sister next week." Chen Haoshuan grinned, showing his little white teeth, and replied with a smile, "Your sister isn't going to your Grandpa Lu's house to play. She's going to study. Why are you going with her?" Lu Wan looked at her anxious little son and said, "I'm going to accompany my sister," Chen Haoshuan said with his neck straightened. "You." Chen Haoshuan's reply made Lu Wan so angry that she almost laughed. Meanwhile, Chen Haogwa silently watched his brother fight with his mother. He knew very well that if his brother, Chen Haoshuan, could go to the city with his sister, Chen Meng'er, then he would definitely be able to go as well. Therefore, it was better for him to obediently not participate in this fight with their mother. Otherwise, their mother would be so angry that their little butts would suffer. Deepening saw Chen Meng'er sitting calmly in the back seat from the rearview mirror. After struggling for a long time, he said, "Little Mississippi, well, there are some guests at home today." "Oh." Chen Meng'er retracted her gaze from the window and turned to Deepening, waiting for him to continue. Deepening didn't expect Chen Meng'er to only answer him with an "oh." He was still waiting for Chen Meng'er to ask questions. He just happened to finish what he wanted to say. In the face of this new young lady's simple "oh," Deepening even had the thought of crying. Well, the guest is from the capital. He can be considered a distant relative of Sir. As Deepening spoke, he stretched out a hand and scratched his little crew cut. He did not know what to say for a moment. "I understand." Chen Meng'er thought for a moment, but she still opened her mouth to ask, "Then what did my grandfather ask you to tell me?" Chen Meng'er did not expect that Elder Lu's relatives were coming for her. She asked this because she thought that those were Elder Lu's relatives, and she was now Elder Lu's god-granddaughter. She could not embarrass Elder Lu when she appeared later. "No, Sir did not specifically ask me to tell you anything." Deepening shook his head and said, "Oh, that's fine." Chen Meng'er thought that since Elder Lu did not ask Deepening to tell her anything, then it seemed that the so-called distant relatives should not be very important. Chen Meng'er also didn't take this matter to heart. However, Deepening saw that Chen Meng'er's matter had nothing to do with it and didn't seem to care about it at all. He became anxious again. Speaking of which, those few people from the capital. Although their teacher didn't take them seriously, those few people weren't easy to deal with. He was afraid that his little miss would be at a disadvantage in the hands of those few people from the capital. If Elder Lu knew what Deepening was thinking, he would definitely speak with sincerity. He would pat Deepeng's shoulder and say, "Child, you're thinking too much. It's just my granddaughter. She can only torment others. No one else will torment her." The sky gradually darkened. It was already past the time for dinner. The pharmacy door, which should have been closed, was now open. There were two people, one fat and one thin, looking at the door from time to time. "I say, Lu Bolin, your god-granddaughter is really capable. She made so many of us wait for her alone." A person who looked older than Elder Lu looked at Elder Lu and said in an unfriendly tone, "My granddaughter is of course capable. It's your honor to make you wait. If you're not willing to wait, you can go home. It's not like I invited you here." Elder Lu did not even look at that person. He calmly sipped his tea. If Deepening had seen his employer like this now, he would definitely have sighed. After all, their grandfather and grandchild. Their expressions and mannerisms are exactly the same. "You." The elder who had spoken earlier, who was slightly older than Elder Lu, was so angered by Elder Lu's words that his beard almost stood up. "All right, please stop. We've waited for such a long time. If we wait a little longer, we'll still be waiting." This person who had come out to smooth things over. The dissatisfaction that was hidden in his words could not be concealed no matter how hard he tried. Elder Lu did not care about the meaning behind their words. He was calculating the time in his heart. His precious granddaughter should be arriving soon. He was not worried about the people sitting in the hall. He was worried about his precious granddaughter. He did not know if she was hungry. If he had known earlier, he would have asked Deepening, who was going to pick her up, to bring some snacks with him. This person who was sitting here seemed to have quite a background. If he knew what Elder Lu was thinking right now, he would definitely be so angry that he would spurt blood. Elder Lu was worried. It was as if he heard the sound of a car. Then, He heard the noise in the front hall and knew that his precious granddaughter had arrived. He stood up from his seat with a stretch, then he ignored the people sitting in the hall and walked out of the door. Elder Lu's sudden action startled those people. When they wanted to ask Elder Lu what he was doing, Elder Lu had already walked out of the hall and walked toward the front hall. "Where is Lu Bolin going?" the second son of the Lu family asked. "To pick her up. The person we are waiting for should be here." After listening to the oldest old man finish speaking, the others in the room all exchanged colors with each other. Each and every one of them also began to weigh in their hearts the weight of Elder Lu and the god-granddaughter that Lu Bolin acknowledged. Previously, they, the collateral branches of the Lu family, had only suddenly heard the news that Elder Lu had acknowledged a god-granddaughter from the secret sentry that they had placed beside Elder Lu. As for Elder Lu's temper, how could they, who had grown up with Elder Lu and Lu Bolin, not know about it? After Elder Lu's only son had died in a plane crash, there were countless people in Elder Lu's collateral branch who had their own plans. They either wanted to pass their son on to Elder Lu, or they wanted their own grandchild to adopt Elder Lu as an adopted grandfather. These were all rejected by Elder Lu. They remembered clearly that the irritated Elder Lu had said to their faces that he had no idea of stepchildren and had no idea of relatives. Give them all a break. When the words of Elder Lu were still reverberating in their ears, they actually heard the news that Elder Lu had recognized his god-granddaughter. This made those old men of the same generation as Elder Lu, who had just received this news, think that the news had been misinformed. Because of this news, they had to confirm it 3 times before they had no choice but to admit that this time, it wasn't that the news had been wrong, but that Elder Lu had really changed his character. These old fellows who had the same seniority as Elder Lu and the Lu family would specially make this trip. They were completely driven by curiosity. They wanted to see what kind of child would make Elder Lu, who had always kept his word, change his path halfway through. Moreover, they had also heard that this time, it was Elder Lu who stubbornly insisted on taking him as his god-granddaughter. Previously, those people from the Lu family's side branches had thought of passing their children on to Elder Lu or taking him as their goddaughter. They all had their own plans. They all thought, if their child had a relationship with Elder Lu, the current head of the Lu family, then becoming the next head of the family and taking over everything in the Lu family was something that could be done by rubbing their hands together. However, when Elder Lu acknowledged that the child of the Lu family was not his god-granddaughter, they never thought that Elder Lu's god-granddaughter would take over everything and become the head of the Lu family. After all, the god-granddaughter that Elder Lu acknowledged was not related to the Lu family at all. However, this thought had completely changed until just now. Just now, when Elder Lu heard the movements outside, he hurriedly rushed out to welcome them. This made them start to worry. They knew Elder Lu's character. If Elder Lu was certain of one thing, it would be like if Elder Lu insisted on handing the Lu family over to his new adopted granddaughter. With Elder Lu's current strength, they, the side branches of Elder Lu, would not be able to change Elder Lu's decision no matter how unwilling or tormented they were. However, they were unwilling from the bottom of their hearts to accept their fate and let someone who didn't have any blood ties with the Lu clan take charge of the Lu clan and become the clan head of the Lu clan. Thus, when the few old fellows in the room saw through each other's thoughts, they couldn't sit still anymore. They stood up swiftly and quickened their pace, following Elder Lu's footsteps as they walked out. Just as they reached the back door of the front hall, they heard Elder Lu's hearty voice from inside the room, "Meng'er, you're finally here. How is it? Are you tired? Are you hungry?" In the front hall, Elder Lu held Chen Meng'er's little hand and pinched Chen Meng'er's little face lovingly. It was not until Chen Meng'er raised her head and looked at Elder Lu with a face full of grievance that Elder Lu reluctantly let go of his hand. It was unknown when it began, but Elder Lu had developed a habit. Every time he saw Chen Meng'er, the first thing he did was to reach out and pinch Chen Meng'er's little face. "I'm not tired. I'm already used to the bumpy ride now." Chen Meng'er was telling the truth. She was already used to the bumpy ride. If there really was a day when the road was smooth, she might not be used to it. Then our Meng'er girl must be hungry. Grandfather forgot to ask your Uncle Depong to bring the snacks that you like to eat when he came to pick you up, Elder Lu said as he held Chen Meng'er's hand. "Xiao Lu, pass down the order. The little miss is here. Let's eat." "All right, I'll go right away." Nanny Lee knew that the little miss was coming today, so she prepared a lot of dishes that the little miss likes to eat. Oh, the snacks are also ready. Ever since Elder Lu acknowledged Qu Meng'er as his god-granddaughter, Xiao Lu's attitude towards Qu Meng'er began to change bit by bit. Especially after he got along with Qu Meng'er, Xiao Lu fell in love with this Qu Meng'er who was only 3 years old but was so mature that she didn't seem like a 3-year-old child at all. The few old fellows who were standing outside the door and openly eavesdropping, the more they listened, the more surprised they were. They had never seen Elder Lu use such a gentle voice to talk to others. Even Elder Lu's son didn't receive such treatment from Elder Lu. And the few old fellows who were openly eavesdropping outside the door, after seeing Elder Lu's attitude towards Qu Meng'er, this god-granddaughter, alarm bells rang in their hearts. It seemed that their previous worries were not unnecessary. The few old men outside the door looked at each other and exchanged their opinions. After that, they stopped eavesdropping outside and walked into the front hall. Elder Lu held Qu Meng'er's small hand and muttered non-stop along the way. Later on, he asked Qu Meng'er how she felt about staying in school. Was she bullied? Which part of the book did she read? Anyway, it was just a small matter. Elder Lu could tell Qu Meng'er once. Qu Meng'er, on the other hand, pretended to be obedient and listened to Elder Lu's nagging seriously. Bolin, aren't you going to introduce us? Just as Elder Lu was getting excited, a voice that annoyed Elder Lu rang in his ear. Elder Lu raised his head and looked at the person standing opposite him and Qu Meng'er impatiently. Then, he lowered his head and looked at Qu Meng'er. He immediately put on a gentle expression. Meng'er, let Grandpa introduce them to you. These are all people from Grandpa's family. Well, these old guys were at first shocked by Elder Lu's quick change of expression. Then, when Elder Lu opened his mouth to introduce them to Qu Meng'er, all of them raised their heads slightly and assumed the posture of an elder. But they never thought that Elder Lu would introduce them like this. He only used one sentence. This is a member of Grandpa's family. To introduce them. Following Elder Lu's introduction, Qu Meng'er's gaze swept across the few old men standing in front of them. When Elder Lu introduced these few old men, Qu Meng'er clearly saw the few old men, and her expression instantly stiffened. Hello, everyone. Qu Meng'er put on the appearance of a small adult and greeted the old man in front of her. Qu Meng'er hugged him. Since Elder Lu wasn't going to introduce them to her one by one, he was definitely not an important person. Therefore, it was just like how she usually greeted others. There was no difference. Lu Bolin, what do you mean by this? We can be considered the elders of your god-granddaughter. How can you introduce us like this? The first person who couldn't hold it in was Second Master Lu, who had the most violent temper and couldn't stand Elder Lu's provocation. Don't be impudent towards Bolin. After all, he is the current head of the Lu family. The one who spoke was the only old man with a head full of white hair. He was Uncle Lu. He seemed to have stepped out to help Elder Lu reprimand Second Master Lu, but the meaning behind his words was that he did not take Elder Lu, the head of the Lu family, seriously. When Qu Meng'er heard what Uncle Lu said, she frowned. She did not like the tone of this old man with a head full of white hair. What did he mean by saying that he was the current head of the Lu family? How unwilling were they to hand over the position of family head to Lu? But Elder Lu, he was used to Uncle Lu and Second Master Lu's singing and drinking, with a faint smile on his face, as if he was watching a play, watching them toss and turn. Are you finished? Meng'er is hungry. You want to put your elder's posture. Want me to introduce you in detail? These have to wait for my grandchild to eat to say again. It's fine for us old fellows to be hungry, but it's a big deal for my girl to be hungry. As he said that, Elder Lu took Qu Meng'er's small hand and walked towards the dining room, leaving Elder Lu and the others to look at each other. They couldn't accept it for a moment. Elder Lu just left them and went to eat. Qu Meng'er was really hungry. After having lunch at noon, she hadn't eaten anything in the entire afternoon. When she was in the car, Qu Meng'er's stomach was already hungry. However, other than the small bag on her body, there was no other place that could be used to store things. She could not use other things as a cover to sneak out of the space to eat. Qu Meng'er could only hold on until now with an empty stomach. When Qu Meng'er and Elder Lu walked into the dining room and smelled the fragrance, Qu Meng'er could not help but move her small nose. She sniffed and said, "It smells so good." After Chen Meng'er said that, a hearty laughter was heard. "It's good that the little miss likes it." Accompanied by the voice, a fat middle-aged woman walked in. Nanny Lee. When Chen Meng'er saw the person who came, she revealed a smile from the bottom of her heart. "Hey, our little miss is finally here. Nanny Lee has been nagging about you for a week." Nanny Lee was an elder of the Liu family. Elder Lee came with Elder Liu from the Liu family. She could be considered as Elder Liu's trusted aide. "Our little miss must be starving. Come and eat." As soon as Nanny Lee saw Chen Meng'er, she completely ignored the people, things around her. As a result, Nanny Lee kept calling out to Chen Meng'er, but she left Elder Liu to the side. Fortunately, Elder Liu was already used to it. Nanny Lee pulled Chen Meng'er to a chair and then served her rice. When it was time to pick up the food, Elder Liu accepted his fate and took the bowl, scooping the rice himself. When Chen Meng'er and Elder Liu had already sat down to eat, Uncle Liu and the others walked in with a bad look on their faces. When Uncle Liu and the others came in, Elder Liu and Chen Meng'er, the grandfather and grandchild, raised their heads in unison and looked at the people who had just come in. Then, they lowered their heads and continued to fight with the food. As for Nanny Lee, she only opened her mouth to look at Uncle Liu and the others and said, "Uncle Liu, second master, you can sit by yourself." Then, she continued to feed them. After second master Liu came in, he glared fiercely at Elder Liu. Then, when he saw the reactions of Elder Liu, Chen Meng'er, and Nanny Lee, he was enraged once again. Chen Meng'er believed that if it wasn't for the person pulling at him from behind, he might have directly rushed up and pointed at Elder Liu's nose to argue with him. However, second master Liu's clothes were pulled by someone. His eyes were red as he looked at Elder Liu and shouted loudly, "Liu Bolin, what kind of hospitality is this? Are you considered guests?" Elder Liu raised his head and looked at second master Liu coldly, and Elder Liu's glance made second master Liu forcefully swallow the words that he wanted to say. Coldness began to rise from his back. Speaking of which, how could he have forgotten what kind of ruthless character Elder Liu was? Because of Elder Liu's self-cultivation over the years, he actually forgot about Elder Liu's methods and how Elder Liu had treated those traitors and schemed against him. Elder Liu's cold gaze just now made second master Liu recall Elder Liu's ruthlessness. The words that he didn't say were forcefully swallowed down. Second master Liu was not the only one who was frightened by Elder Liu's gaze. The expressions on the faces of Uncle Liu and the others immediately stiffened. The previously dissatisfied expressions on their faces had completely disappeared. Chen Meng'er watched as Elder Liu's gaze silenced everyone. Her heart could not help but begin to bubble with worship. Speaking of which, she had to learn from her grandfather, Elder Liu. Only Elder Liu and Chen Meng'er enjoyed the meal. As for Uncle Liu and the others, they were filled with worries. Their hungry stomachs had lost their appetite. Elder Liu looked at Uncle Liu and the others who were unable to eat. He had been interrupted by Uncle Liu and the others' sudden visit to study the ancient medical book. His pent-up unhappiness was immediately alleviated. Elder Liu was in a good mood. He picked up some of Chen Meng'er's favorite dishes and said, "Little Meng'er, eat more. Look at your small and skinny body. Grandfather's heart aches when he sees it." Chen Meng'er heard Elder Liu's words and looked down at her small arms and legs. Although they were not considered strong, they were not skinny at all. However, Chen Meng'er still obediently ate up all the dishes Elder Liu picked up. "Yes, Grandpa, I will eat more in the future, but I'm already very full." Chen Meng'er's words successfully stopped Elder Liu from picking up the dishes for her. "Yes, then we'll eat more next time." The few elders across them looked at Elder Liu, Chen Meng'er, and the grandfather-grandchild pair. With such a good relationship, the people who didn't have much of an appetite put down the chopsticks in their hands. "Have you all finished eating?" Elder Liu said when he saw that Uncle Liu and the others had just put down the chopsticks in their hands. After Elder Liu finished speaking, he didn't wait for Uncle Liu and the others to answer. He directly said to Nanny Lee, "Nanny Lee, we've finished eating here. You can get someone to clean up this time." "Yes, sir." Nanny Lee knew that her employer didn't have the same food as Uncle Liu and the other elders from the side branches, so she looked at Uncle Liu and the others barely touched food. But she still acted as if she didn't see anything. She ordered someone to take away all the dishes on the table. Uncle Liu and the others looked at the dishes that were taken away. Their faces were red and white. Although they were not in the mood to eat, Elder Lu could not treat them like this. After all, they were guests. By the way, Uncle Lu and the others had yet to straighten out their identity. In Uncle Lu's eyes, it was already good enough that he did not chase them out, much less treat them as guests. Uncle Lu and the others did not straighten out their identities, but they were stunned by the look in Uncle Lu's eyes just now. For a moment, they only dared to express their dissatisfaction in their hearts, but they did not dare to say it out loud. After everything on the dining table was cleaned up, Elder Lu said to Nanny Lee, "Nanny Lee, help me make some tea. As for Meng'er, give her a cup of milk later." Elder Lu felt that a child of Chen Meng'er's age was not suitable to be drinking tea. Therefore, every time Chen Meng'er came over, Elder Lu would prepare a lot of milk at home. "Yes, sir," Nanny Lee answered and walked out. After Nanny Lee left, Elder Lu adjusted the expression on his face. He looked at Uncle Lu and said, I specifically asked Juga to call you. I told you not to come empty-handed. You won't forget about this, right?" Elder Lu looked down on the people from the Lu family's side branch. But since they came to him, he had to protect his precious granddaughter and get some benefits. Moreover, Elder Lu knew that Chen Meng'er would have to face the people from the Lu family when he regarded her as his heir. And now, he had to pave the way for Chen Meng'er while he still had some tricks. So, although Elder Lu was unwilling, he still opened his mouth and introduced Uncle Lu and the others to Chen Meng'er. Uncle Lu and the others didn't expect Elder Lu to take the initiative to start this topic. Originally, Uncle Lu was still agonizing over how to open his mouth and change the topic back to Chen Meng'er, Elder Lu's new adopted granddaughter. From what they could see, Elder Lu's adopted granddaughter was no joke. Elder Lu really doted on this god-granddaughter to the core. And now, they wanted to see if Elder Lu was deliberately putting on an act for them, or if it was real. And after Uncle Lu and the others figured it out, they could go back and reformulate their plans. "We might have forgotten about this. We all brought gifts," said Uncle Lu as he took out a brocade box from his pocket. Then, he revealed a smile that he thought was very amiable. He looked at Chen Meng'er and said, "You're called Meng'er, right? I'm your grandfather. Here, take this. This is your grandfather's greeting gift to you." Uncle Lu's smile, which he thought was amiable, made Chen Meng'er feel very uncomfortable. If it weren't for the fact that Chen Meng'er still had her manners, she would definitely tell Uncle Lu to stop smiling. His smile was really not very good looking. After Chen Meng'er heard Uncle Lu's words, she did not go forward. Instead, she turned her head and looked at Elder Lu with an inquisitive gaze. She waited for Elder Lu's instructions. Chen Meng'er was not a real child. When she saw that there was a gift to take, she would not be so excited that she would recklessly rush forward. When Uncle Lu saw Chen Meng'er's reaction, he was quite surprised. Speaking of which, just now, when Chen Meng'er was eating, Uncle Lu had paid attention to observe Chen Meng'er. At that time, when he saw what Chen Meng'er was eating, he felt that this child did not look like what they had heard from the news. She had come from the countryside. From Uncle Lu's point of view, Chen Meng'er's eating habits were better than those of the young masters and young ladies in their family. She had a sense of elegance and nobility. This thought only flashed through Uncle Lu's mind, and he did not delve into it. But now, when he saw Chen Meng'er turn her head to ask for Elder Lu's opinion, he was surprised but also more enlightened. This Chen Meng'er didn't look like a 3-year-old child who came from the countryside. And he also somewhat understood why Elder Lu would make an exception to recognize this 3-year-old Chen Meng'er as his god-granddaughter, no matter how Uncle Chen and the others were feeling right now. In any case, Elder Lu was in a very good mood. Although Elder Lu wasn't worried that Chen Meng'er would pounce over when she saw the gift, when Chen Meng'er used her eyes to ask for his opinion, his mood couldn't help but start to bubble. "Since it's a gift from your grandfather, you don't have to stand on ceremony. Take it." After Elder Lu said that, he turned to look at Elder Lu. He continued to say to Chen Meng'er, "Meng'er, this is your grandfather. Your grandfather used to be a high-ranking official in the capital. Although he has retired now, he still has connections. So, if you encounter anything that can't be solved in the future, you can look for your grandfather to help you." After Elder Lu said that to Chen Meng'er, then he said to Uncle Lu, "Am I right?" "Yes, Meng'er. If you have any problems, feel free to look for your grandfather." In terms of scheming, Uncle Lu had never been Elder Lu's match. And previously, Elder Lu had not hesitated to pay attention to them. Therefore, Uncle Lu was instead checkmated by Elder Lu, so he could only reply with a stiff smile. When Elder Lu looked at Second Master Lu and the others with a smile on his face, they felt goosebumps in their hearts. A bad premonition arose from the bottom of their hearts. Meng'er, this is second grandfather. He is a real rich man. In the future, if our Meng'er girl has no money to use, we can tell your second grandfather. When the time comes, let your second grandfather give you pocket money. Elder Lu was now a smiling tiger. Second Grandpa Lu was not as shrewd and scheming as Elder Lu. After he heard Elder Lu's words, he could not help but say, Lu Bolin, I am rich, but when it comes to money, you are the richest and most powerful among us. With you around, how can your granddaughter need us? Elder Lu did not get angry when he heard Second Grandpa Lu's words. He glanced at Second Grandpa Lu. He said, What? My granddaughter wants to take some pocket money from you, and your heart aches? Humph. My granddaughter wants to take pocket money from you. That's because she thinks highly of you. You, Lu Bolin, don't go too far. Second Master Lu was once again provoked by Elder Lu's words and jumped up. Qu Meng'er drank her milk. When she saw Second Master Lu's face turn red from Elder Lu's provocation, she could not help but shake her head. However, compared to that Uncle Lu who smiled even more unsightly than he cried, Qu Meng'er still preferred this Second Master Lu who had a short temper. At the very least, it made Qu Meng'er feel that it was real. However, in the future, after Qu Meng'er interacted with Second Master Lu many times, she would realize that this Second Master Lu wasn't like that at all. He would only be this short-tempered when facing Elder Lu. Although Second Master Lu was unwilling to be reprimanded by Uncle Lu, he knew that he wasn't Elder Lu's match at all. Therefore, he unwillingly took out a small brocade box from his pocket, and he handed it to Qu Meng'er. Here, your name is Meng'er, right? This is my greeting gift to you. Little girl, let me tell you, you better stay away from your grandfather in the future. You can't learn all of his shortcomings. Do you want to be thrown out like this? Elder Lu interrupted Second Master Lu's endless stream of words. With a dark face, he warned Second Master Lu in a dangerous manner. After being warned by Elder Lu, Second Master Lu realized that he had actually said such stupid words in front of Elder Lu. He regretted it in his heart. He should have avoided Elder Lu and told Qu Meng'er such words. Elder Lu introduced the next few elders to Qu Meng'er one by one. Qu Meng'er also received the greeting gifts they brought. These greeting gifts were all in a brocade box. As for whether the things in this brocade box were the same, Qu Meng'er did not know because she had not had the time to open it yet. However, Qu Meng'er thought that the things in this brocade box would definitely not be cheap. If the things given by these elders were not valuable, Elder Lu would probably be the first to refuse. And if Elder Lu knew what Qu Meng'er was thinking, he would definitely cry out loudly. After all, she was his granddaughter, and she knew him so well. Uncle Lu and the others did not stay in Elder Lu's pharmacy for long. The next morning, they all left. Uncle Lu and the others had come this time because of Elder Lu's god-granddaughter, Qu Meng'er. Now that they had seen her, Elder Lu's attitude had also been seen. In addition, they felt that Elder Lu did not welcome them. Before Elder Lu chased them out, it was better for them to leave first. The reason why they couldn't wait to leave was that there was a change in the plan. They had to rush back to the capital and have a meeting to reformulate the plan. Uncle Lu and the others had completely guessed Elder Lu's thoughts. Elder Lu really felt that they were eyesores. So, when Elder Lu woke up in the morning and heard from Zhuge Yu that Uncle Lu and the others had left because of an urgent matter, he showed a tactful expression. Qu Meng'er was quite surprised that Uncle Lu and the others acted too quickly. And last night, when Qu Meng'er slept in the room that Elder Lu had specially arranged for her and opened the gifts that Uncle Lu and the others had given her, she was a little surprised. These were all valuable jades and emeralds. Of course, they were not as good as the ones that Elder Lu had given her before, but they were also valuable. In the study room, Qu Meng'er sat on the small chair that Elder Lu had specially prepared for her. She picked up the small table that he had specially prepared for her, drank the milk, and looked at the medical book that Elder Lu had prepared for her. This book was a medical book that Elder Lu had passed down from generation to generation. After Elder Lu saw the foundation of Qu Meng'er's knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine and her high IQ, He was both happy and surprised. He took out the family's treasured ancestral medical book. Qu Meng'er was also moved. She planned in her heart that after Elder Lu finished studying the ancient medical book that she had previously taken out, she would take out the ancient medical book from the space and give it to Elder Lu. Qu Meng'er noticed that something was wrong with Elder Lu from the beginning. He sat at the desk and seemed to be focused on reading. However, the medical book in his hand had not been flipped from the beginning. After Qu Meng'er finished the milk in the cup, she looked up at Elder Lu. She said, "Grandpa, do you have something to say to me?" What? Elder Lu, who was lost in his thoughts, was pulled back by Qu Meng'er's words. "I say, Grandpa, you've been reading this page all morning. If you have anything to say, just tell me. I'll listen carefully," Qu Meng'er said seriously. Meng'er, Grandpa, is it that obvious?" Elder Lu asked in surprise. "Yes, it's very obvious. So, Grandpa, if you have anything to say, just say it." Qu Meng'er nodded and said, "Actually, it's not a big deal. Grandpa is just thinking. Should I tell you about the Lu family now, or wait until you grow up a little?" Elder Lu was actually distressed. "Oh, then you can say it, Grandpa." Qu Meng'er looked like she was listening attentively. Elder Lu saw Qu Meng'er looking at him, and he was very speechless in his heart. By the way, he seemed to have not decided whether to say it or not. But now, what kind of situation was this? However, after Elder Lu was speechless, he finally made up his mind. He would tell Qu Meng'er everything about the Lu family. He knew that Qu Meng'er was different from other children. She had to mature early, and her IQ was also much higher than other children. "Meng'er, let me tell you about the situation in the capital. There are 4 great families in the capital: the Lu family, the Zhao family, the Chu family, and the Morong family. These are families with a history of more than 100 years, and every family has a family head. The family head is responsible for the prosperity of the entire family." "Yes, Grandfather, you are the family head of the Lu family." Qu Meng'er nodded and interjected with certainty. Qu Meng'er was very familiar with the authority of the family head. Speaking of which, in her previous life, she had been in the Chu family, a large family. However, her father was a branch of the Chu family, so he was not qualified to inherit the position of the family head of the Chu family. Qu Meng'er could remember that she had the rare opportunity to stay with her father. She had heard from her father how much he yearned for the position of family head, how much he loathed his so-called status as a branch. On the other hand, Qu Meng'er did not have much of an idea about the so-called direct descendant or the branch. She also did not have the slightest desire for the position of family head. However, Qu Meng'er was still quite surprised. She was surprised that Elder Lu was from the Lu family in the capital. In her previous life, Qu Meng'er had heard about the family head of the Lu family in the capital. He was a legendary figure. In her previous life, other than being curious about the Green Gang, there was also the family head of the Lu family in the capital. However, everyone had heard about the deeds of the Lu family head, but very few people were able to see his appearance. Qu Meng'er never expected that the person she had always wanted to meet in her previous life, but never had the chance to meet, was actually the same person. Moreover, he had actually become her god-grandfather in this life. Qu Meng'er could not help but sigh in her heart. There were really all kinds of strange things in this world. Yes, I am the head of the Lu family. However, Grandfather has paid a lot for the position of the head of the Lu family. Elder Lu's gaze was cast to a certain point in the study room. His gaze was somewhat hollow, and his entire body emitted a trace of sadness and a trace of desolation. Your grandmother was plotted against because of the fight for the position of the head of the family back then, and she left this world. This should be Elder Lu's pain. Other than the direct descendants of the Lu family, there are also the 5 branches of the Lu family. 4 of the people who came yesterday were the people in charge of the 4 branches, and the other 2 were the distant branches of the Lu family that were dependent on them. As for the people from the Lu family's branch and the 1 branch, they have been driven out of the Lu family by me, Elder Lu said faintly. From Elder Lu's words, Qu Meng'er guessed that the 5 branches that were driven out of the Lu family by Elder Lu might be the one that had done the same thing to Elder Lu's wife. These were all Qu Meng'er's guesses in her heart. She did not say it out loud and used this question to ask Elder Lu. This time, the few of them rushed here from the capital. It was the spy they had placed in the Green Gang that sent them a message saying that I had acknowledged an adopted granddaughter. Previously, after my son passed away in the plane crash, they had always wanted to give their people to me. I did not agree to it. So when they heard this news, they rushed here from the capital. Actually, their curiosity about you is only a small part of it. They came just to see my attitude toward you. They wanted to see if it would affect their plans. Speaking of this, Elder Lu couldn't help but reveal a self-deprecating smile. Up until now, they haven't given up on the position of family head. They had already discussed in secret how they would compete for the position when I died. Hee, I'm still alive, and they can't wait anymore. And they still think that I don't know anything. And your appearance made them feel threatened. That's why they couldn't wait to see what happened. Qu Meng'er listened to Elder Lu's words and sorted out her thoughts. She understood the general situation. They're afraid that my god-granddaughter, who suddenly appeared, will fight with them for the position of the head of the Lu family. Qu Meng'er heard this with some cynicism. She didn't know what to say about Uncle Lu and the others. Were they being overly cautious? Not to mention that she wasn't interested in the head of the Lu family at all. She was just a 3-year-old brat. She didn't have any competitiveness at all. However, Qu Meng'er ignored it. This wasn't a question of whether she was interested or not. Uncle Lu and the others were worried about Elder Lu's plans or thoughts. They were afraid that Elder Lu would hand over the position of family head to Qu Meng'er, his only god-granddaughter. Yes. So, they came here this time to see how dangerous you are. Elder Lu smiled and nodded. Grandpa, in their eyes, I'm very dangerous. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a hurry to leave just yesterday. Qu Meng'er said with a smile. Our Meng'er is really smart. They're worried now. I'm afraid they won't be able to sleep well at night. Elder Lu was very satisfied with his reaction. This was the effect he wanted. But Meng'er, do you want to be the head of the family? Elder Lu looked at Qu Meng'er seriously and asked. Qu Meng'er was stumped by Elder Lu's question. She didn't expect Elder Lu to ask this. Grandpa, you seem to have asked the wrong question. I'm still a 3-year-old child. Yes, you are only 3 years old. But Grandpa knows that you are smarter than the average child. Even an 8 or 9-year-old child wouldn't understand what I'm saying, yet you understand everything. So, I didn't ask the wrong question. Elder Lu looked at Qu Meng'er with a smile. He said, All right. I admit that my IQ is relatively high. Qu Meng'er replied helplessly. However, Grandpa, this question is really not suitable for you to ask me. I am only your granddaughter, not someone from the Lu family. So, this position of the family head has nothing to do with me. Qu Meng'er almost said out loud, I am not interested in this position of the family head. Hee, Meng'er, you're my granddaughter. Although you don't have any bloodline of the Lu family, you're still a member of the Lu family. Therefore, the position of family head of the Lu family has something to do with you. Elder Lu said. He paused for a moment, then, he said, Besides, Meng'er, let me tell you, even if you're not interested in the position of family head, those people from the side branch will not believe it. They will do everything they can to stop you from accepting the position of family head of the Lu family. Therefore, they will not stop for a long time to come. So, you have to be mentally prepared. As he said that, Elder Lu actually revealed a happy expression. Of course, if you can take the position of family head of the Lu family from my hands earlier, I think they will stop. Grandpa, are you gloating? Qu Meng'er could finally see that Elder Lu really wanted to hand over the position of the Lu family's patriarch to her in the future. Moreover, he was actually in the mood to watch a good show. That's not it. How could grandfather be willing to gloat? Elder Lu hurriedly adjusted the expression on his face. Then, he continued, regarding the matter of the Lu family's patriarch, let's talk about this first. We'll talk about this again when you're older. Okay. Qu Meng'er also felt that this topic was a little too early. After we talk about the Lu family, I'll tell you about the Green Gang. When Elder Lu decided to acknowledge Qu Meng'er as his god-granddaughter, he planned to hide it from Qu Meng'er. And Elder Lu took the opportunity today to say everything he wanted to say. Yes, Grandpa, if you have anything to say today, just say it. I'm all ears. Qu Meng'er put on a posture as if she was ready to talk to Elder Lu. Elder Lu looked at Qu Meng'er's mischievous appearance and couldn't help but laugh. You little girl, really? Grandpa, hurry up and say it. I'm in a hurry to hear it. Chen Meng'er acted as if she was very interested and very anxious. And Chen Meng'er's expression of interest was not deliberately put on by her. She was really curious. She was curious that Elder Lu, the leader of the Green Gang, was also the founder of the Green Gang. Okay, I'll explain it to you in detail. Elder Lu liked the feeling of having a family member by his side, even though this family member was not related to him by blood. The founding of the Green Gang was somewhat out of Chen Meng'er's expectations. The Lu family had originally started out in the underworld, and the first-generation head of the Lu family had started out in the underworld. Because the first family head of the Lu family was talented in business, the Lu family started to develop and gradually grew stronger. However, when the Lu family continued to grow stronger, it had always been involved with the underworld. In the business world, there were always some things that could not be solved openly. Therefore, over the years, the Lu family had been inextricably linked to the underworld. The people of Elder Lu's generation were all quite promising and ambitious. When Elder Lu's father passed away and he took over as the head of the Lu family, Uncle Lu and the others were not convinced. They felt that, other than their status, none of them were worse than Elder Lu. Therefore, when Elder Lu had just taken over the position of the head of the family and had yet to stabilize his position, they had planned to seize the position of the head of the Lu family. In this plan, they had originally only wanted to remove Elder Lu from the position of family head. However, Elder Lu was not trash. His intelligence and capabilities were higher than Uncle Lu and the others. Therefore, their plan did not succeed at all. And Fifth Master Lu was the person who could not stand failure the most. After his plan failed, he was unwilling to accept it. So he joined forces with his friends on the road to take revenge on Elder Lu. And because Elder Lu had many bodyguards by his side, it wasn't easy for them to take action, so they set their eyes on Elder Lu's wife. Taking advantage of Elder Lu's busy schedule, they took advantage of the gap. Using the name of Sixth Master Lu's wife, they asked out Elder Lu's wife. Fifth Master Lu intended to use Elder Lu's wife to threaten Elder Lu. However, because of Elder Lu's wife's uncooperative behavior, Elder Lu's friends from the underworld killed Elder Lu's wife in one mistake. After Elder Lu got the bad news that his wife was killed, he chased Fifth Master Lu's family out of the Lu family. The friend that Elder Lu found from the underworld was the leader of a very famous gang in the capital. Elder Lu wanted an explanation from that gang. However, the leader of that gang insisted on not handing over the leader. In order to avenge his wife, Elder Lu was so angry that he founded the Green Gang. He used the Green Gang that he founded to find him and replace that gang, becoming the largest gang in the capital. Chen Meng'er had never expected such a melodramatic plot. However, when Chen Meng'er heard it, her heart ached for Elder Lu. First, he lost his wife, then his son. What kind of mood was he in to bear all this? Grandpa, don't worry. I will take care of you in your old age and send you off, Chen Meng'er said word by word as she looked at Elder Lu with a serious little face. Elder Lu was touched when he heard it. He thought to himself that he had said so much, but that was not the point, okay? However, Elder Lu still replied, "All right, I am waiting for you to take care of me." He did not know if he had told Chen Meng'er about the things that he had kept in his heart. In any case, when Elder Lu and Chen Meng'er came out from the study room to talk, Elder Lu felt relaxed. His entire body felt relaxed. Meanwhile, Zhuge Yu saw that the pent-up energy between Elder Lu's brows had also dissipated a lot. This made Zhuge Yu gratified. When it was close to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Meng'er was ready to take the Lu family's medical book that Elder Lu had given her and go home. Elder Lu saw that Chen Meng'er was about to leave and was full of reluctance. He really hoped that Chen Meng'er could stay and live with him. However, he knew clearly in his heart that this was completely impossible. Chen Ping and his wife would definitely be the first to refuse. "This is a small snack that your Nanny Lee prepared for you. Take it and eat it on the way. Don't be hungry." Elder Lu handed the pastry prepared by Nanny Lee to Chen Meng'er. "Okay, Grandpa, I got it. I'll go back first. I'll come to see you next week." Chen Meng'er couldn't stand Elder Lu's desolate and lonely appearance, so she comforted him. "Okay, Grandpa will wait for you." Elder Lu reached out and rubbed Chen Meng'er's braids. "Elder Lu, are you going out?" Just as Chen Meng'er was about to get into the car, an old man got out of a car at the end of the alley and shouted, Chen Meng'er followed the voice and looked over. She didn't expect that it was an acquaintance. In fact, it couldn't be said that it was an acquaintance, but Chen Meng'er had seen them before. The person who came was from that day, the day she had helped save the little boy. When Chen Meng'er saw the person clearly, the person who came was the boy's grandfather. He also saw Chen Meng'er standing by the car door. Because of Chen Meng'er's outstanding appearance and the impression he had on her that day, the boy's grandfather recognized Chen Meng'er at a glance. After he recognized Chen Meng'er, he said in surprise, "Ah, you must be the girl from that day." He quickened his pace and walked toward Chen Meng'er. "I wanted to look for you and thank you. I didn't have the chance before, but I didn't expect to meet you today. Thank you so much for that day. If it weren't for you, my grandchild might really have died." The boy's grandfather still clearly remembered that day at the hospital. After the doctor performed a brain examination on his grandchild, he told them that it was a good thing that the bleeding in his grandchild's brain had stopped. Moreover, there was less blood clotting in his brain, so his life was not in danger. It was also a good thing that he avoided a major operation to open his head. The doctor did not know the specific situation. However, the parents of the boy were very clear in their hearts. After listening to the words of the hospital doctor, they knew that they had really met a noble person this time. If they had not met that little girl, their child might really be gone. After the boy's condition stabilized, the boy's family specially brought a lot of things to the pharmacy to thank Elder Lu. They also wanted to thank Chen Meng'er, but they couldn't find her. Therefore, when the boy's grandfather recognized Chen Meng'er today, he was very excited. "Grandpa, you don't have to thank me. It's just that I happened to see such symptoms in the medical books. I can only say that your grandchild is very lucky." Chen Meng'er didn't feel smug because of the boy's grandfather's thanks. She felt that it was just a piece of cake for her. "No matter what, I still have to thank you." The boy's grandfather had a very good impression of Chen Meng'er. In addition, he felt that Chen Meng'er had saved his grandchild's life, so he liked Chen Meng'er even more. "I say, old Zhao, why are you here today?" Elder Lu looked at the boy's grandfather, old Zhao, and his granddaughter's eyes lit up. It was as if he was going to bring his granddaughter home. His heart immediately felt uncomfortable, so he changed the topic. "Hey, look at me. When I saw this little girl, I was so excited that I forgot that I came here. I came to look for you, but what a coincidence. The little girl happened to be here, and she was willing to trouble you." Old Master Zhao patted his head and said. Elder Lu heard Elder Zhao's words and asked doubtfully, "What exactly is the matter?" If this matter involved Chen Meng'er, Elder Lu would be even more careful. Not to mention Elder Lu's doubts, even Chen Meng'er was puzzled. Why was Elder Zhao looking for her? She didn't think that Elder Zhao was looking for her specifically to thank her. It had been some time since this happened. "It's like this. My grandchild fell on his head before. You two treated him. You stopped the bleeding in his brain and also expelled a part of the congestion in his brain." Elder Zhao said. "Yes, it's like this. Didn't I ask you to send him to the hospital later? Didn't the doctor say that there were no major problems?" Elder Lu continued to ask. "Yes, there wouldn't be any major problems. At least his life wouldn't be in danger. However, because my grandchild still has a little bit of blood clot in his brain, this blood clot is pressing on his motor nerves. His left hand and left foot are both affected," Elder Zhao said. He sighed. "Sigh, since there's such a situation, we asked the doctors in the hospital how to treat him. However, the doctors in the hospital said that there was no other way. They could only rely on the child's own late-stage exercise. However, this exercise alone is not enough. The child's left hand and left foot are not under his control at all. So, I wanted to look for you guys and ask you to help my grandchild take a look and see if he can be cured." As he spoke, Elder Zhao looked at Elder Lu and Chen Meng'er with anticipation. When Chen Meng'er heard Elder Zhao mention his grandchild's illness, her brain was like a computer screen. She began to search according to the symptoms provided by Elder Zhao. After a while, a complete treatment plan appeared in Chen Meng'er's mind. "How is it? Little Meng'er, do you want to go take a look with me? Your current theoretical knowledge is very solid, and your comprehension ability is very good. What you lack the most right now is clinical practice. How is it? Do you want to go with Grandpa?" Elder Lu was obviously trying to lure Chen Meng'er. However, Elder Lu's suggestion moved Chen Meng'er. She had always known about her own flaws. In terms of traditional Chinese medicine, she knew that she had a magical space that contained ancient medical books that had been lost for a long time, as well as a mutated brain. Theoretical knowledge was really not a problem for her. What she lacked was experience in clinical practice. And in order to become a good doctor, that rich experience in clinical practice was very important. And this was also why, in society, so many people would like to find older doctors, especially white-haired doctors. Because in everyone's view, the older one was, the more experience they would have in clinical practice. Elder Lu saw that Chen Meng'er was moved. He continued to encourage her, "Girl, as the saying goes, it is better to travel 10,000 miles than to read 10,000 books. I admit that you are very talented in traditional Chinese medicine. You can understand the knowledge in the medical books at a glance. However, in traditional Chinese medicine, this alone is not enough. Moreover, haven't you always wanted to learn acupuncture from me? It just so happens that you will go with me today. Later, when you need to apply acupuncture, you will watch from the side. Study. It's good, but I have to go home. I have to go to school tomorrow. Moreover, if I don't go back, my parents will be anxious." Chen Meng'er was tempted, but when she thought of her parents who were waiting for her at home, she hesitated. "Girl, you don't have to worry about that. I'll get your Uncle Deepening to tell your parents that you'll stay here for one more day and come back tomorrow. As for the school, I think with your current level, you've already learned what's taught in school." It should be said that Elder Lu was the person who understood Chen Meng'er's level the most. Even Chen Ping and Lu Wan, Chen Meng'er's parents, only knew that their daughter was smarter than other children. She might be a genius, but as for what Chen Meng'er actually knew, they didn't know. Chen Meng'er frowned. Will it be too troublesome for Uncle Deepening? Originally, Deepening coming to pick her up once a week already made her feel that it was too troublesome for him. And this time, he even made Deepening come over, just to help her tell her parents that she would be back tomorrow. It was really too troublesome. It's fine. Anyway, your Uncle Deepening has been very free recently. It's a good opportunity for him to practice his driving skills. Elder Lu said this without blinking. However, it was a good thing that Deepening was sitting in the car and did not hear his teacher's words. If Deepening heard his teacher's words, his face would definitely be full of anger. What did he mean by letting him practice his driving skills? Were his driving skills very bad? When Chen Meng'er heard her grandfather's words, the corners of her mouth could not help but twitch. "All right, it's settled then. I'll go and inform your Uncle Deepening." As he spoke, Elder Lu did not wait for Chen Meng'er's reply and continued walking towards the driver's seat. As he walked, Elder Lu even muttered to himself, "When do I have to find someone to install a phone in Meng'er's house? This way, it'll be more convenient." Elder Lu had this idea not since the first day. Elder Zhao, who had been acting as the background, finally had a chance to speak. "Girl, are you in kindergarten?" Elder Zhao was quite surprised. He remembered that Chen Meng'er's parents were both rural people, and when did the rural areas have kindergartens? "No, I'm in primary school. I'm now a primary school first-grade student," Chen Meng'er replied. "What? Girl, you're in primary school? How old are you this year?" Elder Zhao looked at Chen Meng'er, who was much younger than his 7-year-old grandchild who was in the first grade. 3 years old, Chen Meng'er replied matter-of-factly. Three years old? You're in the first grade at 3 years old?" Elder Zhao stared at Chen Meng'er in disbelief. "Why? Elder Zhao, do you have a problem? My Meng'er is a young genius." Elder Lu had just finished explaining things to Deepening. When he walked back, he heard Elder Zhao's incredulous tone. Then, he said proudly, "How would I dare to have a problem? If I had a problem, would you let me off just like that? I'm just surprised." However, thinking about it, it makes sense. Meng'er is so young, yet she's so proficient in Chinese medicine. If she's not a genius, then what is she? Elder Zhao gazed at Chen Meng'er. After Elder Zhao finished speaking, Elder Lu had a tactful expression on his face. He was about to praise Chen Meng'er, but when Chen Meng'er noticed her grandfather's expression, she didn't dare to let him speak. "Grandpa, don't we still have to go to Elder Zhao's house to treat Elder Zhao's grandchild? If we delay any longer, it'll be too late." "Oh, right, it's getting late. Then let's go." Chen Meng'er successfully changed the topic, which made Chen Meng'er sigh in relief. She couldn't stand the way her grandfather, Elder Lu, kept praising her. The Zhao family lived in a small district not far from Elder Lu's pharmacy. It was only about 10-minute walk from the pharmacy. Of course, it was even closer if they took a car. The Zhao family lived in a villa. Although the area was not very big, in this era, such a villa was very rare. It was clear that the Zhao family was not a simple family. At least they were quite rich. As for whether they had the power or not, Qu Meng'er did not know for the time being. "We're here, Elder Lu." "Meng'er, come down." After the car stopped at the entrance of the villa, Elder Lu opened the car door and said to Qu Meng'er and Elder Lu. "Yes." Elder Lu replied. Qu Meng'er first got out of the car and then waited for Elder Lu by the car. After Elder Lu got out of the car, Qu Meng'er held Elder Lu's hand. Speaking of which, Qu Meng'er wanted to hold Elder Lu's hand. However, with her height, the matter of holding his arm, she simply couldn't do it. Elder Lu was enjoying the intimacy of his granddaughter, while Elder Zhao was envious. His family was full of brats, and he didn't have a granddaughter. Moreover, none of them would act coquettishly and intimately with him. "Come in." Elder Zhao decided that it was better to keep out of sight. As soon as Qu Meng'er entered the Zhao family's villa, she knew that the Zhao family's family background was not ordinary. The furniture in the house was not something that could be bought now. It looked like the furniture of this era from overseas. "Dad, has Elder Lu invited him?" The boy's mother asked anxiously when she saw Elder Zhao walk in. During this period of time, her family had been worried sick because of her son's illness. One had to know that if they couldn't find a cure, her son might not be able to use his left hand and left foot like a normal person for the rest of his life. "You're invited." Apart from Elder Lu, I also brought the little girl from that day. Elder Zhao's mood was obviously much better than when he had left. Following Elder Zhao's words, Qu Meng'er and Elder Lu walked in. Qu Meng'er saw the boy's mother and greeted, "Hello, Auntie." "Hello." The boy's mother did not recognize Qu Meng'er. That day, her entire heart was focused on her son. How could she have the energy to pay attention to others? She only remembered that there was a little girl that day, but she did not notice the girl's appearance at all. The boy's mother did not expect the girl to be so beautiful. Unconsciously, the boy's mother had a much better impression of Qu Meng'er. Most people would like this good-looking and polite child. "Take us to see the child." Elder Zhao originally wanted to order his daughter-in-law to pour tea for Elder Lu, Qu Meng'er, and the others, but before Elder Zhao could speak, Elder Lu spoke first. "Okay, please follow me." The boy's mother was very happy with Elder Lu's words. "Little Hao, Grandfather Lu and little sister are here to see you." When the boy's mother pushed open the boy's room door, her voice unconsciously softened. "Mom, which little sister?" A boy's childlike voice came from the room. When Qu Meng'er entered, she saw a boy with a pale face sitting on the bed. When the boy saw Qu Meng'er, his eyes lit up. He said in his heart, "This little sister looks cute. I think I pinched her face." "Hello, my name is Zhao Shihao. What's your name?" Zhao Shihao smiled sweetly at Qu Meng'er. When he smiled, a faint dimple appeared on his face. "Hello, my name is Qu Meng'er. You can call me Meng'er." Qu Meng'er quite liked this boy who smiled faintly. "Meng'er." Zhao Shihao called out Qu Meng'er's name with a smile. "Little Hao, do you still remember me?" "Yes, Grandpa Lu." Zhao Shihao used to often go to the pharmacy with his grandfather, Elder Zhao, so of course he remembered Elder Lu. "Yes, little Hao is so obedient." "Then let Grandpa Lu take your pulse. Is that okay?" As for Elder Lu's current amiable appearance, if someone from the Green Gang or those people on the street saw him, they would definitely be so shocked that their jaws would drop. Okay, Zhao Shihao was really a very obedient child. Elder Lu first took Zhao Shihao's pulse. When he took Zhao Shihao's pulse, his brows were tightly furrowed. This made Elder Zhao and Zhao Shihao's mother, Sunjia, who were watching from the side, worried. Because Elder Lu's expression made them think that the diagnosis was not good. "Meng'er, take Shihao's pulse." After Elder Lu withdrew his hand from Zhao Shihao's wrist, he did not tell Elder Zhao and the others about the diagnosis. Instead, he asked Qu Meng'er to take Zhao Shihao's pulse. This made Zhao Shihao's mother, Sunjia, feel a little uncomfortable. However, due to her father-in-law's presence, she opened her mouth but did not say anything. Okay. Qu Meng'er knew that her grandfather was giving her a chance to put it into practice. Qu Meng'er stepped forward and reached out her hand to touch Zhao Shihao's wrist. She was a little nervous, but when Chen Meng'er put her hand on Zhao Shihao's wrist and started to check his pulse, Chen Meng'er actually calmed down. Chen Meng'er checked Zhao Shihao's pulse while her brain was spinning, searching in her mind for any symptoms similar to those in books. When Chen Meng'er's mutated brain sensed the information that Chen Meng'er sent to her brain immediately reacted and displayed Zhao Shihao's current physical condition. Even the information that Zhao Shihao's body lacked certain elements was displayed. And Chen Meng'er's mutated brain gave a diagnosis of Zhao Shihao's pulse. As expected, Zhao Shihao's left cerebellum, which controlled his left foot and the nerves in his left hand, were suppressed by the congestion in his brain. How is it? Have you diagnosed anything? Elder Lu asked when he saw Chen Meng'er's hand, leaving Zhao Shihao's wrist. Yes, Hao's brain still has blood clots. Those blood clots are more easily suppressed by controlling his left hand and the nerves in his left foot. That's why Hao's left hand and left foot are not under his control, Chen Meng'er said. She paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, Hao's qi is a little weak. It might be because he suffered a brain injury last time. After the bleeding, he didn't have a good tonic. After saying that, Chen Meng'er looked at Elder Lu and waited for Elder Lu's judgment. Yes, Meng'er is not bad. The result of your diagnosis is similar to mine. Elder Lu was very satisfied with the result he heard from Chen Meng'er. Then, Elder Lu, is there any way to treat it? Zhao Shihao's mother, Sun Jia, looked at Elder Lu with hope and asked. Elder Lu was now the last straw that they could grasp. If even Elder Lu could not do anything, they really did not know what to do. Speaking of which, Elder Lu had really seen Zhao Shihao's symptoms in the ancient medical book that Chen Meng'er had given him recently. However, he had yet to fully study it, so he didn't dare to rashly respond. However, Elder Lu didn't understand it, but it didn't mean that Chen Meng'er, this abnormal existence, didn't understand it. There is a way to treat it. However, to successfully treat it, this requires the help of this girl, Meng'er. Elder Lu smiled and kicked the ball to Chen Meng'er. Without this girl, I don't have the confidence. Then I'll have to trouble you and Meng'er. Girl, Grandpa Zhao will entrust your brother Little Hao to you. Elder Zhao looked at Chen Meng'er sincerely and said, Grandpa Zhao, don't say that. Grandpa and I will do our best. Chen Meng'er looked at her grandfather unhappily. Seriously, why would she be involved in this matter? However, Chen Meng'er had the best treatment plan in her mind. If she didn't use the best treatment plan, Chen Meng'er would really feel that it was a pity. Chen Meng'er and Elder Lu had a discussion about Zhao Shihao's treatment. When Chen Meng'er mentioned the best treatment method in her mind, Elder Lu did not understand at first. The treatment method that Chen Meng'er mentioned was somewhat different from what he had seen in the ancient medical book. It was like the acupuncture points had some changes. And in medicine, especially in acupuncture, these acupuncture points were very important. A little mistake and the effect would be completely different. If one was not careful, not only would they not be able to treat the disease, but they might also even lose their lives. Therefore, Elder Lu pointed out the acupuncture points that Chen Meng'er mentioned with a serious expression that were completely different from the ones in the ancient medical book. Meng'er, the two acupuncture points that you mention are different from the ones in the ancient medical book. Yes, I know. The acupuncture set in the ancient medical book was used to stop bleeding and expel the clotted blood in the internal organs. Last time, we had already applied acupuncture once. It stopped the bleeding in Hao's brain and also expelled a part of the blood clots. If this set of acupuncture was used again, the blood clots could be expelled, but the amount expelled was very small, so it had to be applied several times. If this set of acupuncture was used too much, it would damage the patient's brain to a certain extent. Chen Meng'er also had a sullen little face. She explained to Elder Lu, if we change these two acupoints, we can quickly expel the blood clots in Brother Little Hao's brain. And this set of acupuncture has no sequelae. However, this set of acupuncture can only expel the blood clots from the internal organs. It has no effect on stopping the bleeding. Grandpa, when we go back, I'll find the chapter on these two acupoints in the medical book and show it to you. Okay. Elder Lu looked at Chen Meng'er with pride and relief. When we get back, show me the contents of the medical book on these two acupoints and let me understand them. Elder Lu trusted his granddaughter, but his attitude was strict in medicine. He couldn't be careless. And Chen Meng'er also knew what Elder Lu insisted on. So, she nodded and said, okay. When Elder Lu and Qin Meng'er finished discussing in a low voice and walked over, Elder Zhao and Zhao Shihao's mother, Sun Jia, were already waiting anxiously. "How is it, Elder Lu?" Sun Jia was the first to lose her cool. Seeing Qin Meng'er and Elder Lu walking over, she opened her mouth to ask, "You don't have to worry. Since Meng'er and I have agreed to it, then we will definitely return you a lively son. However, we can't start the treatment today. We have to wait for Meng'er and I to go back and formulate the treatment plan in detail before we can start." Elder Lu could understand the psychology of a child's family. Therefore, he spoke in detail. Elder Lu was now like a simple traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. He didn't have the imposing manner of a mafia boss. Chen Meng'er looked at her grandfather, Elder Lu, from the side. She was wondering in her heart, what would her grandfather, Elder Lu, look like when he was in the mafia? Since Elder Lu said so, then there must be no problem. Sigh, I've been worried for so many days. I can finally relax. I can finally have a good sleep tonight. Elder Zhao really let go of the big rock that had been weighing on his heart. Yeah, I'll call Little House Father later to tell him the good news. Sun Jia didn't believe Elder Lu and Chen Meng'er, but she trusted her father-in-law. Since she married into the Zhao family, her father-in-law had always been in charge of the Zhao family. "Yes, go." Calling Jia to come back early, Grandpa Zhao instructed. "Okay, Dad. I got it. I'll go now," Sun Jia replied. After a while, it was already late. It was time for dinner. Originally, Chen Meng'er and Elder Lu planned to leave, but in the end, Grandpa Zhao forced them to stay for dinner. Zhao Shihao seemed to like Chen Meng'er. So, when Elder Zhao called Elder Lu and Chen Meng'er downstairs to eat, during this period of time, Zhao Shihao, who had been eating in his room, said, "Grandpa, I also want to eat downstairs with you. I want to talk to Meng'er. Is that okay?" Okay." Elder Zhao hesitated a little, but then he nodded and agreed. During this period of time, they had asked Zhao Shihao to stay in his room to eat because of his inconvenient left hand and left foot. Although the doctor had asked them to let Zhao Shihao exercise more, Grandpa Zhao and the others hadn't confirmed that Zhao Shihao's left hand and left foot couldn't be treated. They didn't want to hurt the child's confidence, so they chose to let Zhao Shihao stay in his room for the time being. However, now that they had a treatment method, Elder Zhao and the others' previous concerns were gone. Moreover, Elder Zhao had always thought that his grandchild was good at everything except that he didn't like to play with children of the same age or around the same age. At this moment, he was quite happy when he saw his grandchild taking the initiative to get close to Chen Meng'er. Zhao Shihao's face was full of joy when he heard his grandfather's words. Then, he couldn't wait to get out of bed. When he put on his slippers, his left foot couldn't fit through no matter how hard he tried. Sun Jia quickly went forward to help her son put on his slippers. "Meng'er, let's go downstairs to eat." Zhao Shihao didn't pay attention to the problem with his left foot. He stretched out his right hand, grabbed Chen Meng'er's small hand, and was about to walk out. This made Sun Jia, who wanted to support him by the side, anxious. Zhao Shihao's left foot was not controlled by his brain. Chen Meng'er knew what Sun Jia was worried about. So when Zhao Shihao held her hand and walked forward, Chen Meng'er pulled out her hand that was held by Zhao Shihao. She changed her position and held Zhao Shihao's arm. Most of the weight of Zhao Shihao's body was pressed on her body. "How? Your left hand and left foot are injured. It's not convenient for you at the moment. Let me help you," Chen Meng'er said softly. Originally, Sun Jia was afraid that her son would be in a bad mood if Chen Meng'er said it so bluntly. That was because her son had been irritated when he found that his left hand was out of control. However, Zhao Shihao didn't explode when he heard Chen Meng'er's words. Instead, he gave Chen Meng'er a sweet smile and said, "Yes." Then, he leaned on Chen Meng'er's small body and the two of them slowly walked downstairs. After dinner, Elder Lu and Elder Zhao had someone bring them a game of Go. The two elders were ready to fight a few rounds. As for Zhao Shihao, he held Chen Meng'er's small hand and sat on the sofa, chatting. Of course, Zhao Shihao was usually the one talking to Chen Meng'er. Chen Meng'er always acted as the audience. Occasionally, she would interject with a few words. "How? I'm here to see you." A pretty girl's voice sounded from outside the door. Chen Meng'er noticed that when Zhao Shihao heard this voice, he frowned. A trace of annoyance crossed his mind. Elder Lu was unhappy with this sudden sharp voice. He could not help but say in his heart, My girl is still the best. She is quiet and gentle. Elder Lu was looking at his granddaughter, Chen Meng'er, and everything else was the best. Other people were born to accompany his granddaughter. Wei Wei, walk slowly. Be careful not to fall. The voice of a woman that was so soft that water could drip out of it was followed by the voice of a little girl. Upon hearing this overly gentle voice, Chen Meng'er actually disliked it even more. People like this who deliberately changed their voice were not simple-minded. Along with the voice, a red figure rushed in from the door. Moreover, the target was clear. It was heading straight towards Zhao Shihao's direction. How? I heard from my mother that you fell and broke your head. So I came to see you. How is it? Does it still hurt? Lu Chenwei did not notice Chen Meng'er, who was sitting beside Zhao Shihao. She sat down on the sofa on the other side of Zhao Shihao, pulled Zhao Shihao's arm, and talked for a while. Zhao Shihao took his hand out of Lu Chenwei's hand with some disgust. He said coldly, I'm fine. Thank you for coming to see me. Zhao Shihao threw Lu Chenwei aside and turned to talk to Chen Meng'er. When Zhao Shihao turned around to face Chen Meng'er, he had a different expression on his face. The coldness in his voice had long disappeared. When Chen Meng'er saw who it was, she was quite surprised. She raised her eyebrows. She didn't know if she was too lucky or too unlucky today, or if she and Lu Chenwei were fated to each other, or if it was an ill-fated relationship. Ever since the start of school, Lu Chenwei had never liked Chen Meng'er. Whenever she had nothing to do, she would mock and ridicule Chen Meng'er. Several times, Chen Haoshuan could not help but want to go up and beat Lu Chenwei up, but he was stopped by Chen Meng'er. Chen Meng'er looked at Lu Chenwei, who was completely different from her usual self. She could not help but guess in her heart what Lu Chenwei's reaction would be if she saw her. Little Hao, are you okay? The woman who walked in behind Lu Chenwei said in surprise when she saw Zhao Shihao sitting on the sofa. She had heard from her husband's family that Zhao Shihao of the Zhao family had hit his head this time. It seemed that it wasn't very convenient for him to move. This made the woman who had taken a fancy to the Zhao family's family background and wanted to marry her daughter to the woman of the Zhao family feel a little disappointed. The opportunity to join a wealthy family like this had passed right in front of her eyes. This woman had come with the intention of buttering the family up. Wasn't that what she was thinking? Zhao Shihao had hurt his brain and was unable to move. It was impossible for her daughter to marry into the Zhao family. But no matter what, the Zhao family was still rich. Moreover, this was the best time to express their feelings. Therefore, this woman took the weekend to bring her daughter to the Zhao family in the city to visit Zhao Shihao. Hello? Anichio. Although Zhao Shihao didn't like the mother and daughter, he still had to be polite. Otherwise, his grandfather would probably give him a lecture later. Good. Qiuping replied. She sized up Zhao Shihao from head to toe. She thought that her in-law's family was really not well informed. If she hadn't brought her daughter on this trip today, this rich husband of hers might have gone just like that. Meanwhile, Elder Zhao and Zhao Shihao's father, who was sitting at the side watching his father play chess, frowned when they heard Qiuping's words. Meanwhile, Zhao Shihao's mother, Sun Jia, who came out from the kitchen with fruit, heard Qiuping's words. She couldn't help but ask, Qiuping, what do you mean? Do you want my son to be disabled? How could I? How could I be such a person? I heard from my family that little Hao fell down the stairs, so I brought Wei Wei to see little Hao. Qiuping looked at Sun Jia. She was no longer as arrogant as before when she faced Chen Meng'er's family. Chen Meng'er looked at Qiuping's stooping posture, and her eyes were full of contempt. As Qiuping spoke, she saw that Sun Jia's expression was a little relaxed, so she continued to say sternly, my husband went on a business trip. He's not at home, so he asked me to bring some supplements over for little Hao. Qiuping held the thing in her hand. After lifting it up and showing it to Sun Jia, she placed it next to the sofa. Sun Jia saw that Qiuping was really carrying something to visit her son, so it wasn't good for her to give her a look. She could only suppress the displeasure in her heart. She smiled and said, then I'm sorry. I was too excited just now. You also know that little Hao is my only child. He's my lifeline. As long as I hear someone say something about him, my temper can't be controlled. Come, sit. Sun Jia explained to Qiuping as if it was true or false. However, people with brains would know after careful consideration that Sun Jia was not sincerely apologizing to Qiuping. She was just telling Qiuping in her words that she should not challenge her bottom line. Although Qiu was scheming, her scheming was all about how to get close to the uncle and obtain more benefits. She did not think about the deeper meaning of Sun Jia's words. She thought Sun Jia was really apologizing to her. It's okay. It's okay. I understand. Qiu smiled and nodded. Ever since Lu Chenwei and Qiu came in, Chen Meng'er had been a bystander. However, Chen Meng'er was quite curious about the relationship between Lu Chenwei, Qiu and the Zhao family. If Qiu was related to the Zhao family, then Lu Chenwei was related to the Zhao family. However, ever since the mother and daughter came in, Elder Zhao and Zhao Shihao's father, Zhao Yingjia, treated the mother and daughter as heir. The mother and daughter didn't have any manners at all. The daughter came straight to Zhao Shihao's side. As a mother, she didn't educate her daughter. Instead, like her daughter, she didn't greet the host when she came in. Chen Meng'er listened to Zhao Shihao's incessant chatter in one ear, while her mind wandered off somewhere. Sun Jia was too lazy to bother with the mother and daughter. She had never understood what was going on with her sister-in-law's family. Why would they agree to her son marrying such a vain woman? Sun Jia was still holding a fruit plate in her hand. She turned her head and looked at Chen Meng'er, who was sitting beside her son and listening to her son's words obediently. The smile on her face suddenly became much more sincere. Come, Meng'er, eat the fruit. Auntie doesn't know what you like to eat, so I prepared a little of everything that we have at home. Chen Meng'er's docility and cuteness could be said to be in line with every mother's expectation of their daughter. And for Sun Jia, who had always wanted a daughter, Chen Meng'er's allure was even greater. Thank you, Auntie. I like all of these. Chen Meng'er was pulled back by Sun Jia's voice. She smiled at Sun Jia, revealing the two deep dimples on her face. Our Meng'er is so obedient. Sun Jia was instantly subdued by Chen Meng'er's smile. She touched Chen Meng'er's hair and spoke. When Sun Jia was talking to Chen Meng'er, Lu Chenwei and Qiu turned their attention to Chen Meng'er, who was sitting next to Zhao Shihao. Qiu looked at the doll-like girl and felt that she looked familiar, but she couldn't remember her at the moment. She looked at the clothes Chen Meng'er was wearing and knew that this child came from a good family background. Therefore, although she didn't know about Chen Meng'er's background, she didn't dare to show her arrogant and rude appearance at the school gate. When Lu Chenwei saw the face of the person sitting on the other side of Zhao Shihao, Lu Chenwei stood up from the sofa in surprise. Then, as if she had seen a ghost, she pointed at Chen Meng'er. She questioned Chen Meng'er loudly. Chen Meng'er, why are you at my brother Little Hao's house? Lu Chenwei's loud voice made everyone's faces show displeasure. This time, Elder Lu's expression also became very ugly, especially when he saw the girl pointing at his precious granddaughter. Chen Meng'er shrugged in the face of Lu Chenwei's question and didn't answer. Chen Meng'er really didn't know how to answer Lu Chenwei. Should she tell Lu Chenwei the truth that she was here to treat Zhao Shihao with her grandfather? Chen Meng'er didn't say anything, but Zhao Shihao didn't want to do it. He looked at Lu Chenwei coldly. Why can't Meng'er stay at my house? He asked. How? This Chen Meng'er is really bad. Don't think that just because she's dressed very well, she's good. She's actually a country bumpkin. From the first day that Lu Chenwei saw Chen Meng'er, she couldn't help but compare with her, from the way she dressed, the way she ate, and even the way she studied. But Lu Chenwei, who had always been sought after by others since she was young, was inferior to Chen Meng'er in every way. Therefore, her feelings of envy, jealousy, and hatred slowly began to ferment in her heart. Until today, when she saw Chen Meng'er at Little Hao's house, which she liked very much. When she saw Little Hao, who had always disliked her and avoided her, actually surrounding Chen Meng'er, it caused her dissatisfaction toward Chen Meng'er to suddenly erupt from the bottom of her heart. Chen Meng'er knew that Lu Chenwei was dissatisfied with her because Lu Chenwei had always spoken ill of her behind her back. And because Chen Meng'er had an adult soul in her heart, she had always been tolerant and ignored Lu Chenwei's little tricks. Therefore, she was not surprised by what Lu Chenwei said today. Lu Chenwei, shut up. I forbid you to talk about Meng'er like that. She is my sister. If you continue to talk about her like that, please leave. Don't ever step into my house again. Zhao Shihao acted like Chen Meng'er's protector. He stood up from the sofa. He pointed at the door and shouted at Lu Chenwei sternly. This made Elder Lu, who was ready to stand up for Chen Meng'er, look at Zhao Shihao, who stood up for his granddaughter. He sat down in satisfaction. Then, He smiled and said to Elder Zhao, "Mim, your grandchild is not bad." It seemed that Elder Lu was very satisfied with Zhao Shihao's performance. "It's good that you're satisfied. Why don't we arrange a mock marriage between our two families? Look, my grandchild is also a good-looking person. He's not bad for your Meng'er." Elder Zhao was very fond of Qu Meng'er, this obedient and cute little girl. Just like that, he was one step slower than Elder Lu. Since he did not accept this goddaughter, he had the idea of having a granddaughter-in-law. Don't even think about it. Not to mention that my Meng'er is still young. But your grandchild looks pretty good now. I wonder if he will grow crooked in the future. Moreover, I can't bear to let my granddaughter marry out. When that time comes, I'll find a son-in-law for my granddaughter. This made Zhao Jia, who was listening to the two old men at the side, could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. How can you yell at me for Qu Meng'er? She's your sister, and I'm also your sister. I'll go back and tell my aunt that you're bullying me, and that you're all bullying me." As he spoke, Lu Chenwei began to cry loudly. When Lu Chenwei cried, Qiu Ping's heart ached. She walked over, hugged her daughter, and coaxed, "Wei Wei, be good. Don't cry." After Qiu Ping coaxed Lu Chenwei, she turned to look at Zhao Shihao. She said, "Little Hao, Wei Wei is also a sister. Why are you scolding her for others? Look, she's crying. You're the elder brother here." After Qiu Ping said that, she glared fiercely at Qu Meng'er. Just now, when her daughter, Lu Chenwei, called out Qu Meng'er's name, she remembered who this girl was. Right now, she simply didn't take Qu Meng'er, this country child, to heart. All she did was acknowledge a rich god-grandfather. No, it's Lu Chenwei's fault. She was the one who scolded Meng'er first. Zhao Shihao stubbornly glanced to the side. Zhao Shihao didn't cooperate, and the two old men, as well as Zhao Jia, acted as if they had nothing to do with it. Sun Jia, the lady of the Zhao family, had no choice but to step forward and smooth things over. "All right, Chenwei is the most obedient. Don't cry." However, how could Lu Chenwei, the spoiled young lady of her family, give up so easily? When Sun Jia and her mother were coaxing her, she suddenly exerted her strength and rushed towards Qu Meng'er, who was standing beside Zhao Shihao. Qu Meng'er was focused on listening to Zhao Shihao talking to her and didn't notice Lu Chenwei. When she noticed Lu Chenwei had already rushed in front of her. Then, when she didn't have any reaction, she directly knocked Qu Meng'er onto the sofa. Qu Meng'er's body fell onto the sofa, but her head hit the wooden armrest of the sofa. Qu Meng'er couldn't help but cry out in pain. Meng'er, Elder Lu, Elder Zhao, Zhao Jia, Zhao Shihao and the others watched as Qu Meng'er was knocked down by Lu Chenwei, but they didn't have time to stop her. And this Lu Chenwei knocking Qu Meng'er down didn't count. She reached out to pull Qu Meng'er's hair. Fortunately, Zhao Shihao grabbed Lu Chenwei's hand and knocked her to the ground. Only then did Qu Meng'er avoid being hurt again. And Qu Meng'er, who was knocked down to her head. When she was knocked down again, the first thought that came to her mind was, with my broken body, it looks like martial arts will be on the schedule. Wow. Lu Chenwei, who had been knocked down by Zhao Shihao, sat on the ground and burst into tears. In order to arouse the pity of the adults, Lu Chenwei firmly remembered the idea that her mother had instilled in her since she was young. Girls had to make good use of their tears. However, Lu Chenwei's mother, Qiu Ping, had forgotten to tell her daughter that a girl's tears were actually worthless. Moreover, sometimes, a girl's tears could not only cause no one to pity her, but also cause others to be annoyed. Especially in contrast to Qu Meng'er, who had a headache but was strong enough not to cry. Lu Chenwei's cries annoyed everyone except for her mother, Qiu Ping. "Meng'er, how are you? Where did you hit your head?" Zhao Shihao did not look at Lu Chenwei, who was sitting on the ground bawling. He wanted to help Qu Meng'er up. Elder Lu ran over at this moment. He helped Qu Meng'er, who had hit her head, up and asked in a worried voice, "Meng'er, how are you? Where did you hit your head? Let Grandpa take a look." As Elder Lu spoke, he checked Qu Meng'er's pulse. He saw that Qu Meng'er had hit the armrest of the sofa with quite a lot of force. He was afraid that she would hurt her head. Therefore, he had to examine Qu Meng'er. Qu Meng'er was in so much pain that she didn't want to speak. Moreover, Lu Chenwei's crying gave her a headache. Elder Lu checked Qu Meng'er's pulse. Fortunately, she didn't hurt her head, which made him sigh in relief. However, when he saw Chen Meng'er's small frown, his heart ached. He couldn't help but blame himself in his heart. He was really useless. He actually let his granddaughter be bullied in front of him. What are you crying for? Meng'er didn't even cry. What right do you have to cry? If you cry again, do you believe that I won't throw you out directly? Elder Lu glared at Lu Chenwei. If it was not for the fact that the person who hurt his granddaughter, Qu Meng'er, was a child, he would have gotten someone to go down and teach the person who hurt his granddaughter a good lesson. He would let her know who she could offend and who she could not offend. Lu Chenwei was so frightened by Elder Lu's roar that she stopped crying. It was only because she had cried too much just now that she was still burping. What's wrong with you? It's normal for children to quarrel. You're an adult. How can you bully a child? Qiu Ping saw Elder Lu glaring at her daughter, and she immediately refused to accept it. She was afraid of Elder Zhao, but she was not afraid of this Elder Lu whom she had met for the first time. Elder Lu first ignored Qiu Ping, who was throwing a tantrum. After he finished lecturing Lu Chenwei, he lowered his head to check on the injury on Chen Meng'er's head. Elder Lu looked at the swollen spot on Chen Meng'er's forehead, and his heart ached. Meng'er, does it hurt? Grandpa will take you back now and apply some medicine on it. It's okay, Grandpa. It doesn't hurt very much. Chen Meng'er had already recovered, although the bump on her head was still faintly painful. However, when she saw Elder Lu, who was full of worry and self-blame, she couldn't bear it and comforted him instead. However, Chen Meng'er didn't know that the more obedient she was and the stronger she looked, the more heartache she felt. Sun Jia also looked at Chen Meng'er's swollen area with heartache and said, Elder Lu, why don't I go to the kitchen and get some ice to apply on Meng'er to reduce the swelling? Okay, sorry for the trouble. Elder Lu gently touched Chen Meng'er's hair and replied. Elder Lu ignored Qiu Ping, but Elder Zhao couldn't bear to hear it. Qiu Ping, what are you saying? The children are noisy, but they aren't as vicious as your daughter, Lu Chenwei. Look, Lu Chenwei hit Meng'er's head until it swelled up. Elder Zhao looked at the swelling on Chen Meng'er's forehead. His heart ached. Uncle Zhao, children from the countryside usually play like this. If you're not careful, you'll bump into them. Children from the countryside have thick skin. They'll be fine after a fall. Qiu Ping didn't feel the slightest bit sorry for her daughter's actions. Instead, she felt a little happy. Heh, what a nice thing to say. Children from the countryside have thick skin. They'll be fine after a fall. Elder Lu sneered and turned to look at Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao, can I borrow your home phone for a moment? Oh. Okay. Elder Zhao knew Elder Lu's identity, but it was the first time he saw Elder Lu's cold face. It made people's hearts tremble. After Elder Lu got Elder Zhao's permission, he said to Zhao Shihao, help me take good care of Meng'er. Grandpa Lu, go make a call. Okay. Grandpa Lu, don't worry. I will take good care of Meng'er. I won't let anyone bully Meng'er anymore. Zhao Shihao still blamed himself. He blamed himself for causing Chen Meng'er to be hurt because of him. Okay. Grandpa Lu believes in you. After saying that, Elder Lu glanced coldly at Lu Chenwei and Qiu Ping before making a phone call. Although Chen Meng'er didn't know what her Grandpa Lu wanted to do, she knew that her Grandpa Lu was going to take care of this mother and daughter. In fact, even if Elder Lu didn't make a move, Chen Meng'er would still remember this mother and daughter. Right now, Chen Meng'er might not have the ability to seek revenge on this mother and daughter pair. However, Chen Meng'er believed that if she was given a few more years, she would have the ability to take back from this mother and daughter pair everything that they had done to her today, with interest and principle. When Qiu Ping looked at the murderous aura emanating from her entire body that made people tremble uncontrollably, her heart truly began to be afraid. She realized later that she might have kicked an iron plate today and offended someone she couldn't afford to offend. When Elder Lu went to make a call, Qiu Ping wanted to pull her daughter Lu Chenwei and leave. However, Zhao Yingjie, who had been silent the entire time, opened his mouth at this moment and said, I advise you not to walk around now. Actually, you can hide today, but not tomorrow. Zhao Yingjie was the only person in the Zhao family who knew Elder Lu's identity. He could tell that Qiu Ping and Lu Chenwei had really offended Elder Lu, and at this time, he couldn't let Qiu Ping and Lu Chenwei leave. If the Zhao family let Qiu Ping and Lu Chenwei leave while Elder Lu was on the phone, then Elder Lu would definitely vent some of his anger on the Zhao family. The Zhao family could not bear Elder Lu's anger. Moreover, Qiuping and Lu Chenwei had nothing to do with the Zhao family. It was not worth the Zhao family to bear Elder Lu's anger for them. Zhao Yingjie's words made Qiuping's face stiffen. She did not expect the silent Zhao Yingjie to stop her from leaving. At this moment, Elder Lu walked over after making the call. He didn't look at Qiuping and Lu Chenwei, who were standing there as if they were about to leave. He took the ice bag from Sun Jia's hand and applied it on Qu Meng'er's bump. About 10 minutes later, Qu Meng'er heard the sound of a car engine outside the door. Not only Qu Meng'er, but everyone in the room heard it. For some reason, Qiuping's bad premonition grew stronger and stronger. She wanted to take her daughter away, but her legs couldn't move no matter how hard she tried. It was as if they were filled with lead. Meng'er, sit here obediently with little Hao. Grandpa will go outside and bring Uncle Zhuge and the others in. Elder Lu gently coaxed Qu Meng'er. Yes, Grandpa will go. Qu Meng'er listened to Elder Lu's tone when he spoke to her. Her forehead was about to be filled with black lines. Speaking of which, her grandfather, Elder Lu, didn't talk to her like this before. Well, Elder Lu, I know I was wrong. I asked my daughter to apologize to your granddaughter. Qiuping saw Elder Lu stand up and walk out. She finally decided to admit defeat. However, Elder Lu was not an ordinary old man. His heart had never been soft. When so many people kneeling in front of him, kowtowing and apologizing, begging him to spare their lives, Elder Lu had never relented. That was not to mention Qiuping's insincere submission. It's too late. Didn't you say that children in the countryside are thick-skinned? Didn't you say that it's normal for children in the countryside to fight? Since you've said so, how can I not let your words be verified? After saying that, Elder Lu walked out. This Elder Lu made Elder Zhao and the others feel a trace of fear in their hearts. However, Qu Meng'er's heart was filled with excitement. She finally saw the boss of the Green Gang. They didn't understand what Elder Lu meant, but when they saw the people who followed Elder Lu into the house, they understood. They understood what Elder Lu and Qiuping meant. Elder Lu followed Zhuge Yu and the other two. Behind the three of them was a group of boys about the same age as Zhao Shihao. However, a discerning person could tell at a glance that Zhao Shihao, who was pampered, could not compare to this group of boys in terms of physical fitness. When Qu Meng'er saw the group of boys who came in, she was extremely surprised. She originally thought that her grandfather, Elder Lu, would call some people from the Green Gang to scare Qiuping and her daughter. She did not expect that her grandfather would find this group of boys out of nowhere. Qu Meng'er wasn't the only one who was surprised. Elder Zhao and the others were dumbfounded when they saw the people who walked in. Since you said that children from the countryside are thick-skinned and there's nothing wrong with fighting, let's begin. With a gesture from Elder Lu, the children who came in immediately surrounded Qiuping and Lu Chenwei. Mom, I'm scared. Lu Chenwei saw the eager-looking boys surrounding them and turned around to hug her mother's thigh. You can't do this. You're bullying us. Qiuping couldn't help but be afraid. These were children who were half-grown, logically speaking. An adult like her shouldn't be afraid. But when those children surrounded her, she couldn't help but tremble. Those boys weren't the children of ordinary families. These boys were orphans adopted by the Green Gang from various orphanages. They were given a good education and introduced to the Green Gang from a young age. When they grew up, of course, they had to help the Green Gang. Therefore, the strength of these boys wasn't something that ordinary children could compare to. When these boys surrounded Qiuping and Lu Chenwei, the mother and daughter tried to resist and counterattack. However, under the siege of these boys, their resistance and counterattacks were useless. After a while, they heard the two hugging their heads and squatting on the ground begging for mercy. Don't fight anymore, don't fight anymore. Sob, 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 Mom, Dad. It hurts, it hurts. Elder Lu saw that it was about time, so he said, okay, stop. With Elder Lu's order, the boys stopped. They scattered. Lu Chenwei and Qiuping, who were squatting on the ground and holding their heads, were revealed. Today, I'm just giving you and your daughter a small warning. I want you to remember who you can't touch. If you touch them, you'll have to pay a painful price. Elder Lu paused for a moment. Then, he continued, this matter will not end here. I will find Lu Guebao and have a good talk with him. I will ask him how he raised his descendants. He actually raised such a ruthless granddaughter. Elder Lu turned to Chen Meng'er and said, Meng'er, let's go home. Okay. Chen Meng'er stood up obediently. She walked to Elder Lu's side and held his hand, preparing to leave. Meng'er, remember to come and play with me. When I recover from my illness, I'll come and play with you too. Zhao Shihao was very reluctant to let Chen Meng'er leave. Okay. Chen Meng'er agreed. Meanwhile, Elder Zhao apologized to Elder Lu. Elder Lu, I'm really sorry about today. Meng'er was injured. Just this once. Elder Lu didn't say that it was okay. Instead, he looked at Elder Zhao and said with a straight face. However, Elder Zhao let out a sigh of relief after hearing what Elder Lu said. Since Elder Lu said that today, it meant that today's matter was over. After Elder Lu, Chen Meng'er, and the others left. Sun Jia thought for a moment. She couldn't help but say to her father-in-law and her husband, Dad, Ingjia, I want to call my sister and tell them about what happened tonight so that they won't be unprepared when Elder Lu comes to find them. Sun Jia was still worried about her sister and her brother-in-law. Zhao Ingjia didn't answer. Instead, he turned to look at his father, waiting for his father's reply. Elder Zhao thought for a moment and said, Call them. Sun Jia's sister received a call from Sun Jia. After hearing the whole story from Sun Jia, she was so angry that she was about to smoke. Sun Jia's sister had never taken a fancy to this sister-in-law. She was snobbish and mercenary. And now, she had brought trouble to the Lu family. Although Sun Jia's sister didn't know what Elder Lu was doing nor what his identity was, she still knew that they couldn't afford to offend Elder Lu. This was something that they had been told before they got married. But now it was good. This sister-in-law of hers had actually offended Elder Lu. Wasn't she going to destroy the Lu family? Sun Jia's sister hung up her sister's phone and rushed to her father-in-law and husband to tell them about this matter. When Elder Lu heard about this matter, he was even more angry. He stood up from his seat and slammed the table a few times. They are going to destroy our Lu family. Go and beat up the boss and bring him home. Qiu Ping and Lu Qinwei, who had been badly frightened and had been taught a lesson by the boys that Elder Lu had called over, returned to the Lu family with scars all over their faces. When the mother and daughter walked through the door, they saw Elder Lu, who was supposed to be asleep, sitting on a chair in the living room with a sullen face. Father, you must help me take revenge. That Chen Meng'er. She looked for someone to beat me. Although Lu Qinwei was taught by her mother to be mature and manipulative, she was just a 7-year-old child. In many things, she was still in a state of ignorance. Although Lu Qinwei was afraid of Elder Lu, she didn't know Elder Lu's identity. Her family couldn't afford to offend him. Therefore, when she saw that he was her omnipotent father, she couldn't help but tell on her father. She wanted her father to come out and help her deal with Elder Lu and Chen Meng'er. Normally, Lu Qinwei's 24-year-old father would immediately follow Lu Qinwei's words and ask her who bullied her. He would go to her to get back at her. However, Lu Wenqi, Lu Qinwei's father, who had already found out what happened from his father, didn't come out as usual. Instead, he frowned and looked at Qiu Ping, who was standing beside Lu Qinwei. Lu Qinwei, be a good girl and stand on the wall. Elder Lu had always been a little biased towards boys. He did not really like this granddaughter of his. However, no matter how much Elder Lu valued boys, Lu Qinwei was still the flesh and blood of the Lu family. Moreover, how old was Lu Qinwei? She was only 7 years old. Therefore, Elder Lu naturally pushed the responsibility of the whole matter to Qiu Ping, the mother. Elder Lu had his own thoughts. The reason why her granddaughter would do those outrageous things was because of Qiu Ping's nature. The person Lu Qinwei was most afraid of was her grandfather, Elder Lu. Therefore, when she was called by Elder Lu, her body couldn't help but shiver. Then, she raised her head to ask her parents for help. However, Qiu Ping couldn't even protect herself now. How could she save her daughter, Lu Qinwei? And Lu Wenqi would definitely not stand up when his father was in a rage. Moreover, Elder Lu only asked Lu Qinwei to reflect on her past. Seeing that no one could help her, Lu Qinwei could only obediently run to the place that Elder Lu had designated to reflect on her past. After Elder Lu dealt with Lu Qinwei, he targeted his eldest daughter-in-law, Qiu Ping. Originally, he was not very satisfied with his eldest daughter-in-law. If it wasn't for the fact that Qiu Ping's father had the power to transfer his eldest son back, Would he have let Xiu Ping enter the Lu family? Don't even think about it. Even if he had Lu Chenwei, the granddaughter of the Lu family, it was impossible. Xiu Ping, do you know who you offended today? Elder Lu looked at Xiu Ping and asked coldly. Dad, I don't know. Xiu Ping looked at the overly calm Elder Lu. In her heart, she was so afraid that she couldn't even speak properly. I don't know. Heh, what a nice way of saying you don't know. Xiu Ping, usually, I turn a blind eye to the things you've caused outside with the Lu family's reputation. I don't care about it. However, this time, you've offended Elder Lu. He's someone from the central government. Whenever he sees you, he has to treat you with respect. Tell me, if he uses this incident to deal with the Lu family, what will happen to the Lu family? Elder Lu said. His voice grew louder and louder until his face began to turn red. The end result will be our Lu family's news in China. Are you satisfied with this outcome? Dad, I didn't want to. I didn't know Elder Lu's identity. If I knew, I definitely wouldn't have dared to ask Wei Wei to provoke him. Besides, the girl who was with Elder Lu, her parents were from the countryside. I thought she didn't have any background, so? Xiu Ping had never expected this. All right, you've been explained to me here. Tomorrow, your family will follow me to Elder Lu's place to apologize to him. As for Xiu Ping, you better behave yourself in the future. If there's a next time, I'll ask Wenqi to divorce you directly. And Chenwei, transfer her to a school in the city. I'll teach her personally. Elder Lu didn't dare to place his granddaughter Lu Chenwei next to her mother. Otherwise, when Lu Chenwei grew up, he didn't know what she would look like. Xiu Ping and Lu Wenqi had no room to resist Elder Lu's decision. Early the next morning, Elder Lu took Lu Chenwei and her family to Elder Lu's big pharmacy to apologize to him. When Lu Chenwei heard her grandfather's decision, she was very unhappy. She didn't want to apologize to Qu Meng'er, that country bumpkin. Moreover, yesterday, she was severely beaten up by someone called by Qu Meng'er's grandfather. Her body was now covered in bruises. Lu Chenwei felt that if she wanted to apologize, it was Qu Meng'er who came to apologize to her. Why should she apologize to Qu Meng'er? Lu Chenwei pouted, her face full of unwillingness. However, she didn't dare to voice out her dissatisfaction in front of her grandfather. Lu Chenwei didn't say it, but her face showed it. So, before getting into the car, Elder Lu saw the unhappy expression on his granddaughter Lu Chenwei's face, and he was instantly angry. Lu Chenwei, I'm telling you, put away the expression on your face. No matter how unhappy you are, you're not allowed to show it. If you provoke Elder Lu later and don't intend to let our Lu family go, our Lu family will just wait to disappear in Province S. With that, Elder Lu snorted and got into the car. In fact, Elder Lu's words were not just for Lu Chenwei, but also for Lu Chenwei's mother, Xiu Ping. Elder Lu knew that Xiu Ping was unhappy. In order to prevent Xiu Ping from causing trouble for him later, Elder Lu gave her a warning in advance. When Elder Lu brought Lu Chenwei and her family to the Lu family, Qu Meng'er had already gotten up and was exercising in the courtyard with Elder Lu. Last night, when Elder Lu brought Qu Meng'er back with a head injury, he started to fiddle with the herbs to apply on Qu Meng'er's forehead to reduce the swelling. Elder Lu looked at Qu Meng'er's forehead while fiddling with it. He said to Qu Meng'er, it's grandfather's fault this time. Grandfather will definitely not let this happen again. Grandfather, this was never your fault. I was too weak. Qu Meng'er looked at the guilty Elder Lu and comforted him. Hey, Grandpa, aren't you afraid that I will be bullied again? How about this? You teach me Kung Fu. Qu Meng'er felt that her suggestion was very good. In her previous life, she had learned internal martial arts, which emphasized softness. And Elder Lu was the master of external martial arts. Qu Meng'er was curious. She wondered if the power of internal martial arts and external martial arts would be greatly enhanced if they were combined. You want to learn Kung Fu from me? Elder Lu stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Qu Meng'er. Yes, why? Grandpa, you don't want to teach me? Qu Meng'er blinked her big eyes and looked at Elder Lu. It was as if she would cry if he said he didn't want to. How could I? Grandpa, I can't wait to teach my Meng'er all the secret techniques passed down in the family. But Meng'er, learning Kung Fu is definitely a tiring thing. It's not only boring, but also very hard. It also requires perseverance. Meng'er, can you persevere? Even if Chen Meng'er didn't say it, Elder Lu had thought of teaching Chen Meng'er the Lu family's fist techniques. But it wasn't now. He wanted to wait until Chen Meng'er was older before teaching her. In the end, Elder Lu still felt sorry for his precious granddaughter, whom he should have just acknowledged. He couldn't bear to see his precious granddaughter suffer. "Grandpa, don't worry. I won't find it tiring. I won't find it tiring. I will persevere. I won't give up." Chen Meng'er pursed her lips tightly as she looked at Elder Lu with a serious face. She wanted to show Elder Lu her determination. Okay, since Meng'er is willing to learn, then Grandpa will definitely not hide anything. In this case, from tomorrow morning, Meng'er will have to wake up early to practice with Grandpa, Elder Lu said. He continued to match the herbs with his hands. Okay, Grandpa, I will definitely wake up early tomorrow. This morning, Chen Meng'er woke up early and put on her sportswear. She started her martial arts career with Elder Lu. Chen Meng'er had excellent bones in this life and was suitable for practicing martial arts. In addition to the 20 years of accumulation of Chen Meng'er in her previous life, her ability to comprehend the Lu family style made Elder Lu happy. Zhuge, Fatty, and Skinny were all shocked. They didn't expect that their little miss was not only talented in traditional Chinese medicine, but also a genius in martial arts. They couldn't help but sigh. Their Mr. really picked up a treasure this time. "Mister, the people from the Lu family are here. They said that they are here to apologize to the little Mississippi." Just as Chen Meng'er completed her horse stance according to Elder Lu's request, Xiao Lu rushed over and said to Elder Lu, "Yes, I got it." Elder Lu nodded his head indifferently. But Fatty could not hold it in. He said from the side, "Humph. Does this Lu family think that the people from the Green Gang are easy to bully or something? They hooked up with our little Mississippi. Do they think that they can just apologize and be done with it? There is no such thing in the world. Fatty, don't say too much." Skinny nudged Fatty's arm, hinting for him to shut up. Fatty looked at Elder Lu, whose face didn't look too good, and finally shut his mouth. "Since they're here, it's not good for us not to go out. Let's go over and see what kind of attitude the Lu family has," Elder Lu said. He turned to Chen Meng'er and said, "Meng'er, you go with them too. Well, they're here to apologize to you. If you're not here, who are they going to apologize to?" Okay. Chen Meng'er didn't have any opinion on the fact that Elder Lu had brought Lu Chenwei and her family to apologize so early in the morning. However, Chen Meng'er believed that if she didn't have an amazing god-grandfather after yesterday's incident, not only would the Lu family not apologize, but they might also even blame her for being tactless. She had offended the precious eldest daughter of the Lu family. Elder Lu and Lu Chenwei's family had been brought to the back hall by Xiao Lu and were currently sitting in the hall. When Elder Lu held Chen Meng'er's hand and Zhuge, Fatty, and Skinny walked in, Elder Lu hurriedly stood up and greeted him with a flattering smile. "Elder Lu, I brought my son's family to apologize to you today." To be honest, after Elder Lu reprimanded Xiaoping yesterday, he asked Xiaoping about Chen Meng'er's specific information. When he heard that this girl was only Elder Lu's god-granddaughter, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief in his heart. There was a big difference between a biological child and one who wasn't related by blood. Elder Lu thought, well, the reason why Elder Lu was so angry yesterday was because someone had bullied his god-granddaughter in front of him. He couldn't bear it. Anyway, in short, Elder Lu didn't understand Elder Lu, so there was such a deep misunderstanding. And more importantly, Elder Lu wanted to use yesterday's incident to have an excuse to visit Elder Lu. He wanted to use this opportunity to build a relationship with Elder Lu. This way, it would be the most powerful thing for the Lu family. After Elder Lu heard Elder Lu's words, he said with a fake smile, "Elder Lu, your apology is wrong. Your granddaughter hit my granddaughter yesterday." Elder Lu didn't expect that Elder Lu would be so disrespectful to him. Dissatisfaction rose in his heart. However, he didn't dare to show it. Instead, he turned his head to look at Chen Meng'er, who was standing beside Elder Lu. She wasn't even as tall as Elder Lu's waist. When Elder Lu saw Chen Meng'er's small face, he said in his heart, "No wonder she's so popular with this Lu. Her face is exquisite. It's a good choice to use it for marriage when she grows up." "Oh, so this is your granddaughter. She's really good looking." After Elder Lu said that to Elder Lu, he lifted up an expression that he thought was very kind. He smiled and said to Chen Meng'er, "Her name is Meng'er. right? Chen Wei already knew that she was wrong yesterday. Grandpa Lu has already criticized her. Can our Meng'er forgive her? Qu Meng'er looked at Elder Lu's hypocritical face, and her hands itched. She really wanted to tear off his hypocritical face with her own hands. But Qu Meng'er thought about it and did so. She tilted her head. She looked at Elder Lu innocently and said, Grandpa Lu, you said that Lu Chenwei knows that she's wrong, but why didn't she personally come and apologize to me? My grandfather taught me that I have to take responsibility for my mistakes. After saying that, Qu Meng'er turned to look at Elder Lu. Grandpa, do you think I'm right? Yes, our Meng'er is very right. Whoever did something wrong should apologize. Elder Lu reached out and rubbed Qu Meng'er's hair as he said dotingly. Elder Lu had come today in the name of apologizing to climb up to Elder Lu. He had thought, well, as the head of the Lu family, he had stepped out to help apologize. Elder Lu would definitely give him face. Elder Lu had overestimated his face. His face was nothing in front of Elder Lu. From the moment Qu Meng'er saw Elder Lu, she knew why he was here today. However, who was Qu Meng'er? How could she be willing to be the stepping stone for others to climb up? Since Elder Lu had said so, Elder Lu could only turn to Lu Chenwei, who was hiding behind her mother, Xiaoping, and shouted, Chenwei, come here and apologize to your sister Meng'er. Lu Chenwei heard her grandfather's words and could not help but shrink behind her mother. Xiaoping also felt sorry for her daughter, but the situation today was different. If her daughter's performance today was not good and ruined her father-in-law's matter, she was sure that her father-in-law would ask her husband to divorce her. Therefore, Xiaoping could only harden her heart and was pulled out by her daughter, Lu Chenwei, who was hiding behind her. Wei Wei, go and apologize to your little sister. I'm sorry. Lu Chenwei was dragged by her mother and walked to Qu Meng'er's side. She said unwillingly. After saying that, Lu Chenwei even looked at Elder Lu timidly. Qu Meng'er was not a kind person. If Lu Chenwei's apology had any sincerity, she would not mind. After all, she had the soul of an adult. She felt quite embarrassed to be entangled with a 7-year-old child. However, when she saw Lu Chenwei apologizing to her, her eyes could not hide her hatred. Qu Meng'er sneered in her heart, but there was an innocent smile on her face. She looked at Lu Chenwei and said, Lu Chenwei, if you don't want to apologize to me, then forget it. You're apologizing while looking at me with hatred in your eyes. It gives me goosebumps. I'm afraid that I'll have nightmares at night. Qu Meng'er's words made Elder Lu, Zhuge Yu, and the others' gazes fall on Lu Chenwei, who was being pulled by her mother. Well, Lu Chenwei's hateful gaze fell right into the eyes of Elder Lu and the others. Elder Lu was instantly furious. Did the Lu family think that he, Lu Bolin, was easy to bully or something? They came here to apologize, but they actually dared to look at his precious granddaughter in front of him with such a gaze. Well, I think it's fine if you don't apologize. I'm afraid that you won't apologize to my granddaughter in front of me now. If you go behind my back, the Lu family will bully you. After Elder Lu finished speaking, he said to Zhuge Yu and the others, send the guests off. Fatty, who received Elder Lu's order, was the first to act. He had long disliked this Lu family member in front of him. If it wasn't for the thin man who kept pulling him by the side and telling him not to be impulsive, he would have rushed up and settled the score with this family member. Let's go. Elder Lu, Fatty said with a fierce look. Elder Lu glared fiercely at Lu Chenwei, who had done more harm than good. He even planned to let his granddaughter Lu Chenwei apologize to Qu Meng'er and then build a good relationship with Qu Meng'er so as to win Elder Lu's favor. This way, the Lu family would have found a great backer. But now, not to mention appeasing Elder Lu's anger, Elder Lu was now completely holding a grudge against the Lu family. Hey, Elder Lu, don't be angry. Children aren't sensible. It would have been fine if Elder Lu hadn't mentioned anything about children, but when he mentioned it, it reminded Elder Lu of what Xiaoping said yesterday. He snorted coldly. He said, Humph. Are you going to say that it's normal for children to be noisy and rude? I really didn't expect that the words of your Lu family could be so similar. All right, Fatty, move quickly. Meng'er hasn't eaten breakfast yet. If Meng'er is starving, see how I'll deal with you. Yes, I'll go and deal with it now. When Fatty heard that his boss was starving his little miss, his heart ached. Therefore, he didn't waste any more words. He found someone and directly invited the Lu family members out of Elder Lu's pharmacy. Elder Lu originally wanted to stay and not leave, so he could continue wasting time with Elder Lu. However, Fatty was the most direct. It is fine if you don't leave, but I'll directly get someone to throw you out. Compared to being directly thrown out, Elder Lu still wisely chose to walk out by himself. It's so quiet around my ears. After Elder Lu and the others left, Elder Lu's face turned sunny like the weather. Meng'er, go have breakfast with Grandpa. Okay. Chen Meng'er didn't take the Lu family and Lu Chenwei's matter to heart. She had more important matters to discuss with her grandfather. Originally, Chen Meng'er had gone back this morning, but because of the sudden incident yesterday, Chen Meng'er's head swelled up a lot. It was Elder Lu who applied herbs on Chen Meng'er to reduce the swelling, but the effect was not very obvious. The side of her forehead was still swollen. Chen Meng'er did not want her parents to worry, so she simply chose to stay at Elder Lu's place for another day. This might have made Elder Lu extremely happy. After breakfast, Chen Meng'er hesitated for a moment. She looked at Elder Lu and said, "Grandpa, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" "Tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it for you." Elder Lu doted on his granddaughter endlessly. If those people on the street saw Elder Lu's attitude when he faced Chen Meng'er, they would definitely be shocked. Was this still the boss of the Green Gang who made the people on the street scared out of their wits? Actually, it's not a big deal. I just want to make a deal with you, Grandpa. Chen Meng'er blinked her eyes and smiled, revealing her deep dimples. When Elder Lu heard his granddaughter, Chen Meng'er, his interest was immediately piqued. He put down the teacup in his hand and looked up at Chen Meng'er. "Oh, what kind of deal? Grandpa, have you ever been in the stock market?" Chen Meng'er didn't speak directly, but instead asked, "Your grandpa played with this thing when he was abroad, but he didn't have the talent. After he lost a little, he never touched it again." Elder Lu said that he lost a little, but not just a little. That was quite a large sum of money. However, Elder Lu wouldn't say these things. However, he became even more curious. Why? Is the deal Meng'er mentioned related to this? Elder Lu thought of another matter. "Meng'er, how did you know about the stock?" One had to know that in China, most people had never heard of stock trading. "I saw it in the books in grandfather's study." Chen Meng'er must have thought about it carefully before mentioning it. Chen Meng'er only thought about it last night. However, Chen Meng'er really did see something about stocks in Elder Lu's study. Moreover, the books in Elder Lu's study were very miscellaneous and had almost everything. Elder Lu listened to Chen Meng'er and thought about it carefully. It was true. When he finished the stocks, he had specially searched for books about stocks. However, Elder Lu had forgotten one very important thing. The books on stocks in his study were all in English. Otherwise, he would have been puzzled. How could a 3-year-old child like Chen Meng'er know English? Moreover, it was a professional word related to economics. Oh, is that so? Our Meng'er is really smart. Elder Lu was already somewhat numb from being shocked by Chen Meng'er's monstrous talent. Then Meng'er, tell me, what kind of deal do you have with me? Is it related to stocks? Yes, it is related to stocks. I want to trade stocks, but Grandpa, you also know that at my age, not to mention going abroad, even if I wanted to trade stocks in China, I wouldn't be old enough to do so. So, I want to cooperate with you, said Chen Meng'er. Oh, you mean you want me to help you trade stocks, right? But, Meng'er, if we cooperate, what benefits will I get? Also, why did you suddenly think of the stock market? You have to know that the stock market is risky. If you don't do it well, you will lose everything. Elder Lu did not agree with Chen Meng'er's contact with the stock market. In fact, the stock market was similar to gambling. Actually, it's not just the stock market that is risky. As long as you want to make money, there will be risks. The stock market is because I want to make money. Chen Meng'er pursed her lips and said with a serious face. Chen Meng'er had never wanted to hide under Elder Lu's wings. Chen Meng'er knew very well that one day, she would use her own wings to soar into the sky. Previously, because of the overly comfortable life in this life, Chen Meng'er's fighting spirit was constantly weakening. However, just yesterday, after Chen Meng'er was pushed down by Lu Chenwei, she was shocked awake. She was now too weak that anyone could bully her and step on her. Therefore, yesterday, Chen Meng'er decided to practice martial arts to improve her strength. but also had to have the ability to make others wary of her. The foundation of this strength was money. Chen Meng'er had always known the importance of money. Therefore, Chen Meng'er thought of the stock market where money came the fastest. According to Chen Meng'er's memory in her previous life, at this time, the Chinese stock market had not yet started, but the foreign stock market had already developed and matured. And Chen Meng'er clearly remembered that the Japanese stock market was at a rising stage at this time. When Chen Meng'er thought of this matter, she wanted to hit her own head. How could she forget such an important matter? That was something that could make a huge profit. If Chen Meng'er did not think of this matter at this time, she would definitely regret it to death in the future. As for what benefits Grandpa can get, of course it's money. I will help Grandpa earn a lot of money. Chen Meng'er grinned and said with a smile, "You little girl, do you think that stocks are so easy to earn money? Also, you need money to buy stocks. Little girl, do you have money?" Elder Lu really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Grandpa, you have to believe me. I'm so smart. How could I lose money? As for money, I don't have it. But you do, Grandpa. You don't mind lending some money to your precious granddaughter, do you? I'll give you the interest." Chen Meng'er looked at Elder Lu and said ingratiatingly, "You brat, you really schemed against your grandpa," Elder Lu said with a smile. If it were anyone else who told Elder Lu that they wanted to make such a deal, he would definitely slam the table and scold them. However, Elder Lu was not angry at all when he faced his granddaughter, Chen Meng'er. On the contrary, he was very happy that he had been schemed against. "Then, grandfather, are you agreeing?" "Yay, grandfather, you're too kind. I love you too much." Chen Meng'er heard Elder Lu's words and jumped 3 feet high in joy. Then, she ran directly to Elder Lu's side. She gestured for Elder Lu to bend down, and Chen Meng'er gave him a heavy kiss on the face. Elder Lu was overjoyed when he was kissed by his granddaughter, Chen Meng'er. When Zhuge Yu and the others came in, they saw this scene. They had followed their boss for so long, but they had never seen their boss smile so happily. "Ah, just in time. Meng'er, your Uncle Zhuge, your Uncle Fatty, and your Uncle Kenny are all here. Tell me, where are you going to invest in the stock market? How much money are you going to invest? And when are you going to go?" Elder Lu asked these questions. In fact, he had already agreed to Chen Meng'er's proposal to invest in the stock market. When Zhuge Yu and the others heard Elder Lu say that Chen Meng'er wanted to invest in the stock market, they were so shocked that their mouths almost opened. "What? Sir, did I hear wrong? Little Miss wants to invest in the stock market?" Fatty could not keep his composure and asked. Zhuge Yu and the others also nodded their heads. Zhuge Yu and the others had all seen the matter of investing in the stock market with Elder Lu. When they saw that their sir had lost a large sum of money in the stock market, they kept a respectful distance from the stock market. Not only them, but also the members of the Green Gang. No one touched the stock market. "You didn't hear wrong, and I didn't say wrong either. Your little miss wanted to trade in the stock market. Moreover, I cooperated with her," Elder Lu said cheerfully. Elder Lu's words made Zhuge Yu and the others' mouths open slightly. They remembered it very clearly. Their boss had previously said that he would never touch stocks in the future. They did not expect that their little miss, Chen Meng'er, would have such a big impact on their boss, Elder Lu. "Surprised? I don't have the talent to trade stocks, but your little miss might. Your little miss said that she would let us wait to count the money," Elder Lu said, and looked at Chen Meng'er with a smile. In fact, Elder Lu was deliberately talking to Chen Meng'er, but Chen Meng'er's small face was very serious. "Yes, Grandpa is right. Uncle Zhuge, Uncle Fatty, Uncle Skinny, I will let you count the money until your hands cramp." As she said that, Chen Meng'er showed her small white teeth to Zhuge Yu and the others. "Haha, as expected of the little miss of our Green Gang. You are so bold. Well, Uncle Fatty supports you. Fatty, Skinny, and Zhuge Yu had already passed the age of starting a family, but because of their identities, they had never been able to get married and have children like normal people. Originally, the 3 of them did not have any feelings towards children. Moreover, many children would be afraid of them when they saw them. They would not stop causing trouble. However, Chen Meng'er would not. She was happy to be close to them. Chen Meng'er also liked to call them Uncle Sweetly. Therefore, after the 3 of them came into contact with Chen Meng'er had unknowingly stimulated the fatherly love in their bodies. Fatty and the others' love towards Chen Meng'er now, they were no different from Elder Lu and Xiao Lu at all. Then, Uncle Fatty, why don't you give Meng'er some material support? Chen Meng'er smiled like a kitten that had stolen a fish. All right, Meng'er, you say that as long as Uncle Fatty can take it out, Uncle Fatty will definitely have no objections. Fatty did not know that he had already stepped into the trap that Chen Meng'er had set for him. Then, this is the Uncle Fatty that you were talking about. Meng'er's requirements are not high. Even if you want Uncle Fatty to invest some funds, it won't be much. It will only be around 100,000. Chen Meng'er's words were light and Fatty almost lost his balance and fell to the ground. When Skinny heard Chen Meng'er's numbers, his heart was not as calm as the expression on his face. However, when he saw Fatty's cowardly look, he could not help but tease, Fatty, isn't it just 1 million or so? Isn't it all your savings now? Do you have to go to such lengths? The thin man said. He smiled gently at Chen Meng'er. Meng'er, your fat uncle is stingy. Don't count on him. Uncle Skinny will invest in you. Yes, yes. Uncle Skinny is the best. Chen Meng'er liked to see the two of them clash from time to time. This would give Chen Meng'er a sense of familiarity. Moreover, Chen Meng'er firmly believed that the relationship would only get better and better with all the noise. Skinny, how can you ruin a brother's stand like this? When did I say that I can't bear to part with it? The fat man said to the skinny man. Meng'er, how much did your Uncle Skinny invest? How much did I invest? I don't believe it. My savings are not as much as yours. When did I ruin your reputation? It's not that you can't bear to part with it. Then what was that reaction just now? Let me tell you, we all saw your reaction. The skinny man said. He sized up the fat man and said, as for savings, I can't compete with Zhuge. As for you, I'm very confident. You. The fat man was angered by the thin man's words. He pointed at the thin man for a long time and squeezed out a sentence, we'll see. Zhuge, you had seen enough of the show. Then he looked at Chen Meng'er and said, girl, although your uncle Zhuge doesn't approve of you trading stocks, after all, trading stocks is very risky. You might lose everything. However, as long as Meng'er insists on doing what you want to do, I, Uncle Zhuge, will still support you unconditionally. How much your Uncle Fatty invests, I will also invest. After saying that, Zhuge Yu looked at Fatty with a crafty smile. Fatty, how much capital Meng'er can get will depend on you. At this time, Elder Lu also came up to step in. He smiled and said, then Meng'er, I'll depend on your Uncle Zhuge. I'll invest double of your Uncle Zhuge. How about it? It looks like I'll have to pester Uncle Skinny. I can't let Uncle Skinny drag everyone down. Chen Meng'er looked at the 4 infamous people in the room, but they unconditionally doted on her and trusted her. Meng'er, don't worry. Your Uncle Skinny will definitely not drag you down. Later, follow your Uncle Skinny to the bank. I'll withdraw all the money for you. Skinny said. He was going to pull Chen Meng'er to the bank. This made Chen Meng'er not know whether to laugh or cry. Uncle Skinny, there's no need to be in such a hurry. After you help me complete all the procedures for going to Japan, you can withdraw the money for me. Chen Meng'er explained. Meng'er, are you planning to go to Japan to trade stocks? Elder Lu asked in surprise. Yes, didn't I tell you? Chen Meng'er remembered that she seemed to have said before that she was going to Japan to trade stocks. After listening to Chen Meng'er's words, Elder Lu and the others shook their heads in unison, indicating that they had never heard about this from Chen Meng'er. Then I might have remembered wrongly. I'm going to Japan to trade stocks. Grandpa, Uncle Zhuge, Uncle Fatty, Uncle Skinny, don't you think that earning Japanese money is a very satisfying thing? Chen Meng'er still remembered the time in her previous life. How shameless were the Japanese. In her previous life, Chen Meng'er felt regretful that she wasn't born more than 10 years earlier. Otherwise, she would definitely have gone to Japan to earn back all the Japanese money. However, Chen Meng'er had never thought that an idea from her previous life, after being reborn, would actually have the chance to be realized. Good. Our Meng'er has such thoughts at such a young age. Grandpa is very gratified. Since you want to earn Japanese money, then I will give you double the money. Elder Lu was extremely disgusted with Japan. Chen Meng'er remembered that in her previous life, the Green Gang had always been at odds with the Japanese mafia. Yes, grandfather. You guys just wait to move the money to the Japanese. Chen Meng'er was also influenced by Elder Lu, and her fighting spirit was high. As for the matter that Qu Meng'er raised about the stock market, because Qu Meng'er mentioned that she wanted to earn money from Japan, Elder Lu's attitude had a 180-degree change. He didn't support her from the bottom of his heart, but he supported her financially. If it wasn't for the fact that the formalities to go to Japan would take some time, Elder Lu would have been impulsive. He would have brought Qu Meng'er and carried a big bag of money and directly rushed to Japan. Elder Lu didn't make any big moves against the Lu family, but he did make some small moves in private. After the Lu family came to apologize, but they were chased out by Elder Lu's people, this matter spread throughout the upper-class society of S-City. And among the upper-class society of S-City, everyone knew Elder Lu, and everyone was afraid of him. Therefore, when the upper-class society of S-City found out that the Lu family had offended Elder Lu, although Elder Lu didn't make any moves for the time being, they were afraid of being implicated. So they automatically began to distance themselves from the cooperation with the Lu family. This caused the Lu family's company's business volume to drop sharply. Originally, the Lu family only slowly began to recover after the end of the Cultural Revolution, but at the most critical moment, they suffered such a serious injury. The Lu family's company immediately had a serious problem. Because of this matter, the Lu family's old master was anxious and angry. The two sons of Elder Lu personally went to talk to the company they were cooperating with, but they were ignored. And this was actually all part of Elder Lu's plan. Elder Lu listened to Zhuge Yu and the others' report on the situation of the Lu family. A trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. He hadn't planned to target the Lu family like this, but since the Lu family actually came to provoke them, don't blame him for not being polite. Dad, what do we do now? The heads of several companies that had worked with us before now used various reasons to push us away. If this continues, our Lu family's company will soon close down. Elder Lu's youngest son, Lu Wentao, originally had a good relationship with his elder brother. However, ever since his elder brother went to the countryside to become an educated youth and married Qiu Ping, his elder sister-in-law, the two of them had caused quite a commotion over the Lu family's property and position in the company. And this time, the Lu family's company, would suffer such a big crisis. Lu Wentao knew in his heart that it was all because his elder sister-in-law and his niece had offended Elder Lu and Elder Lu's granddaughter. Therefore, Lu Wentao was very dissatisfied with his big brother's family. I know what you said in my heart. Wentao, think of another way. All right, ask your wife, Chi-Chi. Ask if the Sun family can help and help our Lu family get through this hurdle. Elder Lu had no choice. Desperate times call for desperate measures. They all had their sights set on their youngest daughter-in-law's family. Dad, you know that my sister-in-law almost got into a fight with Chi-Chi's sister-in-law last time, right? Do you think that with this incident, Chi-Chi's family would be willing to take the risk of offending Elder Lu and help us, or even help clean up the mess that sister-in-law created? Lu Wentao didn't have the face to go back to his wife's family. He asked his wife's family to help clean up the mess that the Lu family created. After Lu Wentao said that, he turned to look at his eldest brother, Lu Wenqi, who had been silent since the beginning. This matter was caused by your wife and daughter. How do you think we should handle it? I don't know either. For the time being, I haven't thought of a solution. Lu Wenqi was in the same situation as his younger brother, Lu Wentao. No one in charge of the company was willing to pay attention to him. Perhaps Lu Wentao's situation was better. Those people would still be lenient on Lu Wenqi's wife's family, the Lu family. However, not only were those in charge of the company unwilling to pay attention to him, but they would also even say some unpleasant words. For example, he, Lu Wenqi, had a good wife, but he was so bold to offend Elder Lu. What else? The Lu family was really unfortunate. With such an eldest daughter-in-law, even without Elder Lu, the Lu family would have been defeated by him, Lu Wenqi, and his wife, Qiu Ping, sooner or later. Therefore, when Lu Wenqi returned home, he did not know how to open his mouth. His mind was filled with those people who didn't care about him and looked down on him. Wentao, I know that your sister-in-law has done a lot of excessive things. I apologize to you on behalf of your sister-in-law. Lu Wenqi never thought that the relationship between the two brothers would be so stiff one day. Don't you think it's too late to say all this now? Since you know, why didn't you say anything before and let her do all those wrong things? If you didn't indulge her, would our family have come this far? I really don't understand. What kind of bewitching potion did my sister-in-law give you? I remember that you weren't such a person in the past, Lu Wintao said bitterly. All right, Wintao, don't say too much. Now is the time to discuss how to let the Lu family get through this difficult situation, not to blame each other. Elder Lu was also dissatisfied with his eldest daughter-in-law, especially this time. It had even caused the Lu family to fall into such a crisis. If we still can't find a good solution, the Lu family will really be finished. Elder Lu, Lu Wenqi, and Lu Wintao discussed for an entire afternoon in the study. Finally, they came up with a solution. Qu Meng'er stayed at Elder Lu's place for an extra day. After the swelling on her forehead couldn't be seen, she sat into Peng's car and went home. According to the usual time for the swelling to go down, the swelling on Qu Meng'er's head would take at least a week. Qu Meng'er didn't expect that the spring in her space would have such a magical effect. After telling Elder Lu about the stocks that day, she went back to sleep. While she slept, Qu Meng'er thought that she hadn't entered her space for a long time, so she flashed into the space. When Qu Meng'er was at Elder Lu's place, she entered the space directly with her body. Because at Elder Lu's place, Qu Meng'er had her own room, and she was used to locking the door every time she entered her room to rest. So, she wasn't afraid of being discovered. Qu Meng'er originally wanted to come in and take a look because she hadn't seen the space for a long time. However, when Qu Meng'er entered the space, the first thing she saw was all kinds of fruits and vegetables hanging on the branches she couldn't hold on any longer. She didn't expect the seeds she planted to grow so quickly. It had only been a few days, and they had already matured. The seeds of those vegetables were secretly taken by Qu Meng'er from her own house. Fortunately, she took very little, so it did not attract the attention of her parents. As for the fruits, Qu Meng'er went to the supermarket of the Chu's shopping mall and took the fruits inside. After eating them, she threw the seeds directly into the ground. In her previous life, Qu Meng'er was a young lady from an aristocratic family. She was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but she did not know anything about growing vegetables and fruits. Therefore, she did not know if the seeds that she threw into the ground could grow fruit. Who would have thought that it would actually work? When Qu Meng'er saw the green sprouts emerging from the soil, Qu Meng'er was as happy as a child. She jumped 3 feet high, and for the whole day, the corners of her mouth were about to reach her ears. How long has it been? It has already matured. Qu Meng'er looked at the red tomatoes and could not help but swallow her saliva. Then, she picked a tomato. Without washing it, she put it into her mouth and took a bite. The unique sour and slightly sweet taste of the tomato filled Qu Meng'er's entire mouth. This made Qu Meng'er feel satisfied. This tomato was the fruit of her hard work. She planted it herself. The feeling was especially different. Qu Meng'er ate 1 tomato in 2 or 3 bites. After eating the whole tomato, Qu Meng'er still wanted more. She wanted to eat another one, but Qu Meng'er's stomach did not allow it. Who asked a 3-year-old child to have such a little stomach? It was not big enough to hold it. Qu Meng'er touched her slightly protruding belly and had to give up. As far as she could see, everything in the field was already ripe. Qu Meng'er did not know if these ripe fruits and vegetables would rot if she did not use them in time. Qu Meng'er thought of the fruits of her labor that would eventually rot and not be edible, and her heart ached. Therefore, Qu Meng'er clenched her little fists and decided to put away all the ripe fruits and vegetables in the field. This was a huge project. Moreover, Qu Meng'er was only 3 years old, so she was not an adult. However, no matter how hard or difficult the things that Qu Meng'er wanted to accomplish were, she would persevere and complete them. Qu Meng'er silently told herself, "Do your best." Then, she started to do it. Qu Meng'er still overestimated her own physical strength. She originally thought that she would be able to pick half of the fruits and vegetables in the field. However, when she was about to pick a quarter of the field, Qu Meng'er was so tired that she did not want to move. In order to prevent herself from not being able to get up later, Qu Meng'er had no choice but to give up. She wanted to rest for a while and continue at night. Qu Meng'er was so tired that she wanted to lie down directly. She didn't want to move. Seeing that she was sweating all over and her body was sticky from working, she planned to go to the bathroom of the bamboo building in the space to take a bath. Because she had done physical work, Qu Meng'er planned to take a good bath in the bathtub. All the water in the bamboo house was brought in from the spring. However, Chen Meng'er discovered how to bring the water from the spring over. Moreover, what made Chen Meng'er even more amazed was that there was no sun in this space. However, what came out of the solar water heater was hot water. However, this portable space was a heaven-defying existence to begin with. After experiencing rebirth and obtaining this portable space, everything in this space became much more acceptable. After putting in the water, Chen Meng'er took off her little dress that was already covered in mud and stepped into the bathtub that was filled with spring water. Phew, so comfortable. Chen Meng'er couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief in the bathtub. Because Chen Meng'er was too comfortable, the bath time was quite long. She was waiting for the water in the bathtub. When it was a little cold, she reluctantly wrapped herself in a towel and climbed out of the bathtub. Speaking of which, fortunately, after Chen Meng'er was reborn, she obtained the portable space, which was a heaven-defying treasure. Otherwise, if Chen Meng'er, who was used to bathing and washing her hair every day, were to bathe once a week in winter, it would be as short as 2 to 3 days. She would definitely be unable to bear it. With this portable space, Chen Meng'er could bathe and wash her hair every day, even in winter. After Chen Meng'er came out of the bathtub wrapped in a towel, she used a dry towel to wipe her wet hair. As Chen Meng'er wiped her hair, she raised her eyes to look at herself in the mirror. When Chen Meng'er saw the swelling area on her head through the mirror, she thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her. Chen Meng'er stopped what she was doing and moved her body closer to the mirror. Then, she brushed her hair aside and looked at the swelling on her head carefully. Why isn't it swollen? Chen Meng'er remembered that when she woke up in the morning, the swelling on her head was very big. Why did it suddenly disappear? I didn't expect the spring water in this space to have such a function. Actually, Chen Meng'er didn't know that the spring water had many uses. And this swelling reduction was only the most basic effect. For example, if someone often used the spring water to wash their face and bathe, their skin would become very good. And because Chen Meng'er had used the spring water in this space to wash her face and bathe since she was still an infant, she didn't realize the use of the spring water at all. She had always thought that her skin was naturally perfect. The other effects of the spring still needed Chen Meng'er to slowly discover. Chen Meng'er did not struggle for long. When she saw that her head was no longer swollen and did not hurt anymore, she happily wiped her hair until it was half dry and went to the bedroom to sleep. Chen Meng'er had a good sleep. When she woke up, she felt refreshed. Chen Meng'er walked out of the bedroom. When she saw the fruits of her previous labor, she began to worry again. The fruits and vegetables in this space were really high-yielding. She had only picked 1/3 of the land, and that was all. If she were to pick all of them, how many would that be? And with so many fruits and vegetables, how was she going to solve it? What excuse should she use to openly take out these fruits and vegetables? Chen Meng'er felt that she had to think it over. Chen Meng'er couldn't think of a solution. Seeing that it was almost time, she flashed out of the space. Just as she left the space, there was a knock on the door, followed by Nanny Lee's voice. "Little miss, it's time to get up. You'll sleep too long later, and you'll get a headache." "Nanny Lee, I'll get up right away," Chen Meng'er said to Nanny Lee outside the door, using the tone she used when she had just woken up. "It's good that you're up. When the little miss gets up, come and look for Nanny Lee. Nanny Lee has made your favorite snacks for you." As long as Chen Meng'er was here, Nanny Lee would make a lot of snacks every afternoon, because she knew that Chen Meng'er liked them. "Okay, thank you, Nanny Lee. Nanny Lee is the best," Chen Meng'er replied. When Nanny Lee heard Chen Meng'er's reply, she left happily. When Chen Meng'er appeared in front of Elder Lu after her afternoon nap, Elder Lu raised his head and noticed that the swelling on Chen Meng'er's head had returned to normal. There were no signs of swelling at all. Meng'er, the swelling on your head is no longer there?" "Yes, I noticed it was no longer there after my afternoon nap," Chen Meng'er replied as she touched the area. "I think it's probably because of the herbal medicine you applied on me before, Grandpa." Chen Meng'er didn't dare to tell the truth. However, Elder Lu didn't doubt the excuse that Chen Meng'er made. Elder Lu smiled and said, "I was wondering why the swelling-reducing medicine passed down in my family didn't have any effect on you. It turns out that it's just a little late in taking effect." Elder Lu looked at Chen Meng'er's forehead, which didn't leave any marks. Then, he said, "Fortunately, it's gone. I was afraid that if it left any mark, Grandpa wouldn't know how to explain it to your parents." Our Meng'er is still as beautiful as ever. Grandpa, you're flattering me so much that I'm embarrassed. Chen Meng'er changed the topic. In fact, even if Chen Meng'er had a scar on her face, she didn't care. Moreover, she had always thought that it wasn't Elder Lu's responsibility. Aya, our Meng'er is still shy. I really couldn't tell. Elder Lu also followed Chen Meng'er's words and continued to change the topic. Since Chen Meng'er's injury had recovered, she had to go back to school. After Chen Meng'er returned home, she followed her two brothers back to class. When Chen Meng'er arrived at school, she was warmly welcomed. They surrounded Chen Meng'er and asked her curiously, Chen Meng'er, we heard from your brother Chen Haoshuan that you went to the city. How was it? Was it fun in the city? These rural children did not have the chance to go to the city at all. It was not just because their families were poor. They did not have the spare money to let the children go to the city to play. There was also the fact that the traffic was inconvenient now. Not only was the road difficult to walk on, but the bus was not as developed as later generations. It meant that you could not go wherever you wanted to go. Therefore, when Chen Meng'er's classmates heard Chen Haoshuan say that Chen Meng'er didn't come to school because she went to the city, when Chen Meng'er came back, all of them surrounded her and asked curiously, Chen Meng'er, who was surrounded by the students in the class, didn't know how to answer. She went to the city, and she would go there every weekend, but she didn't go there to play. Instead, she went to Lu's old home. Lu had previously said that he wanted to take her to the city to play. However, he was rejected by Chen Meng'er. Speaking of which, Chen Meng'er, who had an adult soul in her, really didn't have much interest in the current city. Chen Meng'er's silly and cute appearance made Chen Haoshuan mistakenly think that his sister was frightened by everyone's enthusiasm. Chen Haoshuan's heart instantly ached. He held his sister's hand. He shouted to the students who had gathered around him, Hey, everyone, you didn't gather around. What do you want to ask? You can ask later. Can't you see that my sister has been frightened by you? After Chen Haoshuan shouted to his classmates, he lowered his head and softly comforted Chen Meng'er. Meng'er, do not be afraid. 3 black lines suddenly appeared on Chen Meng'er's forehead. Chen Meng'er was puzzled. Her brother, Chen Haoshuan, was frightened when he saw her with that look in her eye. Did she look like such a timid person? Was that so? Was that so? Actually, Chen Meng'er did not know that her little silly and cute appearance made people feel pity for her. Well, after Chen Haoshuan shouted, everyone looked at Chen Meng'er's cute face and dispersed. However, there were a few girls in the class who liked to surround Lu Chenwei and try to please her. They had long found it unpleasant to see everyone surrounding Chen Meng'er. Humph, wasn't it just a trip to the city? What's there to be surprised about? What's there to show off about? Lu Chenwei is from the city. Her home is in the city. Chen Xiao, why are you showing off here? It's not like you're from the city. Tell me about the way you've been surrounding Lu Chenwei and fawning over her. You really don't have any backbone at all. After He Zi heard Chen Xiao's words, he bluntly rolled his eyes at Chen Xiao and said, How am I fawning over Lu Chenwei? I'm good friends with Lu Chenwei. When Chen Xiao heard He Zi's words, she was instantly unhappy. She hurriedly jumped up from her seat and retorted loudly, Come on, Chen Xiao. Do you think we're all blind? How is it possible that Lu Chenwei treats you guys as friends? She doesn't care about you guys. Lu Chenwei is just using you guys as guns to target Chen Meng'er. The one who stood out to speak was Chen Meng'er's class monitor, Chen Yuhuan. It was a little girl with a round face. This little girl had a very sharp mouth, and she was also a person who would say whatever she wanted to say. Lu Chenwei is targeting Chen Meng'er because she can't compare to Chen Meng'er in any way. Chen Yuhuan had been displeased with Lu Chenwei for a long time. She was either showing off here and there in class, or she was leading a few girls that she had tricked to target Chen Meng'er. However, Lu Chenwei hasn't come to class this Monday, Fatty said. Chen Xiao, since you're Lu Chenwei's good friend, you should know why Lu Chenwei hasn't come to school. Fatty's words caused everyone's eyes to focus on Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao was stumped by Fatty's words. How would she know why Lu Chenwei didn't come to school? After school, Lu Chenwei had never asked them to play with her. Chen Xiao wasn't the only one stumped by Fatty's words. The other people in the class were like Chen Xiao, hanging out with Lu Chenwei. At this moment, all of them lowered their heads. They were the same as Chen Xiao. They actually didn't understand Lu Chenwei at all. Chen Meng'er, come out for a moment. Someone is looking for you. Just as the atmosphere in the classroom was getting weirder and weirder, and Chen Meng'er was thinking of how to break the atmosphere, their class teacher, Teacher Lee, appeared at the classroom door. She shouted at Chen Meng'er, who was in the classroom. Chen Meng'er was puzzled. Why was Teacher Lee looking for her? However, she still let go of her brother Chen Haoshuan's hand and walked out of the classroom. Teacher Lee, why are you looking for me? Chen Meng'er raised her head and asked Li Wan. Li Wan stroked Chen Meng'er's hair and said, "It's not that the teacher is looking for you. Someone is looking for you. They are currently in the teacher's office." Chen Meng'er was puzzled. Who would be looking for the school? In any case, it definitely wouldn't be her parents. Her parents and her form teacher knew each other. It was also impossible for Elder Lu's people to find her. If Elder Lu's people were looking for her, they would definitely not come to the school directly. Instead, they would go to her home to look for her parents first. "Teacher Lee, do you know who is looking for me?" They said they are Lu Chenwei's grandfather, father, and uncle. When Li Wen received the 3 people in her office just now, she thought they were here for Lu Chenwei's matter. She didn't expect Lu Chenwei's grandfather to ask for Chen Meng'er from their class. Li Wen had heard that Lu Chenwei and Chen Meng'er didn't have a good relationship in their class. At that time, when she heard that Lu Chenwei's grandfather wanted to look for Chen Meng'er, her first reaction was that Lu Chenwei's grandfather had come to warn Chen Meng'er. Therefore, Li Wan, who liked Chen Meng'er very much at that time, she acted like a hen protecting a chick. She looked at Lu Chenwei's grandfather, Elder Lu, warily and asked him, "Why are you looking for Chen Meng'er?" Elder Lu saw Li Wen's expression and knew that she was wrong. Elder Lu said that they were not here to cause trouble for Chen Meng'er. They were here to apologize to Chen Meng'er. Only then did Li Wen agree to Elder Lu to go to the classroom and call Chen Meng'er over. "Chen Meng'er, don't be afraid. Don't worry, the teacher is here. The teacher won't let you be bullied." Chen Meng'er listened to their form teacher's words and nodded with a smile. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The teachers nowadays were so sincere and simple. Compared to those teachers in the later generations who were greedy for money, they were completely at 2 extremes. When Chen Meng'er heard their form teacher say that Elder Lu and his 2 sons had come to look for her, she knew in her heart why they had come to look for her. Chen Meng'er was quite surprised. She knew that Elder Lu had not made any big moves against the Lu family at all. Instead, he had only let Zhuge Yu and the others spread the news that the Lu family had offended Elder Lu. She had not expected that the Lu family would end up in a dead end so soon. Should she say that the Green Gang, Elder Lu and the others had such a great influence on the outside world? Or should she say that the Lu family's foundation was too shallow? When Chen Meng'er followed their form teacher, Teacher Lee, into the office, she saw the much older Elder Lu, and the haggard and exhausted Lu Chenwei's father and Lu Chenwei's uncle. "Lu Chenwei's grandfather, I've brought the girl that you're looking for. If you have something to say, just say it," Li Wen said as she held Chen Meng'er's small hand. Elder Lu and his 2 sons stood up when they saw Chen Meng'er. Elder Lu looked at Li Wan and said, "Teacher Lee, can you let us talk to Chen Meng'er alone for a while?" "This, Lu Chenwei's grandfather. What do you have to say that you can't say in front of me?" Li Wan was in a difficult position. "It's a private matter. I hope Teacher Lee can help me." Elder Lu looked at Li Wan and said with a straight face, "Teacher Lee, it's fine. Don't worry." Chen Meng'er tugged at the corner of their teacher in charge's clothes and said. When Li Wan saw that Chen Meng'er had agreed, she was a little worried, but she still relented. "All right, then I'll make a trip to my class." After saying that, Li Wan looked at Chen Meng'er worriedly and walked out of the office. When only Chen Meng'er and the Lu family were left in the office, Chen Meng'er opened her mouth and asked, "May I ask why the 3 of you came to the school today to look for me?" "We're here to apologize and ask your grandfather, Elder Lu, to be merciful." Elder Lu had no choice but to come to Chen Meng'er. "I'm still a child. Shouldn't you be looking for my grandfather, Elder Lu?" Chen Meng'er asked. She remembered that Elder Lu was actually very unkind to her. If she didn't misunderstand, on the day that Elder Lu brought Lu Chenwei's family to apologize, his expression was very unkind to her. Perhaps he thought that she was only Elder Lu's adopted granddaughter, not his biological granddaughter. They were not related by blood. "We've already looked for your grandfather, Elder Lu. We came here because your grandfather wanted us to apologize to you." Elder Lu was also unwilling to come to the school to look for Chen Meng'er. However, yesterday, He had no choice but to bring his two sons to visit Elder Lu and apologize to him, asking him to show mercy. However, they didn't even see Elder Lu. However, Elder Lu's men left a message saying that the Lu family had offended their little miss, Qu Meng'er, and that the one who should apologize was their little miss, Qu Meng'er. Because of that one sentence, Elder Lu and the others, who were desperate, discussed for an entire night and decided to find Chen Meng'er and apologize to her. I know, it's our family's fault. We didn't manage our child well. Originally, we brought Lu Chenwei to apologize to you today. But because we were afraid that you didn't want to see her, we let her reflect on herself at home. In fact, Lu Chenwei hasn't been having an easy time these past 2 days. Her mother abandoned her and left. When Chen Meng'er heard Elder Lu's words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes in her heart. It was really the same. However, when she heard the last sentence, Qu Meng'er's eyes lit up. Did she miss out on something important? Forget it. I really don't want to see Lu Chenwei. How about this? Don't let me see Lu Chenwei in the future. Then this matter will end here. Chen Meng'er was curious about the reason why Qiu Ping left in Elder Lu's words. However, she didn't want to ask Elder Lu. Moreover, Chen Meng'er didn't want to be entangled with the Lu family anymore. Anyway, she didn't plan to really let the Lu family collapse just because of this matter. In fact, the most important reason was that when she was at Elder Lu's place, Zhao Shihao's mother, Sun Jia, came to plead for the Lu family. Sun Jia came to plead for the Lu family, not because of Qiu Ping and Lu Chenwei. It was because of Sun Jia's sister, Sun Qi, the youngest daughter-in-law of the Lu family. Sun Jia gave Chen Meng'er a good impression, so Chen Meng'er was willing to give Sun Jia face. Elder Lu and the others had prepared a lot of words to persuade Chen Meng'er before they came. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, Chen Meng'er nodded and agreed. This surprised Elder Lu. You agreed? Yes. Annie Sun Jia came to see me before. Chen Meng'er didn't finish her sentence. I'll write you a letter later. You help me bring it to my grandfather. This matter ends here. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Although Chen Meng'er agreed to accept the Lu family's apology, however, she still didn't like the people from the Lu family. Oh, okay. Elder Lu and the others were still in a daze. They still had some time to react. It wasn't until Chen Meng'er handed the completed note to Elder Lu and left that Elder Lu and his two sons looked at the note in Elder Lu's hand and believed that they had really achieved their goal this time. As for the matter of Qiu Ping abandoning her daughter, Lu Chenwei, and leaving, it didn't take long for Chen Meng'er to know what had happened. Qiu Ping had always been a person who could share wealth but couldn't share poverty. When Qiu Ping found out that the Lu family's company was going to close down and that they were going to lose everything, while Lu Wenqi was busy settling the company's matters, she took Lu Wenqi's ID card and passbook, took out all the money in Lu Wenqi's passbook, and ran away. When Lu Wenqi found out that his wife had taken all his money and left, his daughter, Lu Chenwei, came crying to him to ask for her mother. After Lu Wenqi found out that Qiu Ping had left, he went to the Qiu family to look for her. He did not expect that the Qiu family would accuse him and ask for her. This matter had spread throughout the upper class of the city. However, a few days after Chen Meng'er heard the news, she heard that after Elder Lu said that there was no conflict between the Lu family and the Lu family, the crisis gradually subsided. When everything returned to normal in the Lu family, Qiu Ping returned to the Lu family with her bag. When Lu Wenqi angrily questioned her, "Since you took the money and left, why did you come back?" Qiu Ping said with a straight face that she was just in a bad mood and took the money to go out to relax. Now, what was wrong with her returning home after relaxing? Qiu Ping's words made Lu Wenqi laugh out of anger. After seeing Qiu Ping's true colors, Lu Wenqi came to his senses and firmly requested a divorce. However, ever since Lu Wenqi asked for a divorce, Qiu Ping had brought her parents to the Lu family to cause trouble several times. In the end, Elder Lu went out and suppressed the Qiu family. He successfully divorced Lu Wenqi and Qiu Ping, and Lu Chenwei was raised by her father. It wasn't that the Lu family wouldn't let go, but Lu Chenwei's mother didn't want to voluntarily give up custody. Chen Meng'er treated the Lu family matter as gossip, and after hearing it, she threw it to the back of her mind. She still had more important things to do now. After school, Chen Haoshuan did not go out to play with Fatty and Hazy because his sister, Chen Meng'er, had returned. Instead, he went to the 3rd grade with his sister to wait for his older brother, Chen Haogua, to be dismissed. Due to the difference in age, Chen Haogua's third grade was a little later than Qu Meng'er's first grade. Once Chen Haogua's class was dismissed, someone walked out of the classroom. When he saw Qu Meng'er and Chen Haoshuan, he turned around and shouted into the classroom, "Chen Haogua, your younger brother and sister are here to wait for you after school." Chen Haogua's classmates were already used to it. Every day at noon and at the end of school, there were two little kids waiting outside. Moreover, every time the first student walked out of the classroom, he would say this to Chen Haogua. Very soon, Chen Haogua walked out of the classroom with his school bag on his back. Along with Chen Haogua was a boy named Chen Ming. This boy was quite introverted and didn't talk much. Therefore, before this semester, Chen Ming didn't have any friends in the class or in the Chen family village. Chen Haogua became friends with Chen Ming because of Qu Meng'er. Once, Qu Meng'er went out for a walk under the leadership of her two older brothers. She wasn't familiar with the girls in the Chen village, so she didn't want to play games with them. She just sat at the side and watched her two older brothers play. The bored Qu Meng'er noticed Chen Ming sitting at the side just like her. However, Chen Ming's gaze was different from the way Qu Meng'er looked at everyone playing. Chen Ming looked enviously at the figures of the village children who were playing crazily. Looking at Chen Ming's apprehensive and envious gaze, Qu Meng'er's heart stirred. She stood up and walked over to Chen Ming and asked, "Why don't you go play with them?" Chen Ming raised his head and looked against the sunlight. When he saw Qu Meng'er standing in front of him, for a moment, he thought that he had seen an angel. He narrowed his eyes and said, "I want to play too, but they don't want to take me with them. They say I'm a child without a father." Qu Ming's eyes flashed with grievance. When Qu Meng'er heard Chen Ming say this, she remembered that she had heard her parents mention a woman in the village who had saved an injured man in the back mountain. And when that man was recuperating in that woman's home, after a long period of time, she fell in love with that woman. Then, they got married. However, not long after the two of them got married, that man suddenly disappeared. Then, that woman found out that she was pregnant. And after that woman's family found out that the woman was pregnant, they wanted that woman to abort the child. In this way, she could easily remarry. However, that woman insisted on having the child. She said that she firmly believed that her husband would come back. It seems that the boy in front of me should be that woman's child. Qu Meng'er looked at Chen Ming in front of her with mixed feelings. She knew that the children nowadays were influenced by the adults in the family. That was why they would reject Chen Ming, who could be considered a child from a single-parent family. If this happened 10 to 20 years later, there wouldn't be too many children from a single-parent family. Then do you want to play with them? Qu Meng'er was like a teacher in a kindergarten at this time. Yes? Qu Ming's eyes sparkled as he said. Qu Meng'er was now seriously looking at Qu Ming's appearance. Qu Ming was very handsome, and if Qu Ming's pupils were carefully looked at, they would glow a little blue. This discovery made Qu Meng'er have a thought in her heart. This Qu Ming's father was either a foreigner or of mixed blood. Qu Meng'er thought that the chances of him being of mixed blood were higher. Then follow me. Qu Meng'er gestured for Qu Ming to stand up and follow her. Qu Ming actually stood up obediently and followed behind Qu Meng'er. Qu Meng'er saw that Qu Ming was as old as her big brother, Chen Haogua, so she brought Chen Haogua along. Hello. Qu Meng'er looked at Chen Haogua, who was playing crazily, and shouted. Meng'er. Chen Haogua, who was playing excitedly, heard his sister calling him, so he stopped the game and ran over to Qu Meng'er. Chen Haogua glanced at Qu Ming, who was following behind his sister, Qu Meng'er, and asked his sister, Meng'er, what do you want to do to me? Chen Haogua knew that his sister, Qu Meng'er, was completely different from his playmate sisters. His sister was very obedient. Therefore, every time Chen Haogua went to his playmates' houses, they would complain about how troublesome their sisters were and how they loved to cry. At the same time, he would frown and listen to the tiring cries. This made Chen Haogua feel how good his sister was. Why don't you bring him along to play? Qu Meng'er moved aside and pulled Qu Ming, who was following behind her, in front of Chen Haogua. Only then did Chen Haogua take a serious look at Qu Ming. Chen Haogua knew Qu Ming. This Qu Ming was from their class, and his grades were pretty good. However, he was very introverted, and he knew that. His classmates were somewhat ostracizing him. Chen Haogua had even heard people around him saying that Qu Ming was good-looking at his age. So what if he was good-looking? He was still a child without a father. However, Chen Haogua did not echo what the students in his class had said about Chen Ming once. Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan themselves did not know that their growth had long deviated from their original path, while their younger sister, Qu Meng'er, had imperceptibly influenced them. The way they received people and treated things was different from their surrounding playmates. It was just that they did not understand because they were young. And it was precisely because Qu Meng'er was around that Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan did not care about their academic results like the people around them. They just lived each day. "Hello, Chun Ming. Do you want to play with us?" Chen Haogua would not reject his sister's rare request. However, he was curious in his heart. How was this Chen Ming worthy of his sister's attention? When Chen Meng'er asked Chen Haogua to play with him, Chen Ming was nervous and subconsciously held his breath. He was afraid that he would hear an answer of rejection. However, he did not realize that he had always had hope in his heart. "Hello, Chen Haogua. Are you willing to bring me along to play?" Chen Ming did not directly answer Chen Haogua's question. Instead, he asked back, "If you are willing to play with me, then come with me." Chen Haogua gestured for Chen Ming to come with him. Chen Ming nodded. "Ming'er, then we'll go play. If you're tired and want to go home, call me. I'll send you back." Chen Haogua was afraid that Chen Ming'er would be tired, so he urged, "Yes, I understand. You guys go play. I'll sit over there and rest for a while." Chen Ming'er waved her hand, telling them to leave quickly. When Chen Ming followed Chen Haogua's playmate who was playing with Chen Haoshuan, he suddenly stopped and couldn't help but turn around to look back. At this time, Chen Ming'er had already returned to her original seat and was taking out a book from her bag. "Chen Ming, come over quickly," Chen Haoshuan shouted. "Oh, I'm coming over now." Chen Ming withdrew his gaze from Chen Ming'er, turned around and ran to Chen Haoshuan. "From now on, Chen Ming will play with us." Chen Haoshuan pointed at Chen Ming and said succinctly, "It's easy. No way. You actually want to bring this person who doesn't have a father to play with." Chen Gang pointed at Chen Ming and said with a look of contempt. Chen Gang's words made Chen Ming lower his head immediately. The expression on his face also became ugly. He knew it would be like this. Chen Gang's words completely stabbed into the pain in Chen Ming's heart. "Chen Gang, how can you say that? All right, Chen Ming will play with us from now on." Unknowingly, Chen Haogua had become the boss of their small group. Since Chen Haogua, the boss, had spoken, the others did not say anything. From then on, Chen Ming and Chen Haogua became closer and closer. Until now, Chen Ming had become Chen Haogua's good friend. The four of them slowly walked home, and Chen Ming'er's school bag had long been in the hands of her big brother, Chen Haogua. However, halfway, Chen Ming'er stopped and said to Chen Haogua, "Give me my school bag." "What's wrong?" Chen Haogua said, but he still handed the school bag to Chen Ming'er. Chen Haoshuan and Chen Ming also stopped and looked at Chen Ming'er. Chen Ming'er did not directly answer Chen Haogua's question. Instead, she reached into the bag and searched inside for a long time before taking out a big apple. She handed it to Chen Ming. "Here, little Ming, here you go." Chen Ming looked at the apple that Chen Ming'er handed over and took it very naturally. He said, "Thank you, Ming'er." For the first time, when Chen Ming'er gave Chen Ming the candy, Chen Ming held his hand tightly and refused to take the candy that Chen Ming'er handed over. It was only after Chen Ming'er pretended to be angry that Chen Ming accepted it. As time passed, Chen Ming was already used to receiving all kinds of delicious things from Chen Ming'er. However, Chen Ming did not forget to bring the more delicious things at home to Chen Ming'er. "Ah, Ming'er, you are so biased. You always give it to Ming first." Chen Haoshuan was jealous. "You are so silly. It's not like I won't give it to you." As she spoke, Chen Ming'er took out an apple from her school bag and handed it to Chen Haoshuan. "Here, it's for you." Chen Ming'er then took out a third apple and handed it to her eldest brother, Chen Haogua. Finally, Chen Ming'er took out an apple and handed the school bag to her eldest brother. She chewed the apple herself. Chen Haogua weighed the bag that seemed to have no change in weight and said to Chen Ming'er, "Ming'er, this bag of yours is actually filled with 4 apples at once. Don't you think it's too heavy?" "Hee, I know that you are here," Chen Ming'er said as she chewed on the apple. "You really make the best use of everything." Chen Haogua shook his head helplessly at Chen Ming'er's mischievous behavior. Then, he carried Chen Ming'er's bag and took a bite of the apple. Actually, Chen Ming'er didn't take the apple out of her school bag. She took it out of her space. Yesterday, When she came back from Elder Lu's place, Qu Meng'er took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to her and took out a few fruits from her space. She mixed them into the few kinds of food that Elder Lu asked her to bring back. For the first time, Qu Meng'er didn't dare to take too much. She was just testing to see if it would arouse the suspicion of others. However, fortunately, because Elder Lu was too high up in her family's heart, these fruits that didn't exist in their place didn't arouse their suspicion. However, Meng'er, next time, can you not bring something as heavy as an apple? Can you bring more of the fragrant meat slices that you gave us last time? Chen Haoshuan was talking about the previous week. Qu Meng'er had mixed in the snacks that Elder Lu had asked her to bring. She had taken it from the supermarket in space, and she had torn off the packaging of the pork jerky. Chen Haoshuan thought about it now. His saliva was almost dripping down. In order to prevent himself from drooling, Chen Haoshuan couldn't help but take a bite of the sweet and juicy apple. I got it. The next time I prepare an apple, I definitely won't prepare one for you. This way, my school bag will be lighter. It will be easier for our big brother to carry it. Qu Meng'er took small bites of the apple. She looked at Chen Haoshuan and said, Don't, Meng'er. I said something wrong just now. I don't dislike apples. I just miss the slices of meat. When Chen Haoshuan heard Qu Meng'er say that she wouldn't give him an apple to eat, he immediately became anxious. Although he liked to eat the delicious slices of meat, he also liked this apple very much. Look at you. You're really promising. Chen Haogwa looked at his brother's embarrassing appearance and couldn't bear to see it anymore. On the other hand, Qin Ming looked at the way the three of them got along and was very envious in his heart. What's wrong with me like this? What's so embarrassing about me and my sister like this? Don't think that I don't know. I once asked my sister to help you with something, and her expression wasn't much better than mine. Chen Haoshuan couldn't help but start to expose the shortcomings of his big brother, Chen Haogwa. However, Chen Haoshuan would always remember to eat and not remember to hit. His big brother was not someone to be trifled with. When Chen Haogwa looked at Chen Haoshuan with a smile that wasn't a smile, Chen Haoshuan's heart stilled for a moment. Only then did he remember what kind of person his brother was. Fine, he was really possessed today. First, he said the wrong thing and offended his precious little sister. His food was about to be confiscated. Then, he offended his big brother. He could even imagine how he would be taught a lesson by his big brother. Chen Haoshuan had a mournful face. He looked at his big brother, Chen Haogwa, and admitted his mistake. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. You must be merciful. Heh, don't worry. I will definitely show mercy. After Chen Haogwa said that, he took Qu Meng'er's hand and walked forward with Chen Ming. Chen Haoshuan was left alone. He pouted with an aggrieved expression. Chen Haoshuan muttered softly, Big brother, you really know how to bully me. Lu Chenwei did not appear at Qu Meng'er school anymore. However, she heard from their form teacher that Lu Chenwei had transferred to a school in the city. This made the children in the class very envious. That could be said to be the place they yearned for. On the other hand, Qu Meng'er was quite satisfied with the efficiency of the Lu family. This way, Qu Meng'er's ears could be quiet for a period of time. When the girls who were on good terms with Lu Chenwei heard this news, they were smug in class and bragged about their good friends going to school in the city. However, their smug behavior didn't last long before they were suppressed by their class monitor. What are you guys gloating about? It's not like you guys went to school in the city. Moreover, Lu Chenwei has never treated you guys as friends. In her heart, you guys don't have the qualifications to be her friends. You guys can only be considered as sidekicks. Chun Zhao's words directly pierced the hearts of the girls. As soon as Chen Zhao's words came out, the girls gritted their teeth and looked at Chun Xiao fiercely, but no one was there. They went forward to argue with Chen Xiao. From then on, Qu Meng'er's class suddenly quieted down. The phenomenon of internal strife had also been greatly alleviated. The school had stopped, and no one had come to target Qu Meng'er. However, the Chen family had not stopped for the past few days. Just like that, Qu Meng'er's grandfather brought Qu Meng'er's uncle, Lu Neng, to visit them. Qu Meng'er's grandfather entered Qu Meng'er's house and sat down. He had not even drunk water. He directly ordered Qin Ping and Lu Wan, the two of you, help me find a job for your elder brother. The salary cannot be lower than the salary in his previous factory. The work cannot be more tiring than in the previous factory. Chen Ping and Lu Wan were confused by his father-in-law's words, while the other was shocked by her own father's words. This matter involved Lu Wan's family, so although Chen Ping really wanted to ask his father-in-law, why did his brother-in-law come to their house when he was looking for a job? Lu Wan was not that worried. She directly asked, "Father, elder brother is looking for a job. Why are you looking for us? The two of us couldn't work in the factory by ourselves. We could only work as temporary workers when others were busy. Also, doesn't he have a job? Hey, don't mention it. Didn't your big brother have a new factory director in the factory? He didn't like your brother and always targeted him. Your brother didn't want to be bullied, so he talked back to the factory manager. Now, he's fired," Lu Wan's father said. Speaking of this, he didn't blame Lu Nung at all. Outside the door, Qu Meng'er happened to hear this when she came home from school at noon. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Why did her grandfather not seem to blame her uncle Lu Nung at all? However, Qu Meng'er really wanted to say it. Her uncle had been bullied by his wife for so many years, but she had never seen him fight back. Now, he actually dared to be unreasonable with his leader. This really surprised Qu Meng'er. "Father, the factory manager and my big brother did not know each other before. They did not have any grudges against each other. The factory manager would be so full of himself. It's only against him. I think he must have done something wrong in the factory." Lu Wan paused, then she said, "And you, even if the new factory manager is against you, you can't contradict the factory manager in front of everyone. You're already so old. How can you still do such a thing? Do you know how many people are jealous of your job?" Lu Wan remembered that her second brother was biased towards her father and gave his job to his big brother. Until now, he was still unhappy. Usually, he would not take the initiative to go back except during the holidays. "Wan, what do you mean by this? Are you lecturing me? You found a backer in the city. If you have the confidence, you won't put our father and me in your eyes." Lu Ning knew that his sister did not care about their objections. After she insisted on marrying Chen Ping, he didn't think much of his sister and brother-in-law. He had always felt that he was superior to them. This time, if he hadn't offended the factory director, he would have been fired. There was no way out. And his wife came up with such an idea. She wanted him to find his father, ask his father to bring him to his little sister's house, and ask his little sister's brother-in-law to find a job for him. Lu Nung was originally holding back his anger because he had been fired by the new factory director. Coincidentally, Lu Wan's words just happened to hit the mark of his gun. "Father, since my little sister and brother-in-law aren't willing to help me with this, then forget it. Let's go." Lu Nung turned his head, held his father's hand, and was about to walk to the door. However, Lu Nung was not a person who was easy to get rid of. Even if he could not rely on his little sister and brother-in-law to find a job today, he would definitely disturb Qu Meng'er's house again. This was not the case. When Lu Nung said this, how could Lu Wan's father still be willing to leave? The old man was a hot-tempered person to begin with. Moreover, he valued his eldest son more. Now that he was provoked by his eldest son, Lu Nung, his temper could not be contained. "Lu Wan, you be starred. I just asked you to help me with a small favor. Why do you have to talk so much nonsense? Now that you are married, have you really become a member of the Chen family? Let me tell you, Lu Wan, if it weren't for us supporting you from behind, do you think you would be able to stay in the Chen family so comfortably? If you know what's good for you, hurry up and find a job for your brother," Lu Wan's father said. Lu Nung could not hide the pride on his face. Lu Wan, on the other hand, was so angry at her father's words that her whole body was trembling. Chen Ping's face also darkened. However, before Chen Ping and Lu Wan could speak, a crisp voice came from the door. "Ah, grandfather, I think you always said that my mother was a daughter who got married and splashed water. You said that my mother married into the Chen family, so she is no longer a member of your Lu family. Now, what's wrong with my mother becoming a member of the Chen family?" Qu Meng'er was a protective person, especially when it came to the people she placed in her heart. After hearing her cheapskate grandfather's words, Qu Meng'er finally couldn't help but open her mouth to retort. As she spoke, Qu Meng'er chewed on the apple in her hand that she hadn't finished eating. She walked in leisurely with her short legs that she hated. However, unlike the faint smile on Qu Meng'er's face, the faces of Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan were extremely ugly. They didn't expect that their grandfather, who was so kind in their eyes, would have such a twisted face again. Moreover, such a twisted face was facing their mother. When Lu Wan's father heard Chen Meng'er's words, his face was terrifyingly gloomy. He looked at Chen Meng'er, who had a faint smile on her face, and walked in slowly. He wished he could go up and tear the smile off her face. "You little bastard, there's no place for you to speak here. Get out of my way." Before Lu Wan's father could rebuke her, his eldest son, Lu Nong, took the initiative. Lu Nong was quite close to Chen Meng'er. As he spoke, he took a few steps toward Chen Meng'er and reached out to push her away. Fortunately, Chen Haogua was close to Chen Meng'er. Chen Haoshuan was quick-witted. As soon as he saw his uncle's actions, he knew what he was going to do. He wanted to reach out to pull his sister, but it was already too late. So Chen Haogua directly used his body to block in front of his sister, Chen Meng'er. Lu Nong happened to push Chen Haogua's body, and because Lu Nong was in a fit of anger, he had no control over the strength of his hands. Therefore, although Chen Haogua was prepared, he was still pushed to the ground by his uncle Lu Nong. However, fortunately, Chen Meng'er didn't just stand there when Chen Haogua blocked her. When her brother Chen Haogua fell, she supported him from behind. At least, she didn't let her brother Chen Haogua's head hit the ground. She knocked on the ground instead. "How are you? Do you feel any pain?" Chen Meng'er squatted down, trying to pull his brother up. Chen Haoshuan was also scared silly by the scene in front of him. At this moment, he rushed over and squatted beside his brother. "Are you okay?" After Chen Haoshuan asked, he turned his head and looked at his uncle with tears and hatred. "I'm fine." This time, the fall was not light. Lu Nong was strong. However, it was fortunate that Chen Meng'er was behind him, which allowed him to escape. However, he was fine. The fall was so painful that he could not recover for a long time. Chen Ping and Lu Wan also ran over anxiously. Chen Haoshuan and Chen Meng'er's strength was limited. It was Chen Ping who came over and helped Chen Haogua up. "Haogua, how are you? Are you hurt anywhere?" Lu Wan anxiously checked whether her son, Chen Haogua, was hurt anywhere. "Mom, I'm fine. It's just a little painful," Chen Haogua said with a smile. Just now, when he saw his eldest nephew fall, he was also scared out of his wits and broke out in cold sweat. "If you have any anger, you can vent it on us adults. Why did you attack a child?" Lu Wan's heart ached as she patted her eldest son, Chen Haogua, on the head and shouted at her eldest brother, Lu Nong. "I didn't do it on purpose. How would I know that Haogua would suddenly rush out?" Lu Nong was still quibbling. "Did you do it on purpose? Your target was Meng'er, and Haogua helped Meng'er block this attack. However, Meng'er is so young. Yet you can actually do this." Chen Ping's face darkened when he heard his brother-in-law, Lu Nong's words. His face darkened even more. Chen Meng'er sneered in her heart when she heard Lu Nong's words. Lu Nong only pushed her so brazenly because he saw that she wasn't her parents' biological child and was adopted. However, Lu Nong really thought that she, Chen Meng'er, was still bullying her. "Uncle, I don't care who you want to push. However, I have to remind you that you and grandfather came to my house today to ask for help. You didn't come here to flaunt your power and show off." If it wasn't for Chen Meng'er still being concerned about her family's presence, she wouldn't have spoken to Lu Nong in such a tone at this time. And Lu Nong would not be standing here in such good condition. "Don't you want our relatives in the city to find you a job? Then you should know from your wife that our relatives in the city are my god-grandfather. I told you that my god-grandfather is quite powerful. It would not be a problem for him to arrange a better paid job for you." Chen Meng'er was telling the truth. With Elder Lu's status, it wouldn't be a problem for him to arrange for Lu Nong to work in a public institution. However, this also depended on whether Chen Meng'er was willing to do so. Hearing Chen Meng'er's words, Lu Wan's father said happily, "That's great. Then quickly tell your god-grandfather to arrange a good job for your uncle." Chen Meng'er listened to her cheapskate grandfather's words. She laughed coldly in her heart. What a boorish man who doesn't know anything. Chen Meng'er looked at her cheapskate grandfather and said, "But I'm not happy now. I'm not happy to open this mouth. I'll be frank with you. If you want my parents to open this mouth to my god-grandfather might not help at all times." Chen Meng'er did not want her cheap grandfather and uncle to come and find trouble with her parents. "Why are you unhappy? That's your uncle, Chen Meng'er, the grandfather. looked at Chen Meng'er and shouted, "My uncle? Ha! What a joke. I remember that my uncle wanted to attack me just now. If it wasn't for my big brother who helped me block him, I might have already been in the hospital. Grandfather, do you think I have any reason to help my uncle who is so cruel to me?" Chen Meng'er looked at her grandfather and uncle. They looked at her grandfather and uncle. "Humph, you be starred. You're a junior. So what if your uncle hits you? Don't hold a grudge." Lu Wan's father had been the head of the family for so many years, so in his mind, there was no reason to lower his voice to a junior. However, Lu Wan's father still didn't understand the situation in front of him. "I don't dare to hold a grudge, but I'm not willing to say this." Chen Meng'er twitched the corner of her mouth and said, "Also, grandfather, uncle, I've told you that my god-grandfather's identity isn't simple, and he dotes on me. If he finds out that someone bullied me, he won't let them off so easily." Chen Meng'er wasn't trying to scare the father and son. She was speaking the truth. It could be seen from the Lu family's matter. "Little be starred, let me tell you. Don't think that you can scare me with just a few words." "I'm not scared," Lu Neng said with a straight face. This child who was abandoned by her parents at birth, what good life could she have? Lu Neng's words made Chen Meng'er's anger soar to the peak. The meaning in Lu Neng's words stabbed the pain in Chen Meng'er's heart. Although Chen Meng'er was very satisfied with her current parents, she really treated Chen Ping and Lu Wan as her biological parents. However, she would sometimes wonder why her parents in this life would abandon her not long after she was born. Chen Meng'er had also guessed many reasons in her heart. This also meant that Chen Meng'er still cared about her biological parents. "Shut up. Get out. Get out of my house. Don't ever come to my house again." Lu Wan finally exploded. She could also hear the meaning in her big brother's words. Lu Wan was more afraid that this big brother of hers, who spoke without restraint, would say something bad in front of her daughter, Chen Meng'er. "Humph, do you think I want to come? In the future, even if you beg me to come, I won't come. Father, let's go." Lu Neng pulled his father and walked out of Chen Meng'er's house in a huff. Chen Ping, Lu Wan, and the others didn't look too good after Lu Neng and his father left. Lu Wan was quite sad in her heart. She was sad that her father and big brother would treat her like this. On the other hand, Chen Meng'er, after Lu Neng and his father left, she returned to her previous appearance, as if she wasn't the one who had an aggressive aura just now. She was also busy examining her eldest brother, Chen Haogua. However, Chen Meng'er did not put this matter aside as she appeared on the surface. She, Chen Meng'er, had never said that she was a kind person, and she was not a person to be bullied. She, Chen Meng'er, had always believed that if others did not provoke her, she would not provoke them. However, if one took the initiative to provoke her, she would not let them have it easy either. Therefore, Chen Meng'er would not let this matter go just like that. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, a week passed just like that. Chen Meng'er went to Elder Lu's place again. Deepening was sent by Elder Lu to pick up Chen Meng'er early on. And this time, Chen Meng'er did not go to Elder Lu's place alone. Chen Meng'er even brought her two brothers. This was agreed upon when Chen Meng'er went to Elder Lu's place last weekend. Originally, their parents, Chen Ping and Lu Wan, didn't agree to it. It was Elder Lu who suggested Chen Meng'er go to Elder Lu's place. Moreover, Chen Meng'er went to Elder Lu's place to learn knowledge. They felt that their two sons, Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan, would disturb Elder Lu if they went. When Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan heard that their parents did not agree, their faces fell. They had been looking forward to this trip to the city for a long time. Now, they were told that they were not allowed to go. How could they not be disappointed? However, it was fortunate that Chen Meng'er was there. Chen Meng'er acted coquettishly to Chen Ping and Lu Wan, saying that she had already agreed with Elder Lu. Elder Lu also agreed. Elder Lu welcomed her two brothers very much. Well, their daughter had already said that much. In addition, when they saw their two sons' small faces filled with disappointment, they finally nodded in agreement and agreed to Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan's trip to the city. As it turned out, Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan had been in a state of extreme excitement ever since they opened their eyes this morning. When Chen Haoshuan was in school, he couldn't wait to tell them about it. He was going to the city. Everyone in their class knew that Chen Haoshuan was going to the city this weekend before the morning reading class began. Chen Meng'er also saw that her second brother, Chen Haogua, actually wanted to tell their class teacher when their class teacher came in. Fortunately, their class teacher's dignity prevented him from saying what he wanted to say. Little Mississippi Deepening saw Chen Meng'er from afar and got down from the driver's seat. "Hello, Uncle Deepening." Chen Meng'er also greeted Deepening with a smile. As she said this, Chen Meng'er took out an apple from her school bag that she had just received from her big brother, Chen Haogwa, and handed it to Deepening. "Here, Uncle Deepening." Deepening looked at the apple that had suddenly appeared in front of him, and his reaction was a little slow. However, he immediately came back to his senses, scratched his head, and said, "Little miss, you can keep this for yourself." He was already so old. If that thing that belonged to the little miss, who was still a child, were to be spread out, it would be laughed at by his brothers. However, Chen Meng'er insisted. Seeing that Deepening did not accept it, she directly ran in front of Deepening, stood on her tiptoes, and stuffed the apple in her hand into Deepeng's arms. She said, "Uncle Deepening, if you don't accept it, I'll be very angry. If I get angry, the consequences will be very serious." "All right, Uncle Deepening, wait a little longer. I'll go in and take a look at my big brother and second brother," Chen Meng'er threatened. Then, she immediately ran away. Speaking of which, Chen Meng'er herself felt that she was already embarrassed enough. She did not expect that there would be a day when she would threaten the other party in order to give away the food. Meanwhile, Deepening looked at Chen Meng'er's little figure running around the house and then looked at the apple in his arms. He felt helpless and happy. "Do you think it's okay if I bring this dress with me?" Chen Meng'er had just walked into the room of the three siblings when she heard her second brother, Chen Haoxuan, asking for the voice of her eldest brother, Chen Haogwa. "Yep, I'll bring this too." Then, her eldest brother, Chen Haogwa's voice was heard. Chen Meng'er listened to the conversation between her two older brothers. For some reason, the bulging school bags of her two older brothers suddenly appeared in her mind. Thinking of this, Chen Meng'er hurriedly pushed the door open and entered. Unsurprisingly, Chen Meng'er saw the bulging school bags that appeared in her mind just now, and her two older brothers were actually still stuffing things into the school bags. Chen Meng'er looked at the two school bags that could no longer contain anything. She suddenly understood why her two older brothers would resolutely reject their mother, Lu Wan. When she proposed to pack their clothes, she had said that she would pack them herself. It turned out that the two brothers had long known that if they asked their mother to help them pack, the things they wanted to bring would not be brought to them. That was why they had requested for them to pack. "What are your school bags stuffed with? If you keep stuffing them like this, your school bags will break before we reach the city," Chen Meng'er said as she walked into the house. She pointed at the bulging school bags in their hands and said, "We didn't put anything in them." Chen Haoxuan heard Chen Meng'er's words and glanced at the school bags that had no place to stuff things in for him. "You didn't put anything in them? Then why is the school bag so big?" Chen Meng'er said with wide eyes in surprise. This cute appearance made people want to bite it. Chen Meng'er could understand her two brothers' feelings, so she didn't wait for her two brothers to answer and continued to say, "Okay, apart from bringing a set of play clothes, take out the rest of the things from your bag." "Ah, no way." Chen Haoxuan didn't expect his sister to be even more ruthless than his mother. Meng'er, Chen Haogwa, who had always doted on Chen Meng'er and didn't know how to refute her, looked at the things in his bag after hearing Chen Meng'er's words and was a little unhappy. "You have so many things now. When you go to the city and buy things, where will you put them when you come back? There are many rare things in the city. Or you don't want them and only like the things you have now." Chen Meng'er tilted her head. She looked at Chen Haoxuan and Chen Haogwa like a little white rabbit. Chen Haogwa and Chen Haoxuan, who were originally unhappy, did not say anything after hearing Chen Meng'er's words. They lowered their heads and swiftly took out the things in their school bags. Chen Meng'er looked at the things that her two brothers took out from their school bags, and her face was unhappy. She really wanted to ask them why they brought these things to Elder Lu. Chen Haogwa and Chen Haoxuan did not know what Chen Meng'er was thinking as they stood there. At this moment, their eyes were filled with what Chen Meng'er had said. There were many strange things in the city. It was as if they had seen things that they had only heard of but had never seen before. "Meng'er, we are all packed. Let's go." Chen Haogwa and Chen Haoxuan were holding a school bag that only contained a set of play clothes as they blinked their starry eyes at Chen Meng'er. "Okay, let's go." Chen Meng'er looked at the school bag in their hands that had returned to its original state. She was satisfied. Chen Haogua and Chen Haoxuan were carrying school bags that contained their change of clothes, while Chen Meng'er was carrying a small bag that was slung across her back. It was unknown what it contained. Her hands were held by her two older brothers. Just like that, the three siblings held hands and walked to the door of the small courtyard. Chen Ping and Lu Wan were already waiting at the door. Haogua, Haoxuan, when you two arrive at your grandfather Lu's house, you have to be obedient, understand? Don't be mischievous. Lu Wan couldn't help but exhort. Understood, mother. Chen Haogua and Chen Haoxuan replied in unison. Chen Meng'er cursed in her heart. Mother doesn't need to say it. They are very obedient when they see grandfather. They won't cause trouble. It could be said that among all the children, apart from Chen Meng'er, the others were all afraid of Elder Lu. It wasn't like a mouse that saw a cat, but it was about the same. I'll have to trouble you. Chen Ping greeted Deepeng. It's no trouble. This is my job to begin with, Deepeng said without putting on any airs. Deepeng's attitude toward Chen Ping and Lu Wan was mostly because of Chen Meng'er, the newly appointed little miss of their green gang. There was also a small portion of Chen Ping and Lu Wan's character. This time, because there were two more people, Chen Meng'er automatically sat in the front passenger seat and gave the back seat to her two brothers. Chen Meng'er knew that it was her two brothers' first time sitting in a car, so they would definitely be curious about this and that. Therefore, she wisely chose to sit separately from them. After Chen Haoxuan and Chen Haoku climbed into the car, they curiously touched and looked around. It was only when Lu Wan reminded them through the open window that they stopped for a while. Chen Meng'er looked at her two brothers' excited expressions and thought in her heart, when the car drove into the city's gravel road, would her two brothers still be this energetic? This bumpy force was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Chen Meng'er had also gone through such a long period of training before she got used to it. And it was fated that Chen Meng'er, who wanted to see Chen Haogua and Chen Haoxuan make a fool of themselves, would take the initiative to be disappointed. Because Chen Haogua and Chen Haoxuan, the two brothers, had not stopped along the way. Chen Meng'er was sure that if it wasn't for these two fellows who were still worried about the presence of a stranger like Deepeng, these two fellows would definitely be so excited that they would roar and vent their frustrations. However, right now, these two brothers weren't any better off. Chen Meng'er looked at the two boys who had never stopped since they got into the car. She was about to hold her forehead and let out a long sigh. She really wanted to ask if the two of them had taken stimulants today or something. They had been bouncing around for such a long time. Weren't they feeling uncomfortable? Not only did the two of them not feel uncomfortable, but they also enjoyed the bumpy ride of the car. It was said to be like a rocking chair. If Chen Meng'er knew what her two brothers were thinking, she would definitely stand up and shout, "Rocking chair? Do you know what a rocking chair feels like? Ah, you must be feeling that something is wrong. It must be." Chen Meng'er was not the only one who looked at Chen Haogua and Chen Haoxuan with such high energy. Even Deepeng, who was driving, could not help but look behind the rearview mirror several times to see the energetic two brothers. When the car reached the town, Deepeng heard the chattering voices of Chen Haogua and Chen Haoxuan, who were sitting in the back seat. Because they saw the shops on the roadside, he could not help but ask Chen Meng'er, "Little miss, your two brothers are really strong." Chen Meng'er heard Deepeng's words and smiled at her two brothers. She nodded and said, "Yep, they're not bad. I'm tired. They're so energetic." Then, "Little miss, do you want your two brothers to join the green gang?" Deepeng said as he turned to look at the expression on Chen Meng'er's face. Chen Meng'er did not expect Deepeng to be so loyal to the green gang. He was always looking for talents for the green gang. However, Chen Meng'er really did not guess what Deepeng was thinking. Everyone in the green gang knew that their boss, Elder Lu, did not have any children now, and if they did not have any children, it meant that the green gang did not have any heirs. The members of the green gang had even secretly discussed who would take over the green gang in the future. While everyone was speculating, the situation had taken a 180-degree turn. The boss of the green gang had always been unwilling to take in another boss. He had actually taken the initiative to take in a 3-year-old girl as his god-granddaughter. Their boss even doted on this god-granddaughter. For the first time, their boss had opened his mouth to talk about the topic of the successor. Without a doubt, that heir was the god-granddaughter that their boss had just acknowledged, the young lady of their green gang, and the members of their green gang. After knowing that their boss was going to be a woman in the future, were all worried in their hearts. Would this young lady have the ability to support the entire Green Gang in the future? Would she have the ability to make an exception and support the entire Green Gang? Deepeng actually had the same worry. Hence, when he saw Chen Meng'er's two energetic older brothers today, he had an idea. Perhaps he could nurture their little Miss two older brothers and let them become their little Miss's right-hand men. Deepeng saw that Chen Meng'er did not say anything and thought that Chen Meng'er was unwilling to let her brothers join the Green Gang. He immediately explained, "Little Miss, our Green Gang is different from other organizations." "Yes, I know. I just feel that my eldest brother and second brother are still young. Moreover, I don't have the authority to help them decide on this matter. I can let them train with the members of the gang every week." Chen Meng'er had her own plans in mind. Regardless of whether her two brothers would become members of the Green Gang in the future, she hoped that they would have the ability to protect themselves. Especially after experiencing these two incidents, Chen Meng'er felt that their power was too weak. At the very least, they did not have the ability to protect themselves. The first place that Chen Meng'er thought of to improve her strength was the Green Gang. In fact, even if Deepening did not mention this matter today, Chen Meng'er would have mentioned it to her grandfather, Elder Lu. "That's not bad. Then, little miss, about this matter?" Although Chen Meng'er's answer was somewhat different from what Deepening had expected, in general, Deepening was still very satisfied. He thought that even if their little Miss's two older brothers did not join their Green Gang now, after training together with their people all year round, over time, they would develop a sense of belonging to the Green Gang. Therefore, the process might be a little different from what he had thought, but the result was the same. "I will tell grandfather about this." Chen Meng'er knew that it was not appropriate for Deepening to speak about this matter. Besides, this was what she was supposed to do. Along the way, Chen Haoshuan and Chen Haogwa were full of energy. They didn't stop at all. However, when they heard that Chen Meng'er was about to arrive at Lu's old house, the two brothers seemed to have been wound up. They immediately stopped moving and sat upright in their seats. Deepening saw the two brothers sitting upright in the back seat through the rearview mirror and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Then, he smiled and said to Chen Meng'er, "Little miss, I thought that your family had inherited your boldness. I didn't expect that I was wrong." Deepening and the others were quite surprised that Chen Meng'er was not afraid of Elder Lu at all. It must be known that every child would not say anything when they saw their boss. They would hug their parents' thighs and cry incessantly. So, when Deepening and the others saw Chen Meng'er getting along very well with their boss, how could they not be surprised? After Chen Meng'er heard Deepeng's words, she turned around and looked at her two brothers who were sitting upright. Could she say that she was not afraid of Elder Lu because she was not a child in the first place? The answer was obvious. She just couldn't. Thus, Chen Meng'er could only keep her mouth shut and pretend that she didn't hear anything. The car stopped at the entrance of the pharmacy. Chen Meng'er got out of the car, and Nanny Lee and Xiao Lu came up to welcome her. "Little miss, you're finally here. I missed you to death," Nanny Lee said as she came over and hugged Chen Meng'er. Nanny Lee had never gotten married and had children in her entire life, so she now treated Chen Meng'er as her own granddaughter and came to feel pain. "Nanny Lee, Meng'er also misses you very much." Chen Meng'er also acted coquettishly. "Little miss, sir has something on, so he couldn't come here to pick you up." Xiao Lu took advantage of the fact that Chen Meng'er and Nanny Lee had just finished expressing their feelings, and moved forward to tell them what his boss wanted him to say to their little Mississippi. Otherwise, if their little miss got angry at their boss, he would suffer. When he thought of their boss's anger, his entire heart trembled. "Yes, I know. I know that grandfather is very busy." Chen Meng'er was not an ordinary child. She did not see Elder Lu when she got out of the car just now. She knew that Elder Lu was either busy with the gang or solving business matters. Chen Haoshuan, who had been trembling in fear, got off the car with Chen Meng'er. When Chen Haoshuan heard that Grandpa Lu was not around, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief, and the expression on his face also relaxed. "Oh, these two little guys are so good-looking. They must be the brothers of our little Mississippi." Nanny Lee had never given birth before, but she liked children very much, and as she was by Elder Lu's side, the chances of meeting children were very rare. Nanny Lee let go of Chen Meng'er and raised her head to see Chen Haogwa. However, Chen Haogwa and Chen Haoshuan were not strangers. They were afraid of Elder Lu. Now that Elder Lu was not here, they were happy. "Hello, Nanny Lee. Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan were influenced by Qu Meng'er. Although they were still children in the countryside, they were still polite. They should be smart. The two brothers had noticed how Qu Meng'er addressed Nanny Lee. Now, they also addressed her. Hey, good boys. Nanny Lee liked children. It was rare for them to be good-looking and polite. Nanny Lee, this is my eldest brother, Chen Haogua. This is my second brother, Chen Haoshuan. Qu Meng'er saw that Nanny Lee liked her two brothers from the bottom of her heart, and she was quite happy. Then I'll call you little Gua and call you little Xian. After Nanny Lee finished speaking, suddenly, she remembered. Aya, look at me. How could I forget that the three of you have been riding for such a long time? You must be tired. Quickly, enter the house. I knew that you were coming today, so I made a lot of snacks. Nanny Lee held Qu Meng'er's hand as they walked into the house. She turned her head and said to Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan. As for Chen Haoshuan and Chen Haogua, when they heard Nanny Lee say that there was food, their small eyes instantly lit up. As for the sweet-mouthed Chen Haoshuan, the compliments came out like they were free. Nanny Lee, your cooking is really good. The snacks you make are really delicious. Every time you let your sister bring home the snacks, the three of us eat them all. When Qu Meng'er heard her second brother, Chen Haoshuan's words, her forehead started to turn black. She really wanted to say to him, it's not that there's not even a little bit left. It's that there's not enough to eat. The pastries I bring back are always the ones that you eat the most. And Qu Meng'er could already foresee how her two brothers would eat when they nodded their heads. However, Qu Meng'er believed that Nanny Lee would be very happy to see how her two brothers ate. As Qu Meng'er had expected, when her two brothers saw the desserts that Nanny Lee had prepared, they did not hold back at all. Their eyes lit up as they stared at the exquisite desserts, waiting for Qu Meng'er to say that they should eat them. After Qu Meng'er spat out these words, Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan unceremoniously began to stuff things into their mouths. Fortunately, although the two brothers were fast, their postures did not make people think that they were not well educated. Nanny Lee looked at the two brothers who were enjoying the food, and a smile appeared on her face. Nanny Lee held the chopsticks and was busy picking up snacks for the brothers. As she did so, she said, eat slowly. Be careful not to choke. Yes, yes. Chen Haoshuan nodded as he stuffed the food into his mouth. However, the brothers' nerves didn't relax for long before they tensed up again. Elder Lu had returned with Zhuge Yu and the others. Because his granddaughter was coming today, Elder Lu had greatly increased everyone's work speed. As a result, many people who had wasted Elder Lu's time today were harshly reprimanded by Elder Lu, and the content of the training doubled. And it was precisely because of Elder Lu's thunderous methods that he was able to rush back before dinner. Otherwise, with their usual efficiency, Elder Lu and the others would not be able to finish dealing with these matters until 12 o'clock at night. Meng'er, Grandpa is back. Elder Lu shouted into the house as soon as he entered. Qu Meng'er heard Elder Lu's voice and jumped down from the chair. She ran out cheerfully to welcome Elder Lu. As for Chen Haoshuan and Chen Haogua, they were originally happily drinking soda. They had no interest in that bland and tasteless milk. However, when they heard Elder Lu's voice, they were so frightened that they immediately placed the cups in their hands on the table in front of them. Then, the two of them sat upright. Qu Meng'er was sure that when they were in school, their sitting posture had never been so standard. Haogua, Haoshuan, do you still remember Grandpa Lu? Elder Lu looked at Chen Haogua and the Chen brothers' sitting posture and nodded in satisfaction. He still liked children who were well-behaved. Of course, Qu Meng'er was an exception. In Elder Lu's heart, whatever his granddaughter did was the best, and she was always right. He would always stand on his granddaughter's side. If those education experts knew Elder Lu's heart, they would definitely be heartbroken and say that Elder Lu was doting on her, completely doting on her. The two people who were called, their faces tensed up even more. The two of them hurriedly got down from their chairs and ran in front of Elder Lu. They called out obediently, "Hello, Grandpa Lu. We remember you. And not bad. Your memory is pretty good, right?" Grandpa Lu knew that the two of you were coming. He had already asked Nanny Lee to prepare a room for the two of you. In a while, Nanny Lee will bring the two of you to take a look. Do you like it? Elder Lu reached out and touched Chen Haogua's and said in a tone that he thought was very amiable. Thank you, Grandpa Lu. Chen Haogua was a little stiff when Elder Lu touched their heads. However, his body soon relaxed. Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan were a little excited when they heard that Elder Lu had prepared rooms for them. They thought that they must have come to Elder Lu's place to sleep with their sister Qu Meng'er. They did not expect that Elder Lu had specially prepared a room for them. However, when they saw the room that Elder Lu had specially prepared for them, they were not just a little excited. Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan were brought by Nanny Lee to see the room that Nanny Lee had prepared for them. Qu Meng'er did not go with them. When she saw her grandfather, Elder Lu, and Zhuge Yu come in, she knew that her grandfather had something to say to her. "Grandpa, if you have something to say, just say it." Qu Meng'er looked at Elder Lu as if she knew that he had something to say to her. "Little girl, why are you so sure that Grandpa has something to say to you?" Elder Lu looked at his granddaughter's cute appearance and could not help but want to reach out and properly massage his granddaughter's little face. However, when he thought of the little girl's temper, he could only force himself to withdraw his hand. "Grandpa, Uncle Zhuge, Uncle Fatty, Uncle Skinny, the four of you came in. When you saw them, your expressions were like that. I have something to tell you. I have something to tell you." Qu Meng'er's exaggerated expression. It made Elder Lu and the others laugh. "You little brat, you're really a clown," Elder Lu said with a smile. "Yeah, I never knew that our expressions could talk." Zhuge Yu also replied with a smile. "You're really naughty." Skinny couldn't help but reach out his hand and touch Qu Meng'er's delicate and cute little nose. However, his hand also gently tapped and then let go. He had seen the warning look his master gave him. After the laughter, Elder Lu put on a serious expression. "Meng'er's guess is right. Grandfather has something to tell you." Qu Meng'er nodded, indicating that she was listening attentively. She gestured for Elder Lu to continue. "Last time, didn't you say that you wanted to earn Japanese money? I just want to settle the matter. I have also settled the documents for you to go to Japan. Now, as long as you say the time, we can set off." What Elder Lu didn't say was when he heard Qu Meng'er say that she wanted to earn Japanese money, he was excited. Although Elder Lu was the head of the gang, he was very patriotic. He was very disgusted with the Japanese. Now, he finally caught an opportunity, a good opportunity to make the Japanese bleed greatly. How could Elder Lu not be excited? This week, Elder Lu had brought Zhuge Yu and the others to rush around to apply for Qu Meng'er's various documents to go abroad. Fortunately, Elder Lu had a wide network, and everyone gave him face, so he managed to get all the documents done so quickly. "Oh, is it all done?" Qu Meng'er asked in surprise. "It's all done. How is it? Grandpa is fast, right?" Elder Lu looked at Qu Meng'er with an expression of wanting to take credit, praising each other and praising each other. The way he asked for praise like a child made the three right-hand men who had been by Elder Lu's side for many years deeply embarrassed. Zhuge Yu and the others felt that they must have not slept well last night to have these hallucinations. On the other hand, Qu Meng'er was used to Elder Lu's rich expression. Qu Meng'er also knew that this old man was becoming more and more like a child as he got older. Therefore, Qu Meng'er said, "Yes, Grandpa is the best." After Qu Meng'er finished praising him, she then continued, "But, Grandpa, you didn't even get my household registration book. How did you get the certificate?" Qu Meng'er subconsciously asked the question in her heart. She completely realized that she was only 3 years old, and she was a little girl who lived in the countryside. No matter how smart she was, she shouldn't have known that she had to get a passport and a pass. However, fortunately, Elder Lu and the others had long been used to Qu Meng'er's different thinking from normal children. They were also used to Qu Meng'er's intelligence. Therefore, regarding Qu Meng'er's question, they did not feel that there was anything wrong with it at all. Elder Lu smiled mysteriously and said, "This means that Grandfather is very resourceful." The truth was that when Deepening sent Qu Meng'er home last time, Elder Lu had already told Deepening beforehand that after he sent Qu Meng'er home, he would ask Qu Meng'er's parents for their household register. He wanted to use Qu Meng'er's household register to apply for a passport. Chen Ping and Lu Wan didn't know what Elder Lu was talking about, but because of Elder Lu's image in their hearts, they didn't ask much and handed their household register to Deepening. Qu Meng'er looked at her grandfather's increasingly childish appearance and didn't ask much. She walked directly to Zhuge Yu, took the little notebook from Zhuge Yu's hand, and flipped through it. Although Qu Meng'er felt that her grandfather was becoming more and more unreliable and childish in front of her, but when it came to handling matters, he was still very reliable. Meng'er, when are you going to leave for Japan? Zhuge Yu looked at Chen Meng'er, who was seriously flipping through her passport, and asked, Next week. When I go back this time, I will tell my parents. Chen Meng'er wanted to do it as soon as possible. One had to know that the stock market in Japan was constantly rising. This also meant that if Chen Meng'er entered the stock market in Japan one day earlier, she would earn one day's money earlier. And the amount of money was quite a considerable sum. All right, then I'll prepare the plane tickets. Zhuge Yu nodded and made a mental note of this matter. Elder Lu asked Nanny Lee to decorate the rooms for Chen Haogua and Chen Haoxuan. The two brothers liked it very much. Ever since the two brothers entered their rooms, they had not come out until Chen Meng'er called them to eat. Only then did they reluctantly put down the toys in their hands and followed Chen Meng'er to the dining room. Chen Meng'er also took the opportunity to take a look at the rooms that Nanny Lee had decorated for her two brothers while calling them to eat. She could say that Nanny Lee had spent a lot of effort to decorate these two rooms. There were many toys and books that boys liked in the room. Those things were not easy to buy at this time. Chen Meng'er was touched. She had always known that Elder Lu loved her and that the entire Green Gang loved her. However, she did not expect that they would value her family so much just because they loved her. Chen Haogua and Chen Haoxuan did not embarrass Chen Meng'er. When Chen Meng'er brought them to the restaurant for dinner, the two of them politely thanked Elder Lu and Nanny Lee when they saw each other. They also expressed that the two of them liked the room. It's good that you like it. This way, we won't waste Nanny Lee's efforts, Elder Lu said. Let's eat. The dinner was very rich. Because of the arrival of Chen Meng'er, Chen Haoxuan, and Chen Haogua, the food prepared by Nanny Lee was richer than usual. As a result, Chen Haoxuan and Chen Haogua's eyes lit up again when they saw the food. However, because of Elder Lu, the two of them were not as unrestrained as they were in the afternoon. They suddenly became cautious. The two brothers did not dare to look at Elder Lu directly. They only dared to sneak a few glances at Elder Lu. Elder Lu had long noticed that the two brothers would glance at him from time to time. Fortunately, Elder Lu did not want to scare the two little boys, so he just turned a blind eye and pretended not to see them. This allowed Chen Haogua and Chen Haoxuan to finish the dinner safely. This made the two brothers heave a sigh of relief, and the fear in their hearts toward Elder Lu faded a little. Because Chen Meng'er and the others had taken such a long car ride in the afternoon, Elder Lu did not plan to take the three little ones out for a stroll after dinner. He wanted them to have a good rest. Elder Lu wanted the three little ones to rest, but this sudden visit of Elder Zhao had disrupted Elder Lu's plans. Elder Zhao had come at the right time. He had long since found out that Chen Meng'er would come to Elder Lu's place on Saturday afternoons every week. So he strolled over after dinner and arrived at Elder Lu's place. Yo, Elder Lu. It's so lively here today. Elder Zhao's voice came before he arrived. That's right. My Meng'er is here today. But Elder Zhao, why are you so happy today? Why are you still strolling over at my place so late at night? Elder Lu knew that this old fellow had ulterior motives when he saw Elder Zhao. I wasn't counting the time. I calculated that Meng'er would coincidentally come to your place today, so I strolled over after dinner. I'm not here for you. I'm here completely for Meng'er. Elder Zhao didn't give Elder Lu any face at all. He said it directly. You Elder Zhao, you actually dare to have designs on my granddaughter? Let me tell you, Meng'er is my granddaughter. Don't even think about snatching my granddaughter away. Elder Lu knew that Elder Zhao often asked about his precious granddaughter, Chen Meng'er. What Elder Zhao buried in his heart didn't say. If I steal your granddaughter, I definitely won't be able to compete with you. Right now, I want to steal my granddaughter-in-law. Just like that, Elder Zhao liked Chen Meng'er very much, and Chen Meng'er was the god-granddaughter of Elder Lu who had no children. He had a small idea. He thought that if he let his grandson, Zhao Shihao, get engaged to Chen Meng'er with a mock engagement. However, Elder Zhao only dared to think about this idea in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud. He could imagine how Elder Lu would react if he said this suggestion out loud. In fact, Elder Zhao had missed one person, and that person was Chen Meng'er. If Chen Meng'er heard that Elder Zhao was planning something like this, she would probably fly into a rage out of humiliation. She would practice her acupuncture. However, Elder Zhao, I think that you must have something to do at this time of night. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come here. Elder Lu was very clear about Elder Zhao's character. Now that Elder Lu said that, Elder Zhao also happened to follow Elder Lu's words and said, "There is indeed something. After you gave my grandson Shihao an acupuncture treatment last time, the effect was pretty good. Therefore, I want you to go and take a look at my grandson again today. It's also a good opportunity for Meng'er, this little girl, to watch from the side." Elder Zhao's calculation was very loud. However, Elder Zhao's plan had really hit Chen Meng'er's heart. If it was for any other reason, Chen Meng'er would definitely be too lazy to go with her grandfather, Elder Lu. However, with this opportunity to observe the clinical practice, she did not want to miss it. Therefore, Chen Meng'er swallowed the words that came to her mouth. And how could Elder Lu not know what his precious granddaughter was thinking? Therefore, he answered according to Elder Zhao's words, "All right, then let me tidy up and follow you on this trip." However, in the eyes of these two brothers, the two-story villa of the Zhao family was an incredible existence. Who asked the Qin family village at this time to not have two-story houses? There were only bungalows. Therefore, at first glance, the two brothers who saw the building would be so surprised. The reactions of Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan brothers made Elder Zhao feel comfortable in his heart. He did not see that the smile on Elder Zhao's face was almost wrinkled into a flower. However, Elder Lu wasn't happy. He muttered in his heart, "Isn't it just a small, shabby villa? Is there a need to be so surprised? Humph. If you two see my old castle in England, your jaws will fall off." Fortunately, Elder Lu also knew that it was the first time Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan were in the city, so such a reaction was normal. Therefore, he cursed in his heart. They didn't show anything. However, Elder Lu had already made plans in his heart. He would definitely bring the Chen brothers to his castle in England in the future. He must personally see the expressions of the two brothers when they saw his castle. However, Elder Lu's wished to see the expressions of the Chen brothers, who were so shocked that their jaws were about to fall off, was destined to be disappointed. Because at that time, Chen Haogua and the Chen brothers were no longer the inexperienced little boys they were now. Of course, these were all things to be discussed in the future. At this time, Chen Meng'er, Elder Lu, and Elder Zhao did not urge the brothers to enter the house until they had finished viewing. "Meng'er, Grandpa Zhao's house is really beautiful," Chen Haoshuan, who was walking beside Chen Meng'er, could not help but whisper into Chen Meng'er's ear. Chen Haogua also came over and said, "Yi, this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful building. Do you guys really like a house like Grandpa Zhao's house?" For Chen Meng'er, she preferred a courtyard like Elder Lu's house. "Yes, I like it very much." Chen Haoshuan nodded his head seriously and replied, "I like it too. If only my house could have such a beautiful building." Chen Haoshuan said with a face full of yearning, "In the future, I will give each of you a building as beautiful as Grandpa Zhao's house." Chen Meng'er looked seriously at her big brother, and second brother said. The small person's exquisite face was full of a serious expression. This made people who saw the expression on the small person's face believe what she said from the bottom of their hearts. When Sun Jia came up from the back room to welcome her, she saw such a scene. "Yay, we believe in Meng'er. However, I will study hard. When I find a good job in the future, I will buy such a beautiful house for my sister." Chen Haogua was touched by his sister's words. However, he also wanted to give his sister such a beautiful house. "Me too," Chen Haoshuan said, unwilling to be left behind. "Meng'er is here." "Meng'er, what were you talking about just now? Why are you so serious?" Sun Jia saw Chen Meng'er and went up to her. She didn't expect this 3-year-old little girl's medical skills to be so amazing. Previously, she was still worried that if Elder Lu followed Chen Meng'er's plan to treat her son, what would happen if something went wrong? But she didn't expect that. After Elder Lu's acupuncture, her son could already slightly control his left hand and left foot, although he wasn't very agile. However, his family believed that as long as they cooperated with Elder Lu's treatment, it was only a matter of time before he recovered. In addition to the incident with the Lu family last week, everyone with some status in S-City knew that Elder Lu's adopted granddaughter couldn't be offended. Moreover, Elder Lu's adopted granddaughter might be the one to inherit all of Elder Lu's assets in the future. It was unknown who spread the news that the people from the Lu family in the capital had already come to S-City and had seen Elder Lu's god-granddaughter. They had also acknowledged this god-granddaughter. This also meant that Chen Meng'er was recognized as a member of the Liu family by the Liu family. Once this news came out, Chen Meng'er's status had undergone a qualitative change. As a result, the current Chen Meng'er status in Sun Jia's eyes had undergone an earth-shaking change. The current Chen Meng'er caused Sun Jia to be wary of her. However, Chen Meng'er didn't know anything about these twists and turns. She only felt that Zhao Shihao's mother's attitude towards her had changed. Chen Meng'er didn't think too deeply into it. She only thought that the change in Zhao Shihao's mother's attitude was because the treatment plan she had given earlier was effective. Hello. Annie Sunday Chen Meng'er greeted Sun Jia. Hello. Annie Sunday Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan also greeted her. Who are you? Sun Jia was only paying attention to Chen Meng'er just now and didn't notice Chen Haoshuan and Chen Haogua. Now, she only noticed when the two brothers greeted her. Annie Sun, these are my two brothers. This is my eldest brother, Chen Haogua, and this is my second brother, Chen Haoshuan. They are here to play in the city. Chen Meng'er was now completely acting as the introducer for her two brothers. They are Meng'er's older brothers. They are so good-looking. Come in and sit down. Auntie will bring you something to eat. When Sun Jia heard that they were Chen Meng'er's older brothers, she immediately became enthusiastic. Chen Meng'er did not know that she had already become the object of those people in S City to curry favor with. If it were not for the fact that they had no way to find Chen Meng'er, who was protected too well by Elder Liu, they would have long thought of all kinds of ways to get close to Chen Meng'er. Thank you. Annie Sunday Chen Meng'er didn't stand on ceremony. She led one brother with each hand and walked into the Zhao family home. Zhao Shihao was also in the living room. He had heard Chen Meng'er's voice just now. If it weren't for his mother stopping him, he would have stood up and slowly walked over to welcome Chen Meng'er. At this moment, Zhao Shihao saw Chen Meng'er walk in and excitedly waved at Chen Meng'er. Meng'er, you're here. Come to me quickly. Chen Meng'er did not go up because her two hands were held by her two older brothers. Moreover, when Chen Meng'er felt the increasing strength of her two hands, she raised her head and looked at her two older brothers. Only then did she realize that her two older brothers were looking at Zhao Shihao with hostility. Seeing this, Chen Meng'er felt helpless. Meanwhile, Chen Haoshuan looked at Zhao Shihao stubbornly and said, Meng'er is our sister. When Chen Meng'er and the others walked in, Zhao Shihao noticed the two boys beside Chen Meng'er, who were holding Chen Meng'er's small hand. Zhao Shihao was immediately unhappy in his heart. Therefore, he deliberately chose to ignore Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan, who were holding Chen Meng'er's small hands. However, Zhao Shihao did not expect that the two people he deliberately ignored would be so rude and directly say that he was not allowed to steal their sister. Zhao Shihao was usually very sensible and more sensible than his peers. However, no matter how sensible he was only a 7-year-old child. In the face of Chen Haoshuan's provocation, Zhao Shihao very impolitely replied, Meng'er is also my younger sister. My younger sister is from our family, not yours. Chen Haoshuan pouted his small mouth and looked at Zhao Shihao with an unconvinced expression. Chen Haoshuan wanted to directly pull Chen Meng'er and walk back. Come on. Chen Meng'er pulled her two brothers' hands. Chen Meng'er was puzzled. Her two brothers were very popular among the children in the village. She had never seen her two brothers so hostile towards anyone. Could it be that there really were magnetic fields that were born to repel each other? As for Zhao Shihao, when he saw Chen Meng'er being pulled away by her two brothers, he was also anxious. He couldn't care less that it wasn't very convenient for him to move. He stood up and was about to chase after Chen Meng'er. Sun Jia, who was carrying a fruit plate out, happened to see him. Sun Jia hurriedly put down the fruit plate in her hand and rushed to Zhao Shihao's side. Shihao, why are you in such a hurry? Don't you know that you haven't fully recovered yet? Your movements haven't fully recovered yet. What if you fall? Zhao Shihao was scolded by his mother. He stood there and pursed his lips, his face full of stubbornness. Chen Meng'er shook both of her hands. She looked at her two brothers with a coquettish expression. Meanwhile, Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan also realized that Zhao Shihao's movements didn't seem to be very convenient. The two brothers remembered what Elder Zhao had said to Elder Liu and knew that Zhao Shihao was sick. The two brothers looked at each other and decided not to argue with the sick Zhao Shihao about stealing their sister for the time being. Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan let go of Chen Meng'er's hand that had been holding Chen Meng'er's. Chen Meng'er wanted to resolve the enmity between Chen Haogua, Chen Haoshuan, and Zhao Shihao, because Chen Meng'er knew that in this society, one more friend was better than one more enemy. Moreover, Chen Meng'er was even more clear that Zhao Shihao's identity was destined to have extraordinary results in the future. If her two older brothers could have some friendship with Zhao Shihao, then in another 10 or 20 years, perhaps her two older brothers could have more connections. Chen Meng'er was so realistic. She also had to be realistic. Who asked her to clearly know what the future society was like. It was a society of money and power. If you didn't have one of these, you wouldn't be able to move an inch in society, right? However, you would only be bullied. Chen Meng'er pulled Chen Haogua's hand, and when the Chen brothers walked towards Zhao Shihao, the brothers weren't happy at first. If it wasn't for Chen Meng'er's firm attitude, the two of them would have really looked at Zhao Shihao coldly. Shihao, these are my two brothers. This is my big brother, Chen Haogua. This is my second brother, Chen Haoshuan. Chen Meng'er pointed at her two brothers and introduced them to Zhao Shihao. After she introduced her two brothers, she then introduced Zhao Shihao to her two brothers. Guys, this is Zhao Shihao, Elder Zhao's grandson. I hope the three of you can become good friends. After the introduction, Chen Meng'er added this sentence at the end of the sentence. Hello, I'm Zhao Shihao. Chen Meng'er was afraid of the awkward silence. Fortunately, Zhao Shihao still gave her face. He was the first to speak. Zhao Shihao started the conversation. Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan weren't rude, so it wasn't appropriate for them to put on a cold face for Zhao Shihao to see. Moreover, they were guests at someone else's house. Therefore, Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan put down their prejudice against Zhao Shihao and said, Hello, I'm Chen Haogua. Hello, I'm Chen Haoshuan. Chen Meng'er saw that the three people finally no longer felt confrontation. She was also relieved. She did not want to be sandwiched in the middle. Elder Lu had just finished playing a game of chess, and Elder Zhao also walked out of the study. Just now, Elder Zhao wanted to give his grandson a chance to get along with Chen Meng'er and Chen Meng'er's two elder brothers, especially when he just entered the door. He dragged Elder Lu into the study to play chess with him. How about it? Shihao, Grandpa found you two more friends. You just have too few friends. Elder Zhao and Elder Lu came out. They happened to see Zhao Shihao, Chen Haogua, and Chen Haoshuan introducing themselves to each other. Therefore, Elder Zhao, who was very satisfied with this phenomenon, said with a smile. When Zhao Shihao heard his grandpa's words, he had the impulse to roll his eyes. He didn't want any friends. Wasn't he here to steal Meng'er's sister from him? Speaking of which, Zhao Shihao seemed to have made a mistake. Chen Meng'er was originally the sister of the Chen brothers. How could he steal her? However, it was fortunate that Chen Haogua and Chen Haoshuan did not know what Zhao Shihao was thinking. If they knew, who knew what kind of trouble these two boys would cause? In the end, Elder Lu did not play chess and forgot the purpose of coming to the Zhao family. He looked at the time. It was already late, and Chen Meng'er and Chen Haogua, Chen Haoshuan and the others must have been tired after sitting in the car for such a long time today. Elder Lu said, If you want to check, then hurry up. Otherwise, you'll have to trouble someone else. Oh, okay. Then I'll have to trouble you, Elder Lu, Elder Zhao replied. Elder Lu walked to the sofa next to Zhao Shihao and sat down. Then, he said to Zhao Shihao, Stretch out your right hand. Zhao Shihao was still quite afraid of Elder Lu. At least in Zhao Shihao's heart, Elder Lu was more fearful of him than his grandfather, so he obediently stretched out his right hand. Elder Lu put his hand on Zhao Shihao's wrist, then closed his eyes slightly and checked Zhao Shihao's pulse. When Elder Lu checked Zhao Shihao's pulse, Elder Zhao and Zhao Shihao's mother, Sun Jiao, were the most nervous. They didn't even blink their eyes and kept looking at the expression on Elder Lu's face. Elder Lu slowly withdrew the hand on Zhao Shihao's wrist, then opened his eyes, stood up, and said to Chen Meng'er, Meng'er, come and take a look at Shihao. Okay. Chen Meng'er did not stand on ceremony. Moreover, at her current age, she rarely had the opportunity to come into contact with patients and rarely had the opportunity for clinical practice. Therefore, Chen Meng'er treasured it very much. This time, Sun Jia did not have any objections. After she had seen Chen Meng'er's medical skills, she did not dare to belittle Chen Meng'er anymore. Moreover, she had heard from her father-in-law that although Chen Meng'er was inexperienced, she knew Chinese medicine knowledge, was not comparable to Elder Lu, who was already at an old age. Qu Meng'er sat in the same position as Elder Lu. Her hand was placed on Zhao Shihao's right wrist. However, Elder Lu's hand looked like it had experienced many vicissitudes. Now it was Qu Meng'er's fair and chubby little hand. Qu Meng'er took her pulse very seriously. When she took her pulse, Zhao Shihao's pulse was directly transmitted to her brain. Therefore, Qu Meng'er's mutated brain quickly began to work. It made Qu Meng'er feel like a smart computer, and also like the various devices in the hospital. It quickly displayed the data of the patient's body. However, Qu Meng'er's mutated brain was much more advanced than this computer. The various devices in the hospital were much more advanced. As a result, Qu Meng'er's mutated brain not only displayed Zhao Shihao's current physical indicators, but also listed all the plans to treat Zhao Shihao. Previously, because Qu Meng'er had just come into contact with her mutated brain, she had not fully studied it. Now, although she had not fully studied it, she was much calmer and knew more than when she had just discovered that she had this function. When Qu Meng'er looked at the treatment plan given by her mutated brain, she would not only look at the best treatment plan, but she would also scroll back and look at the various treatment plans listed at the back. They seemed to be the most effective and safest. And through looking at these different treatment plans, Qu Meng'er had benefited a lot. So, this method could have such an effect. And many of them were things that Qu Meng'er didn't see or didn't notice when she was reading the medical books. Qu Meng'er's mind spun quickly. In a short period of time, she quickly digested and absorbed the contents that appeared in her mind. Then, she opened her eyes and ended the pulse examination. Meng'er, how's your brother Shihao's condition? Elder Zhao asked after seeing Qu Meng'er open her eyes. Qu Meng'er did not answer Elder Zhao directly. Instead, she turned to look at her grandfather, Elder Lu. When she saw Elder Lu smiling and nodding at her, she then answered Elder Zhao, Shihao is in a good condition now. The congestion in his brain has decreased a lot, and the area of the motor nerves under the pressure of the congestion is also decreasing. So, according to this situation, Shihao's control of his left hand and left foot will not be affected after 2 more acupuncture sessions. Grandpa, do you think I'm right? After Qu Meng'er finished speaking, she turned around to ask for her grandfather's opinion. Elder Lu said with a gratified expression, there's nothing wrong with the result of my granddaughter's diagnosis. I'm waiting for you to surpass your father. When Elder Zhao and Sun Jia heard the result from Elder Lu and Qu Meng'er, their hearts, which had been hanging in the air, were completely relieved. Then I'll have to trouble you, Elder Lu, said Elder Zhao to Elder Lu. Sure. As long as you, Elder Zhao, play a few more games with me, replied Elder Lu. Elder Lu's words made Elder Zhao's expression stiffen. Speaking of which, Elder Lu's ghost skills really made him not dare to compliment him. Acupuncture could not be distracted, so the location was changed to Zhao Shihao's room. Elder Zhao, Sun Jia, Chen Haogua, and Chen Haoshuan were left outside the room. Zhao Shihao, who had experienced acupuncture once, did not reject acupuncture. In his opinion, acupuncture was much more comfortable than using needles to hang IVs. Inside Qu Meng'er was the soul of an adult. In her eyes, Zhao Shihao's small body was nothing. On the other hand, Zhao Shihao, who was lying on the bed, was blushing like a tomato. Fortunately, Zhao Shihao was lying on the bed with his face buried in the pillow. Qu Meng'er, who was standing by the bed, did not see him. Otherwise, Qu Meng'er would have asked Zhao Shihao worriedly, what was wrong with him? Why did his face turn so red? Meng'er, you're still young and your wrist isn't strong enough. So, until now, I will only let you watch how I do the acupuncture, but won't teach you how to do it, Elder Lu said to Qu Meng'er as he took out his needle box. Grandpa, I know that. Qu Meng'er looked at Elder Lu's old needle box and answered him while thinking in her heart, when will I give Elder Lu the exquisite mahogany needle box that I found in my space some time ago? Qu Meng'er knew that her current age was not suitable for learning acupuncture, so she had not touched the medical books on acupuncture in the study room in her space. And what reason did Qu Meng'er use during this period of time to give Elder Lu the ancient medical books on acupuncture that were suitable for Elder Lu in her space? Qu Meng'er was very clear that she was only a 3-year-old child from an ordinary family. She simply did not have the ability to take out those out-of-print ancient medical books. The ancient medical books that she had given Elder Lu were already risky. and Chen Meng'er could not come up with any other reason. So, until now, Chen Meng'er had not given Elder Lu the ancient medical books on acupuncture. Chen Meng'er could only say that with her current body, age, and current identity, everything was really troublesome. Yes, very good. When I give Shihao the treatment later, you should take a good look at it from the side. Pay attention to the way I perform the acupuncture and the positions of those acupuncture points. Elder Lu changed the smiling expression he had on Chen Meng'er previously. He said to Chen Meng'er with a serious face. Yes, grandfather. Chen Meng'er also replied with a serious face. The medical knowledge that Elder Lu learned was far from the ancient medical books in Chen Meng'er's space. It was also quite different from the medical knowledge in Chen Meng'er's brain. However, Chen Meng'er had to admit that Elder Lu could still be her teacher. Because Elder Lu had rich clinical experience, taking this set of acupuncture as an example, Elder Lu was really fast and accurate. If it wasn't for Chen Meng'er's good eyesight, she really might not be able to see Elder Lu's movements clearly. Moreover, Chen Meng'er also knew in her heart that if it wasn't for Elder Lu's superb acupuncture skills, he might not be able to perform the effects of this set of array formation. After Elder Lu finished the entire set of acupuncture, he was already drenched in sweat. This acupuncture was very energy-consuming. Meanwhile, Chen Meng'er was watching seriously from the side. After Elder Lu finished the acupuncture, Chen Meng'er took out a small handkerchief from her bag and handed it to Elder Lu, asking him to wipe the sweat off her forehead. Elder Lu took the handkerchief from his granddaughter and smiled in a very pleased manner as he said softly, "My granddaughter is still the best. Acupuncture could cure diseases, but the silver needles of acupuncture were not suitable to stay in a person's body for too long. Therefore, Elder Lu waited for the time to run out and took out all the silver needles in Zhao Shihao's body. Taking out a needle was also a technical job. If the technique of taking out a needle was not good, it could not be said that the patient's life would be in danger, but at least the effect would be greatly reduced. After Elder Lu took out the needle, the sweat that had just been wiped off on his forehead started to appear again. Therefore, this acupuncture was also a labor of mind. After Elder Lu took out the needle of Zhao Shihao, Chen Meng'er walked to Zhao Shihao's side, reached out her hand and placed it on Zhao Shihao's wrist, taking Zhao Shihao's pulse. When Chen Meng'er diagnosed Zhao Shihao's current physical condition, she could not help but sigh. This space product was really extraordinary. Zhao Shihao had just finished acupuncture. His body was a little weak, but the congestion in his brain had dissipated quite a bit. Chen Meng'er silently thought that if the doctors in the hospital were to check Zhao Shihao before and after acupuncture, they would definitely be so shocked that their glasses would fall off. "Meng'er, how is it?" Elder Lu took a break and wiped the sweat off his forehead before he asked Chen Meng'er, who had finished checking Zhao Shihao's pulse. "Grandpa, I'll cooperate with you. Do you still need to ask about this result?" "Of course it's perfect." Chen Meng'er smiled, revealing two deep dimples. Zhao Shihao, who had taken a short break, also slowly sat up. He said, "I also feel that my control over my left hand and left foot has become more flexible. Thank you, Grandpa Lu, and thank you, Meng'er." While speaking, Zhao Shihao blushed and put on the clothes he had taken off earlier. From time to time, Zhao Shihao's small eyes secretly glanced at Chen Meng'er. However, Elder Lu and Chen Meng'er, who were talking about Zhao Shihao's condition, didn't notice Zhao Shihao's small movements. Chen Meng'er helped Elder Lu disinfect the silver needles, put them into the needle box, and then pushed the door open and walked out of Zhao Shihao's room. Zhao Shihao had just finished acupuncture, and his body was still a little weak, so he was asked by Elder Lu to lie down and rest. Although Zhao Shihao did not want to lie down and rest, Meng'er finally came to his house, and he also wanted to cultivate a good relationship with Meng'er. However, Zhao Shihao was afraid of Elder Lu from the bottom of his heart, so he didn't dare to go against Elder Lu's wishes. He could only keep his mouth shut and lie on the bed with eyes full of unwillingness as he watched Chen Meng'er and Elder Lu walk out of his room. "Elder Lu, Meng'er, how's the situation?" Elder Zhao saw Elder Lu and Chen Meng'er coming down from upstairs, so he quickly stood up and went up to them. "Very good. There's still one more acupuncture session, and all the blood clots in your grandson's brain will be cleared," Elder Lu replied. "Then, Elder Lu, there won't be any sequelae left behind, right?" An unfamiliar woman that Chen Meng'er had never seen before asked. "Zhao Yinghua, how could you say that?" Elder Zhao turned his head and fiercely glared at the woman who spoke. Dad, I'm worried about How, and my question isn't wrong. The woman who looked quite handsome looked aggrieved and complained to Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao obviously couldn't do anything about his daughter. He looked at Elder Lu apologetically. Elder Lu, I'm sorry. My daughter has such a temper. How did I offend you? Please don't take it to heart. It's okay. Her question is also correct. Don't worry, there won't be any sequelae. As long as the blood clots in his brain dissipate, there won't be any problems. Elder Lu wasn't angry. Instead, he answered Zhao Yinghua's question. That's good. In fact, Sun Jia, who had been listening attentively ever since her sister-in-law asked this question, looked as if she was relieved of a heavy burden. While Elder Zhao was talking to Elder Lu, Qu Meng'er, who was originally blocked by Elder Lu, slowly walked down the stairs with her short legs and the handrail of the stairs. Ah, who is this little girl? She is so good-looking. Zhao Yinghua's eyes lit up when she saw Qu Meng'er walking out from behind Elder Lu. If it weren't for Elder Lu, Zhao Yinghua would have rushed up unceremoniously and hugged Qu Meng'er to give her a good massage. Zhao Yinghua's words made everyone's eyes fall on Qu Meng'er. Because of Zhao Yinghua's words, Qu Meng'er's short legs paused for a moment before she raised her head. She looked in the direction of the voice with a confused expression. It would have been fine if Qu Meng'er hadn't raised her head. The moment she raised her head, her cute and silly look instantly made Zhao Yinghua, who had wanted to give birth to a cute and adorable daughter and had given birth to a son after 10 months of pregnancy, not help but say, wow, she's so cute. Zhao Yinghua was now like a completely weird auntie. Fortunately, Qu Meng'er wasn't a real child. Otherwise, she would definitely be frightened by Zhao Yinghua's appearance. As a result, Chen Haogua and Chen Haoxian, who were originally sitting close to Zhao Yinghua, unconsciously moved their butts away from Zhao Yinghua when they saw the expression on Zhao Yinghua's face. Moreover, the two brothers were now on full alert in their hearts. They were both prepared. If this strange aunt approached their sister, Qu Meng'er, the two of them would immediately break out of the encirclement and save their sister. Then, they would pull their sister and escape from here. Zhao Yinghua didn't know that she had been classified as a dangerous person by Chen Haogua and Chen Haoxuan. She now wanted to hold Qu Meng'er, this cute little baby, in her arms. In fact, it wasn't just Chen Haogua. Chen Haoxuan classified Zhao Yinghua as a dangerous person. Even Elder Lu had set up a warning line in his heart for Zhao Yinghua. Seeing his daughter's useless appearance, Elder Zhao really felt embarrassed. If there weren't guests here, Elder Lu would have slapped his daughter Zhao Yinghua's back. What kind of expression was his daughter showing now? Elder Lu took a look at Zhao Yinghua, then held Qu Meng'er's little hand and said to Elder Zhao, it's getting late. We'll go back first. After saying that, Elder Lu didn't wait for Elder Zhao to answer. As they walked out, he didn't forget to pull Chen Haogua and Chen Haoxuan along. Little Gua, little Xian, let's go home. Ah, okay. Elder Lu's words caught the hearts of the two brothers. The two of them almost ran away from the Zhao family. Elder Zhao looked at Elder Lu, Qu Meng'er, and the other three who had left the Zhao family as if they were running away. He turned around and glared fiercely at his daughter, who could not do anything but ruin everything. Hua, you're deliberately here to stir up trouble, aren't you? Zhao Yinghua also felt wronged. She hadn't even touched the doll yet. On the other side, Elder Zhao kept scolding his daughter Zhao Yinghua at home, scaring away his granddaughter-in-law who had gone through so much trouble to get him to come home. Zhao Yinghua, on the other hand, listened to her father's scolding and picked her ears without giving face. She said in her heart, this father of mine is getting more and more naggy. He's already comparable to a woman going through menopause. Also, my father is daydreaming. With Elder Lu's interest in Qu Meng'er, how could he be willing to give the doll like Qu Meng'er to Shihao as his wife? Zhao Yinghua could see it more clearly than Elder Zhao. In any case, it was impossible for her to arrange for Elder Zhao to marry the doll. However, Zhao Yinghua's heart started to itch when she thought of that doll that was even more exquisite than a fairy. Zhao Yinghua's eyes rolled around. She had to think of a way to find an opportunity to get close to Qu Meng'er, this exquisite doll. Zhao Yinghua looked at her father, Elder Zhao, who had not stopped talking ever since Elder Lu and the others left. She felt very helpless and had to find an excuse so she could run away. Ah, Dad, I'm here to see Shihao today. Oh, right. Sure, Hao is upstairs, right? I'll go up and see him. As she spoke, Zhao Yinghua did not wait for her father to speak and stood up. She ran up the stairs. Her actions were so fast that Elder Zhao did not even have the time to speak to stop her. Chen Haogua, Chen Haoshuan, and the others were really tired after this ordeal. The two brothers began to rub their eyes after they returned to the Liu family's mansion. Qu Meng'er could tell from their actions that they were sleepy and wanted to sleep. Big brother, second brother, come with me. I'll bring you to wash up. Qu Meng'er's exquisite little face and serious expression made people want to rub them in. Okay. Chen Haogua, Chen Haoshuan was really sleepy. Qu Meng'er's suggestion was exactly what they wanted. Qu Meng'er turned around and said to Elder Liu, grandfather, I'll bring my brothers to wash up first. I'll come and look for you later. Qu Meng'er still had some things to tell her grandfather, Elder Liu. She had a lot of things to do this afternoon. She didn't have time to speak. If it was tomorrow, she would definitely accompany her two brothers to the city to have a good stroll. When that time came, how would she have the time to talk to Elder Liu about things? Therefore, she still decided to wait for her two brothers to settle down before she came to talk to Elder Liu. Go. I will first go to the study to read some medical books. It just so happens that I still have one question that I haven't figured out. Later on, the two of us, grandfather and granddaughter, will properly study it, Elder Liu said with a smile. Elder Liu had come into contact with Qu Meng'er a few times on matters related to traditional Chinese medicine. He knew very well that in terms of knowledge in traditional Chinese medicine alone, he did not have as much knowledge as his granddaughter, Qu Meng'er. If he were to say that he could teach Qu Meng'er, it would only be the experience of facing the window. And ever since Elder Liu learned about the knowledge in Qu Meng'er's brain, he liked to study traditional Chinese medicine. When there were some things that he could not understand, he would continue to look for his granddaughter, Qu Meng'er, in the name of research to resolve his doubts. Okay, then Grandpa, I'll come to the study to look for you later. After Qu Meng'er said that, she pulled her two brothers and walked to the bathroom. After Qu Meng'er settled her two brothers, 40 minutes had passed. Qu Meng'er was so tired that she wanted to lie down on the bed. She couldn't fall asleep immediately. However, she still had things to deal with. Therefore, Qu Meng'er secretly took out a cup of spring water from her space. It was used to refresh herself. Needless to say, after Qu Meng'er drank a cup of spring water from her space, the tiredness in her body suddenly reduced a lot. This made Qu Meng'er, who was walking towards Elder Liu's study, mutter softly, although my portable space is not as heaven-defying as the space of the people in the novels, it is still quite useful to me. Qu Meng'er arrived at the door of Elder Liu's study and did not enter directly. Although Elder Liu had previously said that in this family, and even in the entire Green Gang, only Qu Meng'er had the right to enter this study without his consent. However, Qu Meng'er's grandfather was here. Her grandfather, Elder Liu, was focused on reading in the study. It was impolite for her to enter rashly. It would disturb Elder Liu's reading. Qu Meng'er knocked on the study door. Come in. Elder Liu knew it was his precious granddaughter, Qu Meng'er, the moment he heard the knock on the door. Therefore, he put down the book in his hand and spoke. Grandpa. When Qu Meng'er came in, Elder Liu was taking off his reading glasses. Elder Liu's health was very good. This should have something to do with Elder Liu's own maintenance. However, no matter how well Elder Liu's health was maintained, his eyes became weaker as he grew older. Now, Elder Liu had to wear reading glasses when he read books and newspapers. For this reason, Qu Meng'er asked Elder Liu out of curiosity. He was already nearsighted. He had to wear glasses when he read newspapers and such. When he was performing acupuncture, could he see clearly without wearing glasses? Could he not miss? Qu Meng'er remembered that her grandfather, Elder Liu, smiled mysteriously when she asked this question. It was only after Qu Meng'er acted coquettishly that she told Qu Meng'er that he didn't know how to look with his eyes when he was performing acupuncture. He could tell which acupuncture point was located just by the feel of his hands. This was also the reason why he didn't need to wear reading glasses when he was performing acupuncture on others. Qu Meng'er tilted her head when she heard her grandfather Elder Liu's answer. She still didn't understand. In her opinion, even if you were familiar with which part of the body this acupuncture point was located, it was impossible for you to hit the right acupuncture point without being able to see it. After Elder Liu heard Qu Meng'er's question, He did not directly answer. Instead, he smiled mysteriously and said, "When your acupuncture has reached your grandfather's level, you will naturally understand the meaning behind my words. You're here. Sit. Meng'er, are you hungry? Do you want me to ask Nanny Lee to give you some snacks?" Elder Lu asked with concern. When Chen Meng'er heard Elder Lu mention snacks, she really felt a little hungry. She touched her small belly and nodded. "Grandfather, I'm really hungry now that you mention it." "Then you sit here. Grandfather will ask Nanny Lee to bring you some snacks." When Elder Lu saw Chen Meng'er's coquettish look, he could not help but pinch Chen Meng'er's small face. "Okay, thank you, Grandpa." Chen Meng'er smiled, revealing her 2 dimples. Nanny Lee's speed was very fast. Elder Lu entered the study, and then she knocked on the door and entered the study with a glass of milk in hand. Chen Meng'er saw Nanny Lee come in with something and wanted to help her. However, Nanny Lee loved Chen Meng'er so much, so how could she bear to let Chen Meng'er do it? She quickly stopped Chen Meng'er and let her sit down obediently. Nanny Lee did not let her do it, so Chen Meng'er could only sit down obediently. "Thank you, Nanny Lee," Chen Meng'er said when Nanny Lee was about to leave after arranging the things. "No need to thank me, Nanny Lee. Seeing that the little miss likes to eat Nanny Lee's food, I am very happy. All right, I will not disturb Mr. and the little miss to discuss matters." As Nanny Lee said this, she left the study room. After Nanny Lee left, Elder Lu looked at Chen Meng'er, who was enjoying a mouthful of snacks and milk. He asked Meng'er, "What do you have to tell Grandpa?" After Chen Meng'er swallowed the snacks in her mouth, she replied, "I want to ask Grandpa, can my 2 brothers train together with the people in the Green Gang?" "Oh, why?" Elder Lu was surprised by Chen Meng'er's request. It was not that Chen Meng'er's proposal was excessive or anything, but Elder Lu had never thought that Chen Meng'er would make such a request. "Yes, I want my brothers to have the ability to protect themselves." Chen Meng'er said what she was thinking. After Elder Lu heard Chen Meng'er's words, he frowned. "Meng'er, did something happen after we went back?" Elder Lu believed that his granddaughter Chen Meng'er would not suddenly request her 2 brothers to learn martial arts from the Green Gang for no reason. He knew that his granddaughter Chen Meng'er was very clear about the nature of the Green Gang. He thought that she would not pull her 2 brothers into the Green Gang for no reason. Even if her 2 brothers did not join the Green Gang in the future, if they really joined the Green Gang to train, how could they not have any connection with the Green Gang in the future? Something did happen. My uncle and my grandfather heard from someone that our family had found a strong backer, so they came to my house and asked my parents to find a job for my uncle. My parents didn't want to, so they scolded him. I couldn't take it anymore, so I stood up and said something to my uncle. My uncle was so angry that he wanted to push me, but my brother helped me block him. Luckily, I helped my brother up from behind. Otherwise, my brother would have been seriously injured. So, I want my brother and the others to practice martial arts. They need to have the ability to protect themselves and not be bullied. Chen Meng'er roughly told Elder Lu about the matter. When Elder Lu heard Chen Meng'er's words, his expression immediately became ugly. He did not expect that everyone nowadays would be so bold to actually dare to attack his, Lu Bolin's, granddaughter. They were really tired of living. "Okay, I agree to let your brother and the others practice martial arts. However, if they don't join the Green Gang to train with everyone, let them follow your Uncle Zhuge and the others." Elder Lu promised Chen Meng'er as he began to think in his heart. How should he punish Chen Meng'er's cheap uncle? Before Elder Lu recognized Chen Meng'er as his god-granddaughter, he had thoroughly investigated the situation of Chen Meng'er's family. Therefore, he also knew what kind of people Chen Meng'er's grandfather's family was. Elder Lu also knew how those relatives of Chen Meng'er's grandfather's family had treated Chen Meng'er previously. When Elder Lu saw those documents, he wanted to take action against those people from Chen Meng'er's grandfather's family. In the end, he did not do anything for the sake of Chen Meng'er's mother, Lu Wan. This was great. They had delivered themselves to his doorstep, so he did not hold back.